Chapter 1 Prologue Future Flashback. In the depths of the cosmos lies the desolate and forlorn Vormir, a planet in decay, devoid of any life. The only notable feature is a gleaming red skull. In a world once vibrant, the cataclysmic event known as the Decimation, orchestrated by Thanos with a snap of his fingers wielding the 6 Infinity Stones, had wrought devastation. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, utilized PIM particle technology to traverse the quantum realm, arriving in a parallel timeline of the Marvel Universe set. In 2014, their mission was to retrieve the Infinity Stones and save half of the Earth population that had fallen victim to Thanos' wrath. The other members of the Avengers, including Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Ant-Man, Thor, Rocket Raccoon, War Machine, and Nebula, embarked on separate quests across various regions and timelines to secure the corresponding Infinity Stones. Natasha and Clint were specifically tasked with the procurement of the Soul Stone. However, the sudden appearance of the Red Skull on Vormir revealed a harrowing truth. To obtain the Soul Stone, one must sacrifice a soul in exchange for another. One must cast a loved one into the abyss, trading their life for the birth of the Soul Stone. What a preposterous notion! Upon hearing this revelation, Natasha's instinctive reaction was to feign affection for the Red Skull, contemplating the absurdity of throwing him into the void. Clint suggested summoning Captain Rogers, believing that enemies might find common ground in the heat of the moment. But alas, their plan remained unrealized. Regrettably, despite their attempts, the sage-like Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, remained impervious, adopting an aloof demeanor as if untouched by the world's turmoil. Make your moves, I shall remain unyielding. Will you trade the stone? If not, depart. The two soon came to terms with the grim reality that no one could possibly develop any semblance of affection for such a grotesque entity. A fleeting glance was enough to induce revulsion, and a deeper examination only compounded their horror. They fiercely vied for the opportunity to sacrifice themselves to successfully acquire the Soul Stone, all in a bid to save the fallen humanity of their original world and half of the universe's population. In a fierce struggle, Natasha emerged as the victor. Ultimately, amidst Clint's desperate gaze, Natasha willingly plunged into the abyss. As her life hung precariously in the balance, Clint loathed his own powerlessness. In a moment of sheer desperation, a streak of light pierced the heavens, as a young woman with cascading golden-brown waves descended at an astonishing speed. Her demeanor was elegant, her beauty breathtaking, and her physique tall and voluptuous. Radiating an energy akin to white flames, she donned a blue bodysuit, adorned with golden feathered shoulder armor, a dragon head belt, and a vividly crimson cape. In the blink of an eye, she rescued Natasha from certain death, much to Clint's astonishment. "Hey there, friends. I believe you could use a bit of assistance," the young woman exclaimed with dazzling charm and a playful quip. Empowered by her formidable might, Natasha was whisked away in a princess carry, unable to resist. The Red Skull stood bewildered, opting to observe the unfolding events, having never encountered such a phenomenon. Quite a terrifying sight indeed. With her strength, speed, and a familiar garb, this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the DC Universe's Wonder Woman. However, there were neither the ultra-short skirts, nor the familiar black stockings, nor the emblem of hope represented by the S symbol of Krypton. Natasha and Clint were filled with confusion and wariness at the sudden appearance of the Superwoman. Well, that is to be expected. Which virtuous individual would venture from the DC Universe into the Marvel set? This is the Marvel Universe, not a hodgepodge of worlds. Where did this Superwoman come from? It was not until this Superwoman inexplicably raised her thumb, revealing a mischievous grin and a set of gleaming white teeth, that she uttered a peculiar phrase. "My friends, you are the true heroes." Recognition of heroes. Chapter 2. The white cloth lifted, the corpse rises in the remote outskirts of the desert, within a concealed mine. A large cold storage unit housed several disheveled individuals clad in rudimentary gear and armed with firearms, standing before an operating table. The table, slightly rusted, wore a corpse draped in a white cloth. A young man with a buzz cut, sporting a lewd grin, cautiously reached out to unveil the cloth, revealing an exquisite visage. Cascading waves of golden brown hair lay haphazardly across the table, framing elongated, elegant eyebrows, thick lashes, and full, alluring lips beneath a high, noble nose. This face embodied a harmonious blend of Eastern serenity and Western vigor, reminiscent of the dawn, perfectly illustrating the confluence of Eastern and Western beauty. Yet, marred by a pallid complexion and bloodless lips, with a grotesque bullet hole seeping crimson at the temple, the scene was haunting. "Damn it, Wally. Can you not suppress your grotesque proclivities for once? She's already dead," exclaimed a middle-aged man beside him, his face twisted in disdain. "But she remains breathtaking. Akin to the aurora beneath a starlit sky, profound and enigmatic. Does she not? The young man, eyes brimming with obsession, longed to caress the corpse's smooth cheek, but was swiftly halted. Oh heavens, did you peruse scriptures solely with your lower anatomy since childhood? The middle-aged man cast a scornful glance at the young man's obvious excitement, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It was indeed unfortunate for her, possessing a visage of Western allure. She had clandestinely infiltrated and witnessed things beyond her kin. Another middle-aged man, toying with a broken camera, grinned widely, speaking of which, being a citizen of the Celestial Empire. Does such a hasty murder not risk igniting international discord? Furrowing his brow, the middle-aged man observed the red passport on the metal cart beside the operating table, pondering uncertainly. Hey, when have we, the Ten Commandments gang, ever feared anyone? Those damn blonde devils exploit our nation and bully our people, feigning righteousness while covertly colluding with us. Have you not seen enough of their ugly fade? The buzzcut youth declared passionately. This is different. The Celestial Empire is not so easily trifled with. The middle-aged man replied solemnly. Come now, Vandala, you are too timid. The Celestial Empire would hardly know if their female journalist ventured into this desolate land to snap clandestine photographs. We could eliminate all evidence. What's that saying in their tongue? Alive, the body is lost. Dead, the corpse is unseen. Another middle-aged man chuckled, his beard bristling. Get lost. Spare me your nonsensical phrases. It is alive, unseen, dead, untraceable. The middle-aged man spat, correcting him. Ah, yes, precisely what I intended to convey. Not too cold yet. There is still a hint of warmth. The buzzcut youth rambled to himself, rubbing his hands together, his eyes betraying a ravenous desire as he fixated on the female corpse, his expression growing increasingly repugnant. Unbeknownst to him, as he indulged in his fantasies, the corpse's brow subtly twitched. Those ensnared in desire were evidently oblivious to the world around them. Wally, you may indulge in your playtime, but you must wait until nightfall. As long as your little bugs won't freeze, feel free to enjoy yourself. A middle-aged man tightened his grip on his firearm and spoke with a mocking tone. Laughter erupted among the group. Hey, can't you take a stroll outside first and then come back? Give me a little time. I promise I want to make a sound. Wally said, rubbing his palms together like a madman, his eyes brimming with desire, somewhat disgruntled. I should just toss you onto the floor outside and let you experience the sweltering heat. It's a scorching 50 degrees out there. It would scorch all that lush chest hair of yours. Who in their right mind would want to run out at this time? The middle-aged man retorted fiercely. Those kids in the surveillance room have it easy, unlike us, who are stuck guarding a pile of corpses. Wally sighed helplessly. Damn it, shut your mouth. You must never speak of this again, understand? If the boss hears you, you'll surely lose your head. The precious organs within these corpses are worth a fortune. Cold hard cash. Gold. Do you comprehend, you fool? Wandula yanked at Wally's clothing, seething. The Ten Commandments gang had reigned for years, dabbling in various trades, committing every imaginable crime as long as it was profitable. Kidnapping, extortion, murder, and smuggling. This included arms dealing and organ trafficking. After a normal person dies, their internal organs rapidly deteriorate, transforming into worthless decomposed proteins. However, the Ten Commandments gang possesses a unique rapid freezing technology that allows the exterior to remain soft while the inside becomes solid. Instant freezing ensures the freshness of the organs, which can still be transplanted after undergoing a specialized thawing process. This is why they remain unhurried even after killing. How long are we going to wait? Tony Stark, has T produced the Jericho missile yet? Another middle-aged man sighed. Don't be impatient. Today is the deadline. If he fails to complete the task on time, death is the only outcome, and it won't be a pleasant one. Perhaps death would be a blessing for him. The group erupted into boisterous laughter. Falling into the hands of terrorists is a fate worse than death, especially with the infamous Ten Commandments gang. Yet, before their laughter could completely die down, a deafening explosion suddenly resonated. A massive hole was violently blasted into the wall of the cold storage. Debris flew everywhere, and several terrorists promptly raised their weapons to aim, only to reveal expressions of shock on their faces. At the breach in the wall, a towering figure clad in metal, a formidable Iron Man, strode in with heavy steps. Hey, buddy, I seem to have taken a wrong turn, Iron Man remarked, surveying the surroundings with a jesting tone. Lutai felt bewildered, as if he were living in a dream. Countless white bubbles enveloped him, soft and fluffy, as if he were sinking into cotton. He found himself in a boundless white realm, devoid of heat or cold, seemingly capable of breathing yet not needing to. At that moment, a beam of white light approached from afar, its sinuous energy swirling around Lutai's body, gaining speed as it danced around him. The white bubbles began to shatter under the rapid circling of white light, the splattered droplets vanishing into the void of space without a trace. As more and more bubbles burst, Lutai gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I at work? How did I end up here? At that moment, while idling at the office, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a pictorial catalog on a shopping platform. Initially indifferent to such things, What truly captured his attention were the countless minute white dots resembling grains of rice scattered throughout the catalog. It appeared to be a canvas of black paper adorned with innumerable white specks, evoking a sense akin to that of a Dalmatian or the discomfort of trypophobia. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that these white dots represented miniature galaxies, akin to the myriad worlds within the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, during his work hours, Lutai fixated on the images from the catalog, traveling from the 20th floor of an office building down to the open-air parking lot, only to be struck and sent flying by a $1 million luxury car that had crashed through the protective barriers. From that moment onward, his memories became a complete blur. This is truly a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He vaguely recalled the terrified visage of someone in the passenger seat of that luxury vehicle. Perhaps his girlfriend, Exine Co? Well, at least the death wasn't excruciating. A brief moment of pain and then nothingness. Lutai found himself both infuriated and amused, instinctively attempting to move, only to discover his body felt immensely heavy, as if laden with lead, rendering him immobile. Panic set in. New body detected. Merging in progress. Soul compatibility 100. Please remain calm. Suddenly, a line of cold, large text appeared in the wide expanse. Lutai was taken aback. Was this the rhythm of soul transmigration? Indeed, a car accident, a journey to another realm. And a system. This was the standard procedure. Merge complete, absorbing cosmic ray energy, altering human genes. Abilities acquired. Super strength, super speed, super defense, super hearing, super healing. Flight, heat vision, X-ray vision, telescopic vision, increased cell vitality, extended lifespan. Maximum lifespan, 200 years, benchmark template, Homelander, similarity, 90, energy level, surface level, gene integration completed. Original memories beginning transmission, awakening in progress. Lutai gaped in astonishment. What was this? Had he acquired superpowers akin to those of his homeland's people? Was this new world fraught with peril? Could it be the universe of the boys? Before he could ponder further, a torrent of vast memories surged into his mind. The intense pain rendering him instantly unconscious, slipping into a state of shock. Meanwhile, in a freezing chamber, Tony Stark was maneuvering the one Malawian Kwacha Iron Man suit. Crouched behind a refrigerator in the corner, bullets rained down like a tempest, clanging against him with a crisp sound, though the recoil left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. 3 months prior, Tony had presented the terrifying destructive power of the Jericho missile to the military of the United States, expecting to return home and revel in his success, only to find himself ambushed and captured along the way. Within the depths of the cave, Tony beheld the very weapons he had crafted to safeguard the vulnerable, now wielded by terrorists to slaughter innocents. A fervent desire to escape surged within him, alongside a resolute determination to obliterate the armaments produced by his own company. The terrorists compelled him to manufacture Jericho missiles, but he cunningly exploited their ignorance, using the opportunity to create an epic-defining suit of armor, his Iron Man suit. As the name implies, it was designed to be worn, boasting unparalleled defense and equipped with combat-driven weaponry. The one Malawian Kwacha was a makeshift suit hastily assembled to facilitate his escape from captors, lacking in complete functionality and proving to be exceedingly cumbersome. Its weaponry was rather limited, particularly deficient in shock absorption. Had the steel utilized for the missile construction not been sufficiently robust and thick, he would have long since been incapacitated by the concussive force. Initially, the escape plan seemed flawless. However, fate had other intentions. The terrorists discovered that he had not indeed fabricated the Jericho missiles, thus exposing his ruse. Ethan dashed out to buy time, only to find himself hopelessly lost. Tony lamented his own mental faculties, questioning whether they had short-circuited. Now, as ill fortune would have it, the leg drive chain of his armor had been severed, rendering the weaponry inoperable and leaving him unable to move the hefty one Malawian Kwacha, forcing him to hunker down in place and await a chance for reprieve. At this juncture, the formidable steel armor, combined with the advantageous terrain, could withstand the exaggerated firepower from outside, but any further delay could spell disaster. Cursing under his breath, Tony racked his brain for a means of escape when, suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. He observed the surgical table positioned at the center of the cold storage begin to move. A figure abruptly threw aside the white cloth, eerily levitating in midair. Chapter 3. This woman is a bit fierce, revised edition. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with flowing golden hair, clad in a thin surgical gown, was defying the laws of physics, floating in midair. Her expression appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze vacant, as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. The members of the Decalogue gang, who had been relentlessly squeezing the triggers of their firearms, halted their assault, staring in bewilderment at the woman who had seemingly returned from the dead. Tony Stark, peering through the visor of his one Malawian Kwacha armor, could hardly believe the peculiar scene unfolding before him. His eyes widened in astonishment. The concept of superpowers was not foreign to the world, with many inexplicable phenomena categorized as supernatural abilities. Yet, When confronted with the reality of such a spectacle, Tony felt an overwhelming sensation of unreality. How could a human being float unaided in the air? Was this even conceivable? Suddenly, the exquisite golden-haired woman shook her head, her eyes gradually regaining their brilliance and calmness as she surveyed her surroundings with an indifferent gaze. The air was thick with smoke, the cold storage room was in disarray. The walls had gaping holes, armed thugs were scattered about, and a bulky Iron Man stood among them. She absorbed all of this with her keen perception. Her beautiful emerald-like eyes narrowed, and she became acutely aware of the minute details, the flow of perspiration, the fluttering of insects' wings. As the world around her slowed to an almost surreal pace, the sound of her heartbeat and even the faint breaths from hundreds of meters away became crystal clear. Looking down at her palms, she clenched her fists, an overwhelming surge of muscular power coursing through her body. Is this truly the extent of a citizen's capabilities? It felt exhilarating. She had been reborn, albeit with the lingering discomfort of inhabiting a deceased woman's body. A chill swept between her legs, and she felt a weight upon her chest. As she probed, she found the form to be round, resilient, and utterly elusive. It was a sensation she could hardly comprehend. Why could she not control her hands? The synergy between her soul and this physique was astonishing. Perfectly aligned with no signs of rejection, as if it were meant to be. It was perhaps more appropriate to refer to her as her. The memories of her former self flooded into her mind. This world was Blue Star, or rather, an alternate version of it. The owner of this body was named Liu Yunming, sharing the same surname. A beautiful individual of mixed heritage from the Celestial Empire in the United States. Her father, an American, had succumbed to coronary heart disease in his early years, while her mother, a native of the Celestial Empire, had perished during childbirth. In essence, she was devoid of any relatives, a freelance journalist with an international scope, who had earned her doctorate in journalism at a tender age. She frequently traversed various nations to report on local customs and material products. On this occasion, she had accepted a task to delve into the war-torn deserts of Asia, gathering relevant information to compose a report entitled The Depth of Civilian Suffering in War. Fearing harassment from local terrorists, she had procured a fake passport from the Celestial Empire, a precautionary measure that could prove life-saving in critical moments. Little did she anticipate that her journey into the heart of the desert would lead her directly into the territory of the Decalogue Gang, where she witnessed terrorists wielding weaponry manufactured by Stark Industries, mercilessly slaughtering innocent civilians. While attempting to capture a photograph behind a stone, her camera slipped from her grasp, and a bullet fired by terrorists struck her in the head, rendering her unable to produce her counterfeit passport from the Celestial Empire, resulting in her immediate grievous injury and unconsciousness. The terrorists dragged her body back to their lair and, utilizing cryogenic technology, swiftly preserved her for the purpose of trafficking her pristine internal organs. Already gravely wounded and in a fragile state, she succumbed to her injuries amidst this turmoil. The 10 Rings, Stark Industries? Goodness, Lution could hardly suppress her disdain for the reckless actions of her former self venturing into a war zone. A clear demonstration of self-destructive dedication. It dawned on her, this was the Marvel Universe. This world was infinitely more perilous than the ordinary realm, rife with nameless deities stirring chaos. And the cosmos teemed with unseen threats, an overwhelming number of extraterrestrial civilizations. Even on Earth, a plethora of monsters and demons lurked, rendering danger omnipresent. Setting aside the superheroes and villains, this place could still be considered a semblance of normalcy. As she stood there, her gaze vacant and suspended in disbelief, Tony Stark, concealed in the corner, raised an eyebrow and could not resist inquiring, "Hey, lady, how does it feel to wake up? Do you need assistance?" Tony, ever the lively spirit, maintained his penchant for humor even in dire straits. Observing the young woman's unusual demeanor, he sought to take the initiative. The stunning blonde paused, turning to regard the plump metal figure in the corner, her gaze piercing through the outer armor to reveal a familiar visage. Tony Stark? Liu Yuming mused curiously. At last, she comprehended the temporal context she had entered. Was that not Robert Downey Jr. himself? Indeed, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the film star, as if he existed in a surreal blend of reality. The one Malawian kwacha was the very suit Tony had been compelled to construct for his escape when captured by the 10 Rings in Afghanistan. One must commend the billionaire genius inventor's intellect, as he had cleverly deceived the terrorists for months while ostensibly working on a Jericho missile. Instead, he had created a groundbreaking suit of armor with far-reaching implications. Before her journey through time, Liu Yuming had watched several Marvel films. However, curiously, her recollections were now hazy. It was as if a veil of fog obscured certain memories, preventing her from grasping the full picture. Yet, the unfolding narrative felt amiss, seemingly inconsistent with the established storyline. "Hi, beautiful lady, I never expected to be this famous," Tony remarked with a teasing smile. On the surface, he appeared playful, yet inwardly he was intensely anxious. He was indeed a renowned figure, his flamboyant personality, genius intellect, and affluent background earning him international acclaim. However, at present, He was clad in a metal suit, completely concealing his true identity. How could she possibly recognize him? Tony's greatest concern was not that an ardent fan would deduce his identity from his voice, but rather that she might already be aware. In such a precarious predicament, the addition of a supernatural adversary would leave him with little choice but to surrender. The woman possessed a beauty surpassing that of the cover girls gracing glossy magazines. One could only hope she was a devoted admirer. Fortunately, he had observed that she was, at the very least, not a terrorist. Otherwise, she would not be lying in a cold storage facility, awaiting the illicit trade of human organs. You have 17 metallic fragments within you, Lu Yundream stated, her eyes narrowed. Speaking with unvarnished directness. X-ray vision is rather useful, isn't it? What? Tony, caught off guard, instinctively inquired. Yet, before he could receive a response, the subsequent scene unfolded before his eyes with shocking intensity. In Tony Stark's view, the stunningly beautiful blonde woman did not respond. Her expression remained cold, and her eyes began to glimmer with a crimson hue. Suddenly, a searing red beam shot forth from her gaze, releasing a resonant hum as it swept forward. Wally and Mandala had no time to utter a word before they were obliterated, their bodies cleaved in twain, leaving entrails and viscera strewn across the ground. In an instant, a dozen terrorists met a similar fate. The blazing red ray carved a path of carnage, leaving a landscape littered with corpses, drenched in a gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. Viscous plasma sprayed everywhere, while internal organs and intestines cascaded down from the severed edges, rendering the scene shockingly brutal and sanguinary. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, and blood thoroughly stained the surroundings, as if unveiling a macabre tapestry of hell. The heat ray vision, an iconic ability of both the Kryptonians and Superman, could reach temperatures ranging from 3,000 to 15,000 degrees. While Lu Yundream had not fully inherited the intensity of the Kryptonian powers, she could still emit a scorching 3,000-degree beam from her eyes. Not to mention human flesh. Even an alloy of steel could be effortlessly sliced through. The memories of her former self recalled the heinous acts of the Ten Commandments gang, mercilessly slaughtering unarmed civilians, sparing neither the elderly nor children. After being shot, her original body had not succumbed immediately but endured cruel treatment, with her corpse nearly subjected to indignity. Thus, employing her heat vision to eliminate these wretched beings posed no challenge for her. In every situation, there exists a finite number of occurrences and an infinite number of justifications. Vanquishing terrorists was a moral imperative. The gruesome imagery was indeed rather repulsive. Particularly under the scrutiny of her superhuman vision, every detail was vividly clear. Charred bones, melting flesh, and the splattering of blood were laid bare. Although she had witnessed numerous scenes of carnage on battlefields through her past memories, choosing to transform individuals into meaningless heaps of flesh was an unprecedented experience. However, following the merging of two memories and under the influence of her awakened super genes, she found it entirely manageable. Tony nearly wretched within his armor, gazing at the slaughterhouse before him, his expression filled with sheer terror. My God! What manner of creature is this? Capable of flight and unleashing lasers from her eyes, this ability seemed strikingly familiar. Was this not akin to Superman? Having devoured countless comic books about superheroes in his youth, the most renowned among them was indeed Superman. The mere thought of the terrifying powers he had read about sent shivers down his spine. This, Superwoman? He managed to utter, suppressing his discomfort. I'm not Superman. Do you require something? Lu Yundream replied, coldly suspended in the air, shaking her head impassively. She is acutely aware that the abilities of the people of her homeland are merely a diminished version of DC's Superman, while their powers may appear similar. The disparity in strength is astronomical. As the saying goes, Superman could easily blend into a world filled with her compatriots, highlighting the terror he embodies. Furthermore, she does not even reach the pinnacle of her homeland's capabilities, let alone that of Superman. Hey, aren't you cold in that outfit? Perhaps you should find something to wear. Tony Stark babbled nervously. Speak plainly, Lu Yunming replied, casting a fleeting glance at the metal figure. Oh, for heaven's sake. Could you assist me in exiting this area? I'm willing to pay. Tony quickly added, smacking his forehead. The one Malawian Kwacha armor system was operational. Yet the leg connections had been severed, rendering him unable to stand. Repairing it would require materials, a relatively safe environment, and time, all of which he notably lacked. Soon, the commotion would attract terrorists in droves, leading to a genuine predicament. Thus, as a billionaire, Tony opted to employ his wealth to persuade this formidable superwoman to act as his bodyguard. $1 million, Lu Yunming offered after a moment of contemplation, furrowing her brow. Having experienced poverty in her past life with a meager monthly salary of $3,000, barely scraping by with rent and food, she had little savings, less than $50,000. While her life was not dire, it was certainly frugal in a high-cost country like America. An opportunity to enhance her living conditions was too tempting to resist, especially with a wealthy individual before her. However, she was not greedy. Enough money sufficed, as excess could only lead to complications and numbers on a screen. I'll offer $10 million, Tony declared, raising a finger with unwavering resolve. Deal. Lu Yunming's eyes sparkled, her response immediate. Goodness, she had never encountered such a sum before. Oh dear, and Ethan, Tony suddenly exclaimed. Urgency flooding his voice. Superwoman, could you possibly save my friend as well? He.S. a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses, who was covering for me. Before Tony could finish, a thunderous explosion resonated. The thick rock wall was obliterated by the blonde beauty, leaving an exaggerated gaping hole, and the man vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Superwoman returned to the cold storage, effortlessly carrying a bloodied, barely alive man, moving with astonishing speed. Tony nearly choked on his words, swallowing hard. This Lady's engine was undoubtedly a 36-cylinder. Upon recognizing the man's features, his expression turned grave. It was Dr. Ethan, the brilliant physicist who had aided him in creating the iron armor. The great doctor, who had pulled him back from the brink of death after the explosion, was now on the verge of collapse. He had sustained gunshot wounds to his chest and abdomen. Why do you not heed my plans? Tony struggled to maneuver the armored suit, his eyes brimming with sorrow and regret. Although he was not a physician, he could discern that his dear friend had reached the twilight of life. Stark, I am quite concerned for you, but it is well now. Ethan forced a grim smile, casting a glance at Li Yunming, as blood bubbles emerged from his lips. Chapter 4. A forceful breakthrough. Dr. Ethan's life had reached its final moments. Yet with the arrival of Li Yunming, he felt a sense of reassurance. He witnessed the terrifying leader of the Ten Commandments gang being cleaved in two by a beam of crimson light emanating from the golden-haired maiden's eyes, while several heavily armed terrorists, who sought to provide reinforcement, were swiftly annihilated, exhibiting no capacity for resistance whatsoever. With such a formidable ally at his side, Tony felt secure. Ethan, we must leave now. Listen to me. I will save you. I will find the best doctors and the most advanced medical facilities. You cannot give up. For my sake, you must rise and adhere to our plan. Tony Stark, undeterred, sought to carry his gravely injured friend away. This is my plan, Stark. Ethan's complexion was ashen, his strength waning. Come on. You still have your family. Tony persisted, refusing to relent. My family. They are all gone. I am about to meet them. Ethan managed to smile, feeling a fleeting sense of joy at deceiving Tony. Despite the grim reality that his relatives had been slaughtered long before the terrorists captured him in the town of Gomorrah. Do not worry, I am no longer burdened. Ethan's lips curled into a faint smile as he attempted to comfort Tony. Thank you for saving my life. Tony strained to smile, yet faltered in the attempt. Then cherish it. Do not waste your life. Ethan's voice dwindled, devoid of color. Tony's anguish and sorrow were palpable, tears glistening in his eyes. Even this brilliant genius recognized that words were futile at this juncture. If you can tolerate the pain, I can assist you in removing the bullet and staunching the bleeding. Just as the two faced the impending separation of life and death with calm resignation, an incongruous voice interjected. A simple procedure should suffice to keep you stable until we reach the hospital, Lu Yunming interjected coolly. She merely wished to convey that their sorrow was premature. The abilities of her compatriots included superhuman speed and strength, and her X-ray vision could clearly discern the bullet's position. Given her current muscular strength, she could effortlessly extract the bullet from Ethan's body with her fingers. Moreover, her speed was such that his nerves would not have time to react. It would only be slightly painful to staunch the bleeding. You can save him. God, what are we waiting for? I'll add $10 million. Tony's eyes widened with anticipation. In his estimation, Ethan was beyond saving, yet this superwoman assured him it was possible. For a billionaire, parting with a small sum was trivial, provided it meant saving a friend's life. Deal. Lu Yunming replied with a slight smirk. $20 million, a considerable fortune, was, without a doubt, an unexpected delight. Ethan regarded the two with a mixture of complexity, wishing to express that their efforts were futile. There was no secure surgical environment. The perilous cave was fraught with danger, and outside lurked watchful terrorists. This decision appeared utterly reckless. Having already resolved to give up on life, compounded by the relentless bleeding from his wound, he had succumbed to a fatalistic mindset. Yet, the words of Lu Yunming unexpectedly ignited a flicker of hope within him. Splendid. Allow me to provide you with cover. I assure you, not even a fly shall enter. Tony exclaimed with palpable excitement. No need for that, Lu Yunming replied, shaking her head. With fingers as swift as lightning, she deftly reached towards Ethan's body, and in the blink of an eye, several distorted bullets appeared in her palm. Immediately, her eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and two laser beams, finer than a hair, struck Ethan's wound. From within to without, the beams first solidified the ruptured blood vessels inside him, followed by the meticulous sealing of the surface wound. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds, so rapid that Ethan barely registered it until moments later when he felt the intense pain of his injury. I extracted the bullets to staunch the bleeding, but he will require surgery for a complete recovery, Li Yunming stated casually, discarding the bullets and wiping the blood from her hands with her clothing. The cosmic rays had altered her genes, and given her background in a precision-oriented field, She possessed an innate talent for such delicate operations. The laser's temperature could reach a scorching 3,000 degrees to slice through steel, yet she was able to modulate it to several hundred degrees to seal a wound. Ethan could be saved, but Tony's condition left her powerless. The shrapnel from the Jericho missile explosion had embedded itself too deeply within his flesh, and the sheer volume made it nearly impossible. To suggest even attempting to extract it by hand was folly. Even the most esteemed surgeon would face a meager 20% chance of success. My heavens, this is astounding. You are truly a genius. More astonishing than my grandmother teaming up with O'Neal to play in the NBA. Tony exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief, muttering in awe. Anyone witnessing such a feat would be equally flabbergasted. Was this woman truly akin to a superhero, transforming the impossible into the possible? Today he had truly opened his eyes to a new reality. His mind raced with thoughts of the origins and implications of Lu Yunming's extraordinary abilities. A mere kidnapping had unveiled an entirely new world to him. Then what are we waiting for? Let us break through. Tony grinned, rubbing his hands together. With Ethan temporarily stabilized, he was eager to leave the confines of the dilapidated cave. Lu Yunming nodded in agreement with this admirable suggestion. Thus, the trio began their escape. While it was termed a breakout, in truth, it was Lu Yunming who soared forth, utilizing her X-ray vision and laser eyes to eliminate the terrorists lurking in the shadows, subsequently carrying Tony and Ethan from the cave. Along the way, no one could impede them. The terrorists who dared to obstruct their path were either sliced into chunks by the searing beams or had their skulls shattered by her formidable punches, creating a scene of utter carnage. Lu Yunming was not a murderer, but the terrorists regarded themselves as less than human. This world had never been devoid of vermin lurking in the gutters. Before long, the three emerged from the cave. Scanning the horizon, they beheld hundreds of terrorists, armed and taking cover, hoping to eradicate their fears with overwhelming firepower. They were oblivious to the events that had transpired within the cave, as those who knew were now dead. The reinforcements sent in had not returned, and even the boss was unaccounted for, heightening their vigilance to a fever pitch. Yet, their futile resistance would prove entirely in vain. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns began to unleash a dazzling inferno. Without command, upon witnessing the figure of Lu Yunming, the terrorists almost instinctively opened fire. Fire, fire. Let them all perish here. Unfortunately, the bullets striking Lu Yunming felt as if they had collided with an ultra-durable alloy steel plate. The fierce impact sparking showers of embers. The clattering of metallic sounds echoed continuously. Aside from her clothing being torn, her skin bore not a single scratch. Though she may not possess the invulnerability of a Superman-like physique, the resilience of her body, akin to that of her compatriots, rendered her immune to all manner of firearms. A slight itch arose. Lu Yunming raised an eyebrow, standing still to absorb the impact of the bullets against her skin. It was akin to the sensation of plastic BB pellets striking her leather jacket. With such physical fortitude, even the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle would find it challenging to cause her harm. One might speculate that tank shells and rockets would also fail to breach her defenses, perhaps only causing a modicum of discomfort. Yet, she pondered whether she could withstand a missile. Since acquiring her abilities, she had yearned to test her body's strength. But no weapon capable of threatening her was present in this vicinity. Wait, the Jericho missile. Lu Yunming gazed thoughtfully at the missile installation not far away, feeling a surge of eagerness. Meanwhile, those around her were in utter disbelief. Tony, cradling Ethan, stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "We are all carbon-based life forms. How can you be so extraordinary?" The terrorists were equally in disarray, incessantly pulling their triggers, their weapons emitting smoke. This woman is a monster, a true demon. She is a punishment sent by Allah. Many terrorists began to babble incoherently. Lu Yunming decided to cease the playful banter. She had no desire to expose herself. Although she had been a man in her past life, she wasn't one to indulge in exhibitionism. She preferred to remain rather discreet. With that, she activated her laser vision, the crimson light flickering as two searing beams pierced through the skull of a terrorist, splattering his head like a watermelon. Immediately, her scorching gaze swept across the battlefield, effortlessly cleaving through the ranks of the Ten Commandments gang outside the cave, leaving no vegetation in its wake as the terrorists fell one by one. The surrounding ammunition ignited violently under the intense heat, a thunderous explosion resonating through the air, billowing smoke skyward. All the terrorists perished, leaving not a single survivor. Soon, a figure clad in surgical attire emerged from the billowing smoke, with Ethan slung over her back and Iron Man in hand, soaring skyward with unrelenting speed. "Wow, this is exhilarating," Tony exclaimed with uncontained excitement. Although the one Malawian Kwacha possessed flight capabilities, originally designed for escape, its materials were limited and time constraints rendered it imperfect. In his estimation, the armor wouldn't fly far before short-circuiting. Thus, experiencing the sensation of being carried aloft was indescribably delightful. Ethan clung tightly to Lu Yunming's neck, trembling with trepidation, for he had never encountered such a fantastical event in his life. Lu Yunming, however, did not accelerate to full speed. Her physique was robust enough to withstand the centrifugal force and air friction, while Tony, in his armor, could barely manage, but Ethan could not. Theoretically, the strength of her abilities could enable her to soar at speeds between Mach 2 and Mach 5, equivalent to 2 to 5 times the speed of sound. However, Lu Yunmeng lacked the extraordinary biological stance of a superhero, rendering her incapable of effectively safeguarding ordinary individuals. She was unwilling to witness those she had painstakingly rescued succumb to a heart attack in midair. Thus, the exploration of her own abilities would have to wait for a more opportune moment. As Lu Yunming contemplated the direction in which to soar, a sudden wave of intense dizziness overcame her, and her body plummeted uncontrollably downward. She felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping her, and soon she lost consciousness. Concurrently, Tony and Ethan became aware of the heroine's alarming condition, incessantly shouting in an attempt to rouse Lu Yunming from her stupor, yet their efforts proved futile. Damn it! Is this the aftermath of using superpowers? Tony exclaimed anxiously, but no one answered him. If this continued, they would all become nothing more than a meat pie upon crashing from such heights. In a state of urgency, Tony activated the propulsion system of the 1 Malawian Kwacha armor, striving to adjust their position and maintain balance while gripping both Lu Yunming and Ethan tightly. During their descent, he released bursts of fuel intermittently to mitigate their falling speed. Ultimately, the trio landed in the desert, sustaining minimal injuries. Chapter 5. The watchful eye. The tremendous impact rendered the 1 Malawian Kwacha utterly dismantled, transforming it into a mere heap of scrap metal. In a moment of desperation, Tony fashioned a makeshift stretcher from the remnants of his armor, dragging the deeply unconscious Lu Yunming while supporting the injured Dr. Ethan, trudging laboriously through the desert. At last, just before succumbing to dehydration, he was graced with the melodious sound of helicopter blades, a weary smile illuminating his haggard face as if he had been resurrected from the brink of despair. 2 armed helicopters raced through the sky, landing on the sandy terrain not far away, as Major Rhodes, accompanied by several Special Forces soldiers, hastened towards him. Observing Tony's carefree grin, Rhodes remarked with mock irritation, "Are you still riding in that joyful Jeep of yours?" Initially, after the conclusion of the weapons demonstration, Rhodes had intended for Tony to follow the convoy of high-ranking military officials along a secure route. However, this old rogue insisted on exploring the desert's picturesque scenery, opting for a more obscure path, which ultimately led to a harrowing terrorist attack. Not only did the soldiers assigned to protect him perish, but Tony himself was gravely injured and had been missing for a full 3 months. The stock of Stark Industries plummeted, while the military, FBI, CIA, and various governmental bodies were thrown into disarray, all frantically searching for the whereabouts of the genius billionaire. Tony, reluctant to engage in conversation, could only muster a self-deprecating smile. He couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of his luck as the CEO of Stark Industries. He had ventured to this desolate locale to showcase the latest Jericho missile, only to be ambushed by terrorists and thrust into a life-or-death situation, culminating in the surreal sight of a resurrected blonde beauty floating above, her eyes emitting crimson laser beams that obliterated the assailants. What manner of creature is this? Such a riveting experience was one he fervently wished never to encounter again. "Promise me, next time you'll come with me, okay?" Rhodes jestingly patted the shoulder of the so-called genius, a smile gracing his lips. Tony merely pursed his lips, indicating his reluctance to converse, and pointed towards the stretcher behind him. With a puzzled glance, Rhodes observed 2 individuals lying on the fragments of metal, the rubber straps used for dragging them having frayed to the size of a palm. One was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, his complexion ghastly pale, seemingly suffering from severe injuries, who struggled to open his eyes and nodded weakly in Rhodes' direction. Upon recognizing the other injured party, Major Rhodes was momentarily taken aback, a significant glint flashing in his eyes. He scanned the surroundings before leaning closer to Tony, whispering, "Buddy, since your disappearance, the world has been turned upside down, with every department seeking your whereabouts, and hers." Tony's previously nonchalant expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he squinted at his old friend. "What do you mean?" "The military has issued orders to find freelance journalist Lu Yunming at all costs and bring her back," Rhodes replied, subtly gesturing towards the sky above. Tony instantly grasped the implication. The remarkable powers exhibited by this female superhero had been detected by surveillance satellites. Furthermore, within a short span, the military had acquired all of the journalist's identity information and records. Now contemplating bringing the individual back, it is evident what must be done. As the progeny of Howard Stark, Tony possesses a certain degree of understanding regarding the super soldier program. Furthermore, the military's research methods are exceedingly extreme, and their technology appears rather rudimentary. It seems they have created a formidable green behemoth, rumored to possess astonishing destructive capabilities. No, she is an exclusive journalist for Stark Industries. The military has no authority to command her. With a raised eyebrow, Tony shook his head, concocting a position on the spot, as he did not wish for his savior to be subjected to experimentation like a lab rat. "Are you certain?" Shouldn't she be your bodyguard? Having assumed the guise of a journalist to infiltrate the desert in order to rescue you? Rhodey gazed intently at his old friend, offering a solemn reminder. Ah yes, precisely. Eliminating terrorists is not a crime. Neither the government nor the military has jurisdiction over my employees. Tony nodded, quick to respond, affirming, you are absolutely correct. That is exactly what I believe. All right, Tony, I can assist you in safeguarding against the military, but as for the other departments, you know it's not that easy to deceive them, Rhodey cautioned in a lowered voice. Just let them come to me when the time comes. Now, immediately. Arrange for them to be taken to the best hospital for treatment, ensuring there are no affiliations involved. Understood? Tony flashed a defiant grin, thumping his chest as he declared. In the splendid nation of capitalism, the words of the affluent sometimes hold more weight than the president's. Conveniently, I happen to be one of those affluent individuals, and indeed, one of the foremost in the nation. Oh, and while you're at it, please arrange for my treatment as well. Procure a rather attractive doctor. As you wish, Rhodey replied, somewhat helpless in the face of his old friend's whims. Don't tell Pepper. Meanwhile, within the office of the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Nick Fury sat in a plush chair, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the documents in hand. Red beams, supersonic flight, a formidable physique capable of withstanding heavy artillery. Really? Are we certain this isn't some cosmic jest? Phil Coulson stood respectfully before the desk, a faint smile gracing his features. Director, we have access to surveillance satellites. The imagery is exceedingly clear. Aside from lacking the iconic blue spandex and red cape, our female journalist exhibits capabilities nearly akin to those of a comic book superhero. Goodness gracious, she can effortlessly shift tectonic plates, tether the earth with a damned chain, and extinguish the sun with a mere breath? Nick Fury exclaimed. His expression one of utter astonishment, mouth agape. Who has read a Superman comic? The thought of such exaggerated superpowers manifesting in reality sends shivers down one's spine, inciting an impulse to immediately press the beeper. You refer to the Silver Age Superman, based on the video footage. This super lady's abilities likely do not reach that level of exaggeration, Agent Coulson analyzed with earnestness, noting his enthusiasm as both a fan of Captain America and Superman. Thrilled by the emergence of such a being on Earth. What are we waiting for? You are fully authorized to handle this. Seize an opportunity to make contact. Nick Fury decisively declared. S-H-I-E-L-D seeks fresh talent, craving an influx of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, which would bring immeasurable advantages to its long-standing Avengers initiative. It is paramount to recruit the finest, yet even those who cannot be swayed must be kept under strict control. The emergence of a terrorist possessing superhuman powers on Earth is a scenario he wishes to avoid at all costs. The memories of the Skrull and Kree incidents from over a decade ago remain vivid, and the threat posed by extraterrestrial civilizations is ever present. He does not wish to live in perpetual anxiety, nor endure another bout of helplessness. Earth requires its own protective force. As you wish, Director. Agent Coulson replied with a smile. I will handle the chaotic matters concerning that female journalist and ensure that the military and government overreach are firmly pushed back. Understood? Nick Fury reiterated, emphasizing that the interest in superpowered individuals extends beyond just S-H-I-E-L-D. Rest assured, our people are already mobilized. Coulson assured with a nod. 3 days later, within Stark Industries' exclusive private medical facility, in the intensive care unit, Lu Yunming gradually opened her eyes, acutely aware of her deteriorating condition, experiencing an indescribable anguish. Her body had undergone genetic mutations due to unilaterally introduced cosmic rays, keeping her cells in a state of extreme hyperactivity. Upon awakening from cryostasis, the genetic alterations and her physical acceptance had yet to reach equilibrium. The reckless use of her powers triggered her body's self-preservation mechanism, plunging her into a deep coma during flight, only awakening gradually once compatibility was thoroughly restored. At this stage, what she required was rest, allowing her body to recuperate. Lu Yunming silently commanded, bring up the system panel. Name, Lu Yunming. Energy level, surface level, status, weak, gender, female, reference template, patriot. Similarity 100, source of abilities, genetic mutation induced by cosmic rays, super strength, maximum muscle power, 350 tons, super speed, maximum land speed, 13 Mach. For 1,420 meters second, super defense, can withstand most conventional weapons, but not nuclear explosions. Super healing, cell activity is 10,000 times that of an ordinary human. Capable of absorbing energy for rapid recovery, but cannot regenerate lost limbs. Flight, 35 Mach, 12,000 meters second. Laser vision for 1,000. X-ray vision can penetrate human bodies, metallic materials, and reinforced concrete structures, but cannot penetrate special metals such as zinc. Super hearing, able to capture all sounds within a 5-kilometer radius. Liu Yunming surveyed the capabilities listed on the template and felt somewhat satisfied. Although similar to the Patriot, there were distinct differences. For instance, the Patriot's energy stemmed from a unique compound V, while her powers genuinely originated from genetic mutations caused by cosmic rays. The fundamental abilities were akin, except she possessed super healing and energy absorption. It is noteworthy that in the boys, the Patriot's formidable physique rendered him nearly impervious to injury, thus his cells had not evolved super healing, as it was unnecessary. Liu Yuming pouted in disappointment, lamenting that she could not absorb strength from sunlight. She has come to terms with her reincarnation as a woman, unable to resist. She chooses acceptance. Having become thoroughly disillusioned with romance, she declares that it matters not whether it is a man or a woman. Ding. The obsession of her former self has been fulfilled, and the genetic mutation has been perfected. The system will not issue tasks. The path to strength must be discovered by the host herself. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind, providing a notification. This world is replete with unfathomable mysteries the host may explore at her discretion. The system retains only the data panel, and its consciousness will depart entirely. The host is advised to proceed wisely. What? Wait. Liu Yunming was startled, her lips twitching as she blurted out. Goodness. Why allow me to be reborn with no purpose, no tasks, relying solely on myself? Yet, no matter how she called out, there was no response from the system. Only the frigid data remained. Fine, you're impressive. Liu Yunming sighed, resigned to the notion of self-exploration. After all, who isn't capable of adventure? Following the system's guidance, she surmised that once her body had fully recovered, employing her abilities would not lead to the disorienting states she had previously experienced. Fortunately, her physique was remarkably resilient. Even a fall from several hundred meters would leave her unscathed, though it was a different story for Tony and Ethan, by the way. How are those two? Supergirl. Are you awake? Oh, thank heavens. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from beside her, and she turned to see Tony, his injured arm in a sling, exuberantly striding into the hospital room. Chapter 6. Be My Bodyguard. Upon his return to Los Angeles, Tony Stark convened a press conference at the headquarters of Stark Industries. He announced the closure of the weapons division, declaring that the company would no longer manufacture lethal weaponry. The harrowing experience of being kidnapped had profoundly affected him. Witnessing terrorists wielding Stark Industries creations ignited an urgent desire within him to put an end to such production. The original intent behind weapon manufacturing was to safeguard the nation from the ravages of war and to earn the right to enjoy peace, not to perpetrate violence, which was contrary to his principles. Consequently, Tony resolved to entirely suspend the supply of weapons, a decision that sent shockwaves through society. In the wake of his return as CEO, Stark Industries stock experienced a dramatic surge, only to plunge once again following the announcement. The media's derision, the citizen skepticism, the investors' ire, and the shareholders' outrage did not faze Tony in the least. He remained resolute, indifferent to the opinions of others. In an effort to dissuade him, fellow major shareholder Obadiah Stane paid him a visit, articulating the harsh realities of closing the weapons production division, which would lead to the loss of the company's most lucrative revenue stream. Tony dismissed his concerns with a gesture towards the arc reactor in his chest, asserting that he would henceforth focus on researching renewable energy for the benefit of all humanity. After days of being hounded by reporters, he visited the hospital to see his savior, Dr. Ethan. Having undergone surgery, Dr. Ethan was now in recovery, with only the comatose superheroine remaining. The doctor remarked on her extraordinary physical condition, noting the difficulty in administering intravenous nutrition due to her robust physique. Tony pulled up a chair and sat casually, quipping darkly that all tests were normal, yet she remained unresponsive. He mused about replacing the Mongolian doctors with a new team, asking if there were any edible options available. Liu Yumei gazed thoughtfully at the familiar face and directly inquired, "You're not planning to use a chainsaw on me, are you? No wonder the taste in my mouth is peculiar. It must be the rubber tube delivering the nutrients. That sustenance could only sustain basic bodily functions. And the immense energy expenditure from her awakening left her ravenous. She could devour an entire cow. Oh heavens, how could I have overlooked this? We can't let the superheroine go hungry," Tony exclaimed, smacking his forehead in regret. "Can you manage a cheeseburger? I mean, does your stomach require something gentle, like liquid food? Is there any Lanzhou beef noodle soup? Barbecue works too." Liu Yumei tilted her head, curious. To be honest, her physique was accustomed to Western cuisine, yet her soul yearned for the flavors of her homeland. "Oh, come on. You simply must try my favorite dish, the sublime cheeseburger from my happy days." Tony winked as he recommended. "I know you have Eastern heritage, but there is no authentic Lanzhou ramen in Los Angeles. You'll have to adapt to your surroundings." "Sure. There might be some, but it's definitely not genuine. And the Greek barbecue here is likely quite different from Eastern barbecue. If you catch my drift, it can be quite challenging to swallow." Liu Yumei chuckled at Tony's lengthy monologue. Her spirits lifted. "Hey, it's settled then," said Happy, ordering 10 combo meals without giving Tony a chance to decline. An hour later, After a hearty feast, Lu Yunming, Tony, and Happy had collectively devoured 50 cheeseburger combos. Remarkably, Lu Yunming alone consumed 45 cheeseburgers and a plethora of cola, leaving Tony and Happy in sheer disbelief. Especially Happy, who assumed the stunning woman, more beautiful than any cover girl from Time magazine, must be a romantic interest brought in by the boss. However, reality proved his assumptions to be superficial. With such an elephantine appetite, she could hardly be considered a typical woman. The details surrounding Lu Yunming were known only to Tony, the military, and relevant departments. Even Pepper, his most trusted confidant, remained in the dark, let alone Happy. Satisfied, Lu Yunming patted her belly, caressing the defined abdominal muscles beneath her patient gown. Despite her extravagant consumption, there was no sign of distension. The texture felt quite pleasing. Genetic mutation had rendered her already exquisite figure extraordinarily fit, curvaceous, and with minimal excess fat. Having filled her stomach, she was astonished by her rapid metabolism, feeling her strength progressively returning. "Miss, I must say, your appetite is quite intimidating. I feel as though you could devour a person whole," Tony jested, wiping his mouth. The last time he encountered such an insatiable appetite was at an eating contest, where a 300-pound contestant devoured over 50 hot dogs, yet that paled in comparison to Lu Yunming's 45 burger combos. Lu Yunming merely smiled, choosing silence as she continued to explore her awakened superpowers, sensing the immense energy coursing through her body. "What are your plans next? Will you continue as a freelance journalist or pursue something else?" Tony inquired casually. "I haven't decided yet. Perhaps I'll just wander around," Lu Yunming replied lightly. In truth, having acquired the abilities of her ancestors, she yearned to venture into outer space. Humanity has long coveted the profound mysteries of the cosmos, and she was no exception. Moreover, she was curious to ascertain whether she could indeed absorb sunlight for enhancement. Her determination remained unshaken. Theoretically, a physique akin to her ancestral kin could withstand the rigors of space travel, although lacking the protective biological stance of a superhuman. Her exceptional genetics might allow her to survive in a vacuum, albeit the duration of such survival was uncertain. Additionally, Lu Yunming's maximum flight speed could reach Mach 35, surpassing the second cosmic velocity, thus enabling her to escape Earth's gravitational pull and transcend planetary orbits. "I don't like beating around the bush. How about you stay at Stark Industries and become my bodyguard?" Tony stated candidly, revealing his intentions. Having witnessed Lu Yunming's extraordinary capabilities, he felt an insatiable desire for her strength. Coupled with the unauthorized sale of Stark weapons to terrorists and the incidents of attacks and kidnappings, Tony grew increasingly vigilant, recognizing the necessity for formidable protective forces. The Iron Man suit was already on the research agenda, yet it was insufficient. Moreover, Tony, through JARVIS, had scrutinized Lu Yunming's background and found that this mixed-blood superheroine had no record of misconduct. At the age of 24, unmarried, she holds a doctorate in journalism from Brown University. A genius in her own right. Discontented with the petty tyrannies of her superior at the New York Times, she resigned to become a freelance journalist. With fervent zeal, she aids the afflicted in war-torn regions and actively participates in philanthropic activities, traversing the globe to report on various injustices. Fearless in her pursuit of justice, she embodies the principles she holds dear, resolutely determined to retain this noble reporter. As for the military's watchful gaze, she hardly gave it a thought. Little did Tony know that this virtuous journalist had long since perished, her essence replaced by a soul from another realm, Blue Star. Before dismissing the offer, one must consider the irresistible terms proffered by Stark, an annual salary of $50 million. Tony clapped his hands, grinning broadly. "The corporation has a public relations department. You can pursue your passions. The job is remarkably flexible, with no constraints. Just make an appearance at the news department each month, and you are free to do as you please, as long as you can preserve my life during your leisure time. There's just one prerequisite. You must possess superhuman hearing to know when I am in peril." "What do you say? A superhero at a newspaper? Does that not align perfectly with your character?" His disposition was unpredictable, leaving others guessing his next utterance. Yet his intentions were crystal clear. He sought a bodyguard with extraordinary abilities. He was genuinely intrigued by this female superhero's powers and wished to study them without infringing upon her personal autonomy. "Is it a deal?" Tony asked earnestly, extending his hand, confident that only a fool would reject such an exceptional opportunity. "It is a deal," Lu Yunming smiled, her lips curling upward as she gradually sat up, rose from the bed, and clasped his hand. As a billionaire, Tony's security detail was already formidable. She merely needed to fulfill her duties and confront dangers that ordinary individuals could not withstand, at least within her hazy recollections. The might of her homeland's people suggested that the early Marvel universe posed little threat. She contemplated how to grow stronger and explore this new world, recognizing that time would be essential for her research. Besides yearning to journey into outer space, she also wished to visit Huagua, her soul homeland. Despite the differences in their respective worlds, the matter of employment seemed trivial. Liu Yuming had once inquired of the system why she had lost memories of the Marvel film narrative, to which the system replied that her soul had been damaged during the crossing. With the passage of time, her soul's wounds would gradually heal, and her memories would be restored. How wonderful this is. Liu, may I call you that? I can only say you have made a wise decision, Tony exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Hiring a female superhero as a bodyguard for $50 million a year was undoubtedly a bargain. You won't spend a single cent unwisely, boss, Liu Yunming remarked with a smile. Rest well, you will officially commence work in a week. With that, Tony turned and exited the hospital room. In the corridor, Happy, who had been following behind, could no longer contain himself and hesitantly spoke up. Hey, Tony, if you've hired this beautiful lady as your personal bodyguard, what will I do? I find your decision rather hasty. She does not appear formidable. To be a bodyguard, one should at least possess a more robust physique, don't you think? In Happy's perspective, this unidentified woman has usurped his position, and it seems to him merely a tactic employed by the boss to court women. Observing her appearance, this young lady is undeniably attractive. She may have practiced martial arts or some form of exercise, but that is the extent of it. He doubts her capability to fulfill the role of a bodyguard. If the intent is to pursue women, she should be relegated to the public relations department. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Happy, from this moment forth, you are promoted to the security director of Stark Industries, Tony said with a smile, patting Happy on the shoulder. First and foremost, I am not speaking out of turn. She is not weak. In fact, she far exceeds your expectations. Secondly, you need not worry about the decisions I make. He thought to himself, if you had witnessed how she utilized her thermal vision to reduce those terrorists to mere fragments, you would not hold such opinions. Very well. You are the boss. Your word is final, Happy replied with a resigned gesture, yet in his heart, he remained skeptical, viewing this as merely a new approach by his boss to attract women. Regardless, he had received a promotion, so why concern himself with trivial matters? However, just after the two departed, a sophisticated beauty with golden hair, clad in professional attire and high heels, entered the hospital room, clutching a stack of documents. Miss Liu, I am Pepper Potts, and I would like to discuss something with you. Chapter 7: The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Liu Yunming gently lifted her gaze. Having already noticed that Pepper Potts had been lingering in the hospital corridor for quite some time, deliberately waiting for Tony and Happy to depart before entering. Nicknamed Pepper, she is Tony Stark's personal assistant and the most trusted woman in his life. Beautiful and poised, she is astute and capable, managing all affairs for Tony, making her the closest person to the billionaire. Hello. Liu Yunming greeted her with a friendly smile and a nod. She held a favorable impression of Pepper, for in the original narrative, Pepper is a character worthy of admiration. With a complex expression, Pepper regarded the exquisite young woman before her, who was even more beautiful than herself. She thought that her boss's taste this time was indeed commendable, certainly far superior to the various cover girls she had previously dismissed. Nevertheless, she still disapproved of Tony's habit of bringing attractive women around, especially under the guise of a serious role like a personal bodyguard. It was simply baffling. Miss Liu Yun, I apologize for intruding upon your rest. I hope my forthcoming words do not come across as too abrupt. Pepper spoke with warmth and sincerity, exuding refinement. Having approached without her boss's knowledge, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Go ahead, Liu Yunming arched an eyebrow, casually leaning against the hospital bed frame, responding softly. Although she did not possess superhuman psychological insight, she could surmise Pepper's intentions. I hope you will decline Tony's offer, Pepper stated directly, getting straight to the point. And the reason? A glimmer flickered in Liu Yunming's emerald eyes as she asked with a hint of a smile. I believe you lack the qualifications to serve as a bodyguard. I cannot entrust Tony's safety to a freelance journalist. Pepper's tone was serious. While her words might not be pleasant, they were undeniably grounded in truth. Since becoming Tony's personal secretary, Pepper had managed his life and work affairs without interfering in his personal arrangements. However, this situation was different. Tony had just endured a kidnapping by terrorists and had been missing for 3 whole months, with danger lurking everywhere. Consequently, Pepper had already contacted a professional security firm to provide comprehensive protection for Tony. She had specifically researched Liu Yunming's background and discovered that the young woman possessed no professional bodyguard skills, not even the basic combat techniques. The so-called personal bodyguard appeared to be merely an excuse concocted by Tony to mask some ulterior motive. Pepper felt that Tony's decision this time was recklessly hasty. And out of a sense of responsibility, she resolved to address the issue personally. Well, I must say, your eyes are quite beautiful, Liu Yunming remarked earnestly, fixing her gaze on Pepper and pausing momentarily before speaking. Huh? Pepper was momentarily taken aback, thinking, I am discussing serious matters with you, and suddenly you compliment me? Lu Yunming smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. She genuinely found Pepper to be very attractive, particularly her eyes, which radiated wisdom and determination. All right then. I shall refrain from saying more. I merely offer a suggestion. The final decision rests with the boss. Pepper shook her head, filled with regret over her impulsive behavior. Such matters could have been resolved through alternative means, and there was no necessity to confront the individual directly. Confrontation was not her style. Perhaps the immense pressure from Lu Yunming played a significant role, or perhaps other factors contributed. In any case, she had acted on a whim and rushed over. With a resigned sigh, Pepper turned to leave the hospital room. Before exiting, she glanced back and reminded, I hope you fulfill your responsibilities well. Lu Yunming nodded in understanding. In Tony's life, Pepper held an irreplaceable position. She was the sole person who cared genuinely for Tony's well-being, indifferent to fame and status. Lu Yunming did not take issue with this. Rather, she admired Pepper's candor and sense of duty. More importantly, Lu Yunming remained oblivious to the profound impact her appearance had on others. Retaining a masculine perspective, she simply felt that her former profession was inadequate for the role of a bodyguard. However, following the integration of superhuman genes, the circumstances had transformed entirely. Given the capabilities displayed by her homeland, her protective abilities far surpassed any surveillance system or elite military force. 5 days later, Lu Yunming made a full recovery and was officially discharged. Tony personally drove to pick her up and thoughtfully arranged for her to reside in a luxurious mansion near Malibu Beach. Surprisingly, this opulent abode was merely a few kilometers from Tony's own villa, purchased shortly after his return from Afghanistan. During Lu Yunming's 10-day hospitalization, Tony had commissioned a construction team to undertake a comprehensive renovation of the mansion. Consequently, a lavish residence worth tens of millions of dollars unfolded before Lu Yunming's eyes. The circular, cloud-shaped roof was adorned with wave-patterned tiles. Open floor-to-ceiling glass windows faced the sea, while the first floor boasted a spacious living room exceeding 400 square meters, complete with a modern kitchen. The second floor comprised 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and an outdoor balcony. The basement, nestled between the mountainside, offered vast space, including 2 open bedrooms topped with exceptionally visible azure-tempered glass. Amenities such as a gym, swimming pool, studio, and private beach were all present, exuding unparalleled luxury. The only aspect that made Lu Yunming feel somewhat awkward was the use of pink wallpaper on the walls. She was no young girl, and residing alone in such an extravagant space felt excessive. Initially, she had intended to rent an apartment in the city, as her $20 million reward ensured a worry-free life. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable for a personal bodyguard to live nearby. What do you think? Do you like it? I specifically requested the designer to incorporate Eastern elements, and it took quite some effort, Tony boasted proudly. Could I possibly say otherwise? I appreciate the generous gesture, and I am quite satisfied, Lu Yunming replied with a smile, standing in the sunlight, dressed in a casual shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Her golden brown curls framed her face, enhanced by a pair of black sunglasses, exuding an air of elegance. Her stunning beauty shimmered in the sunlight, leaving Happy beside her utterly astonished. Hey, no need to be modest, just ensure you safeguard my life, she quipped. With a grand gesture, Tony displayed an air of nonchalance, his tone infused with a sense of bravado. To him, money was merely a figure, best spent in worthy pursuits. By the way, you truly possess superhuman sight and hearing. Do you not? Tony inquired, leaning closer and lowering his voice, his expression playful. Indeed, I can cover everything within a 5-kilometer radius, Lu Yunming affirmed, unabashedly revealing her abilities. Standing 3 kilometers away, she could clearly observe every detail within Tony's villa, including the vehicles in the basement and the scattered armor components on the workbench. As long as she remained within her range, she could rush to the scene in an instant should anything happen to Tony. That is splendid. However, I must remind you not to spy on me while I bathe. I would appreciate a modicum of privacy, Tony chuckled, half-jokingly. Lu Yunming raised an eyebrow, scoffing at the notion. What was there to see while a man bathed? If she were to watch, it would be Pepper instead. By the way, I have prepared a means of transportation for you. I hope you find it to your liking. How do you find the treatment at Stark Industries? Such remuneration and benefits are hard to come by elsewhere. Tony approached the villa's garage, pressed a button on the controller, and the folding door rose slowly to reveal a red Lamborghini sports car. While Lu Yunming was not well versed in luxury automobiles, she could discern that this vehicle was of significant value. Boss specifically ordered this from Lamborghini headquarters. It's a limited edition, with only 10 in the world. Happy whispered beside her. Lu Yunming silently mused, as expected of Tony Stark, truly extravagant. The world of the wealthy is something I scarcely comprehend. If it were up to me, I would choose to soar into the skies. However, considering your capabilities, let this car serve as mere ornamentation. Tony handed her the car keys, teasingly remarking. After concluding the festivities at the new residence, Tony and Happy departed the mansion, one returning home to continue his research on the Iron Man suit. the other heading back to the office. Lian Ming, too, kept herself occupied, first wandering about to experience the lifestyle of the affluent. Her previous 9-to-5 existence had left her curious about the lives of the wealthy, and she now finally had the opportunity to immerse herself in it. After familiarizing herself with her surroundings, she began to prepare for her journey into space. Ordinary clothing would not withstand the friction generated by high-speed flight, as the intense heat would incinerate it in an instant. Even the thickest garments would leave her exposed before she could escape Earth's orbit. Therefore, she requested a custom suit from Tony, crafted from tempered fibers and heat-resistant metals. To be frank, the suit appeared somewhat cumbersome, making her resemble a large dumpling. Yet it was highly functional. Lian Ming had previously tested it with thermal vision and discovered it could endure temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees for a brief period, far superior to standard heat-resistant attire available on the market. The temperature generated by atmospheric friction could soar into the thousands. And while the suit could only withstand it for a limited time, it sufficed for her needs. After all, her speed was sufficient to compensate for this shortcoming. The preparations were not overly complex, primarily relying on her formidable physique. Lian Ming resolved to attempt her ascent into space today. As she was engrossed in her research on donning heat-resistant attire, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Liu Ming, employing her extraordinary ability to see through walls, discerned a familiar yet strange, uninvited guest standing outside. Rising from her seat, she approached the door and swung it open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. His hairline slightly receded, adorned with a characteristic smile. "Good day, Miss Liu," he greeted, introducing himself as Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. While presenting a card embossed in black and gold, Liu Yunming glanced at the card, noting the letters S, H, I, E, L, D engraved upon it, and casually accepted it. "What brings you here?" she inquired, having a degree of familiarity with S, H, I, E, L, D. This organization was originally established to address various extraordinary incidents, currently led by the infamous One-Eyed Director. Unlike typical government entities, S, H, I, E, L, D operates under the aegis of the International Security Council, overseen by multiple national governments. However, since the conclusion of World War II, S, H, I, E, L, D had been infiltrated by Hydra to such an extent that its integrity was severely compromised, with scarcely any agents remaining untainted, earning it the derisive moniker Hydra Shield. Fragments of these memories flitted through Liu Yunming's mind, yet she remained oblivious to the identities of Hydra members within S, H, I, E, L, D. Consequently, her sentiments toward the organization were far from favorable. It appeared to her a self-important collective, aspiring to exert control over global and even cosmic security, yet lacking in any genuine capability, akin to a group of inept individuals indulging in frivolous pursuits. Chapter 8. A warning. The origins of S, H, I, E, L, D are deeply rooted in history, tracing back to ancient Egypt thousands of years ago. In those times, a great hero led humanity in successfully repelling an alien invasion by the insectoid race. His shield became a symbol, establishing a clandestine organization known as the Brotherhood of the Shield, dedicated to safeguarding against significant threats. Throughout the ages, its members have included illustrious figures such as Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, and Isaac Newton. Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, was also among them. The modern incarnation of S, H, I, E, L, D arose in the aftermath of World War II, resembling official military and intelligence organizations like the FBI and CIA. Its powers are concentrated and focused, possessing confidential information from around the globe, particularly concerning supernatural events. Our engagement with you primarily pertains to your utilization of supernatural abilities in the Afghan region. Agent Coulson maintained a smile, politely beginning the conversation. Miss Liu Yuming instantly understood. In truth, after their escape from the desert, she had overheard the clandestine dialogue between Tony and Rhodes, realizing that it was the body, not the mind, that had entered a deep slumber. During her recovery in the hospital, her enhanced hearing had inadvertently allowed her to gather a wealth of information. Given that the government and military had already taken note of her existence, she was not surprised that S, H, I, E, L, D could access related information and data. After all, this extraordinary organization S intelligence spans the globe. Miss Liu Yunming, I know this may seem abrupt, but S, H, I, E, L, D is tasked with addressing various supernatural phenomena, and this is our duty. We have reviewed your files and records, and I must say, they appear remarkably clean. Personally, I hold great admiration for your actions and courage. I also extend my apologies for your experiences in Afghanistan. This was our oversight. Coulson spoke slowly, his gaze inadvertently scrutinizing the stunning woman before him, feeling considerable pressure. He dared not underestimate someone who had risen from the dead to effortlessly dispatch over 200 terrorists, even if she was a young and beautiful girl. After obtaining authorization for the data, he worked overnight with the intelligence department and analysis team to verify the authenticity of the surveillance satellite footage. Furthermore, according to director Nick Fury, as long as Liu Yuming does not transform into a terrorist due to her extraordinary abilities, the terms are negotiable. Agent Phil Coulson is exceedingly courteous, his words flowing like a gentle spring breeze, or at least that is how Liu Yuming perceives it. He is neither aggressive nor enigmatic, creating a comfortable atmosphere with his eloquence, a reflection of his composed demeanor, marked by humility and calmness. It's all right. I have moved beyond it. I have cleansed the shame with the filthy blood of those terrorists. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Liu Yuming's eyes, exuding an air of danger and depression. Before she shook her head with a faint smile and spoke plainly. She is not the original self. Although somewhat influenced by residual memories, she harbors no resentment. The extermination of terrorists is not born out of rage. Miss Liu, I completely understand your actions. A world with fewer terrorists would undoubtedly be a better place. I am not here to assign blame, but rather to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an official agent. Coulson felt a momentary chill run down his spine, yet he maintained his composure and candidly stated the purpose of his visit. In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not overlook her as an individual with extraordinary powers. I believe you should discuss this matter directly with my employer, Tony Stark. As I am currently in his employ, Liu Yuming replied, spreading her hands with a meaningful expression. Tony is an admirable employer, wealthy and endowed with extraordinary abilities. He can go wherever he pleases. If possible, she would rather avoid the scrutiny of S.H.I.E.L.D., rife with Hydra influences, as mere surveillance would be trivial in comparison to the myriad troubles that would inevitably follow. You may not be aware, but there are numerous supernatural beings in this world. Not just yourself. To prevent unnecessary disturbances and avert public panic, S.H.I.E.L.D. will guide and regulate all individuals with supernatural abilities to a certain extent. Agent Coulson paused before continuing. The role of a personal bodyguard is merely a pretext. For someone of your caliber, genuine offers for such positions would be fiercely contested worldwide. S.H.I.E.L.D. has conducted inquiries, and while a salary of $50 million annually is substantial, it is certainly not the ceiling. After all, there are plenty of affluent individuals, capitalists, and state officials. Money is merely a means to fulfill material needs, far less important than one's life. If given the choice, he would prefer to understand the future plans and arrangements of this extraordinary woman. Of course, we do not wish to impinge upon your personal freedoms. Rather, we hope you can cooperate with us on some preliminary work. Miss Liu, if you have no intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., I propose we discuss the matter of capability testing. We need to ascertain your ability data for our records. Agent Coulson's demeanor was sincere. He did not expect to win her over on their first encounter, as good things often require perseverance. By the way, do you have satellites capable of monitoring this area? Liu Yuming remained silent for a moment, gazing up at the sky. Instead of providing a direct answer, she posed an intriguing question. S.H.I.E.L.D. has access to certain satellites. If you require assistance, we can discuss it further. Coulson was perplexed by the other party's meaning, but responded truthfully. Within the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., nearly all satellites could be mobilized, including infiltrating some private satellite systems. You can now access the satellites to monitor this location. Liu Yuming turned and returned to her room, methodically changing into a heat-resistant suit. I do not comprehend your intent, Miss Liu. Could you clarify your words? Coulson inquired, shaking his head in confusion. Although uncertain of the other party's motives, he relayed her conditions to Nick Fury via his earpiece. Do you not wish to witness my capabilities? A confined space is not suitable for testing. Liu Yuming stated with an air of nonchalance as she surveyed her surroundings. After donning the specially designed heat-resistant suit, which made her appear somewhat portly, she proceeded to an open area in front of the villa, kneeling on one knee, her waist bent, and her fist resting against the hard concrete ground. Coulson, bewildered, synchronized the imagery with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s systems. However, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. Liu Yuming took a deep breath, channeling energy within her, sensing the invisible forces continuously exerting pressure upon her form, as the earth began to tremble slightly. Fragments of stone and decorative sculptures began to float uncontrollably, as if influenced by some unseen, intangible energy. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the ground cracked open under the tremendous force, and Liu Yuming's figure soared skyward. Dust billowed, and the powerful shockwave directly toppled Coulson, sending him rolling on the ground in utter disarray. Liu Yuming smirked. Since you are so eager to know, let me show you plenty. Live broadcast. Meanwhile, Far away in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at the Triskelion, Nick Fury abruptly stood up in his office, unable to suppress an expletive. What was he witnessing? An individual taking off from the ground without any equipment. Moreover, she was accelerating rapidly. The speedometer on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system indicated that this female superhero's velocity had surpassed Mach 10 and continued to increase. Was this still a human being? Despite his prior preparations, Nick Fury was nonetheless astonished by the sight of such a superhuman flying ability. Agent Hill, mobilize all surveillance satellites in the area. I want comprehensive observational access. Nick Fury commanded, his gaze fixed on the luminous figures on the computer screen. Understood, Director. I have activated permissions for 6 monitoring satellites to provide signal coverage over the region. The efficient female agent promptly replied, beginning to review S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system data. What does the analysis team say? Can they estimate the target's upper limit of capability? Nick Fury bit his finger, inquiring once more. The target is still accelerating. They indicate that it will take time, Agent Hill responded solemnly, observing the fluctuating values. In a luxurious underground studio at a Malibu seaside villa, Tony was busy tinkering with components of his armor. The one Malawian Kwacha armor is remarkably crude, a consequence of the pressing timeline and the dire environment, leaving its functionality at a rudimentary stage. Now, he seeks to infuse his innovative ideas into the creation of a new suit of iron armor, following a harrowing kidnapping incident. Tony is engulfed in distrust towards those around him, coupled with a profound sense of insecurity. He must don the iron suit to quell the turmoil within his heart. During this period, he has been immersed in contemplation, spending most of his time at home, expending considerable energy, aside from driving Lu Yuming to her new residence. Sir, I believe you should take a look at this. The voice of his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, suddenly interjected. Jarvis, I have reiterated countless times not to disturb me during my meditation. Nothing is more important than designing the armor right now, understood? Tony replied with an exasperated eye roll. I apologized, sir, but I believe you would find the matter concerning Miss Lu Yuming quite intriguing, Jarvis continued. Chapter 9. Highest security level. Tony was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand to bring up the projection video, his eyes widening in astonishment. The satellite footage from Stark's surveillance displayed a figure clad in a bulky heat-resistant suit ascending directly upward, having already breached the stratosphere. My God, what is she doing? Is she trying to reach the heavens? Tony's jaw dropped in shock. This specialized heat-resistant suit was crafted by his weapons research department, and he had been entirely unaware of Lu Yunming's intentions until now. In truth, Miss Lu Yunming had already ascended, achieving a velocity of 30 Mach. Escaping Earth's gravitational pull and nearing the second cosmic velocity, Jarvis explained earnestly. Is she not concerned about the lack of oxygen? Or does her body possess the resilience to withstand the vacuum of space? Tony inquired uncertainly. Previously, had anyone told him that a human could traverse space solely through physical means, he would have scoffed. Yet now, the evidence was undeniable, compelling belief. Based on Miss Lu Yunming's resilience against heavy firepower during her time in Afghanistan, I deduced that she must possess robust cellular vitality and a formidable genetic structure. Perhaps her genetic mutation has rendered her oxygen needs unlike those of an ordinary human, Jarvis analyzed based on existing data. Damn, this is astonishing. Oh, I mean, incredibly enviable. Jarvis, we must expedite the development of 2 Malawian Kwachas. I too wish to experience the sensation of soaring freely. Tony declared fervently, clenching his fist with earnestness. One can never escape the dream of flight, can they? Sir, I believe the current materials and designs are insufficient for 2 Malawian Kwachas to possess the capability of space travel. Jarvis cautioned. Then let us endow it with such abilities. I am the engineer. My word is final. Tony asserted resolutely. Lu Yunming, her expression impassive, tilted her head as she ascended rapidly, an invisible energy enveloping her form to create a thin membrane. Unlike the biological stance of Superman, this energy membrane functioned more like a second skin, minimizing friction as it propelled her body through the clouds, confined to her own range. After several sonic booms, the cities below diminished in size, eventually leaving only the flickering lights of countless homes, reminiscent of stars. The air thinned considerably, yet she felt no discomfort, as though she were simply walking along a road. Soon, she achieved her goal, completely breaking free from Earth's gravitational pull and entering the orbital expanse of space. How to describe it? A vast, dark expanse, slightly chilly, yet it did not hinder her bodily functions. In the oxygen-deprived environment, her cells began to autonomously divide and multiply, producing the oxygen required for her body, rendering breathing unnecessary. After a brief assessment, it seemed she could endure several days in space, albeit at a rapid rate of energy depletion. Lu Yunming straightened her posture, facing the unfiltered sunlight of space, and discovered that the energy within her body indeed began to increase. In a state of stillness, energy expenditure and replenishment nearly balance each other. However, once in motion, the rate of regeneration fails to keep pace with consumption. Interstellar travel across vast distances proves to be a formidable challenge, yet appreciating the resplendent vistas of Earth poses little difficulty. After all, she is not a genuine superhero. The journey to attain the indomitable strength of steel is still a long and arduous path ahead. Li Yunming soon found herself in Earth's orbit, where she spotted a satellite emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia. With a playful spirit, she approached the camera and cheekily flashed a peace sign. Subsequently, she encountered several other nation space stations, including one bearing the emblem of a red five-pointed star. Theoretically, the vacuum of space offers no friction, allowing her to accelerate to her heart's content. Yet, in reality, her physique could not endure the immense velocities that surpass her physical limitations. The moon seemed a distant dream. Situated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, even at a maximum speed of 35 Mach, it would take several hours to reach, an endeavor far too exhausting. Feeling a touch of ennui, she decided to soar back toward Earth. The heat-resistant suit crafted from special materials had become tattered and worn. A few more encounters would render it utterly useless, necessitating the use of more robust materials. This dilemma would require the intervention of her employer, and she found herself envious of Superman's form-fitting attire, which not only boasted formidable defense, but also possessed self-regenerative properties. Before long, Li Yunming descended from the heavens, her attire in tatters, landing gracefully before her villa in Los Angeles. Coulson, witnessing the stunning woman touch down effortlessly, found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Nick Fury rubbed his temples, plagued by a headache. Observing the alarming speed displayed in the data and the formidable physique that transcended the vacuum of space, he realized he had miscalculated the strength of this newly emerged superhuman. In contrast, the Hulk seemed far more endearing. At least that green behemoth could not fly. Such velocity rendered any weapon incapable of accurately tracking her, and conventional firearms proved utterly ineffective. Hill, elevate the threat level of this superhuman to the highest degree and retain the option to deploy nuclear weaponry. Fury finally declared after a prolonged silence. Director, I believe we need not escalate to that level. According to the preliminary psychological assessment from the analysis team, this female superhero does not exhibit a destructive personality. At the very least, since acquiring her powers, she has not engaged in any criminal activities and continues to adhere to societal norms, Agent Hill rationally articulated, sensing her superior's overreaction. No, Hill, you do not comprehend. We must be proactive to prevent potential disasters, because if a conflict arises between us, the ramifications for ordinary civilians could be catastrophic, beyond imagination. We currently only understand her flight speed. What about her strength metrics? What is the maximum temperature of her heat vision? And what are the upper limits of her superhuman defenses? These remain unknown to us. The unknown is invariably accompanied by fear, a truth from which no one can escape. Remember, she slaughtered hundreds of terrorists in Afghanistan. I cannot risk her being a latent threat. We must amass sufficient strength to confront impending dangers, Nick Fury stated calmly. He never judged right from wrong based on personal preference, but solely on necessity. Understood, boss, Agent Hill nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, does she have any relatives? Nick Fury inquired with a significant undertone. According to the investigation, Miss Lu Yuming is orphaned, but she has a small land in the Celestial Empire, Agent Hill replied candidly. We must thoroughly investigate this connection through our channels and, if necessary, employ special measures, Nick Fury intoned solemnly, considering all possible adverse outcomes to better prepare for potential crises. Director, our authority in the Celestial Empire is limited. As you know, they have the Spear Bureau. Agent Hill hesitated to continue. In this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not the sole power. The enigmatic Eastern nation also possessed its own superhuman organizations. Intervening recklessly in foreign affairs could provoke unnecessary discord. Then notify them and coordinate. Provide them with what they desire. I am confident that effective communication can resolve all conflicts, Nick Fury asserted resolutely. As you command, Director. Agent Hill responded before turning to leave the office. Coulson, relax the conditions, allow for mutual cooperation and assistance, and consider establishing a contractual relationship. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before using the communicator to issue further instructions. Historically, S.H.I.E.L.D. had held a dominant position when dealing with superpowered individuals, but that was contingent upon the specific capabilities of the other party. In the presence of this woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Superman, Nick Fury felt uncertain about managing her without inciting hostility, unless he were to call Carol back. But the woman had not exhibited overt aggression or uncontrollable emotions. Revealing his trump card without caution could backfire and lead to dire consequences. Understood, Director, Coulson replied, nodding at his earpiece, believing his boss's decision to be sound. Lu Yunming paid no mind to Coulson, returning home to change her attire, retrieving some food from the refrigerator, and then reclining on the sofa for a brief slumber. Having traveled through space, her formidable physique still felt fatigue and hunger, indicating considerable consumption of energy. Coulson stood at the villa's entrance from morning until evening, finally witnessing Miss Superman emerge in slippers and a sleep outfit, moving languidly. "Hey there, do you need anything else?" Liu Yiming yawned lazily, fixing her gaze on the man before her. With her superhuman hearing, she had been aware of his presence at the door for quite some time, but had chosen to ignore him. After all, she had already revealed her superpowers and demonstrated a strong inclination for freedom, almost shouting her refusal of any imposed control. Was it not sufficient? "Miss Liu, I apologize. I did not intend to pressure or coerce you. I merely believe that every situation has two sides," Coulson replied, maintaining his smile and exhibiting remarkable patience. Liu Yun closed her eyes briefly before ambling towards the swinging chair on the lawn in front of the villa. With a gentle plop, she sank into the seat, leaning lazily against the backrest and murmuring, "Well, do elaborate." She held a favorable impression of Coulson and was open to hearing his suggestions. "We respect your personal privacy and preferences. If you find the conditions for joining SHIELD unacceptable, would you consider collaborating with us through an employment arrangement?" Coulson cleared his throat and explained earnestly. He resolved to dispense with any circumlocution. While this superwoman did not exhibit a volatile temperament and was indeed communicative, the mere thought of her effortlessly dismembering terrorists into unrecognizable fragments sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to remain entirely alert. Prior to this encounter, SHIELD had meticulously analyzed Liu Yun's character and concluded that she would likely prefer straightforward dialogue. Since the director had agreed to relax the terms, there was no need for him to cling stubbornly to an arbitrary bottom line. Chapter 10. Deterrence. Is it somewhat intriguing? Is it the type of task where one is compensated? Liu Yun inquired with keen interest. Isn't this akin to mercenaries? Indeed. You may perceive it as a non-mandatory employment relationship, Coulson replied with a nod, providing an honest account. Since its inception, SHIELD has been tasked with addressing all supernatural occurrences globally, encompassing superhuman crimes and extraterrestrial assaults. In addition to deploying active agents, SHIELD occasionally offers bounties to private organizations or individuals to ensure the successful completion of missions. Typically, these engagements arise in response to perilous situations that fall within the jurisdiction of SHIELD agents but lack the requisite capability to manage effectively. The International Security Council allocates a specific budget annually for specialized hiring, a tacit understanding among its members. Your freedom remains unencumbered, provided you remain vigilant to SHIELD's dedicated communication lines and mission postings, Coulson continued. Liu Yun toyed with a small ornament on the hanging chair, contemplating that this indeed presents a commendable option. Cloaked in government authority and wielding the official banner, coupled with her own abilities. As long as she poses no threat to humanity at large, she could essentially act without restraint. Becoming a contracted agent for SHIELD would be akin to bearing a badge imprinted with legitimacy. With such a shield in place, any endeavor would be rendered justifiable. Her fragmented memories were hazy. Some figures were distinctly recalled, while others barely left a trace. The Marvel Universe is fraught with peril, teeming with lurking terrors yet unknown. Furthermore, she was not a deranged killer, nor a malevolent overlord. The number of ordinary individuals transcending to superhuman status was scarce, with most merely observing from the shadows. 9 years of compulsory education had instilled in her a moral compass that precluded the wanton destruction of cities or the slaughter of innocents. And she was ill-equipped to confront the world single-handedly. The aspiration to reign supreme, to dominate the realm, was a distant dream, one that necessitated time for exploration and practice. Naturally, the gathering of her capability data and related intelligence was inevitable, yet this did not concern her, even in the absence of a guiding system. With merely a data panel remaining, she remained undeterred. Without system tasks, directives, or rewards, she would still find her path to strength while simultaneously enjoying the wonders of the world. To rely on obsolete data to assess and target her? Dream on. Deal. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun snapped her fingers and chuckled lightly. Splendid. Thank you for your support, Miss Liu, Coulson exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared a lack of understanding. He was all too familiar with Nick Fury, a man marked by suspicion, cunning, and treachery. Should all avenues be blocked? The current director of SHIELD might resort to coercive measures. Provoking him with extreme actions could lead to a senseless confrontation. He certainly did not wish for himself or his colleagues to confront a superwoman capable of traversing the cosmos. Subsequently, Coulson elucidated several relevant regulations to Liu Yun and entrusted her with an encrypted phone, advising her to remain attentive to calls and messages. Before the two could finish their conversation, an R8 sports car sped towards them, elegantly drifting around the corner and coming to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Tony, clad in an expensive suit and polished shoes adorned with gold trim, stepped out of the vehicle. "Hey, what is your agency called again? That ridiculously long and cumbersome name?" Tony quipped, his eyes narrowed as he pointed at Coulson, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Good day, Mr. Stark. I am Agent Phil Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Many have suggested shortening the name, and we are actively considering revisions." Coulson replied with a practiced smile as he introduced himself. "All right, but next time, please refrain from intruding into my private space to disturb my personal security. I am about to invite Miss Supergirl to dinner, so you may take your leave. Uninvited guests are not welcome at this private gathering," Tony retorted with a dismissive expression. His disdain for government agencies evident. Moments earlier, Jarvis had detected a breach in the system, proud as he was. He chose not to mention it and promptly sealed all vulnerabilities. Otherwise, with Jarvis's surveillance capabilities, he would have identified this unwelcome guest long before. "Apologies for the disturbance, Mr. Stark and Miss Lu Yunming. We will be in touch," Coulson said, maintaining his composure and politeness as he nodded to both before turning to leave. Not long after, Lu Yunming received a message on her encrypted phone, her expression darkening. Utilizing her supervision and X-ray abilities, she quickly discerned the presence of 3 fully armed Special Forces units within a 3-kilometer radius of the villa. The intruders were well-trained, maintaining a quiet demeanor as they concealed themselves, gradually encircling the location. Had it not been for Coulson's warning, she might not have noticed them for quite some time. The military. Unlike the uncontrollable activation of her supervision and hearing, Lu Yunming could expertly manage her powers at will. In non-combat situations, she typically opted to remain in a normal state to avoid overwhelming auditory disturbances. Upon returning to the residence, her vigilance diminished significantly, and she did not utilize her abilities to scan her surroundings, leading to the embarrassing oversight of being unaware of the nearby presence. The recent incident of soaring into the heavens had evidently caught the attention of more than just SHIELD, the military and government officials, along with various agencies, had relevant intelligence. After all, it was rather audacious. Comparing peace signs with satellite cameras and greeting astronauts from a certain Bear Country space station had understandably raised alarms. In contrast to SHIELD's measured approach to problem solving, the military adopted a more aggressive stance, dispatching troops to ambush upon merely discovering the address. Even knowing of Lu Yunming's formidable powers, they showed no signs of retreat, a quintessential case of ignoring the courtesy extended to them. Dressed in her pajamas, Lu Yunming slowly levitated, her gaze cold and piercing. Her eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light as 2 searing laser beams shot forth. Observing this, Tony cast a knowing smile in the distance, full of significance. The searing temperature of a staggering 4,000 degrees effortlessly carved deep gorges into the rigid asphalt road. Observing the crimson rays emanating from a distance, the self-proclaimed concealed special forces were momentarily dumbfounded, their minds buzzing in confusion. Lu Yunming employed a laser thermal vision to draw a vast circle around her, effectively isolating 3 special forces teams from her vicinity. The red light precisely grazed the ground less than half a meter before the soldiers' feet, instilling a sense of dread. This was a warning. Any American soldier daring to harbor ill intentions and audaciously stepping into her circle would meet a fate akin to that of the 10 Commandments gang's terrorists. Lu Yunming was no benevolent figure, nor would she emulate Dr. Banner by cowering in fear. The message she conveyed was clear: either prepare for battle or retreat respectfully. The special forces, having never encountered such a supernatural phenomenon, were not completely at a loss, yet unease permeated their ranks. The commanding officer promptly reported to superiors, receiving a long-awaited, albeit silent, response that ultimately led to a decision to withdraw. This military action acted as a test, seeking to gauge the limits of the female superhero. It seemed evident that she did not adhere to the no-kill principle espoused by comic book heroes. Rather, she preferred diplomacy before conflict. Having completed her demonstration, Lu Yunming landed gracefully, casting a casual glance towards Tony, who was present. A message from Coulson indicated that as long as no lives were lost, she could assess the situation and act accordingly, with SHIELD ready to assist with any repercussions. This incident served as a wake-up call for Lu Yunming, reminding her that possessing superpowers did not grant her immunity from consequence. These minor provocations were all reminders that she was not invincible. "Lu, are you all right? Don't concern yourself with those rats hiding in the gutters. Those chaotic power structures only serve to create trouble for others," Tony remarked, stepping closer with genuine concern. He was tacitly aware of her earlier actions. Jarvis had also detected the military presence and had driven over to discreetly inform her, only to find her bodyguards so resolute. Tony felt a sense of satisfaction, though he kept it to himself. Not at all. Thank you for your concern, my charming boss, Lu Yundream replied with a light-hearted shake of her head. She was grateful to avoid trouble, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was eager to cultivate a good relationship with her. While the military appeared as mere jesters in comparison. Don't be modest. I was just about to invite you to dine at one of the finest restaurants in Los Angeles to celebrate your recovery, Tony said with a playful grin, adding, strictly speaking, it should be the most expensive restaurant in Los Angeles. You previously resided in New York and likely haven't experienced the diverse culinary culture here. Although part of the same country, there is indeed a disparity between the two locales. Lu Yundream inwardly rolled her eyes. Pondering what culinary culture Western cuisine could possibly offer, merely a few dishes, far inferior to Chinese cuisine. However, she maintained a facade of patience, smiling and nodding, acknowledging his good intentions. After dinner, we could drive to the casino for some fun. How about I arrange for some handsome companions for you? Their quality is quite commendable. But don't misunderstand. I mean legitimate companions, Tony added. Tony spoke with great enthusiasm, explaining his thoughts at length. Lu Yunming, however, wore a rather peculiar expression. Her recollection of Tony Stark did not align with such loquacity. Nevertheless, she waved her hand in refusal. I appreciate your consideration, but while I can accompany you to the casino, I shall refrain from participating. If you're seeking company, it should be a lady. Men are of no interest to me. Since arriving in this world, she had never contemplated such matters. Her inclination was towards women, yet her physical form did not permit such pursuits, rendering her desires futile. Come on, don't be shy. You might want to consider it. Tony persisted in his recommendations. Lu Yuming shook her head vehemently, her resolve unwavering. She was determined to grow stronger, thus rejecting all frivolous distractions. Ultimately, the two failed to reach a consensus. Lu Yunming returned to change into casual attire, and Tony drove her to a private restaurant, reserving an entire floor. Wow, he certainly does not lack for funds. Upon arrival, they discovered that Pepper had been waiting for some time, accompanied by Happy. Happy remained his usual affable self, though this time his smile bore a hint of flattery. Pepper approached Lu Yunming, linking arms with her and engaging in cheerful conversation, a stark contrast to her demeanor during their first encounter. The reason was rather straightforward. Earlier that afternoon, they had received a video file from Tony, the contents of which were utterly astounding. When one surpasses others, feelings of jealousy and resentment may arise. Yet, when one exceeds comprehension, all that remains is admiration and awe. Tony was evidently aware of their previous attitudes and had taken preventive measures. Lu Yunming expressed her fondness for close contact, particularly the gentle touch at the crook of the arm. The dinner unfolded pleasantly, with Lu Yunming sharing numerous insights about Chinese culture, captivating Pepper's attention. The three enjoyed a delightful exchange. Afterward, Tony busied himself at home, researching his armor, while Happy drove Lu Yuming back. Before departing, Tony assured her that he would devise a suit capable of withstanding the intense heat of atmospheric reentry, sparing her the embarrassment of descending from space in a state of undress. The bulky heat-resistant suit had been reduced to tatters, both unattractive and ineffective. In response, Lu Yuming insisted that it must be aesthetically pleasing. She conveyed her desires and ideas to Tony, who readily agreed, claiming it was his forte. In the end, Pepper entrusted her safety to Lu Yuming for the return journey. Although Lu Yuming could have flown directly in an instant, she opted for a leisurely stroll home, concerned that the sudden rush might be overwhelming for Pepper. As they walked, they engaged in lively conversation, and Lu Yuming could sense the affection and concern Pepper harbored for Tony, hidden deep within her heart. After bidding farewell and promising to meet again, Lu Yuming felt a sense of lightness and soared into the sky, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Chapter 11. The emergence of two Malawian Quachas in the military biological research facility. General Ross sat in his office with a grim expression, surrounded by a chaotic scattering of glass shards. The recent orders from higher authorities ignited a deep-seated fury within this seasoned soldier. The prospect of resurrected subjects with superhuman abilities presented an exceptional opportunity for experimentation. A mere free journalist, teetering on the brink of death for the sake of a so-called justice, was an ideal research specimen. With normal emotions, abilities reminiscent of superheroes, lucid thought processes, and a controllable psyche, the target was far more stable than the Hulk. If the source of these abilities could be identified, he could create countless super soldiers for the military. Furthermore, in terms of capability development, the advantages derived from studying the female superhero would far surpass those obtained from the super soldier serum. The thought of relinquishing such a chance filled him with profound resentment. Although General Ross was a military man, he could not disregard the direct orders issued by the Security Council. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D. They seemed to be everywhere. Just moments ago, the target's background had become exceedingly complex, rendering it too sensitive for the military to engage with freely. Resigned to this fate, General Ross irritably rifled through the disordered documents on his desk, suddenly catching sight of a report regarding a Brazilian soda factory, which sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Notify Captain Emil Blonsky to come to my office at once," General Ross commanded, pressing the intercom on his desk. Meanwhile, in a luxurious seaside villa in Malibu, in the underground garage, on the 11th day of testing and the 37th trial of version 2.0, Tony Stark stood in an open space, clad in an intricately designed mechanical exosuit. Strictly speaking, only his limbs were enveloped in complex circuitry and cold metal. With no better options available, Tony sighed in resignation. After successfully escaping from a cave in Afghanistan, he found himself plagued by a profound sense of insecurity, longing for a robust suit of armor to protect him completely, so he could sleep peacefully at night without nightmares. Ultimately, Tony succeeded. Thus, one Malawian Kwacha was born. However, the functionality and versatility of the suit fell short of his genius standards. Consequently, he set out to create a second suit of armor, intending to implement significant enhancements based on the original design. To achieve this, he meticulously crafted a more powerful miniature arc reactor to replace the outdated one. During a terrorist attack, Tony had been struck by countless shrapnel fragments. To save his life, Dr. Ethan utilized his medical expertise alongside physics to create an opening in Tony's chest. An energy cell, paired with an external power source, was placed within the cavity to prevent the embedded shrapnel from flowing into the heart's blood vessels and causing a myocardial infarction. Building upon the original design, Tony harnessed his remarkable intellect to produce a miniature arc reactor capable of generating 3 billion joules per second. This technology was essentially a scaled-down version of the massive arc reactor at Stark Industries headquarters. Though it sounded simple, the execution was exceptionally challenging, as very few in the world possessed the capability to master such technology. The first-generation arc reactor could sustain the one Malawian Kwacha Iron Man suit for merely around 50 minutes, falling significantly short of his expectations. This led to the iconic scene where the suit, upon takeoff, lost power and plummeted into the valley. Besides the insufficient energy output of the initial satellite arc reactor, the hasty assembly of the one Malawian Kwacha suit resulted in structural instability and subpar quality, which posed a substantial issue. In order to accommodate the energy demands of the forthcoming two Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man suit, Tony devised a second-generation miniature arc reactor, which was capable of generating energy at a higher rate and providing more consistent output. This enhancement resulted in earlier flight trials being excessively powerful, causing Tony to crash into the ceiling and leave him bruised and battered. Little Guy, who was responsible for extinguishing fires, was warned by Tony. "If I'm not on fire, and you dare to spray CO2 on me, I'll donate you to a university campus." Little Guy was an early creation of his, intended for auxiliary loading tasks. Unlike Jarvis, who possessed cognitive capabilities, Little Guy could only follow commands within a fixed range and exhibited a rather rigid demeanor. Despite the previous test showing no fire, it had still received an unnecessary reprimand. "Let us play it safe and start with a 1 energy output for the axial load support," Tony declared, eager to avoid another wall collision. As he counted down, 3, 2, 1, and upon reaching 0, the Iron Man suit expelled a white plume of energy flames, successfully allowing Tony to hover in midair. After a slow, low-altitude flight, he completed the test, albeit at the cost of damaging the paint on several luxury cars parked in his garage. Having confirmed his hypothesis, Tony was not inclined to adhere to conventional testing methods. Instead, he opted to utilize the suit in practical scenarios and commanded the system to assemble the two Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man suit. This new suit was undoubtedly striking in appearance, gleaming with a metallic luster, and boasted a snug fit, unlike the bulky one Malawian Kwacha. Most importantly, its power system had undergone upgrades and optimizations, enabling the Iron Man suit to fly. Ever since witnessing Liu Yunming soar into space using only her physical form, Tony had been yearning to experience that exhilarating sensation. Unfortunately, the two Malawian Kwachas still fell short of space travel standards due to material limitations and temporary technological constraints. Yet, Tony was unwilling to wait. There would be ample time to research and develop future iterations of the suit. For now, he was determined to take flight. "Sir, there is still a significant amount of calculations to be performed, and the experimental data for two Malawian Kwachas is incomplete. I advise against attempting this." Jarvis's caution was abruptly interrupted by Tony. "Jarvis, sometimes you need to learn to run before you walk." The two Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man suit took off smoothly, performing exceptionally well, with both speed and endurance exceeding expectations. Tony laughed joyfully in the air, fully immersed in the thrill of rapid ascension. However, trouble was soon to follow. Due to a lack of prior preparation, during an attempt to reach an altitude of 40,000 feet with the two Malawian Kwachas, the aircraft's fragile shell succumbed to pressure, causing a malfunction in the converter and resulting in severe icing. The suit's power supply was completely interrupted, and Jarvis lost both Tony's guidance and signal. Lu Yundream was at home, attempting to prepare a hot pot, contemplating the amount of Sichuan peppercorns to use, when her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the distress signal from J.A.R.V.I.S., she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. In the original narrative, Tony manually operated the Iron Man suit's drag reduction flaps, which allowed the MK2 system to reboot and soar once more before hitting the ground. However, with Lu Yundream's involvement in this world, the outcome was uncertain. The butterfly effect must be considered. With a sharp click of her tongue, Lu Yundream leapt from her window, ascending into the sky with a swift motion. Within mere seconds, she spotted the two Malawian quatches plummeting rapidly from the heavens, perilously close to the ground, less than 300 meters away. Adjusting her trajectory, she soared upward and deftly caught the two Malawian quatches, lifting Tony safely off the ground. "Boss, are you all right? Do you need an ambulance?" Lu Yundream quipped, a playful smile gracing her lips as she hovered in midair, tapping the helmet with her finger. However, just as her words left her lips, the two Malawian quatches shed its ice, rebooting, and the reactor's light flickered back to life. It appeared that although she had entered this Marvel universe, the timeline and the progression of reality had not significantly changed. It seemed to have been forcibly corrected. "Hey, Lu, my heart is racing. You arrived just in time. Any later, and I would have turned into a pizza," Tony exclaimed with laughter, displaying no signs of fear, but rather a thrill from the adrenaline rush. He was uncertain whether he would land safely, yet he relished the adventure. For each escapade held infinite possibilities. "As long as you deem the $50 million a year worthwhile," Lu Yundream replied, cradling the two Malawian quatches, which felt as light as a large toy in her grasp. They flew back to the Malibu seaside villa, and with a resounding thud, she placed Tony on the garage floor. During the journey, Tony had requested to fly once more, but he was declined. "Since I accepted the payment, I must fulfill my duties. Your safety is paramount. This guy is anything but straightforward. He is quite a handful." Tony begrudgingly allowed J.A.R.V.I.S. to dismantle the two Malawian quatches, keeping the icing issue firmly in mind for future updates to patch any vulnerabilities. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this flight. "Lu, how about we celebrate with a grand feast?" Tony suggested, glancing at the twilight sky. "Celebrate your ability to fly?" Lu Yundream replied, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded the exuberant man. "All right, I acknowledge that you can fly swiftly and high, but so can I. I just haven't reached those heights yet. Trust me, given enough time, I will perfect this technology." Tony rolled his eyes, responding with stubbornness. The mere thought of the woman before him, a superhero capable of soaring at speeds exceeding 35 Mach, filled him with an indescribable sense of helplessness. Not even aerospace rockets could achieve such infernal velocities. His Iron Man suit was even more inadequate in comparison. According to the data records, the maximum speed of the two Malawian quatches' Iron Man suit was merely 1.6 Mach. Considering various factors, this technology represented a monumental leap forward. Yet it paled in comparison to the prowess of the superheroine. He required superior materials and innovative ideas to realize his ultimate dream. "I believe in you, Tony. I think we need not dine out at a fancy restaurant. Let's south go to my place," suggested Li Yunming, shaking her head with a smile. She could never forget that seemingly indifferent man, whose heart burned with passion and who, despite appearing selfish, was filled with boundless love, his mortal feats rivaling those of deities. "Oh, will you be cooking? I am eager to sample your culinary skills," Tony winked. "Perhaps authentic Chinese cuisine," Li Yunming sighed softly. For reasons unknown, in the stillness of the night, she often reminisced about her hometown, wondering if she would ever have the chance to return. Tony found himself somewhat perplexed by the sudden emotional shift of his bodyguard. Had he possessed such formidable superpowers, he would have certainly leaped for joy. The two quickly arrived at Lu Yunming's opulent villa, where they invited Pepper and Happy. Tony even made a call to summon Colonel Rhodes and Dr. Ethan. Upon seeing Lu Yunming for the second time, Dr. Ethan was filled with delight, eagerly advancing to grasp her hand tightly. Had it not been for the superheroine's intervention, the caves of Afghanistan would have been his final resting place. Rhodes appeared somewhat tense. He was aware of the military's maneuvers and could only hope that General Ross's unreasonable assertiveness had not truly provoked the adversary. Fortunately, Li Yunming exhibited no extreme reactions, serving a Sichuan-style hot pot and politely hosting everyone. Chapter 12. The Manhattan Incident. My dear brother, you cannot fathom the presence of 3 Special Forces units surrounding this very house just days ago, Tony casually remarked, squeezing a soda can while draping an arm around Rhodey. He was still reeling from the fiery spice of the hot pot, continuously sipping on his apple-flavored soda. Rhodey nodded gravely, casting a cautious glance at Li Yunming, only to find her expressionless, which offered him some relief. Damn the military for their foolishness, delving into those unstable and environmentally unfriendly super soldier programs, Tony continued. Taking another sip, Rhodey felt a twinge of awkwardness. Technically, he was also a part of the military, albeit in the Air Force. Distinctly different from General Ross's ground-based experimental units. Lu Yun soared into the heavens, her eyes emitting crimson beams as she traced a deep circle around the special forces, compelling their retreat. Ha ha ha. Tony boasted with exhilaration, as if he had single-handedly orchestrated the event. Pepper gasped in surprise, covering her mouth, while Happy listened as if captivated by a story. Despite having witnessed the footage of Lu Yun ascending into space and flashing a peace sign in front of satellite cameras, the sight of her emanating red light and marking the ground felt distinctly surreal. Was Lu Yun perhaps a robot capable of shooting lasers from her eyes? Dr. Ethan had witnessed firsthand Lu Yunming's effortless annihilation of hundreds of terrorists, where the red beams rendered the ground barren, leaving the terrorists gruesomely dismembered. Reflecting on this still evoked a sense of shock within him. Rhodey's lips twitched, revealing a strained smile. In a certain light, this was no laughing matter. The prospect of a solitary individual repelling 3 well-equipped and meticulously trained special forces posed an alarming threat. Although the nation had yet to enact any regulatory measures regarding individuals with superhuman abilities, he firmly believed that such regulations were inevitable in the future. He certainly did not wish to face the wrath of a female superhero. Ah, by the way, Lu Yun, I have prepared a gift for you. Tony suddenly recalled amidst their jovial discourse, tapping his phone with a few deft motions. Shortly thereafter, a drone operated by the J.A.R.V.I.S. system arrived, bearing a gift box. Come now, take a look at what I've brought you, and see if it pleases you. Tony winked, handing over the box. A new suit? Lu Yunming arched an eyebrow, effortlessly employing her X-ray vision to discern the contents within the gift box. Oh, Lu Yun, have you used your X-ray vision? That is cheating. The surprise will surely slip away. Tony lamented, covering his face with a sigh. He was well aware of the various superpowers possessed by his bodyguard. She embodied many of the capabilities of a superhero, albeit with differing intensities. To this end, Tony had even requested J.A.R.V.I.S. to establish a database and devise specialized computational programs to evaluate Lu Yunming's ability growth metrics. Although the simulation was merely preliminary, the conclusions it yielded left him perplexed. The calculations indicated that Lu Yunming's abilities seemed to have reached their physical limits, exhibiting little potential for further growth. Nevertheless, the undeniable strength of the female superhero was apparent. At least, the Iron Man suit he had designed appeared no more formidable than a mere toy in her presence. Through their various conversations and casual exchanges, Tony had come to understand Lu Yunming's aspirations for greater power. The mere sum of $50 million in salary and $20 million in compensation for one's life is woefully inadequate. Although Tony is proud, arrogant, and unruly, he possesses a deep sense of gratitude. Recently, he has been contemplating how to leverage mechanical technology to empower Lu Yunming, which he considers the best course of action at this stage. When Pepper heard the term X-ray vision, she felt somewhat uneasy. Though she is a woman herself and not particularly concerned about being exposed, there was an undeniable discomfort that stripped away her sense of security. Happy's reaction was the most amusing. He puffed out his ample belly, showcasing his broad physique without a hint of concern. After all, Lu Yunming's beauty is striking. A harmonious blend of Eastern and Western features, resembling an ethereal being from another realm, undeniably captivating. Happy, being single, finds even pigs have double eyelids, let alone a fairy. He occasionally steals glances, harboring small thoughts, yet he refrains from taking action, haunted by memories of those frightfully overwhelming superpowers. Ethan expressed indifference, stating that his life had been saved by Lu Yunming, who had extracted bullets with bare hands at an imperceptible speed and staunched bleeding with thermal vision. Who in this world has experienced such things? Rod maintained an awkward smile throughout, thinking, so what if I look? I can neither defeat nor obstruct. What else can I do? Rest assured, I typically do not intentionally use my X-ray abilities, Lu Yunming explained with a smile, aware of the sentiments of those around her. The X-ray vision of her compatriots penetrates not merely clothing, but even disregards flesh, revealing visions of skeletal forms entwined with nerves and blood vessels walking down the streets. All right. Let's take a look. This is a product I've invested considerable effort into. Everything has been incorporated as per your specifications, Tony urged, unbothered, as he self-promoted on the spot. The bodyguard code strictly prohibits the use of superpowers against the boss without consent. Any violation results in a halving of wages. And he trusts that the female superhero will abide by these rules. Recently, aside from crafting the 2 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, he has also personally designed a brand new multifunctional battle suit, multitasking with fervor. Lu Yunming nodded, unwrapped the gift box, and unveiled a blue bodysuit before everyone's eyes. The side zipper design is integrated, featuring golden feather-like shoulder armor, a golden dragon head belt, and forearm guards made from exceptionally strong titanium alloy. The red cape bears no patterns, complemented by dark red composite material boots and gloves, all fully equipped. I utilized heat-resistant polymer materials, incorporating some metallic elements and tempered fibers, ensuring remarkable elasticity and heat resistance, sufficient for multiple flights into space. Furthermore, this suit is bulletproof, explosion-proof, waterproof, and offers a degree of electric shock insulation, though it cannot withstand continuous electrical exposure. Tony thoughtfully elaborated, explaining that the suit was designed based on his understanding and knowledge, equipped with essential, durable features, although its creation was simpler than the Iron Man armor. The materials were by no means inexpensive. However, this attire did not resemble the superheroes depicted in comics, which left Tony perplexed. When he suggested adorning the cloak with a beautiful national flag, he was met with opposition. Li Yunming wished to avoid any nationalistic or political connotations. The national flag is a solemn and sacred emblem, and although this attire bore resemblance to that of her homeland, it could not be flaunted in the streets like a comical jester draped in the vibrant flag. The dragon and phoenix motifs undeniably represented the enigmatic East. Yet her aspirations were not for the celestial kingdom of this world, but rather for her true homeland. 3 sets had been crafted in total, which I instructed Jarvis to store in the repository. After use, please share your experience. I shall take responsibility for any conceivable functionalities you might envision. I am aware of your formidable defenses against heavy firepower, yet this attire may alleviate some of your burdens. By the way, it will cost $2 million. To be deducted from your salary. Tony leaned closer, grinning as he whispered this addition. Although he was not lacking in funds, reciprocity was essential to maintaining the rules. Very well, boss. I appreciate your consideration for your employee, Li Yunming replied with a slight smile. Naturally, I am a conscientious employer, Tony declared proudly, patting his chest. Rhodes could not help but shake his head, pondering whether the military might have been able to hire a formidable presence had they not initially exhibited such an aggressive demeanor. After all, that sum paled in comparison to the exorbitant resources consumed by General Ross's special experimental unit. Now, however, everything had gone awry, and a promising hand had been played poorly. The group continued to enjoy their hot pot, unabated by the spicy heat, as they jostled for pieces of meat. Tony, the most cunning, speared several slices with a single chopstick, relishing the feast. Ethan and Rhodes clumsily fumbled with their chopsticks, lacking any finesse. And before they could grasp a morsel, it had already been swiped away. Unable to endure the fiery spice, Happy retreated momentarily to quench his thirst. Pepper's plate was filled with meat that Li Yunming had helped to gather, allowing her to dine comfortably. The room was filled with laughter and banter, a lively atmosphere indeed. Yet, as is often the case, someone disrupted the harmony. The phone suddenly rang. Li Yunming retrieved her phone, and, upon seeing it was a call from S.H.I.E.L.D., furrowed her brow. Agent Coulson, what is the matter? She inquired, signaling to her companions before stepping onto the balcony to take the call. Her curiosity piqued. Her relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of employment, as she operated as an unregulated external agent. Typically, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable capabilities allowed them to resolve supernatural occurrences independently, only reaching out to her in cases of significant trouble. Li Yunming detested complications, especially during gatherings. I'm sorry, Li Yun, but we may need your assistance. Coulson's voice was breathless, tinged with urgency. Meanwhile, in the northern Manhattan neighborhood of Harlem, flames erupted in chaos, leaving destruction in their wake. The streets were strewn with debris, the roads ravaged like ruins. In a state of panic, crowds fled in disarray, while the twisted wreckage of vehicles billowed thick smoke. 2 massive, muscular monsters were engaged in a fierce struggle, their blows landing with thunderous impacts, and any obstacles in their path were ruthlessly obliterated. Neither the NYPD nor the National Guard can withstand the devastation wrought by the 2 monstrous beings, whose violent tremors propagate far and wide, resulting in continuous casualties. Meanwhile, a military transport helicopter hovers in the air, its searchlight illuminating the positions of the colossal creatures. General, we are unable to halt the confrontation between Bruce Banner and Captain Emil Blonsky. The extent of destruction is escalating. Should we mobilize additional support? Exclaimed an officer from the Strategic Operations Command Center, his anxiety palpable. The helicopter's Hellfire missiles and Gatling heavy machine gun fire prove ineffective against the monster's defenses. Armored vehicles and tanks appear as fragile toys before them, and the experimental forces are utterly incapable of regaining control of the situation. I have faith in Banner. He can prevail, Betty Ross declared fervently, her gaze fixed upon the battle below. With her encouragement and support, Banner had undergone the serum resistance treatment. If not for Blonsky's sudden transformation into the abomination, matters would not have deteriorated so drastically. Ma'am, the question is no longer who can win, but how we ensure that the situation does not escalate further. General? The officer from the Strategic Operations Command Center stated gravely, then turned his attention to General Ross. Chapter 13. Arrival at the battlefield. Let us rewind time to several days prior. General Ross received intelligence indicating that in a certain Brazilian city, an individual tragically perished after consuming a bottle of soda, resulting in an explosive demise. Upon examination, it was revealed that the deceased had ingested an excessive amount of gamma radiation energy, a phenomenon produced by an exceedingly rare breed of beings. Consequently, the intelligence department deduced that the notorious Bruce Banner, responsible for the destruction of laboratories and countless urban structures, was concealing himself within a soda processing plant in Brazil. The Strategic Operations Command dispatched a Special Forces unit, led by Emil Blonsky, to Brazil for the purpose of apprehension. Unexpectedly, during the pursuit, local thugs provoked Banner, triggering his transformation into the terrifying Hulk, who wreaked havoc in his wake. The ringleader of the thugs was gruesomely reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Blonsky witnessed firsthand as the Green Giant effortlessly hurled a multi-ton unloading vehicle as if it were a mere toy, leaving him in a state of shock. As an elite member of the Special Forces, he had never encountered such a surreal spectacle, let alone consider capturing the beast. No one could hope to survive inciting its wrath. Following the mission's failure, Blonsky returned to base and began investigating Bruce Banner's background. He discovered that this seemingly refined and frail scientist had inadvertently acquired the ability to transform into a monstrous entity during a gamma collision experiment gone awry. After exposure to gamma rays, Banner manifested two distinct personas, the mild-mannered Banner himself and the ever-enraged Hulk. The overwhelming fear and profound sense of helplessness in the face of the Hulk consumed Blonsky's thoughts, igniting an unprecedented desire within him to gain strength. He went so far as to persuade General Ross to allow him to inject himself with the super soldier serum. Even a mere minuscule dosage absorbed by his muscles and spinal cord could transform an ordinary, frail man into a stalwart figure akin to Captain America. Blonsky, already an elite within the Special Forces, became even more formidable, rivaling the strength and speed of the legendary Steve Rogers in his prime. Armed with such a powerful asset, General Ross resolved to undertake a second attempt to capture the Hulk. Meanwhile, overwhelmed by an unbearable longing, Dr. Banner clandestinely visited his former girlfriend, Betty Ross. Leonard Sam, Betty's current suitor, discovered this rendezvous and discreetly informed General Ross. The general monitored his daughter and quickly regained track of Bruce Banner's whereabouts. Thus, the experimental unit encircled the entire campus of Culver University, laying elaborate traps in anticipation of the Hulk's arrival. Yet, the outcome was another resounding failure. The Hulk's might was unfathomable, particularly when enraged. Heavy machine guns, howitzers, RPGs, and even ultrasonic cannons were deployed to no avail. The Green Giant dismantled vehicles with his bare hands as effortlessly as one would tear paper. Had it not been for Bruce Banner's conscious restraint and unintentional desire to avoid harm, the experimental unit would have undoubtedly faced far graver consequences than mere loss of vehicles and weaponry. Blood would have flowed freely. Indeed, Blonsky, infused with the super soldier serum, exhibits extraordinary prowess, far surpassing that of an ordinary soldier. His remarkable reflexes enable him to engage in combat with the Hulk. Regrettably, the disparity between them is insurmountable. They exist on entirely different planes of existence. In mere gesture, the Hulk delivers a devastating kick that leaves Blonsky with catastrophic fractures. Following the helicopter's explosion, Banner shields Betty as they plunge into the forest, vanishing without a trace. This outcome undoubtedly strikes a significant blow to General Ross, and even more so to Blonsky. After a miraculous recovery, he opts to inject himself with the entirety of the super soldier serum to amplify his strength, leading to dire repercussions. The serum is not without its flaws, as it magnifies the latent emotions dwelling within the recipient. Those with unwavering resolve, like Captain Steve Rogers, emerge even more formidable post-injection. Conversely, Blonsky's fierce competitiveness and volatile temperament render him susceptible to the serum's amplifying effects. Furthermore, excessive injections result in uncontrollable mutations, grotesquely distorting Blonsky's skeletal structure. Desiring greater power, he seizes the opportunity while Bruce Banner attempts to suppress the Hulk within him, acquiring the Green Giant's blood and coercing Dr. Stern to assist in his transformation. Soon, a monstrous abomination, wielding strength akin to that of the Hulk, is born. The ensuing battle in the streets of New York is instigated by Blonsky's transformation into the abomination, deliberately wreaking havoc to provoke the Hulk's emergence. With the suppressant coursing through his veins, Banner, left with no choice, engages in battle, plummeting from great heights and, in a life-or-death moment, transcends the inhibitor to revert to the Hulk. General, what should I do next? Please issue your command. An officer at the Strategic Operations Command Center anxiously repeats. Do not fret, soldier. I have already called for reinforcements. Someone will resolve this calamity post-haste, General Ross replies, shaking his head, signaling to observe the unfolding situation as the helicopter maintains a safe altitude, avoiding the chaos below. But General, many are trapped within buildings on the verge of collapse. Should we not initiate a rescue? The officer persists. The combat between the Hulk and the abomination creates a vast area of destruction, Thus Betty anxiously rubbed her palms together, her gaze fixated below. Although she felt a sense of urgency, she was acutely aware that there was little she could do at this moment. After enduring countless disappointments from her father, she had long abandoned all hope, wishing only for Banner to prevail, for the people of New York to suffer fewer casualties, and for the calamity to subside swiftly. Perhaps her heartfelt prayers resonated in the ether, for a sudden, urgent whistling pierced the sky, and a figure descended with remarkable speed to the heart of the battlefield. The newcomer was strikingly beautiful, which was Betty's immediate impression, with cascading golden brown waves and a tall, voluptuous figure. Her blue bodysuit accentuated her alluring curves, the outline of her abdominal muscles faintly visible. Her visage was stunning, akin to a sprite emerging from the night. Adorned with golden feathered shoulder armor and a dragon head belt, complemented by dark red boots and gloves, her crimson cape billowed dramatically in the wind. The exquisite golden-haired woman landed directly between Hulk and Abomination, the ground beneath her cracking deeply upon impact. Who is this little insect? Are you playing the role of Superman? Madam? Abomination sneered, his grotesque features contorted into a mocking grin as his imposing physique loomed closer. Hulk, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this woman, felt a twinge of confusion, yet it did not detract from his animosity towards Abomination. Driven by an instinctive desire to protect, Hulk emerged to shield Banner from the potential threats posed by this monstrous adversary. Noticing Abomination's approach, Hulk immediately became vigilant, unleashing a thunderous roar and adopting a menacing stance with his arms outstretched. Lu Yunming cast a calm glance at Hulk before fixing her gaze on the grotesque Abomination. She understood that despite Hulk's formidable appearance, he was akin to a child, seemingly dangerous, yet capable of communication. In stark contrast, Emil Blonsky, transformed into Abomination, was consumed by an insatiable desire for strength, driven by the bitterness of having been bested by Hulk, a true embodiment of peril. It was no wonder that S.H.I.E.L.D. summoned her urgently. A street battle against such a creature was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals, even well-trained soldiers. Initially irked by the disruption of her evening, Li Yunming's interest peaked when Agent Coulson offered a staggering sum of $10 million for the task. Suddenly, she perceived the assignment as worthwhile. Who could resist such an abundance of wealth? Her salary was substantial, especially with Tony Stark's endorsement, exceeding the lifetime earnings of 99% of families globally. While this money sufficed for her everyday needs, it might not be adequate for her forthcoming aspirations of empowerment. Lu Yunming was not one to accept handouts. She intended to utilize her extraordinary abilities to provide protection for Tony Stark, rather than exploit him or take advantage of the situation. Dressed like a patriot with abilities akin to those of her homeland, she remained resolute in her identity, yearning solely for freedom. Living without boundaries seemed less appealing than never possessing such powers in the first place. Having been granted a second chance at life, she aspired to live it to the fullest and grow stronger. "Good evening, gentlemen," she proclaimed. "I have been dispatched to prevent you from further wreaking havoc upon the city. Might you cease your actions?" Lu Yunming floated gracefully, her demeanor serene as she hovered in the air, nonchalantly gesturing with her hands before speaking in a calm tone. Cloaked in an official guise and wielding an official identity, she was obliged to publicly assert that she acted under orders. Yet, those in the know understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. had willingly extended a nebulous, non-essential position to her, allowing her the freedom to undertake missions at her discretion, with generous compensation if she chose to engage. Conversely, she could opt to rest, for no one could compel her. However, amid such a significant event, how could she remain absent? Hulk wrinkled his nose, unusually silent and bearing an air of gravity. He sensed the latent danger emanating from the woman before him. In stark contrast, Abomination, lost in a delusion of boundless power, believed himself to be the mightiest entity in existence, free to act as he pleased. Anyone daring to impede him would face his wrath. With a fearsome roar, Abomination transitioned from a slow advance to a ferocious sprint, the thunderous sounds of his footsteps reverberating throughout the block. In an instant, he was upon Lu Yunming, his massive form looming like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. With powerful arms raised high, he brought his colossal fist crashing down with all his might towards the diminutive figure before him. Witnessing this scene, Betty, seated in the helicopter, gasped in horror, instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 14. The brutality of hatred. She had witnessed the formidable strength of hatred, and even the Hulk-like Banner found himself at a disadvantage, subtly subdued by its intensity. How could such a slender young woman hope to conquer the monstrous entity before her? It seemed likely she would meet a grim fate on the streets within moments. "Is this the reinforcement you spoke of, father?" She cast a piercing glance at General Ross, as if regarding a murderer. "Betty, do not fret. This woman is no ordinary foe," General Ross remarked, shaking his head slightly while fixing his gaze on the superwoman, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Superman. The military had amassed an extensive archive of data and analytical reports concerning this extraordinary woman, towering in volume like a mountain. As if to validate his words, the ensuing scene astounded all present. A slender arm and elongated hand firmly intercepted the monstrous punch of hatred. The air was charged with intense pressure, swirling dust and debris, yet she remained utterly immovable. Bronson was taken aback, as if his strikes had collided with an immovable mountain. A sensation so surreal, it was almost disorienting. Undeterred, he continued to retaliate, but each of his relentless blows was either effortlessly caught or deftly evaded, leaving her unscathed. Negotiation has failed. I regret to inform you. Lu Yongming's eyes ignited with a fervent crimson glow, her mouth stretching into a wide grin that revealed a set of pristine teeth. The adversary not only refused to surrender, but dared to open fire upon her. With a powerful punch, she struck the monster squarely in the chest, generating an exaggerated force that produced a shockwave, toppling nearby trees. Time seemed to freeze as the entity momentarily lost consciousness, its colossal form flying backward as if struck by a locomotive, finally halting against a dilapidated building. Surveying the scene, it was evident that her blow had propelled the creature nearly 100 meters away. This was her inaugural display of strength before an audience, showcasing an arm strength of 400 tons that overwhelmed even the Hulk-blooded abomination. The newly transformed monster's power surge was not as exaggerated as expected, lacking the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with rage, rendering it virtually defenseless. Dazed and disoriented, the creature struggled to rise, its cells hastily mending the fractured bones. Lu Yongming offered no respite, soaring into the air and, in the blink of an eye, descending upon the monster, applying her weight to its massive form and delivering another heavy blow. The impact drove the creature deep into the ground, creating a pit over 2 meters deep. Lu Yongming lowered her gaze, her eyes ablaze with crimson energy, unleashing 2 searing beams directly into the monster's chest, scorching its flesh to a fiery red. The creature's anguished screams echoed in the air. Hulk stood in stunned silence, while Betty's eyes widened in astonishment, and the assembled crowd, along with the soldiers tasked with maintaining order, were collectively transfixed by the unfolding battle. What sorcery is this? How could such a slender woman possess the strength to render a beast like the abomination utterly defenseless? This world is utterly mad. She is a superhero. She is a savior. I have seen her in comics. A young boy exclaimed with excitement, but the attire may differ slightly. The abilities are strikingly similar. Just look at that crimson beam. A middle-aged man, evidently a fan of DC Comics, echoed his sentiment. My goodness, she has come to save us. The crowd began to chant Superman's name, their voices growing louder with each passing moment as they cheered for Wonder Woman. Only General Ross's expression grew increasingly grave. Damn it, this does not align with the calculated data. The abomination's regenerative capabilities were formidable, stabilizing its injuries within mere moments, and it began to struggle violently. Although Lu Yiming's laser vision emitted a scorching heat of 4,000 degrees, it merely penetrated the surface defenses. One must admit, the Hulk's genes are remarkably potent. Unless there was sufficient time for output, it would be challenging to vanquish the foe, but such an endeavor could deplete energy and lead to a state of weakness. To prepare for any potential dangers that might arise, Lu Yiming was compelled to temporarily forego her laser beam attack. The abomination let out a thunderous roar as it attempted to rise, its massive hands gripping the edge of the crater, its mutated muscles straining with effort. Regrettably, despite its tremendous force, even with veins bulging on its bald head, it could not topple the seemingly delicate woman. Lu Yiming stood like an immovable mountain, rendering Blonsky powerless. Stop your struggles and cease the destruction of the surrounding ground. If you do not comply, I shall be forced to take necessary measures, she declared. Her eyes glowing red as she delivered a powerful punch that sent the abomination crashing back into the pit, all while speaking calmly. Her words were official, yet her actions never ceased. It hurts. It hurts so much. Far more than Hulk's punches. The abomination glared resentfully at the woman before him, wishing to retort. You are already taking necessary measures, you wretch. The relentless barrage of blows shattered his bones, and each time he attempted to retaliate, a more potent force would thwart him, only to be met with a tempest of strikes. His self-healing ability began to falter against the relentless damage. Blonsky felt dizzy, green blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, the surrounding populace continued to cheer, rallying behind Wonder Woman, even as their homes and vehicles were ruthlessly destroyed, and some had lost loved ones. Faced with an insurmountable monster, despair enveloped the crowd. The emergence of Wonder Woman shone like a beacon, illuminating the hearts of those trapped in darkness and fear. In that moment, the image of her blue bodysuit and red cape was indelibly etched in the minds of the victims, a memory that would linger long after the events had passed. Lu Yiming flashed her signature smile, briefly waving to the throngs of onlookers before resuming her relentless assault on the abomination. She seized Blonsky by the neck with one hand, effortlessly lifting his massive, heavy form, and delivered a brutal uppercut that struck the monster's chin. The abomination's several hundred-kilogram body offered no resistance as it soared into the air. Lu Yiming's eyes glowed with a fierce light as she unleashed a searing ray, propelling Blonsky ever upward. The piercing screams and furious roars echoed through the heavens. Liu Yiming bent her legs and, with a powerful push against the ground, soared into the air, swiftly closing the distance to the abomination. With a fierce elbow strike, she smashed down upon the creature's crown. Blonsky plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the heart of Manhattan Square with a thunderous boom. As the smoke cleared, the abomination lay in a pit, barely clinging to life, its limbs grotesquely twisted, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Witnessing the monster's downfall, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers. Some even attempted to breach the barricades set by the National Guard, eager to approach the superwoman up close. Liu Yiming returned to the ground, casting a glance at the monster's pitiful state before dismissing it entirely. While she possessed the power to eliminate the abomination, doing so would deplete a significant portion of her energy, an unnecessary endeavor. It was best to leave it to the military to handle. The greater concern now was the Hulk. In the Triskelion, within the office of Director Nick Fury, he gazed contemplatively at the imagery on the computer screen. For the first time, the superwoman exhibited unimaginable strength. Capturing the attention of all, she had revealed to the world that such formidable superpowers existed on Earth. The massive creature wreaking havoc on the streets was rendered utterly helpless in her presence, akin to an adult teaching a child. Coulson, it seems we must redefine our perception of the superwoman. My plans require her. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly into the communicator. Outside Manhattan Square, Agent Coulson, responsible for monitoring, appeared pale as he finally grasped why the director had rated the superwoman's threat level at the highest. In hindsight, that rating seemed insufficient, after all. The abomination had nearly subdued the Hulk, yet was mercilessly crushed by the superwoman. Understood, boss. I will further endeavor to strengthen the ties between both parties, Coulson replied gravely, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Previously, Liu Yiming had merely been regarded as a peripheral asset to S.H.I.E.L.D., with a tenuous superior-subordinate relationship. However, the current situation demanded a more nuanced approach. On the battlefield, the Hulk had been observing since earlier. His emerald eyes no longer radiating the same ferocity, but rather softened significantly. Whether it was the effects of the serum or Banner's recovering psyche, the Hulk seemed disinterested in fighting. He approached the near-lifeless abomination, disdain curling his lips, before he turned to leave. Liu Yiming remained expressionless, not obstructing him, simply floating in the air. In a certain sense, this made her a more perilous entity. Engaging the Hulk in combat once more would indeed be a daunting challenge. Unlike the abomination, the gamma radiation had altered the Hulk's genes to a far greater extent. Liu Yiming was uncertain just how potent the Hulk's rage could become. Yet it was clear he was considerably more formidable than the abomination. If a peaceful resolution could be reached, it would be most fortunate. Unfortunately, not everyone shared this sentiment. In the helicopter, General Ross furrowed his brow, his mind consumed with the desire to place the members of the analysis team before a military tribunal. What on earth does it mean for one's abilities to be controllable? What does it signify when strength is deemed a weakness? I once believed that Wonder Woman was merely a female counterpart to Superman, despite possessing laser vision, the ability to fly, and an apparently indomitable physique. She could not be compared to Superman in terms of strength. According to the latest calculations from the research team, based on an analysis of Wonder Woman's physique and muscle density, military researchers have concluded that her strength is indeed her Achilles heel. But now, look at the pitiful state of Blonsky, barely clinging to life. Wonder Woman has inflicted upon him a terror beyond measure. Within the Strategic Operations Command Center, Alpha Team and the experimental forces are being positioned, preparing to ensnare their target. General Ross remained silent for a protracted moment before seizing the communicator and abruptly issuing a command that left everyone utterly astounded. Chapter 15. The Mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits General. Are you certain? The officer responsible for the joint exercises displayed a look of astonishment as he sought confirmation once more. Indeed. We shall ensnare them all, be it Hulk, Blonsky, or the so-called Superwoman. This world has no need for unregulated superpowered individuals. They pose a grave danger, General Ross exclaimed, his eyes wide, nearly shouting in fervor. Betty gazed incredulously at her father, feeling as though he had succumbed to madness. Even with the formidable strength exhibited by Hulk, Abomination, and Superwoman, did he truly believe the military could maintain control? Father, you will regret this decision. Betty's face paled as she realized that dissuasion was futile. Nevertheless, she spoke coldly. My dear, you are too naive, Ross chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation. Betty cast a deep look at her father before ultimately retreating to a corner of the helicopter, silent. Meanwhile, Coulson received an urgent report regarding unknown armed forces converging upon Manhattan, which he promptly relayed to Nick Fury. Are you saying 4 battalions have surrounded Harlem? Seriously? Nick Fury inquired, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Boss, our agents detected electromagnetic signals. They are fully armed, equipped with heavy tanks, armored vehicles, and a fleet of armed helicopters. They bear no obvious insignia, but I suspect it is connected to General Ross, Coulson remarked from his elevated vantage point, observing the streets below through binoculars. Nick Fury felt as though he had been struck, his mind buzzing with the implications. With Abomination incapacitated, Hulk losing his will to fight, and Superwoman clearly dominating the battlefield. It was truly audacious to stir trouble at this moment. Oh, the troublemaker general. Damn it. I will deploy Clint. You all will coordinate with his actions and, if necessary, employ extreme measures. Nick Fury slammed his fist onto the table, issuing the order with palpable irritation. There are always those who, blind to the consequences, attempt to control the world. The purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to confront such lunatics. In Manhattan Plaza, Superwoman effortlessly hoisted the massive form of Abomination, casting him before the National Guard. She had striven to minimize the destruction. In the original narrative of the Battle of Harlem, Abomination and Hulk had laid waste to several streets. Yet now only one street bore the scars of conflict, and casualties were remarkably low. Leaving the remaining matters to the military, she intended to depart, weary and yearning for rest. However, at that moment, a cacophony of noise intruded upon her super hearing. Superwoman's brow furrowed as she surveyed her surroundings with her enhanced vision, swiftly discerning that something was amiss. A significant number of troops were approaching from multiple directions. It seemed that some were dissatisfied with the current outcome. Hulk too sensed the disturbance. His primal instincts stirred restlessly, rekindling the agitation he had gradually quelled. He picked up a stone and hurled it towards the side, shattering the spotlight atop a nearby building. Roar! The blinding lights provoked Hulk to emit low, rumbling growls, teetering on the brink of a violent outburst. Hey, Hulk, how about a chat? Lu Yuming floated before the Green Giant, offering a gentle smile as she began to speak. Hulk, not fond of chatting. The Green Giant clearly exhibited signs of agitation, turning away awkwardly, his breaths growing increasingly labored. Although his subconscious recognized that the woman before him was not an adversary, and indeed posed a certain danger, he struggled to maintain his composure while attempting to converse. Lu Yunming paused, then revealed a knowing expression. It appeared that Hulk was indeed capable of communication, was he not? Don't be too quick to refuse. If you can manage your emotions this time, I'll persuade Banner to let you out for some fun next time, she said with a mischievous grin, as if coaxing a child. But no one wants to play with Hulk. The Green Giant seemed somewhat stirred, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yunming as he spoke in a deep tone. Hulk was simple-minded, yet equally formidable. His immense strength was terrifying. In a fit of rage, he could hurl a tank weighing dozens of tons into the sky as if it were a mere toy. Ordinary people were as fragile as tofu, suffering great consequences from the slightest contact. What fun could there be in that? However, upon sensing the sadness in Hulk's words, as if the world itself were rejecting him, Lu Yunming felt a pang of compassion. I can play with you. Just come out next time, and I'll seek you out. She felt no qualms about coaxing him like a child. Considering the destructive potential of the Green Giant, she resolved to secure a means of keeping him in check. It would be wiser for her to seek Hulk out rather than wait for him to emerge, lest he wreak havoc in multiple locations. In terms of strength and resilience, only Lu Yuming, endowed with the powers of her homeland, could dare to play with Hulk. Friends want to play together, Hulk exclaimed with evident delight, his voice booming. All right. It's a deal, Lu Yunming replied, her eyes crinkling with a smile. She intended to have a word with Dr. Banner once the incident had concluded. As they continued their conversation, a rocket suddenly soared toward them from a distance. Lu Yunming squinted. Her homeland's dynamic visual acuity and alarming reaction speed allowed her to effortlessly catch the incoming RPG rocket in her hand and hurl it into the sky. Boom. The rocket lost its momentum mid-air, detonating after being struck by a laser heat ray. The explosion ignited several meters above the ground, leaving most onlookers merely startled. With no significant damage incurred. You heard a friend, Hulk. Very angry. The Green Giant roared, seeing the rocket hurtling towards Lu Yuming. Panic surged within him. This was a rare friend willing to communicate with him, and he could not allow anyone to harm her. Hulk, do you remember what you promised me earlier? Lu Yunming dusted off her hands, grinning as she addressed the crowd. If one does not possess the strength to oppose the entire world, it is prudent not to make enemies of it. Rampant destruction and chaos will only intensify the fear and resistance ordinary people harbor towards those with extraordinary abilities. The capabilities of our nation are formidable, yet they are by no means invincible. We are not akin to that deranged Atrox, seeking to oppose the world. At least until one attains a superhuman, indestructible physique, one would refrain from uttering declarations of going wherever one pleases. Conversely, Lu Yunming aspires to garner the support of the majority of ordinary citizens, for it is this backing that can efficaciously avert troubles from arising. At times, reputation holds immense significance. Thus, she cannot engage in wanton slaughter without justification, nor can she allow the Hulk to rampage unchecked. For the sake of my modest ambitions, Hulk, You must behave. Remember to exercise control. Hulk, with his formidable fist clenched and teeth bared in a display of fury, exhibited a semblance of compliance. However, he refrained from leaping towards the RPG's trajectory and bellowing smash, as he ought to have. We are friends. You must trust that I can resolve these matters. Lu Yunming remarked with a playful wink and a cheerful demeanor. Some individuals have grown impatient with life. Let them witness the true strength of Superwoman. Meanwhile, a massive contingent of troops advanced into Manhattan Square, clad in black uniforms, encircling the vicinity under the protection of heavy tanks and armored vehicles. Armed helicopters circled overhead, with mounted machine guns targeting Li Yunming, the Hulk, and the barely conscious Abomination. Attention everyone. Disarm immediately and surrender, or we shall be compelled to take action. Blared General Ross's voice through the helicopter's loudspeaker. In light of your unwarranted destruction of streets and buildings, damaging national property and causing injury and death to civilians, do not resist. Otherwise, we reserve the right to open fire. Lu Yunming responded with a scornful smile. This old man harbored grand ambitions, seeking to create a super soldier program, intent on controlling and studying the Hulk. In her view, were it not for the benevolence of Dr. Bruce Banner, who forcibly restrained the Hulk's consciousness, this foolish creature would have perished countless times. How could they be oblivious to the Hulk's formidable destructive power? No, they are far more aware than the average citizen. They simply refuse to concede. General, I cannot comprehend your words. Firstly, I am here to clean up your mess. Now that it has succeeded, do you intend to dispose of me? You are serious about wanting to arrest me? Li Yunming floated above, coldly surveying those below. Her voice soft yet reaching the ears of everyone present. To triumph, one must first occupy the moral high ground. Ross's experimental forces posed a dilemma. They could not brazenly eliminate everyone, but could certainly discredit them in the eyes of the public. We do not require superpowered beings to safeguard the city, in my opinion. You and the Hulk are the greatest threats. For the sake of public safety, please surrender at once and submit to the investigation of the relevant authorities. General Ross spoke with grave seriousness, standing at the helicopter's entrance, asserting his position. He was well aware that Lu Yunming had come to quell the chaos, and it was indeed a call for assistance he had sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, his true intention was to ensure that these three monstrosities would mutually annihilate one another. Only the military could successfully apprehend and detain superhumans under the charge of obstructing public duties through urban destruction. Unfortunately, the female superhero proved to be far more powerful than anticipated, rendering the adversary utterly helpless. The Hulk, lacking the will to fight, contemplated the absurdity of a stage set without a performance. He felt compelled to enforce adherence to the script. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. and relevant authorities, they could perish, the scoundrels. Amidst the verbal exchanges between both parties, the citizens of New York whispered amongst themselves. Some believed the female superhero had vanquished the monster and saved lives, while others sided with General Ross, asserting that the superpowered beings posed an overwhelming threat, depriving the public of security, thus necessitating regulation. Rather than retreating, the crowd swelled, overwhelming the National Guard. Li Yunming remained silent, her gaze sweeping the surroundings to ascertain the enemy's troop deployment, while the Hulk grew increasingly restless, enhanced by her superhuman vision and X-ray sight. She quickly deduced that the encircling forces numbered at least 30,000, all elite troops, equipped with advanced weaponry and specialized capture gear. They even included a distinct response unit marked with biochemical protection insignia. In stark contrast, the special forces hiding near the villa amounted to fewer than 1,000, appearing rather insignificant. Lu Yunming furrowed her brow, displaying a look of disdain. How troublesome. Chapter 16. A calculated maneuver, revised. Undergoing an investigation would ultimately benefit both you and the Hulk. Engaging in reckless combat here would only inflict harm upon the innocent populace. Observing the silence of the opposing party, General Ross intensified his rhetoric, particularly emphasizing the term populace. Lu Yunming maintained a stoic expression, offering no response, merely soothing the Hulk. The notion of capturing Ross? Merely a ruse, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Such an action would likely signal the upper echelons of the American government to initiate hostilities. However, the true instigators lie among the audience watching. Their intent is simple, to leverage the lives of ordinary citizens as a means of coercion, an act utterly devoid of integrity. The capitalist ethos of America reveals a selfish and shadowy nature, without the endorsement of the elite. Even a general like Ross possesses no authority to mobilize such extensive military forces. This is plainly attested by those in power regarding her unpredictable influence. Should she continue to masquerade as a superheroine or unveil her true self? Resistance would awaken the awareness of the public in New York and those watching the broadcast to the uncontrollable nature of superpowered individuals, thereby validating the military's claims as they embody authority. Conversely, should she choose not to resist, she would certainly not be cornered. she could simply depart. With the flight speed characteristic of a citizen of her homeland, it would be a mere fantasy for current Earth technology to capture her. The optimal course of action would be to take the Hulk and fly away. At her velocity, ordinary military forces would be powerless against her. Manhattan may not erupt into warfare, yet the Hawks represented by Ross would thereafter fixate upon her. Should they capture her? Would they annihilate her? Such drastic alterations to the timeline and principal narrative arc could yield unforeseen consequences, leaving her hesitant to act impulsively. Her memories remain fragmented. Whether the Ancient One would manifest, or whether lurking shadows would seize the opportunity to create chaos, is uncertain. If memory serves, a higher order of cosmic beings known as the Observers may watch her plight as a whimsical spectacle, perhaps intervening in ways she cannot predict, leaving her uncertain whether her recklessness would incite trouble or unpredictability. This is akin to traversing a river by feeling for stones, each step fraught with uncertainty. Killing may address superficial issues, but cannot touch the essence of the matter. She embodies the capabilities of her nation's citizens, not the twisted desires of a certain individual seeking affection. Should she exceed the bounds of violence, she would become perpetually displaced as long as she remains human. She cannot escape society or the normalcy of human existence, forever pursued by unwelcome attention. Taking lives may be straightforward, a swift gaze can conclude the conflict. Yet the pressing question remains, what follows the act of killing? Such a life is uncomfortable and fraught with complications. She abhors unnecessary troubles. Yet she chooses to confront challenges head-on. Thus, poised between slaughter and detachment, she opts for a calculated maneuver. Let those prying audience members comprehend the impotence of the military. If you refuse to submit to investigation, we reserve the right to employ forceful arrest. Are you truly willing to stand against the entirety of America? General Ross, growing increasingly impatient, continued to shout through the megaphone, placing a grand label upon her. He suddenly perceived that superpowered individuals might not be so difficult to contend with after all. Hulk, remember to protect the ordinary citizens. You may retaliate, but strive to control your strength and avoid causing fatalities. Lu Yunming, indifferent to the antics of the clowns, approached quietly and whispered, Hulk, tired, but, friends, Hulk can. The green giant displayed a silly grin, which, despite its potential to frighten children, pleased Lu Yunming immensely. General Ross, we have not committed any crimes. Hence we shall not surrender easily. Your actions constitute an unlawful arrest, which we will not accept. Should you choose to act aggressively, we will be compelled to resist. I kindly request that the multitude of onlookers evacuate the area. Lu Yunming's gaze was piercing, her posture upright, and her exquisite visage radiated righteousness as she spoke with conviction. You enjoy moral coercion, don't you? My apologies. I can do that as well. However, when engaging in reasoned discourse, I require a long sword in hand. Indeed. Upon hearing her words, the citizens of New York felt the concern of their heroine, many shouting that the military was enacting tyranny and that they must resist such brutality. Hundreds, if not thousands, surged against the National Guard's barricades, only to be met with a barrage of shields and clubs. The police and military of this free nation have never been lenient with rioters, and tear gas and rubber bullets are merely standard procedures. This incited the anger of many, as the already devastated streets bore the scars of collapsed buildings and smashed vehicles. Just when they found a flicker of hope, the military sought to detain superheroes under the guise of control. After merely voicing a few heartfelt sentiments, they were met with violence and expulsion, unforgivable. The people's fury swelled, unleashed upon the military and police, plunging the scene into chaos. We can wait no longer. Order the troops to engage, targeting the female superhero and Hulk. As General Ross recognized the uncontrollable tide of public opinion, he swiftly issued the attack command. But, General, the crowd has yet to disperse. The hesitant deputy officer murmured, unable to bear the thought. Damn it, there are no buts. Soldiers, execute the order immediately. General Ross bellowed. The deputy officer sought confirmation, and the answer remained resolute. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey commands. Reluctantly, he dialed the command center. Soon, tanks and armored vehicles unleashed their firepower, while a fleet of armed helicopters began raining down hellfire. Rockets poured down like a deluge, and Manhattan Square erupted in a cacophony of explosions and flames. Terrified citizens scattered, many unable to escape, left to crouch on the ground, clutching their heads and exposing themselves to the onslaught. A little girl cried out for her mother. It was lost in the throng of fleeing bodies. Hulk, it's time to act. Lu Yunming's brow furrowed as she let out a low growl before soaring into the sky. She had not anticipated Lu Yunming soared through the air with remarkable speed, cradling a sobbing young girl in her arms as she continued her flight towards the next objective. In the blink of an eye, she rescued 7 or 8 citizens of New York City who had found themselves in peril, safely depositing them on the rooftops of buildings before returning once more to the fray. Suddenly, an old structure collapsed as a tank's heavy artillery pierced its load-bearing columns. sending the massive roof tumbling down towards several civilians seeking refuge below. The chaos was overwhelming, with too many people and obstacles around. Preventing Lu Yunming from fully unleashing her flying prowess, she was a moment too late. She could see the fear in the eyes of a young woman beneath the eaves as death loomed near. Then came Hulk. Smash! A green figure lunged forward, crashing into the falling debris with tremendous force, obliterating the massive eave. Hulk landed strategically, shielding 5 civilians beneath his bulk, absorbing the falling rubble with his back. Well done, Hulk, Lu Yunming exclaimed as she flew over, giving a thumbs up with a cheerful smile. Children deserve proper praise. Hulk responded with a fierce grin, clearly pleased with himself. At that moment, Manhattan was engulfed in chaos, with the sounds of explosions echoing through the sky. The streets, once painstakingly protected, had turned into a desolate wasteland. Fortunately, thanks to the combined efforts of Lu Yunming and Hulk, all the civilians affected by the battle were safely accounted for, with no casualties reported. The duo fought valiantly, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Hulk was truly a sight to behold, covered in grime and soot from the blasts of missiles and artillery. His figure nearly indistinguishable in the night unless he smiled. He bore some wounds, but they were few. The genetic mutations from gamma rays endowed him with extraordinary healing abilities, allowing him to recover almost instantaneously. Lu Yunming appeared equally battered, having bravely withstood 3 missiles and a barrage of artillery shells, her attire showing varying degrees of damage. Embodying the image of a righteous superhero fighting for her country and its people, it seemed as if she willingly endured the blows for the sake of public safety. In truth, evading the artillery was a simple task for her, as she could effortlessly dodge attacks and dismantle enemy weapons. Why not evade? Because she feared nothing. Why fear nothing? Simply because she did not. Even though she may not possess the prowess of a true superhero, her modest biofield could sufficiently protect her physical form, causing only superficial damage to her clothing, an exaggerated appearance that was ultimately painless. At times, she even deliberately engaged the blasts, resembling a blooming rose amidst the explosion's shock waves and flames, creating a dramatic effect that highlighted the stark contrast between blood and fire, war and peace. Who was she showcasing this for? Certainly for the people. Establishing a positive image in the hearts of the public was essential for a more comfortable future. Morality could not restrain her, yet it could legitimately justify a righteous crusade. Only by exposing the grotesque visage of the American military could one truly attain the high ground. When one cannot match strength, nor reason, this was the desired effect. Certainly, Ross possesses a formidable resolve. Yet he is not foolish enough to deem both Wonder Woman and the Hulk as threats without first ensuring that he himself does not become one. After all, who would dare to protect him under such circumstances? The firepower of an entire army would be insufficient to unleash a full-scale assault on the streets of Manhattan unless it were indiscriminate bombardment. Such symbolic strikes are merely intended to unsettle these 2 young super beings, while any collateral damage to innocent civilians could conveniently be attributed to them, with the government merely compensating for the losses. What can these oblivious civilians do other than instigate large-scale protests? They should be well aware of the might of the military and police forces. The flames of the incendiary bombs shot into the sky, as Lu Yunming emerged from the billowing smoke, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Enough is enough. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Being unafraid of punishment does not equate to enjoying it. In the next instant, she descended with incredible speed, snagging a heavy tank's track with 1 foot and hoisting it upwards with a fierce motion. The massive iron behemoth, weighing several tons, was hurled into the air, and she followed up with a powerful kick aimed at the tank's base. A resounding boom echoed as the colossal vehicle soared like a projectile, crashing directly into the most heavily fortified area. The cacophony of explosions reverberated through the sky, and thick smoke billowed heavenward. The strategic fire points established by the experimental unit were effortlessly reduced to rubble. Over 100 fully armed and well-trained special forces were instantly engulfed in flames. General Ross's expression darkened, yet he commanded his troops to intensify their assault, unleashing ultrasonic cannons and sleep gas. However, neither of these measures significantly affected the Hulk, and they were utterly ineffective against Lu Yunming. The exaggerated speed of Wonder Woman allowed her to evade nearly all attacks, and she had only braved the explosion to protect the civilians. Armed helicopters launched high-explosive rounds at Lu Yunming, yet to her, it was as if time had slowed. Evasion, destruction, or even enduring the attack was well within her capabilities. However, the Hulk could not suppress his desire to shield his new friend, leaping into the air to swat the missile into oblivion. The thunderous explosion shattered the windows of a nearby building, sending countless shards raining down. Below, a cleared path was bustling with civilians and injured soldiers evacuating in an orderly manner, none of whom anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Lu Yunming reacted swiftly, hovering in the air with her eyes glowing red. With a hum, a searing beam of energy erupted forth, sweeping through the fallen glass shards. At a scorching temperature of 4,000 degrees, the fragments melted instantaneously, expanding and exploding, scattering into sparks smaller than grains of rice. Yet, amidst this meticulous precision, one large shard of tempered glass remained unscathed by her laser vision. After splitting into two, one half, still the size of a human, plummeted directly towards the crowd below. The abruptness of the situation, compounded by the surrounding gunfire and the chaos of fleeing civilians, left Lu Yunming momentarily distracted and unable to react. In that split second, a piercing whistle pierced the air as a silver-hued armored figure broke the sound barrier, soaring toward the descending shard. It collided with the glass, shattering it into pieces and ensuring the safety of the civilians below. "Hey, did you miss me, Lu?" A mocking voice emanated from the amplifier of the iron armor. The familiar silhouette and irksome tone startled Lu Yunming for a moment, but she soon exhaled in relief. "Boss?" Watching the two Malawian quatches deftly maneuver through the air, utilizing its palm energy beams to clear shards of glass, she found herself puzzled as to why Tony Stark would appear in this location. "It seems I have arrived just in time. Henceforth, please refer to me as Timely Rain." Tony quipped nonchalantly, bringing the iron armor down with a resounding thud, instantly attracting a crowd of onlookers. "It's a pleasure to see you, boss," Lu Yunming grinned, revealing her gleaming white teeth. The true debut of the two Malawian quatches before the public occurred in Iron Man 2, when Tony, succumbing to palladium poisoning, had abandoned hope, and Rhodey appropriated the suit, modifying it into what would later become an authentic machine. She was certain that Tony had not piloted the two Malawian quatches during the incident in Harlem, Manhattan. It appeared as though the flutter of butterfly wings had stirred an imperceptible breeze. Fortunately, she mused, the glass had not harmed anyone. The butterfly effect had long since taken root. Upon her arrival in this world, numerous narrative timelines had begun to diverge. She felt no apprehension, for she believed in making peace with her circumstances. "In fact, you flew too swiftly," Lu Yunming remarked. "I have already pushed the speed to its maximum. It's still been over an hour of flight." Tony replied, exhaling in resignation. Ever since Lu Yunming had abruptly left the hot pot banquet, JARVIS had been tracking her through satellite signals. Upon discovering trouble in Manhattan, Tony wasted no time assembling the two Malawian quatches' iron armor and had flown over in a blaze of sparks and lightning. The two Malawian quatches had a maximum flight speed of Mach 2, which was the fastest method he could devise to reach this place. "Tony, you first assist the civilians in their escape. I shall handle the rest," Lu Yunming instructed, aware that the Mk2's defensive capability was notably inadequate. In fact, the armor's defenses prior to 6 Malawian quatches were rather poor, primarily due to the material and design, which employed traditional titanium alloys that lacked the resilience and strength of later models. After all, they were contending with an army of tens of thousands. Even if Tony's speed was impressive, the energy expenditure would be unsustainable. "All right, but before we proceed, General Ross, I must assert that you've committed a crime. You have unilaterally ordered your troops to open fire in a bustling area under baseless accusations to apprehend a private bodyguard of Stark Industries. Someone is en route. I hope you are prepared to face the consequences of your actions," Tony declared indignantly, and without waiting for General Ross's response, he maneuvered the iron armor to aid the fleeing civilians. In his view, General Ross's actions were tantamount to courting disaster. Attempting to confront a superheroine with the same tactics used against the Hulk, utterly nonsensical. A foolish individual, perpetually enraged with a low intellect, opposed a person of clarity and rationality. Both possessed formidable destructive potential, yet were incomparable. Moreover, he continued, "When did my personal bodyguard come under military jurisdiction? Father, did it never occur to you that the superheroine could easily apprehend you and halt this senseless war?" Betty, her demeanor forlorn, leaned against the seat, gazing down at the chaotic city below. A somber voice emerged slowly from her hoarse throat. What I desire eludes me, and this precisely affirms my judgment. The military is the visage of the nation. The position of a general is not merely for show. To lay hands on an active duty general, even if only through threats, would incite tremendous upheaval. Superhumans must be controlled by those in power. Formidable superhumans can inflict uncontrollable destruction and pose significant threats. I do not deny the strength of the female superhero, yet if she wishes to lead a normal life rather than venture to Mars, she must adhere to the rules. Unless she can eliminate all witnesses and bring the incident to a complete end, she will face immense pressure and condemnation from public opinion. General Ross's expression darkened as he stared disappointedly at Betty and spoke. Tony Stark is indeed no ordinary character. He is entangled with numerous powerful factions and connections, such that even the military dares not act overtly. However, this matter leaves no room for negotiation. He must be secured. Command the troops to seize the 2 experimental targets at all costs. He paused for a moment before solemnly issuing the order. Chapter 17. Influence, Revised Version. Under the stern orders of General Ross, the surrounding area was soon cleared of civilians, leaving only the encircled troops. Lu Yongming finally unleashed her full capabilities, her laser-like gaze continuously emanating red beams that obliterated tank after tank and armored vehicle. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, flames soaring into the sky amidst billowing smoke, littered with the charred remnants of military hardware. The helicopters overhead did not escape unscathed, their rotors severed, sending them plummeting from the heavens. Lu Yongming was not a bloodthirsty individual. However, her hands were not untainted by violence. Most of the soldiers were merely following orders, not irredeemable terrorists. She had extended an opportunity, should they persist in their hostility. Then meeting their demise by her scorching gaze would be a consequence of their own making. The annihilation of the experimental troops was inconsequential, as they were a specialized unit formed to combat superhuman abilities, and from the moment they conspired against her and Hulk to the instant they stepped onto the battlefield, they should have been prepared for annihilation. While it was true that each soldier had a family behind them, and taking one life equated to shattering the cornerstone of a household, when faced with a threat to one's life, one could only extend apologies. Thus, she endeavored to control her precision and force. As long as no irrational attack was initiated, she would swiftly extricate any soldiers trapped within the vehicles before they plummeted or exploded. If rescue proved impossible, then they could only hope for the best. With the performance reaching its climax, there was no need for her to cultivate a completely righteous image. Half an hour later, all armed vehicles lay in ruins. The majority of rocket launchers and firearms twisted beyond use. Most soldiers had relinquished their weapons, signaling their surrender, for further combat held no purpose. They recognized they were up against an opponent akin to a monster, someone who could traverse a hail of bullets with ease. At this juncture, firearms and artillery were rendered utterly meaningless. Manhattan's Harlem district lay in tatters, the area affected by the battle engulfed in flames, dense smoke billowing toward the heavens. While numerous firefighters worked tirelessly to contain the inferno, soldiers, dazed by the aftermath of battle or rendered unconscious by the thick smoke, were gradually carried from the battlefield. Lu Yongming was not idle either, utilizing her extraordinary speed to transport the wounded back and forth. The fighting had concluded. There was no need for further complications. In addition, Hulk was akin to a lumberjack, gathering the injured in bundles and tossing them to safety. Ultimately, only the armed helicopter carrying General Ross remained, hovering in the air. Under the subconscious influence of Banner, Hulk instinctively avoided this helicopter, for his beloved Betty was aboard. Lu Yongming, however, held no such reservations under normal circumstances. She would refrain from indiscriminate killing to prevent her infamy from spreading far and wide. Although this battle had not escalated to a life-threatening level, the blood-sucking mosquitoes were still quite bothersome. Given that the area had been cleared, it was time to address the true instigator. General Ross was in a daze, gazing at the hellish scene below, where ruins and flames danced, uncertain of what to feel. He was defeated, utterly and completely, as 3 mixed battalions and a special experimental unit were annihilated within half an hour by 2 formidable beings. Yes, the detestable Superwoman and Hulk did not kill a single soul. Instead, they braved a hail of bullets to rescue numerous civilians and soldiers, which was the most infuriating aspect of it all. He felt like a clown, believing he had everything under control, only to be crushed by the awakened giant. As he watched Superwoman, her eyes gleaming with a red light, slowly hovering before the helicopter and staring coldly at him, Ross felt a twinge of regret. Not regret for the mission itself, but for having acted rashly without thoroughly investigating Superwoman's capabilities. At that moment, an armed helicopter approached, its loudspeaker blaring a cold voice. General Ross, this is Major Rhodes. Please disarm immediately and cease all operations. The Secretary of State is aware of your actions, and the Department of Defense has issued a warrant for your arrest. You're under arrest. A bitter smile crept across Ross's weathered face. It was all over for him. Both his military and political careers had come to an end. Ignoring the safety of civilians and unilaterally mobilizing troops to fire within the city, causing widespread destruction, he would face the government's retribution, even if no lives were lost. General Ross glanced at the occupants of the helicopter. Aside from a few loyal soldiers, the only other presence was his daughter. I accept my arrest. After a prolonged silence, he sighed as if drained of strength. Slumping in his seat and speaking weakly, Lu Yongdream's crimson gaze softened, and she ceased her laser focus. She had no intention of genuinely attacking the armed helicopter, merely employing intimidation. She remained indifferent to what fate awaited the architect of this debacle, for he should never resurface again. America was adept at dealing with scapegoats, and a judicious disappearance would prove beneficial for all. Morality could save lives, yet it could also take them. Having engaged in a brawl, Hulk felt unsatisfied, and Lu Yongdream indulged the giant in conversation, promising to play with him next time. Satisfied, Hulk retreated, restoring Bruce Banner's consciousness. Betty wept as she embraced Banner, repeatedly expressing her apologies. She had never anticipated events would escalate to such a degree. Lu Yongdream cast a meaningful glance at the tearful Betty, pondering her fortune. General Ross may not have been the best father, but he had, in some ways, been a good one to his daughter. Unfortunately, his overwhelming ambition had ensnared her, ultimately leading to his downfall. Betty had witnessed her father's desperate attempt to capture both her boyfriend and Superwoman, foreseeing his inevitable fate. She harbored no thoughts of seeking Superwoman's forgiveness, aside from her uncertainty about the moral stance to take. The reality was that her father had crossed an irreparable line. There was no one to save him. Banner felt immense gratitude towards Dream, as he retained memories from his transformation. The fact that she had managed to persuade Hulk to refrain from causing widespread destruction brought him considerable solace. Dream refrained from revealing that Hulk was capable of communication, merely smiling in response. She extended an invitation to Betty and Banner to join her in Los Angeles. Confident that Tony would not refuse two brilliant scholars, Banner acquiesced, for it mattered little where he went. Supergirl could deter Hulk, making it safer for him to remain nearby. Betty did not refuse either, as her father had been apprehended and she had lost her job, leaving her with nowhere to turn. The most elated among them was none other than Tony Stark himself. "Ah, splendid. Dr. Banner. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. Dr. Betty. I am keenly interested in your expertise and warmly welcome your inclusion. By the way, you will not be disappointed with the benefits at Stark Industries," Tony remarked, lifting his iron mask and exchanging playful winks with Lian Ming before breaking into a smile. The battle in Harlem, Manhattan, had concluded, culminating in the arrest of General Ross for his unauthorized mobilization of troops that caused widespread destruction in the bustling district. The awakened abomination was also confined within the world's most secure prison. The following day, General Ross languished in his cell, devoid of visible injuries. The forensic autopsy concluded that he suffered from heart disease, resulting in a natural death. However, the incident had not truly ended. Rather, it had intensified. In the 21st century, the age of information technology, the speed of message dissemination was beyond imagination. Despite the government's stringent prohibitions against publicizing related information online, numerous individuals chose to take risks. Within less than an hour, the internet across America was inundated with images and videos, with views and comments multiplying exponentially. Although this grievous incident resulted in no casualties, it wreaked havoc across more than 16 streets and hundreds of residences. The wreckage of countless crushed cars lay strewn about, making Harlem resemble a war-torn landscape ravaged by artillery and missiles. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed like Syria, who could fathom that this was one of America's most prosperous cities. The blame that was initially poised to fall upon Lian Ming and Hulk had been deftly shifted onto the scapegoat, General Ross. Public outrage surged, with all eyes directed at the instigator of the Manhattan incident. In response, a spokesperson from the U.S. government publicly issued an apology to Supergirl, asserting that General Ross's unilateral actions bore no direct relation to the government or military. Naturally, public opinion regarding the panic caused by the superpowered street battle was polarized. A minority believed it to be mere fantasy, arguing that the emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities should be quelled in its infancy. They contended that superpowered beings needed regulation, adherence to the national constitution, and the establishment of relevant countermeasures to foster a sense of security and trust in the government among ordinary citizens. Conversely, a significant majority held that superpowered individuals could better protect the general populace and reduce urban crime. The appearance of Supergirl, in particular, sent DC comic fans into a frenzy, as they fervently expressed their support for her, bestowing upon her the title of Goddess of Humanity and hoping she would continue to combat crime and uphold justice. Notably, videos showcasing Supergirl's overwhelming strength as she decisively subdued the abomination, with her eyes emitting red beams that shattered falling glass, were crafted into various short clips. Accompanied by passionate background music, a multitude of individuals appeared to be immersed in the scene, witnessing the rapid surge of likes and comments. Some even lauded the Hulk's heroic rescue, remarking that although he may seem like a brutish figure, lacking in aesthetic appeal, the moment he emerged from the flames cradling the populace, he instilled an unparalleled sense of security. Major television networks vied for coverage, offering mixed reviews. Journalists from government-controlled stations posed numerous provocative questions, leaning towards the notion that those with superpowers should bear full responsibility for the destruction of the city and the ensuing public safety panic. Some sensationalized the fearsome aspects of these super beings, belittling the actions of the female superhero and the Hulk. Such assertions ignited the wrath of supporters, sparking an online war. Certain networks aimed for a more factual approach, expressing a desire to interview the involved parties, yet regrettably found themselves unable to locate any of them. In summary, the female superhero and the Hulk had achieved meteoric fame, dominating various online platforms, while other celebrity events paled in comparison. Even international media outlets prioritized these stories. Consequently, the subsequent debut of the two Malawian Quatch's iron armor garnered little attention. Tony Stark was notably displeased, as he had always been a flamboyant individual. intending to make a grand entrance with the armor, only to find that it attracted less buzz than the Hulk's adversary, leaving him with no recourse for justification. By nightfall, at the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., in the director's office, Nick Fury furrowed his brow while replaying footage of the epic battle on the streets of New York, gripping an oddly shaped beeper. He seemed to be in a state of contemplation. The might of the female superhero was undeniable, and more than half of the International Security Council wished for her to be regulated. Nick Fury was no fool. While some individuals could be managed, others could not. To confront true monsters, one must possess commensurate power, lest they become a cautionary tale like General Ross. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately stowed away the metallic beeper. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the door, and a strikingly beautiful woman entered. With wine-red curls framing her exquisite features, captivating eyes, a petite nose, and lips that curled slightly upward, she exuded a blend of allure and playfulness. Agent Romanoff, how does it feel to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury inquired, his hands resting naturally on the desk as he raised his gaze to the enchanting figure before him. Not too bad. The food is decent. The benefits are good, and my colleagues are quite friendly. Most importantly, I can finally control my own thoughts, the beauty replied, her smile radiating joy. Yet her eyes held a serene calmness, creating an oddly discordant impression. Chapter 18. Secret Measures. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984, originally named Natalia Romanova, once served as an operative for the Soviet Red Room, bearing the codename Black Widow. During her covert assignments mandated by the Red Room, she encountered the elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, leading to an intense confrontation. Unfortunately, she was captured and subsequently betrayed her organization, joining S.H.I.E.L.D., where she now holds the rank of Level 7 agent. Possessing extraordinary infiltration skills, combat techniques, linguistic abilities, mimicry, firearms proficiency, and vehicle operation, she excels in every discipline, achieving the pinnacle of expertise, with some skills even reaching a master level. She stands as the most elite operative in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s active field agents, unrivaled in her capabilities. This is why Clint, after overpowering her in their initial encounter, spared her life, recognizing her exceptional talent. Good. I thought you would need some time to adjust, Nick Fury remarked with a smile. You called me here so late. Is there something of utmost importance? Romanoff, playfully tossing her hair, cut to the chase. Since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., she no longer frets over whom she fights for, nor does she worry about executing the sordid tasks of assassination. The mission of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to uphold world peace. A notion that may sound grandiose, yet it is a challenge she relishes. Thus, she does not resent fighting for a cause she believes in, at the very least. It allows her to atone for her past transgressions. The matter regarding Dreykov has concluded. You have a new mission ahead, Nick Fury said, extracting a stack of documents from his drawer, his tone laden with significance. Romanoff accepted the documents, skimming through them rapidly, her expression shifting to one of bemusement. After multiple confirmations, she closed the file. You want me to go to the Middle Kingdom, posing as a relative to engage a 50-year-old woman? Is this for real? Romanoff inquired, perplexed. She had undertaken countless perilous clandestine missions and faced a myriad of adversaries, yet such a target was unprecedented. Indeed, Nick Fury replied tersely. Director, you must be jesting. I hardly resemble someone of Asian descent, Romanoff questioned, voicing her skepticism. She had undergone specialized training, mastering numerous languages, even managing to speak Mandarin with a local dialect. But one's appearance is unmistakable. The stark contrast between Western and Eastern features is evident. Do not underestimate people's perceptions. Ordinary disguises would prove ineffective, and prolonged use of chemical products to mask her visage would be detrimental. Moreover, there is always a moment of unmasking. It is essential to acknowledge that no secret remains undisclosed, especially in the enigmatic East. The Weapons Research Department has developed a new photon-capturing mask. It can transform your appearance to resemble anyone, including individuals of Eastern descent, Nick Fury calmly elucidated. Romanoff raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling what he had just mentioned. A few years ago, that thing was merely in its infancy, fraught with numerous shortcomings. Yet now it has remarkably progressed to the point of production and utilization. Very well. Boss, I still wish to inquire. What is so particularly noteworthy about middle-aged women in this celestial empire? After all, the task description was rather vague. Merely proximity suffices, rather than elimination, does it not? Romanoff curiously inquired. Within the realm of espionage, there exists an unwritten rule. All missions must steer clear of the great eastern nation. For agents attempting infiltration have mysteriously vanished, their fates unknown. Even the formidable Bear of the North exercises utmost caution regarding this neighboring land, let alone the United States across the sea. To infiltrate China merely to approach an ordinary middle-aged woman. This task is evidently not as straightforward as the description suggests. Surely, it cannot be merely to engage in dining and drinking. Have you heard of that female superhero online? Nick Fury did not respond immediately, but posed a question in return. Certainly, on the streets of Manhattan, she defeated a formidable force of 30,000 elite troops under General Ross without taking any lives. She is quite beautiful, while I am not without my own charm. I must concede there exists a slight disparity. Romanoff raised an eyebrow and remarked with a faint smile. She was indeed familiar with the internet's most celebrated superpowered individual. A remarkable young woman endowed with the abilities of DC's Superman. It is inconceivable that one could persuade the Hulk solely through words without possessing immense power as a foundation. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she possessed profound insight into the uncontrollable beast when it went berserk. The target of this mission is a relative of the female superhero. Do you comprehend my meaning? Nick Fury articulated with significant implication. What? Romanoff was taken aback. Incredulity evident in her voice. Boss, I am certain you jest on an international scale. Have you considered the ramifications of such an action? The female superhero could easily obliterate General Ross's forces, and she could likewise dismantle the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. What advantage lies in provoking her? Romanoff stared at Nick Fury with a bewildered expression, as if to say, are you truly sending me to my demise? She simply could not fathom the merits of this mission. It was a damn foolish decision. While the female superhero is not as emotionally volatile as the Hulk, her sense of justice is unwavering, which does not imply she is immune to wrath. An originally rational individual, when driven mad, can be more terrifying than anyone else, especially when judged by her capacity for destruction, for she is a powerful entity capable of reducing a city to ruins. As an agent, Natasha considered herself no less formidable than anyone else, yet she wished to keep her distance from an adversary of such caliber. My God, I am not asking you to kill, merely to make contact and cultivate a rapport. This poses no detriment to us. The potential to enlist the female superhero into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ranks hinges on your mission's progress. Most importantly, I must ensure national security. At times, we possess no alternatives. Nick Fury replied with grave seriousness. This mission's difficulty is unparalleled, perhaps the most troublesome in the history of S.H.I.E.L.D. Compared to the agents within the Bureau, he believed that only Black Widow was truly capable. Have you made contact with the Spear Agency? Natasha inquired. Her lips pressed together in unease. The Spear Agency, S.P.E.A.R., was an intelligence-gathering organization established by Hawkeye for national security. Boasting a workforce of over 150,000 that included agents, analysts, and supervisors, complemented by formidable aerial support. Like S.H.I.E.L.D., they bore the responsibility of addressing various supernatural incidents. Under the jurisdiction of the United Nations Security Council, their authority extended across Asia, and they preferred to remain insular in their communications. No, Nick Fury replied, shaking his head without a hint of concealment. Zheng is not easy to negotiate with. Any S.H.I.E.L.D. agent recklessly intruding upon their territory would undoubtedly receive a negative response. The Spear Agency possessed unparalleled advantages on home soil, with both influence and intelligence capabilities that rivaled those of S.H.I.E.L.D., in addition to their own extraordinary combat units. In this regard, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared somewhat outdated. To meddle carelessly in the territory of Hawkeye would be a fool's errand. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was acutely aware of these realities, yet he found himself compelled to act. The threat posed by this superhuman was simply too formidable. He had to keep a contingency plan in place, or he would find no peace even in slumber. Then why do you still want me to go? Natasha exclaimed, her expression darkening. I've just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and you're already displeased with me, Nick? Are you so eager to send me into the enemy's rear to stir up trouble, hoping I meet my demise sooner? With a frustrated slap on the table, she lamented. During her tenure as an agent in the Red Room, she had indeed undertaken missions to infiltrate the Eastern superpower, yet these were invariably of the utmost difficulty. Typically, the Red Room would not provoke them without a clear conflict of interest. She could already envision the peril that this assignment entailed. Natasha, I have no other choice. You must comprehend my strategy. Nick Fury asserted gravely. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot afford to leave a being with such tremendous supernatural abilities unchecked. His expression darkened slightly. If possible, he certainly hoped that General Ross's plan would succeed. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network spanned the globe. It was inconceivable that they had not received prior intelligence regarding the experimental forces attempting to ensnare their quarry. The Manhattan incident, in some respects, was a tacit endorsement from the higher echelons. S.H.I.E.L.D. would not directly intervene, yet they would probe the strength of potential threats to the fullest extent. Those so-called elite troops were akin to cannon fodder. If they could compel Hulk and the superhuman woman to act decisively, It would align S.H.I.E.L.D. with the moral high ground for negotiation. In this regard, they were professionals. However, the Data Analysis Division merely recorded a greater volume of extraordinary data, failing to achieve the desired outcomes. When Liu Yunming decisively defeated the abomination, Nick Fury knew the plan had unraveled. The level of force demonstrated surpassed the psychological thresholds of the upper echelons. Thus, it became a matter of facilitating General Ross's deserved outcome, a mere gambit. Is there truly no other recourse? Romanoff pressed, unwilling to relent. If possible, she truly wished to avoid executing this infernal task. The deadline was merely 1 year. And the objective was to cultivate relationships in daily life, nothing more, quite simple. Nick Fury chuckled softly and continued, the expectations have been clearly articulated. This task is yours and yours alone. Do not evade it, Agent Romanoff. I trust you will successfully fulfill this assignment. It is an order. After a brief pause, he added, well, I hope to return in one piece. Natasha sighed in resignation, her voice tinged with weariness. Good luck, she replied. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, confident that his most exceptional agent would accomplish the task at hand. After Natasha's departure, Nick Fury turned on his computer and retrieved an encrypted document from the hard drive. Before him lay materials detailing the Avengers Initiative. He deleted several words and added the name Liu Yunming to the list of team members at the document's outset. Chapter 19, The Path to Strength in a Seaside Villa in Los Angeles. By the basement window, Liu Yunming lounged in her sleepwear on the sofa, gripping a luminous circular device in her hand. Blue energy twisted the air, continuously coiling around her arm. If one were to scrutinize under a microscope, they would discover that this energy permeated through her skin's pores. The ramifications of the New York incident were vast, and the outside world was in uproar. Liu Yunming refrained from any interviews, merely informing Tony before retreating into her home, singularly focused on the pursuit of strength. Since her encounter with the abomination, she had realized her body exhibited a certain reaction to the radiation emitted by gamma rays. In simpler terms, she could absorb pure energy within a certain distance and range, encompassing various rays, albeit limited. As she absorbed this energy, her physique gradually strengthened, though the pace and extent of her enhancement were modest. She had requested several miniature arc reactors from Tony, continuously channeling energy through her hands, undeterred by meals or sleep. After calculations, it became evident that a single miniature arc reactor could only augment her system's numerical panel by approximately 1020. Moreover, it required a full day to completely absorb the energy, rendering the process excruciatingly slow. With a stoic expression, Liu Yunming discarded the depleted arc reactor, its light extinguished. Closing her eyes, she delved into her consciousness, summoning the system panel. Name, Liu Yunming, energy level, surface level, advanced, status, active, gender, female, template benchmark, native of the motherland. Similarity 115, source of superpower, genetic mutation induced by cosmic rays, super strength, maximum muscle power, 500 tons, super speed, maximum ground speed, 15 Mach, 5,100 meters second. Super defense, can withstand most conventional weaponry, but not nuclear explosions. Super healing, human cell activation 15,000 times, capable of absorbing energy for rapid healing, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. Flight, 37 Mach, 12,600 meters second. Laser vision, 4,300. X-ray vision, can penetrate human bodies, metal materials, and reinforced concrete structures, but cannot penetrate special metal zinc. Super hearing, able to capture all sounds within a 5,500 meter radius. Lifespan, 230 years. Energy absorption, can absorb various ray energies through close contact to enhance physical strength. In recent days, she ventured to a nuclear power plant reactor, stealthily infiltrating to absorb nuclear radiation energy at close range. After several hours of squatting, she discovered that regardless of the intensity of the external radiation energy, the speed at which her body could absorb it remained unchanged. Undeterred, Liu Yunming speculated that perhaps her absorption posture was flawed and endeavored to consciously deepen her energy intake. The result was an immediate surge of intense pain coursing through her body, as though it were being torn apart, plunging her into a state of weakness. Upon examining the system panel, it became evident that excessive absorption of radiation would wreak havoc on the cellular structure, causing cells to perish continuously once their threshold was surpassed. The genetic similarity among the people of my homeland has exceeded 100, yet the genetic level has not achieved a transcendence or breakthrough. Liu Yunming felt a sense of unease. At this rate of energy absorption, attaining a physique akin to steel would require at least a century. The Marvel Universe is home to many formidable entities, the mere existence of which is beyond her current capacity to confront. With the absorption of energy, Liu Yunming's body gradually strengthened, and fragmented memories began to resurface. Although these memories were disjointed and lacking coherence, they revealed a wealth of knowledge regarding her past existence, including the hierarchy of life within the Marvel Universe. At the surface level, individuals holding significant positions on the planet's surface, such as Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, and Black Panther in the cinematic universe. Among them, Hulk's abilities are evidently extraordinary. While he may not possess the power to obliterate a planet, given enough time, he could certainly devastate a continent. This caliber is considered top tier within the surface level. At the planetary level, entities capable of annihilating a planet in a short span under full power, represented by Captain Marvel and Thor wielding Stormbreaker in the cinematic universe, and the enraged Hulk from the comics. At the Father of Heaven level, beings who can harness cosmic energy and possess the capability to destroy multiple planets, such as Captain Marvel in her binary form, the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, Odin, the King of Asgard, and Thanos from Titan. At the single universe level, entities that can effortlessly obliterate galaxies and annihilate formidable civilizations, including the Celestials and the Judge, Erishem, who is a paragon of this level, as well as Thanos, who, wielding the 6 Infinity Stones, has grazed the threshold of this tier. At the multiverse level, terrifying beings capable of influencing multiple single universes. Above this are the super-universe level, omnipotent universe level, and the unparalleled OA. Goodness, those latter levels are unfathomable. To survive in such a terrifying world, relying solely on the abilities of my homeland seems insufficient. Lu Yun-Dream, at her current state, is merely a somewhat weaker planetary-level entity. Perhaps she could challenge Captain Marvel in a test of strength, but victory would elude her. Superman's steel-like physique merely qualifies him as an upper-tier planetary entity, marking just the beginning, with even more exaggerated beings beyond, such as Silver and Golden Superman. The path to strength is long and fraught with challenges. Having acquired the ability to absorb energy, Lu Yun-Dream has contemplated the Infinity Stones, as these not only encompass a remarkably high purity of cosmic energy, but also contain the essences of mysterious laws. Presently on Earth, the Space Stone is undergoing clandestine research for epoch-making energy weapons within the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory. The Reality Stone, composed of ether particles, was sealed in an obscure region after Odin vanquished the Dark Elves and only appeared in Paris, France, during the phenomenon of the 9-star conjunction. The Soul Stone resides on the enigmatic planet Vormir, while the Power Stone is located on the abandoned planet Morak, its coordinates shrouded in mystery. Even if one were to ascertain their location, the ability to conduct prolonged space travel remains elusive. During this period, the Mind Stone is likely in the possession of Thanos, yet to be wielded for mischief against the 3 princesses of Asgard. The Time Stone is safeguarded at the Sanctum of Camartage by the formidable Ancient One, a master of unparalleled prowess, rendering any attempts at acquisition futile. To procure these Infinity Stones, the Space Stone presents the most accessible opportunity, particularly given the current feebleness of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the strength of her homeland, Lu Yun-Dream could forcibly seize or stealthily obtain it. However, she harbors no desire to resort to such measures, at least until she has amassed sufficient strength. Earth is under the covert scrutiny of numerous formidable beings, and it is imperative not to exhibit excessive ambition. The Infinity Stones are inherently perilous, drawing the attention of countless factions and individuals eager to covet them. Engaging in such endeavors could easily render her a global adversary, a risk with consequences far outweighing potential gains. Upon her arrival in this world, Lu Yun-Dream discerned that it aligns with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Although the dangers here do not quite reach the heights of the Marvel Comics universe, they are formidable enough to pose a significant challenge. Recalling fragmented memories, she knows that in a few years, Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, will snap his fingers, resulting in the obliteration of half the universe's sentient beings, a prospect that fills her with dread. A mere contest of strength may not suffice, especially considering Thanos undoubtedly wields more than one ability. She must expedite her growth in power to confront the impending threats. After careful contemplation, she resolves to set aside thoughts of the Infinity Stones for now, opting instead to journey to the mystical sanctuary of Camartage in search of sage counsel. She is deeply intrigued by the triune magical system of the Book of Vishanti, recognizing that this world encompasses more than just technological advancements. Yet, before she can embark on her quest, she receives a distress call from Tony Stark. To understand the urgency, one must trace back a few hours prior. Following the events in New York, Tony returned to his home in Los Angeles, immersed in the development of a new generation of Iron Man armor. He meticulously analyzed the shortcomings of the 2 Malawian Quatches in combat, integrating these elements into his latest creation. Enhancements were made to the weapon systems, alterations to the body materials, Compatibility of exhaust valves was improved, and the adaptability and strength of the outer armor were reinforced, culminating in the birth of the 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit. This latest armor, crafted from a gold titanium alloy and adorned with a striking red and gold finish, reflects Tony's flamboyant and proud character. The capabilities of the 3 Malawian Quatches have been optimized from its 2 Malawian Quatches predecessor, rendering it a near-complete masterpiece at this stage. It is worth noting that the 2 Malawian Quatches suit nearly succumbed to gunfire during the Manhattan incident, although Tony emerged unscathed. His nature would never allow him to be satisfied with such a flawed creation. While fine-tuning the 3 Malawian Quatches, Tony inadvertently stumbled upon a report detailing a brutal assault by the Ten Rings terrorist organization on the town of Migra. The terrorists viciously slaughtered the men, abducting women and children, relegating the women to instruments of gratification and training the children to become warriors. This violent and brutal colonization has rendered countless civilians homeless and displaced, resulting in the tragic deaths of hundreds and thousands. Once again, the Ten Commandments gang is involved. This news enraged Tony. Migratown is the hometown of Dr. Ethan, and he could not stand idly by as these beasts destroyed his friend's ancestral home. Having previously endured a terrorist attack and abduction, imprisoned in a cave, where he often pondered whether he would see the sun rise the next day, Tony empathized deeply with the plight of these refugees. Consequently, he assembled the 3 Malawian Quatches and, without informing Liu Yunming, set off for the scene of the incident. Beyond his desire to punish evil and uphold justice, he harbored a slight ulterior motive to redeem himself from the events in New York. Easily vanquishing the malevolent terrorists and obliterating the Jericho missiles secretly sold to them by Stark Industries, Tony felt a sense of satisfaction as he maneuvered the 3 Malawian Quatches, preparing to depart. However, on his way back to Los Angeles, he was detected by the radar of the domestic military, since he had not reported in advance. He found himself being pursued by 2 F-22 Raptors, a rather precarious situation. It was not that the 3 Malawian Quatches could not defeat the fighter jets. Given the formidable capabilities of his Iron Man suit, destroying them would be a simple task. Yet, Tony had no desire to engage in conflict with the Air Force or expose his identity. With no other choice, he dialed his bodyguard's number. "Lou, help. Quickly move your bosses behind out of the fire." Tony's anxious voice crackled through the phone. "Huh, this is what you get for going out without telling me. Prepare to be punished." Liu Yiming replied, her tone filled with playful mockery. A fleeting recollection made it clear to her that he had gone off to play the hero and now required her assistance to clean up his mess. His decision to act independently without notifying his bodyguard had led to this predicament. Serves him right. That being said, one must admit, the Mk3's debut was truly breathtaking. It was stunning. "Oh, don't be like that. I was merely executing justice, and now I'm being treated as an illegal intruder. I helped you in New York. Now it's your turn to assist me, right? Besides, I'm paying you. You can't just watch your boss meet his demise." Tony murmured, aware of his disadvantage, thus resorting to an emotional appeal. "All right, boss. I'll have Jarvis mark your location on the phone," Liu Yunming replied, stifling her laughter. In truth, whether or not to go was inconsequential. With the performance and defensive capabilities of the 3 Malawian Quatches Iron Man suit, the so-called pride of the U.S. military, the F-22 Raptor fighters posed little threat to him. Nevertheless, since her boss was in need, the bodyguard had to fulfill her duty. She was merely teasing this flamboyant playboy a moment ago. Chapter 20. Thumbs up at the Edwards Air Force Base Command in California. An alarm suddenly blared from the radar detection system, signaling the incursion of a high-velocity, unidentified flying object into American airspace. The soldiers responsible for identification were in disarray, anxiously manipulating their systems and computers. What on earth is this? Do we have authorization for anyone to be flying in this area? The soldier monitoring the situation wore a perplexed expression, noting that the object in flight originated from the Migra region. "No, terrorists are using civilians as human shields. We are prohibited from approaching." Another soldier shook his head, responding with certainty. "Contact the Department of Defense. They must have some insights." The duty major at the command spoke up. "Initiate surveillance and identify the code. It has been confirmed. This is an unidentified flying object. It is not affiliated with the Air Force." The soldier responsible for detection replied swiftly. "Have we established communication with the CIA?" The duty major continued his inquiries. "Sir, the CIA is on the line and inquired whether we have dispatched any flight missions." The soldier at the receiver turned to ask. "No, that is definitely not our aircraft." The detection soldier asserted emphatically. "The system cannot retrieve any codes. The Air Force does not possess such a craft. It is neither a Navy aircraft nor a Marine Corps plane." Another detection soldier chimed in simultaneously. "I require a definitive answer. Can we ascertain the shape of the target?" The duty major asked with a grave demeanor. "No, we are unable to confirm its identity. The identification code remains unknown." The detection soldier shook his head, responding truthfully. "Go." Summon Major Rod from the Weapons Development Department, now, immediately. The duty major commanded loudly. The incursion of an unidentified flying object into American airspace concerns national dignity and homeland security. We cannot afford to be careless. Upon receiving the news, Rod arrived at the Air Force Command with a look of confusion. We have searched all known databases, and there are no matching records. The detection soldier reiterated. Do we have high-altitude surveillance in that area? Rod raised an eyebrow, fixating on the red dot moving across the radar display. Both Airborne Warning and Global Hawk can cover this region. The African-American soldier nodded in response. Has this thing appeared out of thin air? Why hasn't the Homeland radar detected it? Rod inquired quizzically. Logically, an incursion by a non-U.S. military force would be detected immediately by border radar. It should not suddenly manifest deep within the homeland. That defies reason. This object is peculiar. Its radar cross-section is exceedingly small. A soldier monitoring the situation replied. Is it stealthy? Rod continued to question. No, sir. This object is simply smaller in size. It is likely a drone or a similar type of aircraft, the soldier answered. Colonel, do you have any idea what this might be? The duty major asked with a hint of skepticism. The Air Force's Weapon Development Department often fabricates peculiar equipment, which remains unrecorded in the information database until its official unveiling and production. Thus, he had reason to suspect that the department was engaging in subterfuge. Rod's brow furrowed in contemplation as a particular possibility began to take shape in his mind, growing more plausible with each passing moment. Soon, he dialed Tony Stark's number. Rod had already witnessed the two Malawian Quatch's suit during the Manhattan incident, a sleek, form-fitting suit of iron that was nothing short of spectacular. Following the event, he had privately inquired whether Tony intended to share this technology with the military, only to receive an unequivocal refusal. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic object, which boasted a flight speed surpassing that of sound and a minimal radar cross-section, felt strikingly familiar. Upon connecting the call, Tony attempted to deflect the inquiry. But it wasn't long before he inadvertently revealed the truth. The Air Force had ordered two F-22 Raptors stationed at a military base in Afghanistan to scramble and intercept an unidentified flying object. Infuriated, Rod threatened to shoot it down, prompting Tony to confess that it was indeed the very suit he had utilized during the New York incident. Initially, Rod intended to instruct the Air Force Command to abort the interception mission. However, the tenacious duty officer, a major, commanded them to open fire. Although Rod possessed superior weaponry, the commanding officer held legitimate authority over the interception operation. In desperation, Tony reached out to Li Yunming for assistance. The three Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit possessed the absolute capability to annihilate two F-22 Raptors, but lacked the means to escape their vigilant eyes. While the suit's speed could outpace the fighter jets, it could not evade the missiles. Soon enough, the three Malawian Quatches was locked onto by the fighter's fire control radar, and a Sidewinder missile was launched, hurtling toward Tony. As the missile closed in on the airborne suit, Tony prepared to deploy a flare when a figure streaked through the air. A stunning woman, clad in a blue skin-tight suit with a crimson cape and cascading golden-brown curls, appeared swiftly behind the three Malawian Quatches. With a resounding impact, she unleashed a powerful punch. The intense pressure wave created a sonic boom and obliterated the missile. The ensuing explosion distorted the air, flames ignited, and thick smoke rapidly expanded. As the chaos subsided, onlookers were left in astonishment. The figure hovered unscathed, casually brushing off the dust from her attire. The pilots of the F-22 Raptors were left dumbfounded, a sudden appearance, a single punch obliterating a missile. And yet the figure remained unharmed. However, they quickly recognized her as the sensational online phenomenon, the superwoman who had captured the public's imagination. Hold on, everyone. My boss is testing his new equipment. I apologize for the unauthorized entry into the civilian flight restricted zone, Li Yunming said, maintaining her speed as she flew parallel to the two F-22 Raptors, offering a friendly smile. To her, the two fighter jets appeared woefully slow, and she could easily assist Tony in evading them. Regrettably, she is now perceived as a superheroine by the public, necessitating the maintenance of her image. Thus, she could only offer an explanation, fervently hoping that the aircraft would refrain from firing upon her. Naturally, her mere presence would enable the relevant authorities to swiftly ascertain the origin of Iron Man 3 Malawian Quatches, rendering any notions of secrecy moot. It is essential to recognize that when Tony chose to call for help, he should have anticipated such consequences. Unlike the original narrative, with Li Yunming's protection, Tony need not worry about the myriad issues that could arise from the potential exposure of his identity. The two fighter pilots, uncertain of how to proceed, promptly relayed the intelligence and footage to the Air Force Command. The duty major furrowed his brow, feeling quite perturbed. In his view, national security supersedes all else. Even the superheroine lacks the authority to impede military operations. Just as he was about to issue a firing order, he was interrupted by Rhodes. Hey, Major. I wonder how you plan to shoulder the responsibility of provoking a superheroine by firing upon a national icon. The Major was poised to argue further, but Rhodes waved his hand dismissively, offering no opportunity for rebuttal. The principles of peaceful coexistence with the superheroine are upheld by Congress, the Department of Defense, the CIA, the FBI, and every other notable institution. Are you somehow an exception? Presently, the footage from the battle in Manhattan has circulated globally, and the superheroine has become synonymous with strategic nuclear weaponry. While some may contend that nuclear arms could eliminate such a being, who would dare to truly test that theory? Furthermore, would you care to provoke her? Do you wish to sacrifice two F-22 Raptors? Have you witnessed how she can rend tank armor as if it were mere paper? Are you capable of confronting her? There has been no threat to public safety. Let us minimize the situation. Do you comprehend? Rhodes spoke with grave seriousness, delivering his admonition before turning to leave. At this juncture, should the Major still opt to insist upon engaging in an intercept, any ensuing disaster would be of no concern to him. With Lu Yunming's arrival, Tony's predicament was effectively resolved. He now needed to return and admonish that rogue, forbidding him from deploying civilian machinery onto the battlefield henceforth. The succession of inquiries left the duty Major feeling dizzy, and he suddenly realized he was drenched in cold sweat, having nearly issued an irrevocable order. Indeed, the superheroine's emergence has garnered her many admirers, yet there exists a considerable number who harbor disdain for her. Terrorists and criminals. Those who engage in nefarious activities harbor a deep-seated animosity towards her, while some envious of her extraordinary abilities might utter sarcastic remarks. Humanity is inherently simple and comprehensible, yearning for freedom, unwilling to bear the weight of an immovable burden upon their heads. Although most of the time, people do not perceive that burden, the superheroine, who stands before them, becomes a target and a beacon. The Major promptly ordered the aircraft to return, yet the pilots, uncharacteristically, wished to remain airborne a while longer. Captivated by the superheroine's stunning presence, "Ma'am," one of the pilots ventured, "if you have a moment, may I take a picture with you? My child is your devoted fan and insists on having a signed photo of you each night." One pilot maintained the flight path, donning an awkward smile as he nervously posed the question. He was acutely aware that this request was exceedingly difficult to fulfill. By the time the task was completed, the formidable heroine had vanished without a trace, and he had no idea where to find this extraordinary being. "Of course, it would be my honor. I am delighted that the children admire me," replied Lu Yunming with a gentle smile. Tony, that rascal, had already soared far away, likely nearing home, and it was time for her to depart as well. Lu Yunming adjusted her flight speed, smoothly coming to rest outside the cockpit of the F-22 Raptor, giving a thumbs up. The pilot was filled with exhilaration, quickly capturing this moment with aerial photography equipment, fearful that she might leave. Another pilot felt a twinge of envy. Although he was not an ardent admirer of the superheroine, such an opportunity was indeed rare. At his request, Lu Yunming reluctantly formed a peace sign for another shot. After all was said and done, the pilot who initially requested the photograph still felt a sense of longing. "Superwoman, you are a true hero. I hope everything goes smoothly for you," he sincerely wished. During that epic battle in the Harlem district of Manhattan, this young lady had managed to save all the trapped civilians, including those soldiers who had fired upon her. To repay kindness with kindness, what else could define a hero? If Lu Yunming had heard such words, she would have scoffed. To gain the support of the public while ensuring her own safety, she had no choice but to spare those who had aimed their weapons at her. Otherwise, would she truly be mistaken for a saint? A laser's searing glare would soon enlighten them. The notion of killing is inherently just. If you fire upon me, you must be prepared for the consequences. Thank you for your kind words, but in my eyes, my friends, you are the true heroes, not for your jobs or abilities, but for the responsibility you bear in safeguarding the nation," Lu Yunming said with a beaming smile, giving the pilots a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, the two pilots felt invigorated, as if filled with newfound strength. When they regained their senses, they realized that the superheroine had already disappeared without a trace. "Brother, I can go home with a story to tell my daughter. What about you?" "Of course, I will head to the bar to boast. Who else can say they have a photo with Superwoman?" Both of them grinned from ear to ear, filled with joy, grateful that this mission had fallen to them. Chapter 21. Executing justice in the bustling heart of Los Angeles. Within the shadowy alleys of bar streets, three burly men clad in eccentric attire encircled a mother and her daughter. The young woman, in her 20s, possessed striking beauty, adorned in a light summer tank top and a short skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, with long, alabaster legs elegantly perched in high heels. Such captivating looks drew attention on the streets, which undoubtedly contributed to her current predicament. Her daughter, a mere child of less than 5, appeared utterly terrified, clinging tightly to her mother's leg and hiding behind her. "Ariel, why not grant me the pleasure of sharing a meal?" the leading man remarked, his gaze lecherously appraising the woman cowering in the corner. "John, you cannot continue to fixate on me. I have a husband and a daughter. We are simply not compatible, the young mother replied, her discomfort palpable as she averted her eyes from his invasive stare. Ariel Hofold, a reporter for a Los Angeles newspaper, had moved her family to this vibrant city 3 months prior for work-related reasons. She enjoyed a stable income, a loving husband, and a delightful little girl, embodying a blissfully harmonious family life. However, her existence had spiraled into chaos after a chance encounter with the man before her during an interview. Daily, he trailed her like an unwelcome specter, displaying an insistent eagerness that unsettled her. I promise this is the last time I will appear before you. But may I have just one chance? John flashed a self-assured grin, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed as he regarded the woman before him. This is inappropriate. In truth, we are not suited for one another. Would you kindly allow me to leave? Ariel managed a strained smile, striving to maintain politeness. John was an unemployed drifter, of average appearance yet possessing a robust physique. He frequented the streets, engaging in petty dealings and collecting protection money, entangled with numerous underground factions. Her husband, a police officer, had conducted an investigation into this man, but due to a lack of concrete evidence and the already overwhelming workload of the LAPD, he had only issued a warning before dismissing the matter. Little did they know, John had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit, stalking her persistently like a loathsome viper. Today marked a first. He had cornered her in the alley. John licked his lips, disregarding Ariel's rebuffs, having fallen hopelessly in love with her since their first encounter. Of course, he believed he could love multiple women simultaneously, if such infatuation could even be deemed love. Through connections with gang affiliations, he had gathered information about Ariel, appearing near her at various times under the guise of coincidence, hoping to orchestrate a romantic street encounter. Regrettably, unlike the heavily made-up women in the bars who might be tempted by his muscular frame, she kept her distance, much to his chagrin. This only intensified his curiosity. The thrill of seducing a married woman who harbored disdain for him was undeniably enticing, wasn't it? To be candid, he had yet to savor the allure of a woman older than himself. Your husband is a police officer, yet I believe we can engage in a fair contest. I have neither broken the law nor inflicted harm upon you, and I hope you can perceive my sincerity. He may lack the time to devote to you, but I certainly do. What do you say? John inched closer, persistently pressing his advantage. Ariel's husband, the police officer, had indeed threatened him, warning him against foolish actions, lest he face dire consequences, but John was unfazed. Having traversed the streets, he had made numerous acquaintances, and illicit dealings sometimes intertwined with the police department. A young officer, newly appointed and lacking connections, could easily find himself disgraced by John's machinations. Ariel shook her head and stepped back, shielding her daughter behind her. Her immediate concern was how to escape to the street. Upon her return, she would submit her resignation to the newspaper and leave this wretched place behind. Listen, Ariel, I'm not here to negotiate. Either you agree to embark on a romantic affair with me, or I will ensure you engage in one against your will. I am not fond of coercion, but my patience is finite. Madam, surely you wouldn't want your little girl to witness unspeakable things, would you? John's expression darkened. He had lost his patience, consumed by a singular, frenzied desire to possess the woman before him. You cannot do this. My husband will not spare you. Ariel shouted defiantly. Cornered and desperate, hoping her words would deter him, yet she underestimated his resolve. John advanced and delivered a harsh slap, sending Ariel crashing to the ground. In full view of the little girl, he forcibly dragged her mother into the depths of an abandoned warehouse nestled in the alleyway. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within, while the two gang members stationed at the entrance feigned ignorance, leaving the little girl sobbing at the threshold, tears streaming down her face as she called for her mother. Such atrocities transpired daily in the bustling streets. Fortunate souls might encounter law enforcement, while others were left to suffer in silence. Some lost their lives. Others chose to remain silent, and a few opted to report the incidents afterward, but the damage had already been done. There is a saying that the police in Los Angeles always arrive when they are least needed. The little girl wailed, oblivious to the specifics of her mother's plight. But she instinctively sensed that something dreadful had occurred. The gang members, fearing the cries would attract unwanted attention, approached and clamped their hands over the child's mouth. Their large hands not only covered her mouth but also her nose, and as her complexion grew increasingly pale, she was on the brink of suffocation. A fierce wind swept through. A shrill whistle pierced the air from afar. A stunning young woman with cascading, golden-brown waves descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the ground. Lu Yunming, today clad in her signature Patriot battle attire, immediately captured the attention of the gang members guarding the entrance. The two burly men exchanged panicked glances. Who had not heard of the legendary superheroine? The media had been abuzz with her exploits in recent days. However, when confronted by this extraordinary individual, they truly felt the weight of genuine oppression. The intangible pressure emanating from her was suffocating, rendering the two gang members nearly breathless. Even though her visage was more enchanting than that of a star, Her essence resembled that of a ferocious beast. "Gentlemen, you have infringed upon the law," Li Yunming remarked coldly, having perceived the conditions within the abandoned warehouse through her X-ray vision. In recent days, she had been contemplating ways to enhance her own strength while simultaneously engaging in benevolent acts throughout the city. She had extinguished fires, thwarted bank robbers, transported accident victims to hospitals, and assisted the elderly across streets. Today, with splendid weather, she was merely out for a casual stroll when her acute hearing detected the unusual activities in this vicinity. "Hey, Supergirl, we haven't wronged you." "You cannot." One gang member attempted to stall with words, but before he could finish, a delicate fist swiftly met his gaze. With a resounding thud, he was predictably knocked to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. "You're going to suffocate her. If you don't release her, I shall strike you," Li Yunming declared, firmly cradling the gasping young girl, conveniently omitting the fact that she had struck first. She meticulously moderated her strength. Yet the face of the fallen brute was grotesquely swollen, his teeth scattered around, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Observing this, another gang member brandished a pistol from his waistband, only for Li Yunming to dismissively deliver a powerful kick, sending him sprawling several meters away, his head colliding with the wall, rendering him instantly unconscious. Without pausing, she vanished from sight, reappearing moments later with the subdued John in her grasp. The brute's trousers were still unfastened, and Ariel desperately resisted. Unable to thwart his intentions in that fleeting moment, Li Yunming compassionately shielded the little girl's eyes, preventing her from witnessing the grotesque scene. "Are you all right?" she inquired gently as she entered the warehouse, observing the woman on the ground, gasping for breath. "Thank you for saving me," Ariel replied, her cheeks slightly swollen, gazing at the superhero with a complex expression that betrayed her gratitude. She had endured a couple of punches, but aside from that, she was relatively unscathed. In truth, Ariel was filled with remorse. Following the Manhattan incident in New York, she had vehemently denounced the superhero online, labeling her a ticking time bomb and a malignant presence. Yet now, reflecting upon it, having a steadfast champion of justice with formidable strength, capable of rescuing the populace in dire moments, seemed quite admirable. Li Yunming was unaware of Ariel's internal conflict. Had she known, she would have undoubtedly smiled with joy, amused by the candidness of her thoughts. "Do you need me to call the police?" Li Yunming affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, inquiring with genuine concern. "And no, it's all right. He didn't succeed. I just sustained a few injuries," Ariel replied, lowering her head. Today, she had come perilously close to losing herself, and without the intervention of the superhero, she had no idea how she would have faced the aftermath. However, John is a gang member. Such actions may appear heinous, but are fundamentally indefensible, potentially leading to trouble for her husband. Thus, she ultimately chooses to avoid conflict. "Very well, leave it to me. I shall escort these individuals to the police station," said Li Yunming with a gentle smile. After a brief respite, Ariel expressed her gratitude once more, cradling her daughter as she departed from the tumultuous scene. She intended to return home and diligently compose a positive report on the female superhero to repay the favor. Subsequently, she planned to resign and relocate to a place where no one recognized her. Once the individuals had distanced themselves, Li Yunming cast John, who had just awakened, along with the two gang members, into a warehouse, intending to contact the police. "Hey, female superhero, you cannot judge me. I have committed no tangible crime. For there is a lack of evidence, is there not?" John remarked, grinning broadly as he touched his cheek. He possessed ample connections. The police had their own ties to him, and today was merely a setback. There would be future opportunities. John brazenly surveyed the more beautiful woman before him, his heart aflame. Captivated by her exquisite allure, Li Yunming regarded him with indifference, extending her hand to tap the communicator on her ear. "Jarvis, retrieve all records pertaining to these three individuals, including all documented evidence and corroborative details." "Understood, Miss Luyan," came Jarvis's prompt response. Tony had extended the service capabilities to the mobile phone Li Yunming carried, and she deliberately sought Jarvis's assistance for some straightforward tasks. "I have accessed recent online records. Johnstone is implicated in 16 charges, including drug trafficking, inciting youth to substance abuse, fatal brawls, and violent rape. Vandal Coolins and Ron Seafield have been involved in fatal street fights, shootings, robbery, and extortion. Ultimately, they were released due to insufficient evidence. Jarvis's intelligent processing system could infiltrate the Pentagon's network, making inquiries about minor offenders like John a matter of mere seconds." "Thank you, Jarvis," Li Yunming replied, her gaze growing colder, her voice softening, yet her smile became increasingly sinister. She turned her head, her eyes suddenly ablaze with a crimson glow, fixing her gaze upon the arrogant John and the visibly disgruntled gang members. Before John and the others could utter a word, their heads were severed by searing rays amidst their terror-stricken expressions, blood and brain matter splattering like an exploded watermelon. "While the police may not judge, nor can I believe the God you worship ought to possess that authority." Li Yunming's smile took on a peculiar quality as she meticulously cleansed the crime scene with her heated gaze before vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a heap of blackened ash, which the gentle breeze scattered into the air. Chapter 22. Comedy in the past week. The crime rate in Los Angeles has inexplicably plummeted, leaving the LAPD bewildered. Robbers have had their hands shattered, their forearm bones reduced to the size of fingernails. Rapists have lost their instruments of crime, with some reduced to a vegetative state. Murderers have seemingly evaporated into thin air, disappearing without a trace, even eluding the watchful gaze of surveillance. Gang members, poised to clash over territory and business, mysteriously lost consciousness, only to awaken at the doorstep of the police station. The threads of these bizarre occurrences all pointed towards the renowned female superhero. Many gangsters trembled in fear, their illicit dealings and nefarious activities brought to a standstill. Resembling a tomcat who had just been thrashed by his cousin Jerry. Inside the LAPD headquarters, in the director's office, Michelle Diesel sat before her computer. Her brow furrowed in deep concern, her hand propping up her chin as if grappling with an insurmountable dilemma. Beside her, a young blonde officer stood in silence, his gaze repeatedly drifting towards the computer screen, betraying his unease. Fodderson, how do you propose I handle these mysterious assaults and disappearances? Michelle Diesel asked, her tone cold and serious. The young officer remained mute, his eyes cast downwards, and after a prolonged silence, he shook his head. I am aware that your wife and daughter were rescued by the superhero, yet those 3 assailants have vanished without a trace. The bloodhounds dispatched from the department found not a single hair. I trust you must know something that I do not. Am I correct? Michelle Diesel pressed on, undeterred. As the chief of the LAPD, the weight of recent events bore heavily upon him, suspects disappearing without a trace and numerous criminals left incapacitated during their misdeeds. Those interrogated claimed not to have seen clearly. The case seemed impossible to resolve. Michelle had inadvertently learned that Officer Fodderson's wife, Ariel, had once been stalked and attacked by a gang member named Johnstone, only to also mysteriously disappear. Ariel, a journalist, was saved during the attack by the superhero. Investigators had taken her statement and concluded that Ariel had not witnessed the demise of the 3 assailants, coincidentally. The surveillance cameras in the vicinity had malfunctioned at the time, a rather remarkable coincidence. Director, I believe we should not linger on these matters, Fodderson said, shaking his head earnestly. Why do you say that? Michelle inquired, perplexed. I have investigated these individuals. Aside from those who narrowly evaded legal repercussions, some were in the midst of committing crimes. So what? Are you defending the superhero? Michelle furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her subordinate, seeking assurance that he was not a law-breaking officer. Not at all, sir. What I wish to convey is that we lack concrete evidence linking the superhero to these incidents. Why burden ourselves with unnecessary concerns? Fodderson explained, displaying unwavering composure. However, my superior is on the phone interrogating me, Michelle exclaimed, his fury palpable. He was acutely aware that there was no evidence. But did it require investigation to determine who was responsible? You are aware that I have served in the army. I have witnessed footage from Manhattan where a 20mm 12-barreled Gatling gun fired upon her, creating sparks without even breaking her skin. What I mean to convey is that we are utterly powerless against Wonder Woman, Fodderson stated calmly, implying that she was no carbon-based life form, far beyond the realm of humanity and completely beyond the control of ordinary individuals. He was merely a small-town officer, tasked with apprehending a formidable superhuman capable of defeating 30,000 regular troops. Was that not absurd? Moreover, he genuinely felt grateful that Wonder Woman had saved his wife and did not wish to see such a superhero confined within cold prison walls. Fodderson, are you seriously suggesting I respond to my superior in this manner? Michelle's expression darkened. I believe you could indeed respond this way. After all, even the FBI, CIA, military, and government authorities have been unable to manage this situation. Why should you be subjected to undue pressure? Fodderson sighed, responding with rationality. Michelle was taken aback, suddenly realizing the validity of his words. These superhumans were clearly beyond the jurisdiction of the police department. Furthermore, Wonder Woman's crime-fighting efforts had significantly alleviated the pressure on the LAPD during this time. What was there to lose? Turning a blind eye, who among them could not feign ignorance? At the seaside villa, Tony was in his studio examining components for 3 Malawian kwaches. He took a sip of a green beverage and, gazing at the data on the display screen, fell into deep contemplation. Jarvis, has Lou been engaged in crime fighting during this time? After a long pause, he finally inquired. Yes, sir. Miss Lou has been utilizing the Global Crime Record Census database to ascertain whether offenders have prior convictions. Jarvis replied accurately. How many criminals has she eliminated? No, I mean, how many has she dispatched? Tony pondered for a moment, then asked thoughtfully. Sir, I am uncertain. Miss Lou's speed exceeds 35 Mach, rendering her undetectable by cameras or surveillance systems. Very well. How many instances of justice has she executed? Tony set down his cup and sighed. Within a week, Miss Liu has intervened in 796 instances of crime, of which 298 individuals are now missing. Upon hearing this figure, Tony's lips twitched, and he covered his face in exasperation, uncertain if such actions were right. A week prior, Liu Yunming had requested to borrow the functionality of Jarvis's intelligence system, and Tony, without much thought, connected it to her phone. To his surprise, Wonder Woman had been flying out daily to combat crime for an entire week. After accomplishing all this, Liu Yunming informed Tony that she would be departing for a while to seek a path to greater strength. Tony had been somewhat dismissive, thinking she would merely take a brief excursion and return quickly, given her extraordinary flying speed. However, reflecting upon it now, it seemed she had been making a temporary farewell, having thoroughly addressed crime in Los Angeles and reducing the crime rate before her departure. The bodyguard has taken a brief respite, but there is no cause for concern. He is clad in iron armor and possesses the ability to protect himself. Jarvis, is it possible to infiltrate Obadiah's systems? Tony inquired, recalling the warning given by Liu Yunming before her departure. He has always been an astute individual. The attacks and kidnappings orchestrated by the Ten Rings terrorist organization undoubtedly have a hidden mastermind behind them, one who has no intention of allowing him to return. The military's escort route is encrypted, known to only a select few, yet coincidentally, Obadiah made a phone call just before boarding the vehicle. Stark Industries is fully capable of electronic signal tracking and eavesdropping technologies. He was unwilling to believe that his uncle, who has cared for him, could be the secret architect behind the kidnapping plot. Sir, I cannot directly infiltrate. Obadiah's server operates independently of the company. Attempting to decrypt it would trigger the trap programs. Jarvis replied. His advanced programming, while sophisticated, has its limitations, existing in the realm between pseudo-artificial intelligence and true artificial intelligence. Very well. Please contact Pepper and have her come to the laboratory, Tony said, pinching the bridge of his nose in resignation. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, above the vast lands of the Himalayas in Tibet, Liu Yunming gazed downwards. According to her memories, there should exist a mysterious place known as Kathmandu. However, after scanning the area with her enhanced vision for quite some time, she found no familiar faces or attire. It was as if an invisible mist obscured the sky. Staring at the recognizable borderlines, she could not help but fall into contemplation. Having arrived in this world for less than a few months, time felt as though it had stretched into an eternity. A yearning for home surged within her mind, compelling her to desire a glimpse of her homeland. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that although this place appeared similar, it was not her true home. The blue planet, Earth, is merely a speck in the vast universe. And perhaps there are countless places that resemble it. Liu Yunming pondered if she could ever find her way back home. After resolving the crime cases in Los Angeles, Liu Yunming intended to embark on her journey of empowerment. While her recollection of the Iron Man storyline was somewhat hazy, she was certain that Obadiah was a dubious character, though the specifics of his wrongdoing eluded her memory. Thus, she had cautioned Tony to exercise vigilance and to contact her should he encounter insurmountable challenges. Some paths must be traversed personally to appreciate the scenery along the way. Liu Yunming would not excessively intervene, for Tony is no fool. To this, Tony responded with a cheerful demeanor, granting her a sabbatical and subsequently showcasing the advancements in his armored suit, confidently asserting that a genius like him faced no issues. In the cosmos, countless formidable foes exist, leaving Liu Yunming with a sense of insecurity. Until she achieves unparalleled strength, she would not consider halting her progress. This is both her obsession and her aspiration. Kathmandu stands as her destination, home to the ancient and revered sanctum of sorcerers, known as Kamar-Taj. In the Marvel multiverse, the material universe represents the world of ordinary human existence, the tangible realm that most individuals perceive as reality. In truth, at the edge of reality lies a product born from the intersection of spiritual and material planes, the dimensional spaces. Each distinct dimensional space symbolizes a different universe, wherein malevolent forces and the specter of violence reside, as powerful beings from these universes continuously invade others. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj exist to thwart these incursions from the dimensions, forging pacts with formidable entities across various dimensional realms to harness their power for the practice of their arcane arts. Unlike a reality shaped by thought, these sorcerers wield wondrous spells, effectively vanquishing foes concealed within dimensional spaces. They have established 3 grand sanctuaries located in New York, London, and Hong Kong, forming an expansive planetary magical array that envelopes the globe, designed to defend against the malevolent intrusions from other dimensions. In essence, it is a manifestation of differing powers. The physical assaults of the real world utilize conventional weaponry, while the dimensional realm employs sorcery for its magical offensives. The energies wielded by both sides diverge, and the methods of their application are diverse and peculiar, yet fundamentally they share a common origin. As Liu Yunming gradually grew stronger, fragments of her memories related to the Marvel Universe began to resurface, providing her with only a superficial understanding of the enigmatic sanctuary of Camartage and the dimensional spaces. Her abilities, reminiscent of her homeland, endowed her with formidable physical strength, yet her spirit was not necessarily invulnerable. In her quest for strength, Lu Yunming opted to delve into the arcane arts, her primary objective not merely to learn the seemingly fanciful spells but to comprehend the essence of power. Upon achieving this understanding, she aspired to carve a path of her own. After all, having been reborn into this world, the consciousness of the system had vanished, leaving only a cold panel of data. Lu Yunming recalled the words imparted to her by the system consciousness before its departure, without system tasks. The journey to strength must be navigated by the host themselves. Merely absorbing energy from radiation to gain strength was a slow process. To prepare for potential calamities ahead, she needed to reference magical knowledge and leverage the power of sorcery. However, just as Lu Yunming contemplated how to locate Camartage, her peripheral vision caught sight of a flickering Mars, and a circular golden portal materialized beside her. Chapter 23, The Supreme Being Revised. Lu Yunming gazed with wide eyes, curiously observing the spatial portal suspended in midair. Its form and style bore a striking resemblance to her memories, yet its presence still evoked a sense of wonder. The sorcerers of Camartage wielded magical energy with unparalleled mastery, their abilities ever-shifting, a testament to their status as guardians of the dimensional realms. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely flew into the portal. Upon entering, she found herself in a seemingly ancient hall, imbued with an air of mystery. A bald woman clad in a yellow sorceress robe stood before her. Though she appeared slender, there was an undeniable solidity to her, reminiscent of a towering mountain. Her visage was youthful, yet her eyes carried the weight of countless years, reflecting profound depth and rich experience. "Greetings, traveler. Welcome to Camartage," the sorceress said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Despite the apparent warmth, Lu Yunming felt that the persuasive power of her energy-constructed fan would be more convincing if it were set aside. An unsettling feeling lingered, as if she were on the verge of being reprimanded. "Your soul does not exist within this timeline, nor does it belong to this universe. Who are you truly?" The bald sorceress's smile faded, replaced by a calm inquiry. An invisible pressure surged toward Lu Yunming, akin to the collapse of time and space, nearly rendering her breathless. Fortunately, her physical form was resilient, and she gradually acclimated to the force. Extraordinary. In an instant, she unveiled her concealed secret. Fascinating. You can indeed evade the effects of dimensionality in such a short span of time. The bald sorceress regarded the golden-haired young woman before her with contemplation. Throughout their exchange, Lu Yunming remained silent, unsure of what to articulate. She sensed the formidable strength of the individual before her. There was no one on earth who could rival her prowess. "You must be the supreme sorceress, ancient one," she finally ventured, after a moment's reflection, biting her lip. "You know me?" The ancient one's curiosity piqued. She inquired with interest. With a single step, she traversed several meters in an instant, appearing right before Lu Yunming. The ancient one reached out, gently caressing Lu Yunming's cheek as if to confirm something, before retracting her hand. "Your existence does not disrupt the sacred timeline, yet I cannot discern the principle behind it." The ancient one's eyes flickered, her expression troubled. In truth, the moment Lu Yunming arrived above the Himalayas, the ancient one had detected the presence of this unexpected guest. Initially, she suspected a passing superhuman or an accidental intruder. But when she employed her temporal abilities to probe the individual's essence, her astonishment knew no bounds. As the guardian of the magical dimensions for centuries, she found herself unable to trace the origins of this being. It was as if an invisible and potent force had altered the rules of the universe, rendering the existence of this individual entirely logical. Paradoxically, should this person vanish, reality itself would unravel, akin to an incomplete puzzle missing its essential pieces. With no predecessors or successors, the past offered no clues, and the future remained shrouded in obscurity. "Master Gui, I apologize. I fear I may not truly belong to this world." Lu Yunming did not shy away from the outstretched hand, nor did she exhibit any intent to resist. After much contemplation, she resolved to speak the truth. She had no desire to deceive the individual before her, nor could she hope to mislead the formidable sorcerer supreme. "You have acknowledged it. Then from whence do you hail?" Gui inquired with a smile, a hint of curiosity dancing at the corners of her lips. From a realm akin to Earth, where the mountains, rivers, and weather are strikingly similar, yet the timeline unfolds in an entirely different manner," Lu Yunming replied candidly. "A parallel multiverse, is it?" "No, that cannot be. You possess no origin, and thus should not exist within any other multiverse. Or perhaps, with my abilities. Your origin eludes my perception," Gui remarked, tilting her head as she scrutinized Lu Yunming with a degree of uncertainty. Even if she hailed from another universe, it would be implausible for her to leave no trace. The only conceivable answer would lie in a realm above the multiverse. "I speak the truth, yet it is not of your multiverse. Rather, everything is different, yet strikingly similar." Lu Yunming attempted to elucidate, but the more she endeavored to explain, the more convoluted it became, prompting her to abandon the effort. Her comprehension of dimensions, space, time, the universe, and parallel worlds was limited to casual conversation. In essence, she belonged to the realm beyond the fourth wall, the very world that birthed countless realms. In that realm, ordinary humans existed without superpowers or mutations. Yet they could weave vibrant and resplendent worlds of dreams. One could even call them creators. Regrettably, she was not one of them, let alone crafting comics. She struggled to weave even a simple tale, often resorting to the age-old once upon a time, there was a mountain. Gu's expression suggested she had surmised as much. Nodding, she smiled and asked, "Then, interdimensional traveler, what brings you here?" Lu Yunming pondered how to articulate her purpose. Camartage was not a refuge, and Master Gu was no fool to accept anyone without cause. In the films, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, arrived here because Gu had foreseen his future, recognizing him as the destined next Sorcerer Supreme, the most formidable candidate. Yet, she was not he. "I have come to Camartage seeking the wisdom of the sages, yearning to learn the mystic arts," Lu Yunming finally spoke, her voice calm after a long silence. "You wish to grow stronger. That is possible," Gu replied with a smile, observing Lu Yunming's astonishment. After a pause, she continued, "Do you believe I would refuse you?" "Indeed, Master Gu, for I am not of this world. My abrupt arrival may disrupt the fabric of existence, perhaps even the fate of your future disciple." "The next Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange." Lu Yunming nodded, deciding to reveal some knowledge she possessed as a means of gauging the waters. "Ah, you are acquainted with Strange, however." "That is a matter for 9 years hence," Gu remarked with a slight smile, appearing unfazed by the fact that Lu Yunming was aware of future events. "You are truly a great sage," Lu Yunming expressed sincerely, her admiration evident. "The abilities of the Ancient One are far beyond those of an ordinary sorcerer, possessing an extraordinary wisdom that has enabled the safeguarding of Earth for centuries. I remain unaware of your true intentions and uncertain of your future path. While you may appear to be a kind-hearted individual, it is essential to recognize that sorcerers do not measure success and failure based on morality. I hope my decision does not lead to calamity for this world," the Ancient One remarked with a shake of her head, a hint of resignation in her tone. "I am merely a person who wishes to survive," Lu Yunming stated with a calm demeanor, offering no further explanation. There was another purpose she did not articulate. She longed to return home, to her true homeland, yet voicing such a thought seemed too absurd at the moment, unnecessary even. "I hope you find the answers you seek here, child. Camartage welcomes you," the Ancient One said kindly, retracting the ring of Ragador. "Thank you for your generosity," Lu Yunming replied, nodding respectfully in a half-bow. "Let us commence our exploration into the essence of magic," the Ancient One declared, stepping back and summoning the mirror dimension. As Lu Yunming gazed at the transparent walls formed of crystalline structures, anticipation illuminated her features. She was filled with a profound curiosity about sorcery. However, with great expectation comes the potential for disappointment. The Ancient One attempted to use sorcery to extract Lu Yunming's soul from her body, only to be met with the perplexing realization that no matter how much dimensional energy she summoned, the young woman remained unable to achieve astral projection. Lu Yunming seemed akin to an unyielding stone, firmly bound to her corporeal form. She could feel it but could not be extricated, a truly astonishing phenomenon. "Your physical vessel appears to be quite extraordinary. No soul should achieve such a perfect alignment with its body, yet you have accomplished it," the Ancient One remarked, furrowing her brow as she examined the situation, somewhat at a loss. This was the first time she had encountered such a scenario. Ordinarily, it would not matter whether an individual possessed innate magical talents, she could still allow them to perceive the powers of another dimensional realm. Reality and the spiritual realm can never align perfectly. There are always minuscule, imperceptible gaps to exploit. Even the most resilient of souls could be drawn forth through sorcery. Yet, faced with the current reality, the Ancient One found herself at an impasse. Lu Yunming was equally bewildered. What was happening? She stood there, having endured a barrage of attacks. Yet nothing transpired. Was this a jest? "I can sense that your physical form is extraordinarily robust, even surpassing that of the Asgardians from the 9 realms. I regret to inform you that I am unable to extract your soul, which indicates that you do not lack magical talent, but rather that the option for magic simply does not exist for you." The Ancient One ultimately shook her head, a note of regret in her voice. She was eager to see what kind of future the individual before her could forge, yet the initial step had failed. If it were merely a deficiency in magical aptitude, she could have guided her. However, the absence of any rights to wield magic equated to a fundamental absence of such abilities. It was akin to one person being able to digest food through their stomach, while another lacks a stomach entirely and thus cannot consume anything, an utterly unfathomable situation. Is this young maiden not human? Lu Yunming cast a glance at her own hands and wondered if it was due to the system. How absurd. She summoned the system panel to examine her data, only to be confronted with an unexpected revelation. At the bottom of her various capability metrics, the term magic-resistant physique appeared, leaving her utterly bewildered. What does this imply? Cannot learn arcane arts? In a fit of anxiety, Lu Yunming directed her mental focus towards the system panel, where an additional line of explanation emerged beneath the magic-resistant physique, immune to magic, incapable of learning any secret arts related to dimensional energy. Forever estranged from the realm of sorcery. What in the world is going on, system? Lu Yunming felt a surge of despair. This was something that had not existed before. It had only manifested after the Ancient One employed a soul projection technique. So, this must be an activation. The Ancient One regarded Lu Yunming with a look of concern. Having not anticipated such an issue, Ancient One, I wish to study magical tomes and see if I can discover an alternative path. After much contemplation, Lu Yunming, refusing to lose hope, resolved to formulate a plan after examining the magical texts. She could not conceive of a swift means to gain strength in the Marvel universe. Must she truly resort to seizing the Space Infinity Stone from S.H.I.E.L.D.? The Ancient One hesitated, longing to express that individuals devoid of a magical circuit could never learn magic. Yet a flicker of inexplicable hope arose within her. Perhaps this individual before her might perform a miracle after all. The library of comrades shall be open to you. You may peruse any book, including the dark magic of the dark dimension. The Ancient One invited with a gesture, smiling. Those without the right to wield magic, even if they peruse the tomes of darkness, cannot forge connections or contracts. It would merely amount to written words, and she harbored no concerns whatsoever. Chapter 24. Awakening the superbrain. From a certain morning onward, the apprentices of the mystical arts at comrades were taken aback to find a newcomer in the sanctum. A young woman with lustrous golden brown waves and breathtaking beauty floated effortlessly in midair within the comrades library, perusing magical tomes with fervor. Unlike the traditional garb of a sorcerer, she donned a form-fitting blue battle suit complemented by a crimson cloak, capturing the attention of many. Each day, before dawn, she would arrive at the library, undeterred by storms or rain. Master Modu, responsible for training apprentice sorcerers in both the arcane arts and martial skills, found himself at a loss as his students frequently lost focus. This woman's striking beauty was a distraction even to those diligently studying the intricacies of dimensional knowledge. Even Modu himself could not resist stealing glances. He had previously inquired of the Ancient One regarding her origins, only to receive the cryptic response that all remained unchanged and no further actions were necessary. In his frustration, Modu resolved to confront her directly. Unfortunately, he was intercepted by the library's custodian, Wang, before he could approach. Master Modu, the elder has instructed that no sorcerers of the sanctum are to engage with her, Wang said with a grave expression. Wang, who exactly is she? Modu asked, his brow furrowed with confusion as he voiced a question that had troubled him for some time. In his estimation, this young woman was not a sorceress, yet she possessed an unidentifiable energy that allowed her to levitate. Moreover, she had unrestricted access to the library's magical texts, igniting his curiosity to an apex. You may consider her a tourist here to sightsee. Modu, you are aware that the elder's wisdom is beyond our comprehension. Sometimes, it is prudent for both of us to remain ignorant of certain matters, Wang replied, shaking his head impassively, refusing to divulge further information. Deprived of the answers he sought, Modu departed reluctantly, his unease lingering. In truth, Wang too harbored his own perplexities. He could not fathom why the elder would permit someone who was not an apprentice sorceress to freely browse the arcane texts. When had comrades become so accommodating? They were guardians of the Earth's dimensional realm, defenders and warriors, not mere attendants at a frivolous tourist attraction. Comrades was not a gaudy resort where one could simply pay an entrance fee and toss banana peels about. However, Wang's compliance and trust in the Ancient One prevented him from probing further into the matter. Even when the woman delved into the dark arts alongside the tomes of Vishandi, Wang chose to remain oblivious. His duty was to facilitate access while minimizing direct interaction. In a secluded corner of the library, Lu Yunming glanced up momentarily, her eyes catching the retreating figure of Modu, devoid of any desire for engagement. She recognized him as Karl Amadeus Modu, a distinguished sorcerer and a devoted disciple of the Ancient One, unwavering in his adherence to the rules of comrades, possessing a formidable intellect and resolute convictions. He was nonetheless somewhat inflexible, relentlessly pursuing the so-called truth without the wisdom of adaptability. The shield of comrades can serve as an impenetrable bastion, or it may transform into a merciless blade aimed at the heart of the sorcerers. The supreme sorceress, the Ancient One, discerned the fatal flaws in Mordo's character, hoping that his interactions with the next supreme sorcerer, Stephen Strange, would enable him to acknowledge his weaknesses and learn from his strengths. However, in truth, he ultimately became a distorted version of himself. Anyone who defies the rules must be eradicated, rendering them more terrifying than the terrorists themselves. Lu Yuming harbors no favorable impressions of this individual and keeps her distance, as she is not an apprentice of comrades and thus has no obligation to engage. The Ancient One remains uncertain of the potential repercussions Lu Yunming may have on the real world, prompting her to issue directives to minimize the interactions between the sorcerer apprentices and Lu Yunming, thereby diminishing any possible causal connections. The reason for not forcibly expelling Lu Yuming lies in the Ancient One's inability to perceive the shifts in the timeline. The veil obscuring it appears thin, yet is remarkably resilient. A week has passed since her arrival at the sanctum, during which Lu Yuming has been endeavoring to resolve her issues, yet to no avail. Whether it be the Book of Vishanti or the Darkhold, they fundamentally represent a pact between the spellcaster and the source of magical energy, allowing one to borrow power and invoke transformative spells to ultimately unleash the desired form of magic. In essence, it is merely an act of borrowing. Of course, borrowing entails repayment. The more one borrows, the greater the obligation to return, lest the dark dimension's Dormammu become inundated with an excessive following. The crux of the matter is that none are willing to extend their assistance to her, be it the trinity of the Vishanti, Hogarth, Agamotto, or Oshter, or even the denizens of the dark dimension, such as Dormammu, Mephisto, and Sidorak. They all remain indifferent to her plight. Lu Yunming has perused countless arcane tomes in search of a method to master the mystic arts, yet she has found no answers. A magically resistant constitution, as the term implies, renders her devoid of any affinity with the magical dimensions. She is impervious to magical temptation and harm. Yet she is equally unable to wield any form of magic. In simpler terms, she possesses immunity to magic but lacks any innate talent for it. And she cannot even access the circuits needed to channel magical energy, which is utterly despairing. The silver lining is that she is unafraid of magical assaults. The downside is that she cannot grasp the existence of the magical dimension. Furthermore, while delving into the study of magical texts, Lu Yunming encounters significant obstacles. The symbols and convoluted terminology appear utterly incomprehensible. Faced with a plethora of intricate symbols and esoteric English terms, even her doctoral degree in journalism, along with her strong comprehension of language and reading, proves futile. It is akin to a primary school student attempting to fathom the complexities of quantum mechanics, an exercise in futility. After a full week of effort, she has managed to familiarize herself with a few magical characters, courtesy of the librarian, Wong, while relying on visual interpretation for the rest. She recalls a line from the Doctor Strange film, likening the diagrams of acupuncture points and meridians to trinkets from a gift shop, ugly and abstract. With a deep sigh, she closes the weighty, ancient tome, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Wong scarcely registered her departure before she was gone. The portly librarian shook his cheeks in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. As Lu Yunming burst forth from the library, she soared into the sky, yearning to release the pent-up pressure within her and to find solace. With consecutive sonic booms ignited, her velocity reached its zenith, and before long, she transcended the atmosphere and entered the orbit of space. Upon arriving in the vastness of the cosmos, Lu Yunming ceased her flight, floating in the vacuum, her eyes closed as she embraced a state of tranquility. The scorching sunlight enveloped her, bestowing a gentle warmth without any discomfort. Although her physical prowess was gradually strengthening, the progress was exceedingly slow, yielding minimal results. If she could not enhance her abilities through the study of arcane arts, she would have no choice but to retreat and pray that she would not fall victim to the impending calamity. Suddenly, she felt a refreshing surge in her mind, leading to a clarity of thought that quickened her mental processes. Yet, as time passed, this lucidity began to unravel into a tangled mess, becoming increasingly chaotic the harder she tried to comprehend it. Startled, Lu Yuming snapped her eyes open, her body tense, bewildered by the unfolding events, an unfamiliar dread creeping into her heart. In a flash, she hastily departed from space, returning to Camartage, and gracefully descended in the center of the training ground. It was midday, and most of the apprentice sorcerers had retreated to the dining hall for lunch, leaving the arena eerily empty. Rubbing her temples, Lu Yunming glanced around, uncertain of her next course of action. "You seem troubled. What has happened?" a voice suddenly inquired from beside her. Turning, she discovered that the Ancient One had appeared at the edge of the arena, gazing at her with concern. "I don't know," Lu Yuming replied, her expression grim, shaking her head in an attempt to dispel the growing confusion within her mind. "You appear somewhat different," the Ancient One remarked, her brow furrowed, scrutinizing Lu Yuming with uncertainty. As the supreme sorceress, she possessed the ability to perceive what others could not. Before her stood a young woman radiating an immense biological energy. Yet there was an unsettling discordance. It was as if certain causal timelines had been forcibly extracted, leaving an inexplicable void. A spark of realization ignited within Lu Yuming, prompting her to summon the internal inspection system. She soon discovered a change in her status. Beneath the data entry of magic-resistant physique, the words superbrain, Awakening Level 2, appeared. Could this be a manifestation of superhuman abilities? Lu Yuming was astounded. Yet her astonishment deepened as she noted that the similarity to the benchmark template had escalated to 145. Could it be that prolonged study had catalyzed her brain's evolution? Or perhaps, the greater the complexity of knowledge, the more rapidly her mind would develop? The 2 value clearly indicated that she had not yet attained the true status of a superbrain. In the DC universe, Superman's intellect was akin to a precise and formidable celestial computer endowed with rapid computation and an eidetic memory, regardless of the profundity of knowledge. Even for those with no foundation, a mere encounter can lead to complete comprehension. Reading becomes a matter of skimming, allowing for instantaneous judgments and resolutions in the face of perilous, unexpected events. Lu Yundream personally believes that a superbrain is far more efficient and potent than any other superhero ability, proving to be the most invaluable. Could it be that deciphering those arcane symbols could accelerate the evolution of the mind? A wave of joy surged through Lu Yundream as she suddenly found those cursed magical scripts and symbols to be utterly enchanting. She could hardly contain her eagerness to delve into them. Esteemed one, thank you for your concern. I must take my leave now. Before her words could fully dissipate, Lu Yundream vanished swiftly, leaving Ancient One standing in the training grounds with a look of perplexity. What a spirited individual she is. It seems she has already discovered the answer to her transformation. A gentle smile graced Ancient One's lips as he mused to himself. Chapter 25, the frustration of learning. As the night deepened and the cold wind howled, most of the sorcerers had already succumbed to the warmth of slumber, leaving only a few to persist in their studies. By harnessing the energies of different dimensions, these practitioners could allow their souls to transcend while their bodies rested, enabling their minds to engage in continuous learning. The flickering candlelight in the library of Kamar Taj illuminated the figure of the librarian, Wang Zheng, who, with headphones adorning his ears, listened to music while deciphering the intricacies of arcane texts. Soon, he absently lifted his head and stretched, seeking a momentary respite for his mind, only to furrow his brow in concern. A persistent rustling sound echoed from a corner of the library, curiosity compelling Wang to investigate. There, seated cross-legged on the floor, was a golden-haired girl, rapidly flipping through the pages of a book at an incomprehensible pace. Are you tearing paper? Wang thought, increasingly dismayed. This was not reading, it was childish play. The tomes of magic demanded focused contemplation, a meticulous savoring of each word, and a prolonged accumulation of knowledge to grasp their true essence. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yundream looked up, flashed a smile, and nodded before hastening her page-turning. If you require assistance, feel free to call on me. I would prefer that you approach this knowledge with the seriousness it deserves, Wang remarked, his expression grave. Thank you. I find it quite delightful, Lu Yundream replied nonchalantly, her eyes scanning the complex script with ease. Wang shook his head in resignation, closed the book in his hand, and departed from the library. A lack of reverence for magic would ultimately lead to one's undoing, yet he chose not to voice his concerns further. As even the elders remained silent, Lu Yundream cast a sidelong glance at Wang's retreating figure, unfazed, and continued to accelerate her page-turning. At that moment, her cognitive enhancement system had reached 4, significantly sharpening her clarity of thought and memory retention. What once appeared as enigmatic symbols now revealed their meanings with effortless understanding. She could absorb lines of text at a glance, as if they were indelibly etched into her mind. In approximately 3 hours, she could recite an entire tome of arcane knowledge, and for more complex magical scrolls, the task would require merely 5 to 6 hours. Others could not fathom the marvel of this experience. Her thoughts flowed freely, devoid of distractions, allowing her to multitask effortlessly. While comprehending the magic of the Dark Dimension Lord, Ceterak, she could simultaneously observe how many pages Wang had read and which line he had reached. Even without the use of enhanced vision, she could intuitively perceive the information. Thus, while Lu Yundream appeared to be skimming through her studies, she had, in fact, memorized 4 tomes of arcane knowledge shortly after returning to Kamartaj from the cosmos. Should others learn of her extraordinary ability, they would undoubtedly dismiss her claims as fabrications, for even transcribing would not yield such rapid results. Yet, the superbrain was unfathomably powerful. Even at a mere 4 development, its prowess was already manifest. Lu Yundream eagerly anticipated what it would mean if her superbrain were to reach 100. She suddenly recalled the terrifying understanding displayed in the film Lucy, where humanity significantly enhances its mental faculties. Lu Yunming had a premonition that the development of a superbrain might eventually yield unimaginable abilities. After a sleepless night, the sound of pages turning in the library continued unabated. Lu Yunming's physical constitution did not necessitate food or sleep. Preparing a meal was merely a means to satisfy her cravings, a simple indulgence. As for sleep, it was merely a way to maintain her humanity, to avoid crossing a perilous threshold that would strip her of human emotions. Thus, day after day, she immersed herself in the library of Kamar Taj, alternating between reading and contemplation. Her neglect of food and rest concerned Wang, who feared for her health. Yet her response was a yearning to continue her voyage through the sea of books. Wang's expression was peculiarly perplexed, unsure of how to react. To deem her frivolous seemed absurd after days of her relentless page-turning. To consider her serious, one had never witnessed such a fervor for learning. During this time, Ancient One visited a couple of times, but the wise mentor merely stood by with a serene smile, thoughtfully brewing a cup of honey tea. Finally, on the morning of the 10th day, Liunming closed the book on the theoretical aspects of mirror space and illusions, collapsing onto the floor in an ungraceful manner. Beside her lay a mountain of red tomes, encompassing various forms of light and dark magic. The introductory volume of fundamental magic training was nearly worn to tatters. Yet it failed to reveal the secrets of utilizing the anti-magic body. This left Liunming feeling quite disheartened. She sighed, swiftly organized the disarray of magical texts, and bid farewell to Wang before exiting the library. As she passed by the training grounds, she gazed enviously at a group of apprentice mages, each conjuring yellow light shields in their hands. What did it matter if she could recite dozens of books by heart? She still felt lost. Liunming traversed the corridor to the dormitory area, pushed open the final door at the end, and collapsed onto the bed, shutting her eyes in a state of repose. This dormitory had been prepared for her by Ancient One long ago, and she had never actually stayed there due to her nightly library vigils. The rustic, antiquated room was sparsely furnished, with merely a table, a stool, and a wooden bed. It appeared quite simple, yet was impeccably clean, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air, enveloping her in comfort. The blanket, made from beast fur, was remarkably soft, as if she were sinking into it. Slowly, Liunming opened her eyes, fixating on the tendrils of smoke that curled upward, spreading outward upon reaching the ceiling. The smoke followed the uneven contours of the ceiling, gradually coiling into a spiral, rotating gently outward from the center. Witnessing this, Liunming wore a peculiar expression. She squinted her eyes and instinctively grasped her bangs, twisting them around her finger in a continuous inward motion. Unconsciously, she sat up, glancing between the aromatic smoke above her and her own hair, her eyes widening in astonishment. In the headquarters of Stark Industries in Los Angeles, within Obadiah Stane's office, Pepper sat at her computer desk, her face a mask of terror as she fixated on the information displayed on the screen. A few days prior, Tony had piloted the 3 Malawian Quatches to the town of Migra to eliminate terrorists, destroying Stark weaponry that had been covertly sold to them. When he returned to the lab to dismantle and remove his armor, Pepper happened upon the scene, which horrified her. The Iron Man suit was riddled with bullet holes and bore marks of having been scorched by intense flames. Pepper, deeply concerned for Tony's safety, expressed her discontent vehemently, contemplating resignation. She could not bear the thought of a day when news of her boss's demise might flicker across television screens. The two engaged in an earnest conversation, during which Tony voiced his regret over the arms sales fueling conflict and revealed his determination to shutter the weapons development division. In light of this, Pepper resolved to accept his request to clandestinely obtain company documents. Her love for Tony compelled her to undertake any perilous endeavor for him. Obadiah posed a threat, as Lewin had warned Tony before her departure. Although Pepper did not directly oversee sales and production, serving merely as the chairman's personal secretary, reporting compiled data to Tony, her understanding was limited. However, after employing JARVIS to infiltrate Obadiah's private server, she was horrified to uncover the contents of a hidden folder. It contained blueprints for an array of advanced weaponry produced by Stark Industries, records of sales at discounted prices to the Ten Rings terrorist organization, including the latest Jericho missile. Furthermore, there was a video documenting the kidnapping of Tony by terrorists, clearly implicating Obadiah Stane. The 16th District of the Industrial Department was even clandestinely designing and producing an unfamiliar version of Iron Man armor, resembling Tony's but seemingly larger in scale. Just as JARVIS began to download the pertinent information, Obadiah unexpectedly returned. Pepper felt her heart race, forcing a smile as she listened to Obadiah reminisce while discreetly concealing the external device with a newspaper. "I know what you've been through, Pepper," he said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he poured himself a glass of whiskey. "Tony, he always manages to create something remarkable, doesn't he?" Pepper nodded weakly, her smile strained. As the data continued to download, Obadiah remained at a distance, oblivious to the screen, while she strategized on how to buy time. "Honestly, I was quite pleased when he returned," Obadiah remarked, leisurely approaching with 2 glasses of wine. In a split second, Pepper restored the computer to its screensaver. It felt as though she had snatched a lifeline from the jaws of hell. Obadiah cast a meaningful glance at Pepper as he settled beside her. Yet, she now realized that the original Tony had not returned. He had left a part of himself behind. "I am engulfed in sorrow." When Tony announced the closure of the weapons development department, It signified the definitive parting of ways for the two. The reduction in arms production and sales resulted in substantial financial losses for the shareholders, led by Obadiah. The absence of mutual interest between the chairman and the major shareholders inevitably breeds animosity. He could not bear to see the commercial empire he had painstakingly built be dismantled by an immature upstart. Well, I understand he is a complex individual. Having endured numerous trials, I believe he will find his way back to stability. Pepper cautiously glanced at the external device and, feigning composure, remarked, "You are truly a rare gem, yet Tony fails to appreciate your worth." Obadiah scrutinized the beautiful woman before him with an enigmatic gaze, a glimmer of cunning sparking in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Pepper stood to bid farewell. Jarvis had completely acquired the incriminating evidence against Obadiah, and she was eager to depart without delay. As she was leaving, Pepper deliberately used the newspaper as a cover to discreetly remove the USB drive. Obadiah, sensing something amiss, insisted on taking the newspaper from her hands. Once seated at his computer, he discovered that the secret files hidden within the folder had been entirely downloaded, and his expression shifted to one of sheer rage. Damn it! Obadiah thought of pursuing Pepper, knowing a frail woman posed no challenge for him, but upon descending the stairs, he was confronted by Agent Coulson from SHIELD, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Contemplating a visit to the laboratory to assess the progress on the secret weapon, he realized that his scientists paled in comparison to Tony Stark. Even geniuses have their disparities. They were incapable of mastering the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor, and it would take at least 2 decades before anyone could achieve such a feat. Obadiah spared the unfortunate researchers a second thought and cast his gaze upon the colossal arc reactor, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. Perhaps in this world, there is only one Tony Stark, but it is time to bring certain matters to a close. Chapter 26, Dark Magic in the Sacred Grounds of Camartage. The Ancient One leisurely reclined in her chair, sipping honey tea. The bamboo leaf green tea, originating from the Amay Mountains in Sichuan, was crafted from single buds and the first unfolding leaves. Its refreshing and mellow flavor, coupled with a lingering sweetness, brought forth a delightful mood. Indeed, she had a penchant for sweet flavors. Whenever she found a moment of respite, she would open a portal to the sanctuaries of New York or London to secretly indulge in a couple of beverages. The tea possessed a slight bitterness, which was perfectly complemented by the addition of honey. Suddenly, the Ancient One seemed to sense something amiss, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she gazed towards a certain direction within the sanctum. However, she soon revealed a faint smile, nonchalantly continuing her tea. Before long, Mordo strode in briskly. "Master, I have sensed dark energy within the sacred grounds." He spoke gravely, his expression serious. The malevolent force that the Camartage sorcerers had long been warding off had manifested as dark energy in the sanctum, indicating that someone had breached the forbidden boundaries. Mordo, not being a fool, recognized every student in this place, quickly forming suspicions. He had initially intended to investigate directly but thought better of it, opting to inform the master first. After all, he could not fathom how the supreme sorcerer, the greatest guardian of magical dimensions for centuries, could overlook such a palpable energy disturbance. Mordo, do not be so hasty. Let her proceed as she will. There is no need to worry about any repercussions. The Ancient One remarked with a light wave of her hand, her demeanor relaxed and carefree. Master, you cannot be so casual. This could lead her into darkness and affect the other sorcerers and apprentices of Camartage. Mordo countered firmly, shaking his head in disapproval. He disagreed with the Ancient One's perspective but could not comprehend her indifference towards the dark energy, which was entirely contrary to the principles of the Camartage sorcerers. She lacks a magical conduit, hence there is no cause for concern, the Ancient One explained, initially reluctant to elaborate, but after a moment's reflection, considering Mordo's stubbornness, she decided to clarify. Mordo appeared puzzled, failing to grasp the implication. How can one without a magical conduit channel dark dimensional energy? That is utterly illogical. She is a unique entity, or rather, she possesses a nullified magical constitution. Do you understand what I mean? The Ancient One explained patiently, observing her apprentice's confusion without irritation. That is impossible. How could a nullified constitution communicate with the dark dimension? Mordo exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. He was aware that such a constitution was a rare phenomenon, occurring once in a century or even a millennium, rendering one incapable of employing any mystical arts or magic, yet entirely unaffected by them. This peculiar constitution was entirely disconnected from dimensional magical energy, like parallel lines that would never converge. Upon hearing the term nullified constitution, Mordo visibly relaxed, though still filled with questions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Unless Mordo's mouth parted slightly, struggling to articulate the words. Unless it involves the forbidden technique of life exchange from Zysorn, the Ancient One added, savoring another sip of her tea. The Dark God Book, an ancient tome of malevolent sorcery, was conceived billions of years ago by the once great deity Zysorn. who fell from grace to become a formidable demon. In a desperate bid to evade the devourer of gods, he inscribed these arcane spells onto parchment, designating it as the Zysorn Scroll. Subsequently, these scrolls were compiled and came to be known as the Darkhold. This is no mere folly akin to the whimsical antics of Avada Kedavra. Rather, it harbors a terrifying power capable of upending the very fabric of the universe. Before his exile, Zysorn left behind the Dark God Book on Earth, establishing channels for the release of energy between Earth and other dimensions. The Dark Book encompasses the origins of various malevolent spells, including the Book of the Undead, and is remarkably comprehensible, devoid of any linguistic barriers. Its accessibility, combined with spells of immense destructive potential, elucidates why many sorcerers succumb to the allure of darkness. However, while the Dark God Book contains a plethora of potent dark magic, its corrupting influence is profoundly intense. To wield such power demands an equal, if not greater, sacrifice than one can endure. Excessive reliance on dark magic may lead to one's soul being offered up to Zysorn. In a certain sense, the Dark God Book serves as the antithesis to the Book of Vishanti, due to the grave repercussions of its cost. The Kamar-Taj strictly forbids communication with dark dimensions and the use of dark magic. Nevertheless, the Library of Kamar-Taj does house pertinent tomes of dark sorcery for the resolute sorcerer to study and decipher. Generally, apprentices are permitted only to consult texts within established guidelines, for the majority lack the fortitude to resist temptation. Master, employing the forbidden arts of the Dark Book may cost her life. We must intervene, Mordo strongly urged. Zysorn's forbidden sorceries manifest in various forms, where the life force and soul of the contract signer are consumed as payment. However, exceptions exist. For instance, there are unique dark spells that exchange longevity for formidable strength. This particular sorcery has an exceedingly low threshold. Practitioners need not understand the workings of magical circuits, and even those devoid of magical aptitude can forcibly trade their lifespan for power. No contracts are required. It's straightforward and brutal, but few would be foolish enough to engage with such sorcery. After all, while life force can be replenished and soul injuries can be mended, the reduction of one's lifespan offers no avenue for reversal. No. Her path is one she must tread alone. We are merely bystanders, Ancient One remarked, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, shaking her head with a gentle refusal. Within the dormitory of the Sacred Land's apprentice sorcerers, Lu Yunming sat cross-legged on her bed, her eyes tightly shut. Eerie red and black energy emanated from her being, enveloping her in a cocoon-like aura. The dense black magic seeped into her skin, siphoning an unseen essence, which then oozed from her body. The leaking magic transformed into a deeper shade of red and black, continuously thickening the outer energy cocoon, ultimately spawning more black magic in an endless cycle. Lu Yunming, originally of typical Caucasian complexion, bore a hint of mixed heritage in her features, yet overall, she resembled a Caucasian woman, albeit with a striking beauty. Especially her golden brown wavy hair and exquisite cheeks rendered her strikingly conspicuous amidst the crowd. However, ever since she ingested the black magic, her life has been in a continuous state of depletion, her complexion pale and even slightly bluish, while her once alluring lips have lost their color. Her overall condition has become exceedingly frail, with the bed strewn with lifeless strands of hair, reminiscent of a dreadful state induced by nuclear radiation, causing cellular decay. It is worth noting that, in her pristine state, her hair would withstand even the harshest of assaults. The loss is almost unimaginable. It is well known that human cells can divide approximately 50 times throughout a lifetime. This process is lengthy and accompanied by aging. Once cellular energy is exhausted, human life reaches its inevitable end, resulting in complete physical demise. The secret arts of Zysorn exact a toll on one's lifespan. Those who enter into this temporary pact with the sorcerer will have their cellular vitality stripped away. Originally capable of 50 divisions, one may now be left with only 25. An irreversible consequence. A significant number of cells are severed from the potential for further division at the genetic level. An individual destined to live a century may find their lifespan halved to 50 years after utilizing such dark magic. Aging, illness, and death still persist. But the upper limit of life has been diminished, representing the cost of employing this forbidden sorcery. After spending several days immersed in the Library of Kamar-Taj, while Lu Yuming developed a super brain with exceptional memory and comprehension, she found herself unable to discover a pathway to learning the secret arts. Her anti-magic constitution completely severed her from all energies related to magic and sorcery, leaving her to merely gaze upon the contents of dozens of grimoires, powerless to act. As the name suggests, she could only memorize the texts. However, just moments ago, inspiration struck Lu Yuming as she combined her knowledge from the magical literature and recalled the tome deemed forbidden by the king. This book is, in fact, a copy of Zysorn's dark scripture, albeit incomplete, with certain pages violently torn or destroyed out of fear that a sorcerer might stray from the righteous path. Lu Yuming committed all the contents within the book to memory, including information about a forbidden magic that requires no magical threshold, trading lifespan for power. In simple terms, should the price be sufficiently high, Zysorn would devise a means for his followers to achieve a fleeting ability to wield black magic. However, its lethality is rather minimal, resembling a temporary enhancement of all attributes, akin to the surge in combat prowess exhibited by a berserker in a frenzied state. This madness ultimately depletes the berserker's life essence. The more one utilizes it, the swifter the demise. This is the principle behind such dark forbidden arts. Once the black magic is executed, the state reverts, resulting in a loss of formidable power and a corresponding depletion of lifespan, a terrifying prospect indeed. When Zysorn first inscribed this secret on parchment, he likely did not anticipate anyone would dare to learn it. Perhaps he hoped to encounter a few reckless souls willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of wielding magic. Lifespan is paramount to all. Only by living longer can one witness the myriad wonders of the world. Yet, this irreplaceable essence holds no significance for Lu Yuming. Reborn into this world, the system panel granted her a lifespan of 200 years. As her physical strength increased, her lifespan also extended. She would only continue to live longer, rendering this aspect virtually worthless to her. However, to frivolously consume her lifespan to cast forbidden dark magic for a temporary boost was utterly meaningless. The true endeavor lay in genuinely retaining her power. Lu Yunming, with an awkward gesture, persistently gathered various shapes from the dark red energy. Goblets, handguns, gold bars, swords, and even humanoid forms danced at her fingertips. She needed to comprehend the true nature of dark forbidden magic by observing the flow of magic energy. If Mage Modu were to witness this, he would be astounded to find that this novice, who had only been studying the secret arts for less than half a month, wielded magic far beyond his own proficiency, even surpassing that of the guardians of the three great sanctuaries. As time progressed, her enhanced state continued to rise, and the lifespan displayed on the system panel steadily dwindled. It was only natural that Zysorn would feel immense excitement upon encountering such a devoted fan. At that moment, Lu Yunming's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. With a delicate twist of her slender, fair fingers, the encasing black cocoon of energy dissipated entirely, revealing a dark magical artifact resembling a star in her palm. Chapter 27. The world of microscopic stellar life. This celestial body, resembling a golf ball in size, is a striking red and black sun, radiating a dazzling brilliance that transforms the dim room into a realm of daylight. The fervent flames dance incessantly upon its surface, encircled by a faint halo, akin to Saturn's majestic ring of meteors, mysterious and beautiful. With a gentle flick of her fingertips, Lu Yunming set this miniature sun into a mesmerizing spin. Local regions of the sphere began to release energy on a grand scale, causing an increase in temperature and emitting feeble electromagnetic pulses. Accompanied by an intensification of particle radiation, this tiny star astonishingly performed a diminutive version of a solar flare. The air distorted, the temperature in the room escalated, and the dry animal fur blankets sparked to life, while the wooden furniture began to emit wisps of smoke. Lu Yuming focused intently, harnessing her internal bioenergy to encapsulate the fiery orb at her fingertips, preventing any energy leakage that might ignite the house. It is crucial to note that she had materialized a genuine star utilizing the principles of true science, infused with the dark magic of Zysorn. Despite its diminutive size, the internal mechanisms, radiative emissions, and energy temperatures were indistinguishable from those of a normal sun, possessing a superhuman ability akin to that of her homeland. Lu Yuming had now transcended the original prowess of her predecessors. She could manipulate a fraction of her bioenergy to alter its form, albeit with considerable difficulty and a weak response. It was only slightly more potent than the energy membrane enveloping her during space travel. In terms of manipulation, she could mold the bioenergy like modeling clay, shaping it into various forms, but the complexity was limited. It was impossible to confine a celestial body as intricate and high energy as a star solely through bioenergy. However, dark magic could achieve such feats, particularly the forbidden energy produced by the Zysorn's dark tome, allowing Lu Yunming to invoke exceedingly complex transformations through the exchange of her lifespan. Yet, dark energy would inevitably dissipate. As the connection to the dark dimensions channel was severed, this miniature star would ultimately collapse and cease to exist. What Lu Yuming needed to do now was to grasp the essence of this small star while the dark magic sustained it. She maintained the star's rotation at her fingertips and began to channel her bioenergy into the fiery orb's core. The structure of a star is extraordinarily intricate, necessitating considerable time and effort to comprehend each network and operational principle. Fortunately, Lu Yuming was endowed with ample stamina. To illustrate, consider the sun, a celestial entity that has illuminated the Earth for billions of years, catalyzing the progression of natural life. It primarily comprises hydrogen and helium, with hydrogen accounting for approximately 71, helium around 27, and other elements constituting 2. The sun can be divided from its center outward into the nuclear fusion zone, the radiative zone, the convective zone, and the atmospheric layer, which internally consists of the energy-producing core, the radiative zone, and the convective zone. Moreover, the sun's atmospheric layers can be categorized from the inside out into the photosphere, chromosphere, and corona. The photosphere is the innermost layer of the sun's atmosphere, where sunspots and light patches frequently appear. The chromosphere is a layer of the solar atmosphere, visible only during a total solar eclipse or through specialized telescopes. It is where solar flares and prominences occur. The corona, the outermost layer of the solar atmosphere, emits a faint luminosity and can only be observed during a total solar eclipse or with a coronagraph. The internal dynamics of the sun are intensely vigorous, primarily characterized by hydrogen and helium nuclear fusion. Hydrogen atoms fuse to form helium, radiating light and heat throughout the solar system in this process. Nuclear fusion refers to the synthesis of lighter atomic nuclei into a heavier nucleus, akin to the principles of a hydrogen bomb. The conditions required for nuclear fusion are exceptionally stringent, necessitating extreme temperatures and pressures. Only under such conditions can a celestial body be classified as a star. Lu Yundream's superintellect comprehends these principles and knowledge thoroughly. However, the challenge of creating a sun solely using biological energy is daunting. Thus, she resorts to thievery, employing dark magic to form a miniature star, while biological energy gradually replaces the operation of dark energy through meticulous trial and error. This consumption is alarmingly severe. Lu Yundream acutely senses her body being continually depleted, with cellular vitality visibly diminishing. Concurrently, the lifespan indicated on her system panel is swiftly dwindling. Nonetheless, she remains indifferent. In truth, her choice to create a small star is precisely to accelerate her energy generation in the future. Imagine having a stellar engine perpetually operating within her body, absorbing and providing energy. Each cell and microbial tissue undergoes remarkable strengthening, bringing her closer to the goal of Kryptonian lineage. After an entire day, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Lu Yundream dissipated the red and black miniature star in her hands. Over 20 hours of uninterrupted manipulation left her utterly exhausted. Collapsing without grace onto her bed, her sweat soaking her clothing and the beast fur blanket, she established a simple contract, constructed a temporary magical circuit, and tapped into the forbidden dark magic of the Book of Zysorn, sacrificing 53 years of her lifespan. Creating the fingertip star consumed an additional 26 years. Including the time spent on research and comprehension, Lu Yundream's total lifespan was reduced by 150 years. Now, her system panel displays a mere 80 years remaining. For an ordinary human, such depletion would render them on the brink of death in the first phase, and they would perish outright in the second phase, let alone the subsequent stages. Fortunately, Lu Yundream is no ordinary individual. Cosmic rays have caused a mutation in her genes, endowing her with exceptional vitality. Aside from feeling weakened, she experiences no other aftereffects. Presently, in a state of introspection, a grain-sized sphere emitting a brilliant white light hovers within her heart, surrounded by a faint halo. As dark energy dissipates, biological energy remains intrinsic. By substituting dark energy with biological energy, she utilizes her superintellect to decipher the underlying principles and accomplish the creation. Upon magnification, the grain-sized luminous sphere reveals a clear flow of energy within, resembling a self-contained miniature world. Lu Yunming felt a continuous surge of biological energy emanating from the small orb, flowing through the meridians and blood vessels of her entire being, akin to basking in warm sunlight, in her endeavor to create a stellar entity at her fingertips. The sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a parched drought. Nearly an hour had passed, and her lifespan displayed on the data panel had returned to an astonishing 130 years. The rate of recharging was nothing short of remarkable. She sat up, stretching her joints and limbs, and lifted her finger, directing it forward. A wave of pure energy, resembling white ripples, seeped from the tip of her finger. This energy floated through the air like mist, radiating a dazzling white light. Lu Yunming knew she had succeeded. She had birthed a miniature biological sun within her body. The absorption, transformation, feedback, and self-generated energy had experienced a geometric increase in mass. Without delay, she swiftly exited the room, soaring into the sky. Reaching the summit of Mount Everest in the blink of an eye, gazing upon the snow-covered expanse and the howling winds, Lu Yunming widened her eyes in astonishment. A powerful beam of scorching white light shot forth from her pupils, sweeping towards the mountains below. The moment the beam touched the rock face, it melted into molten lava, and scalding steam erupted skyward. Enormous boulders the size of half a football field were effortlessly severed in half, encountering no resistance whatsoever. With the formation of the microsun within her, her laser vision underwent a transformation. What once could barely achieve a width of 2 fingers with all her might, now became a beam as robust as an arm, akin to an energy cannon. It is important to note that this was still under a self-imposed limitation of energy, her state not yet at its peak. Otherwise, Mount Everest would undoubtedly suffer. She had no desire to harm the environment of Huagua. even though this land was not her true homeland. Lu Yunming referred to this nascent sun within her as the microbiological star. After toying with her newfound power for a while, she returned to the dormitory of the Kamataiji sanctuary, beginning to explore the various applications of this biological star. During this time, Lu Yunming conjured an array of magical forms, no longer reliant on energy conduits from other dimensions, but instead consuming her own energy to construct entirely new biological magical forms. White flames appeared out of nowhere. Liquid energy flowed invisibly, creating a radiant platform of white light in midair. By collapsing the white energy inward to increase its density, she transformed it into a solid energy shield. Most astonishingly, she could even utilize the white biological energy to rejuvenate withered plants, breathing life back into them. Upon invoking the current system data panel, one can observe the following. Name, Lu Yunming, energy level, pseudo-earth class, status, good, gender, female, benchmark template, Superman, steel body 15, source of superpower, genetic mutation induced by cosmic rays, super strength. Maximum muscle power, 1,500 tons, super speed, maximum terrestrial running speed, 30 Mach 10, 2 kilometers second, super defense, capable of withstanding the majority of conventional weaponry and energy attacks, but not nuclear explosions, super healing, human cellular activity accelerated 30,000 times. Capable of absorbing energy for rapid healing and limb regeneration. Flight, 74 Mach 25, 16 kilometers second, super laser vision, 10, 500. X-ray vision, able to penetrate human bodies, metallic substances, and reinforced concrete structures, but cannot penetrate special metals such as lead. Super hearing capable of capturing all sounds within a 10,000 meter radius. Lifespan, 376 years. Magic resistance. Super brain. Evolution, level 9. Microscopic biological star. Development, level 1. Energy absorption, energy conversion, energy purification. Energy feedback. Biological shaping magic. Development, level 12. What exhilarates Lu Yunming the most is the transformation of her benchmark template from that of her homeland to the steel body. Although it has only been developed to 15, she believes that with continued energy absorption, reaching 100 is merely a matter of time. Her super strength has astonishingly increased by 1,000 tons, marking a qualitative leap. Now, dealing with adversaries seems to be just a matter of a single punch. Both her flight and movement speeds have significantly improved, and the temperature of her laser vision has surpassed 10,000 degrees. Remarkably, the materials she can no longer penetrate have shifted from zinc to lead, a clear homage to Superman. Originally, her lifespan consumption had been substantial, but after a brief recovery, it has even surpassed her peak period. Even the development level of her super brain is nearing 10. The addition of a biological shaping magic function likely stems from her previous attempts to activate abilities through secret methods. The construction of the microscopic biological sun has nearly doubled all her superpower attributes, granting Lu Yunming a long-lost sense of security within the Marvel Universe. She plans to take a leisurely stroll near the sun, as venturing into space no longer feels as daunting as it once did. The capabilities of her homeland's template are suited solely for terrestrial endeavors, making space travel quite strenuous. However, the Superman steel body is entirely different, capable of absorbing stellar energy to rapidly augment her strength. Once her development level reaches 100, Lu Yunming intends to experience the thrill of cosmic lightspeed flight. Just as she floated in the air, contemplating the future, a voice unexpectedly emerged from beside her. It appears that the Library of Kamar-Taj has indeed provided you with genuine assistance. Chapter 28. The Conspiracy of Obadiah. Your transformation is remarkable. Ancient One, holding a delicate white fan, waved it gently with a smile. It appears you possess, well, let us refer to it as magic. Or perhaps something akin to it. Yet, I still do not sense your magical circuitry. It seems certain aspects of your being have been forcibly altered? The Ancient One squinted, scrutinizing Lu Yunming with uncertainty as she continued to speak. She could perceive the vast difference in the girl before her. Just days ago, she was completely confident in her ability to suppress her opponent, but now she felt a hint of menace emanating from the very presence of Lu Yunming. Mordo had also arrived at the training grounds, intrigued by what this non-apprentice might have learned. Upon seeing Lu Yunming, a grave expression crossed his face. If he had previously perceived her as a formidable force, now she appeared as an insurmountable mountain, rendering him breathless. What exactly have you created? The Ancient One inquired. Her curiosity piqued. My esteemed mentor, it is a star, Lu Yunming replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Within your body? The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Indeed, right here. Lu Yunming gestured towards her heart, responding without hesitation. The integrity of the Ancient One was beyond reproach. As a supreme sorceress, although she had drawn upon the energies of the dark dimension to prolong her life for centuries, she had always wielded her power to safeguard Kamar-Taj. Protecting the earthly realm from the encroachment of darkness and turmoil, never losing her mental clarity. Few could achieve such a feat. It seems you have forged your own path. The Ancient One remarked, a satisfied expression illuminating her face. This is an extraordinary girl, with no clear beginnings and an uncertain future, yet possessing a unique ability to craft a new narrative through her anti-magic constitution. Truly remarkable. I owe this to you, esteemed mentor, Lu Yongming responded solemnly. Placing her fists together at her abdomen and slightly bowing, performing the distinctive gesture of respect inherent to the sorcerers of Camartage. I shall wield this power wisely. Although she was not a sorceress, the Ancient One had imparted knowledge to her, even if it was merely by granting access to the library. The Ancient One nodded and returned the gesture of respect. Esteemed mentor, I shall not intrude upon the meditation of my fellow sorcerers any longer. I shall take my leave. Lu Yoming expressed her intent politely, waving farewell. Having achieved her purpose for being there, she felt no need to linger in the sanctum of tranquility. To be frank, she was somewhat craving Sichuan cuisine. My child, feel free to visit often. With your speed, it should be quite effortless, the Ancient One said with a warm smile. The unknown power signifies an uncharted path, accompanied by unforeseen risks. She hoped Lu Yongming would utilize this strength judiciously. In recent days, Lu Yongming's astonishing speed in flight might have gone unnoticed by other sorcerers, but the Supreme Sorceress was fully aware. Of course, I shall endeavor to avoid intruding recklessly in the future, Lu Yongming replied with a gentle smile, her expression tinged with bashfulness. Initially, she boldly soared to the majestic Himalayan mountains, inadvertently shattering the protective barrier of Camartage, oblivious to her folly until she created a microcosmic star. At which point she fully comprehended her blunder. The Ancient One, displaying remarkable patience, refrained from casting her out, a commendable act in itself. As her words faded, Lu Yunming elegantly traced a line in the air with her finger, instantly unveiling a portal shimmering with sparks. The incantation employed was nearly identical to that used by the sorcerers of Camartage, save for the color of the sparks, which were white. She stepped into the portal, vanishing within the sanctum, under the approving gaze of the Ancient One. Their understanding was profound. Throughout, the Ancient One did not leverage access to the Camartage library as a bargaining chip, demanding Lu Yunming to safeguard Earth in times of peril. Lu Yunming, too, remained steadfast in her responsibilities and her initial intent to resolve conflicts. It was only when the portal sealed completely that Master Mordo emerged from his stupor. His expression a portrait of astonishment as he turned towards the Ancient One, exclaiming urgently, "Master, did you see that?" She opened a portal without the use of the sling ring. The notion that someone could, within a mere few days at Camartage, and faced with the insurmountable challenge of a nullified magical aptitude, reach a level where the arcane arts could be wielded without such an artifact was unfathomable. This was indeed astonishing, evoking not only shock but a profound sense of trepidation. Yes, it was her innate talent. The Ancient One remarked nonchalantly as she turned to depart, not glancing back. She has transgressed the taboos and shattered the rules. We must confine her to shield the dimensions from unknown threats. Mordo insisted, his brow furrowed, unable to relinquish his rigid adherence to the regulations governing sorcery. In his worldview, heresy warranted judgment, and no one should transgress the established order. Yet, what Mordo failed to recognize was the deep-seated envy etched across his features, his visage becoming somewhat grotesque. You are being excessively harsh, Mordo. Sometimes, it is essential to consider matters from alternative perspectives, the Ancient One replied dismissively, walking further away until she faded into the corridor, leaving Mordo in a state of turmoil, paralyzed by uncertainty. That evening, at his Malibu seaside villa in Los Angeles, Tony, having just calibrated his armor, sought a moment of respite in the living room, sinking into the sofa until the sudden ring of his phone broke the tranquility. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from Pepper, promptly connecting, as he had previously tasked her with gathering information from Obadiah's office, and results were anticipated. However, Tony's oversight was grave. As soon as he answered, a buzzing sound enveloped him, an indescribable sensation of paralysis coursing through his body, rendering him stiff and immobile upon the sofa. A shadow emerged from behind the couch, gradually revealing itself to be Obadiah. Breathe, relax, Tony. Do you remember this? Obadiah smirked malevolently, brandishing a device akin to a remote control. Tony found himself utterly speechless, his body rigid beyond belief, even the movement of his eyes an insurmountable challenge. He was undoubtedly aware of the portable sonic paralysis weapon developed by Stark Industries Research Division, as its compact size made it easily maneuverable, raising concerns about its potential misuse in the outside world. Consequently, the government had not sanctioned its production, and Stark Industries had rigorously managed and planned for its destruction. However, Obadiah had clandestinely retained a significant stockpile. Once activated, this device could incapacitate an adult merely by being positioned near their ear, rendering them defenseless in an instant. Tony had been careless. Even before Lu Yunming's warning, He had begun to suspect that Obadiah was up to no good. Yet, facing the uncle who had always treated him well and was a close friend of his father's, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. He did not immediately revoke Obadiah's access to the residence, which led him into a perilous situation at the mercy of his adversary. "Tony, I initially contemplated your demise. Yet I worried I might have slain a golden goose," Obadiah said, gripping Tony's chin and forcing him to meet his gaze. The weapons manufactured by Stark Industries that the Ten Rings terrorist organization had employed were precisely the orders he had given to his subordinates. Obadiah craved greater wealth. Despite Stark Industries being the pinnacle of American enterprise, it was not enough for him. He orchestrated acts of terrorism and kidnapping, intending to eliminate Tony and seize control of the entire business empire for himself. Little did he know that the Ten Rings, driven by insatiable greed, secretly delayed Tony's death. Hoping to exploit this genius playboy to produce more Jericho missiles, inadvertently granting Tony an opportunity. "So, you owe your survival to both God and me," Obadiah remarked as he retrieved the arc reactor from Tony's chest with brute force. "Ah, this piece is truly exquisite. You've laid the final golden egg. This shall be your legacy." Obadiah's face was alight with satisfaction as he admired the glowing arc reactor in his hand. Tony gazed intently at his uncle, who had watched him grow, filled with regret. If only he could have set aside some pride and heeded the counsel of others, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. He now felt like a fish on the chopping block, entirely at the mercy of his captor. Obadiah reclined casually on the sofa, sharing his thoughts with an air of assuredness. His words hinted at his visions for the future, revealing that he had also developed a powerful suit of armor. By replicating the technology contained within this small device and mass-producing it for the suit, he could possess a new generation of weapon cores and command an entire legion of Iron Men, positioning himself at the forefront of an era of advanced weaponry. At that point, money would flow freely into his pockets. In truth, Tony was indifferent to such revelations. What truly concerned him was Obadiah's intent to eliminate Pepper. After speaking until his throat was parched, Obadiah cast a final glance at the motionless Tony, as if he were gazing upon a corpse, before turning and departing the villa. The effects of the portable sonic paralysis device would last approximately 15 minutes, and as soon as Tony regained his mobility, he made his way towards the underground laboratory. Originally, after the creation of the 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit's arc reactor, the first-generation reactor was to be destroyed. Pepper, however, preserved this reactor, transforming it into a gift for Tony. Inscribed with the words that Tony Stark possesses a warm heart. Now it has become a lifeline. Tony is immensely grateful for the divine favor and Pepper's thoughtfulness. He still has time to replace the heart and save his own life. The absence of the miniature arc reactor allowed the fragments hidden within his veins to flow perilously towards his heart, causing him to experience severe chest tightness and shortness of breath. Struggling to reach the laboratory, Tony ultimately lost his last ounce of strength and staggered, collapsing onto the floor, unable to move an inch further. Gazing at the prototype reactor that lay within arm's reach, despair washed over him as he widened his eyes. Extending his hand yet failing to grasp it, as though it were miles away, he lacked even the strength to call Lu Yun. Imagining her fury upon discovering her boss's lifeless body. After all, the one who dispenses salaries is now gone. A bitter smile crossed Tony's face as he thought of Obadiah, who was doomed. There was no doubt that the woman of steel would not spare him. Even if this man had crafted armor of his own, he would likely be reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Reflecting on the terrifying strength exuded by that slender arm, he still struggled to comprehend the principle behind it. At that moment, a shadow loomed over him, obscuring the light above. "Mr. Stark, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" A sincere voice inquired, tinged with concern. Tony strained to open his eyes, discovering Bruce Banner gazing at him, utterly at a loss. Chapter 29. The Iron Behemoth emerges within the confines of the office. Pepper gazed at the disconnected phone, her instinctively sharp senses alerting her to the potential peril Tony might be facing. After surreptitiously extracting classified information from Obadiah's computer, she was drenched in a cold sweat and promptly reached out to the already scheduled agent Phil Coulson. Initially, Pepper had little interest in the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. However, the sincerity and relentless determination of the agents to contact Tony Stark compelled her to act. Out of courtesy, as his personal secretary, Pepper intended to meet with Coulson, curious to discern his true intentions. As fate would have it, she stumbled upon the critical moment when Obadiah had discovered her theft and was poised to take covert action. Upon learning of Obadiah's transgressions, Coulson wasted no time and utilized his authority to mobilize SHIELD personnel in the vicinity. A cadre of elite agents was dispatched with the objective of apprehending Obadiah. Before long, Pepper, accompanied by 5 agents, proceeded to the Stark Industries Sector 16, as referenced in the clandestine documents. However, her access card had been revoked, and upon forcibly breaching the door, she uncovered the 1 Malawian Quatcha armor concealed within. "You were right," He indeed created the iron armor, Coulson remarked gravely, his gaze fixed on the one Malawian kwacha. He comprehended its formidable capabilities. Although it paled in comparison to the suit Tony had stealthily flown to Milgram Town to rescue refugees, it was far from something an ordinary individual could contend with. Possessing supersonic flight capabilities and virtually impervious to gunfire, even a tank shell strike from a great height would inflict minimal damage. Its astonishing defensive prowess and the ability to effortlessly obliterate a terrorist munitions depot were not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Obadiah had yet to don the suit, affording them a sliver of hope. Pepper, standing nearby with a hint of perplexity, recalled the blueprints she had seen in the hidden folder, which suggested that the iron armor should be considerably larger. Coulson, instantly on high alert, commanded the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to disperse and search the weapons research facility. Yet, at that moment, a massive figure erupted from the shadows, a humanoid heavy armor towering at least 3 meters high. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were caught utterly off guard, armed only with rudimentary equipment as they charged to apprehend a human, only to find themselves confronting an iron giant. 2 agents were immediately hurled away by the sheer force, losing consciousness in an instant. Recognizing the dire situation, Coulson frantically sought cover, preparing to act at the opportune moment. However, the iron behemoth surged directly toward Pepper, intent on seizing her. Obadiah, reveling in an unprecedented thrill, had crafted this iron titan as an enhanced version of Tony's one Malawian kwacha armor, with a larger physique and greater power. The simplistic yet effective mechanical design allowed for an amplified force. Having appropriated Tony's miniature arc reactor, the output of the iron behemoth had reached its zenith, rendering the smaller agents utterly ineffectual. His singular desire was to capture Pepper and make her regret her act of theft. Pepper swiftly navigated the narrow space to escape, acutely aware that her presence was futile, and soon burst forth from the laboratory building. Obadiah followed closely, maneuvering the formidable ironmonger to demolish the ceiling of the underground lab, effectively blocking Pepper's path to freedom. "Where do you think you're going, little bug?" Obadiah taunted, his expression dark and mocking. Faced with this towering behemoth, which loomed over her by at least 5 heads, Pepper felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and helplessness. As merely a personal secretary seeking better remuneration at Stark Industries, she had never anticipated a scenario involving data theft or being pursued by a Transformers entity. As the ironmonger raised its Gatling gun arm, aiming it directly at her, Pepper's heart sank, and she cried out in panic. "You are of no use now," Obadiah remarked coldly. "Too bad Tony is dead. Otherwise, he would witness a grotesque tableau crafted by the torrential barrage of bullets." Suddenly, a rapid whirring sound pierced the air from a distance, and a crimson suit of Iron Man armor hurtled towards them with great speed. Before Obadiah could react, he was unceremoniously flipped over and crashed into a massive pit. The 2 suits of armor collided violently, careening into one another and tumbling onto the main thoroughfare. Obadiah, regaining his footing within the ironmonger, seized an Audi car, relishing the thrill of wielding such immense power. The women and children inside shrieked in terror. "I love this suit, Tony," he exclaimed. However, Tony would not grant him such an opportunity. Focusing all his energy into his chest, he unleashed a formidable shockwave, sending the ironmonger crashing to the ground once more. The Audi plummeted from the air, but Tony deftly caught it with his armor. "Sir, the modified power system is functioning effectively. The armor can withstand over 40 tons of force." Jarvis's voice resonated through the system. "Yes, of course. That's what a genius should accomplish," Tony replied, effortlessly placing the 2-ton Audi onto the pavement, as the hydraulic pistons on the exterior of the 3 Malawian kwacha's armor gradually retracted. This inspiration had been sparked by the recent incident in Harlem, Manhattan, where 2 colossal beasts clashed on the streets. The immense power and destructive capability of these creatures far exceeded what typical titanium alloy armor could endure, which would likely be shredded to pieces in no time. Yet, it was precisely this realization that provided Tony with a crucial insight. At this moment, the 3 Malawian kwacha's armor was notably more robust than its predecessor. In addition to external drive mechanisms on the arms, complementary equipment was integrated into the legs and waist. The external component pack, built upon the Iron Man suit, allowed for interchangeable parts tailored to various situations, a concept Tony had recently devised. This innovative design proved exceptionally practical, especially when confronting larger adversaries, empowering him with the strength to contend effectively in a short span of time. The current 3 Malawian kwachas was far superior to the version depicted in the original narrative, Engineering Heavy Machinery Edition. "Sir, I must express my apologies, but I feel compelled to state that the original arc reactor is insufficient to sustain the energy consumption of the 3 Malawian kwacha's Project S heavy machinery variant. At present, we are left with a mere 19 of energy, which continues to dwindle. I hope you can act swiftly before we exhaust our resources." Jarvis has provided an objective analysis of the current situation, causing Tony's lips to twitch in frustration. Were it not for that cursed stain seizing the second-generation arc reactor, would he be forced to resort to using the outdated original reactor in combat? Half an hour ago, Tony found himself incapacitated on the ground, suffocating due to shrapnel obstructing his heart's blood vessels. Just as he contemplated his own demise, Bruce Banner miraculously appeared in the laboratory. Following the events in New York, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend Betty had been shielded from military repercussions due to Wonder Woman's assertive intervention. Both are prodigies in the field of physics, and Tony, in his excitement, arranged for them to work at Stark Industries, simultaneously providing a buffer against external criticism. Tony, a quintessential libertine endowed with a brilliant mind and robust psychological fortitude, remains unperturbed by the journalists spreading rumors outside. Dr. Banner is profoundly grateful for Tony's sanctuary, after all. He had been hunted by the military for 5 long years since the gamma-ray incident transformed his body, forced into hiding and unable to meet his beloved. He was tormented by pain and anguish. Following the Manhattan incident, his condition miraculously improved, thanks to Wonder Woman's initiative to communicate with Hulk. Yet even so, his identity made him acutely vulnerable in public, leaving him with nowhere to go. Tony's hospitality arrived like a timely blessing, allowing him to see his cherished Betty daily and engage in work he loves, making him feel as though he had ascended from hell to paradise. Originally, after work today, Dr. Banner intended to enjoy dinner with Betty at their residence. Just before leaving, he remembered to invite Tony along and rode his electric bike to Tony's beachfront villa in Malibu. As he approached to knock, Jarvis automatically unlocked the door and guided him to the underground laboratory. Due to system interference that led to a lockdown, Jarvis was unable to alert Tony in time when Obadiah attempted to infiltrate his home. However, it retained some operational capabilities. With Dr. Banner's assistance, Tony installed the original miniature arc reactor, thereby preserving his life. Sensing that Pepper might be in peril, Tony swiftly assembled the 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit and, for the first time, employed the adaptive external component kit. He arrived at the scene just in time to confront Ironmonger before he could harm Pepper. Forget the chaos. Display the data. I will review it. Now initiate heavy mode and let us take him down, Tony commanded as he maneuvered the suit, soaring towards Ironmonger with haste. The hydraulic external drive unit illuminated with a red light, and the mechanical tensioner extended to its maximum capacity, sweeping across the giant's legs. Obadiah, shaking his dazed head, had just managed to control Ironmonger to rise when his balance was once again shattered. The colossal armored figure collided with the highway barrier, tumbling down towards the drainage ditch below. Tony pursued, utilizing the Mk3's engineering prowess to its fullest extent, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to the giant's head, leaving Obadiah utterly dazed. The Ironmonger clearly suffered from significant disadvantages in terms of strength and lacked the agility necessary to compete. It was being mercilessly overwhelmed by the nimble yet powerful 3 Malawian Quatches. He could not fathom why, despite creating a suit far more advanced and massive than Tony's. He found himself utterly defenseless. Were Tony privy to his thoughts, he would likely erupt in laughter. What a jest. The heavy external component package was specifically designed to contend with monsters of Hulk's caliber. In comparison, the Ironmonger's strength could not even be mentioned in the same breath as the Abominations, and it was entirely expected that he would suffer the consequences. Sir, remaining energy at 3, Jarvis reported promptly. The energy consumption in heavy mode was twice that of the Mk3's standard state, and sustaining it for several minutes was already quite impressive. However, if this continued, the 3 Malawian Quatch's suit was likely to shut down completely. No time for chatter, Jarvis. Keep pummeling him, Tony commanded as he maneuvered the suit to deliver another crushing blow to Ironmonger's head, the sturdy metal shell now showing visible dents and deformities. Given a little more time, he could shatter that accursed shell. He could not always rely on others to save him in dire situations. He preferred to keep all dangers within his control. Yet, as fate would have it, just when Tony attempted to violently pry open Ironmonger's hatch, the arc reactor on his chest began to flicker erratically before extinguishing entirely. The Iron Man suit instantaneously lost all power, without energy propulsion. The heavy metal encasing Tony rendered even the simplest movements impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Ironmonger rose to his feet, his massive claw gripping Tony's head tightly. Chapter 30 The Arrival of Reinforcements. Tony, I must say, you are truly a genius. The inventions you create are utterly astonishing. I almost feel reluctant to bring about your demise. Obadiah controls the Ironmonger, relentlessly crushing the 3 Malawian Quatch's helmet, its strength gradually distorting and deforming it. Observing how swiftly Tony crafted a new suit, he felt a twinge of envy. The severity of the blows he had endured earlier was matched only by the intensity of his desire for revenge. Fortunately, the Ironmonger boasted formidable defenses. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to mere scrap metal by now. However, the moment had come for him to retaliate. Jarvis, can you hear me? Tony called out. Struggling to withstand the onslaught of the Ironmonger, his body growing increasingly uncomfortable with each passing moment. Regrettably, the energy had been depleted, and Jarvis was unable to connect with the suit systems. From a design perspective, the Ironmonger appeared somewhat cumbersome, but its tough exterior and efficient structure allowed it to unleash tremendous power with ease. In contrast, while the 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit was technologically superior, it was never intended for sheer lethality. The 3 Malawian Quatches offered remarkable agility, and Tony believed that as long as he could ascend into the skies, the Ironmonger would not even graze his attire. Yet, on the ground, especially after losing power, the suit's durability became the only metric of comparison, placing the 3 Malawian Quatches at a severe disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before the Ironmonger would crush it to pieces. Damn it! Am I destined to perish in this unseen, shadowy corner? Tony mused, scanning his surroundings. He noticed that both Iron Man suits had fallen beneath the elevated bridge, confirming his fears of being unnoticed. Obadiah wore a menacing grin, confident of victory, and rather than killing Tony outright, he entertained the notion of tormenting him first. Boom. At that moment, a massive green fist suddenly struck from the side. The overwhelming force sent the Ironmonger careening through the air like a miscast shot put, crashing violently against a bridge pillar. Obadiah's head buzzed with a ringing sound, nearly rendering him unconscious, as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Despite being shielded by the armored suit, his insides had suffered considerable damage. What the hell is this? Obadiah exclaimed, his expression darkening as he struggled to rise and discern the why has the Hulk appeared here? Obadiah could not comprehend. Could it be related to Tony? Hulk. Help. Friend. The Hulk spread his arms wide, assuming an aggressive stance, roaring at Ironmonger. The thunderous roar left Obadiah dizzy. Hey, big guy, did Banner let you out? Tony, lying on the ground, waved cheerfully at the colossal figure. Hulk. No need. Agree. Banner. Annoying. Hulk. Come out. The Hulk cast a displeased glance at Tony, his fearsome visage nearly instilling terror in him. All right. If Hulk wants to come out, then let him. Tony hastily waved his hands, speaking as if soothing a child, not wishing to endure a beating from Ironmonger only to receive another from the Hulk. Satisfied, the Hulk turned his attention back to Ironmonger, who was not far away. In truth, after Tony piloted the 3 Malawian Quatches, Dr. Banner had followed closely behind, concerned for Tony's safety and eager to assist. With the shelter of Stark Industries and General Ross's arrest, he no longer had to hide as he once did. Banner called Betty to apologize and canceled their dinner plans. Understanding, his girlfriend urged him to stay safe and return home soon. When Banner arrived near Stark Industries headquarters in a taxi, he heard the sounds of fierce combat and the clashing of metal. He quickly vaulted over the highway barrier, witnessing the moment when the 3 Malawian Quatch's armor lost all power. After much internal struggle, Banner decided to unleash the Hulk. After all, in the face of such intensity, his 7 doctoral degrees proved quite useless. Following this decision, Tony got a first-hand experience of what violent demolition truly meant. Ironmonger was no match for the Hulk, with terrifying strength that could crush heavy tanks into iron balls. He dismantled the armor effortlessly. Mechanical limbs were wrenched off, and the cockpit cover was torn away, revealing a terrified Obadiah. This hardly qualified as a battle. The disparity in their strengths was too vast. The Hulk, feeling unsatisfied, roared into the sky, pounding his chest, eager to continue the chaos. After a moment of contemplation, the Hulk resolved not to grant his enemy any respite, raising his heavy fist to end Obadiah's life. Hey, big guy, you can't kill him, even if he has erred. He should face justice. Tony quickly interjected, wishing to dissuade him. In truth, he would prefer Obadiah to vanish entirely, yet that would bring its own complications. Moreover, for the Hulk, taking a life was inherently wrong, likely to adversely affect his already fragile psyche. The Hulk's nature was one of immense rage. Such moral reasoning hardly penetrated his consciousness. Ignoring Tony's pleas, he yanked Obadiah from the wreckage of Ironmonger, grasping his neck and lifting him into the air. Obadiah struggled desperately, yet the Hulk tightened his grip. At that moment, a brilliant streak of light suddenly shot across the sky. A figure radiating white light appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Hulk was momentarily taken aback, ceasing his relentless assault, while Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. What did he behold? A luminous figure? It had been a while since he last saw his boss, and it appeared that she had been rather significantly repaired. A familiar voice echoed, causing an exaggerated smile to spread across Tony's face as he relaxed completely. Lou, damn it, you finally showed up. The one who pays your salary is about to be killed by that bastard. Sure enough, as the words left his lips, the blinding light gradually dissipated, revealing a slender figure clad in a blue skin-tight suit with a red cape before him. Hulk, it's good to see you again. Are you having fun? Liu Yiming smiled, disregarding Tony and instead greeting the green giant beside her. Hulk, not happy. Little bug. Too weak. Hulk's face displayed a child's expression of grievance as he replied in a deep voice. Lu Yunming glanced at the wreckage of Ironmonger and the miserable Obadiah, clicking her tongue in disapproval. This contraption was hardly fit to be a toy for Hulk. It was no wonder he felt discontent. A day prior, Lu Yuming had bid farewell to Ancient One, and after leaving Kamartaj, she soared back into space. Within her, microscopic stars continuously generated white, mutated biological energy, forming an omnidirectional biostatic field around her. The vacuum of space no longer drained Lu Yunming's stamina. Supported by this energy, she accelerated her flight to subliminal speed, successfully landing on the moon. The strength of her ironclad body evidently surpassed that of her compatriots, and even at merely 15 of her potential, Lu Yunming could feel the immense energy transmitted by sunlight. The artificial biological stars within her absorbed external energy rays, transforming them and ultimately purifying the biological energy to nourish every cell in her body. Through this process, Lu Yunming could sense her continuous empowerment. Her speed was at least tenfold what it had been. She initially intended to linger in space, basking in sunlight to grow stronger, but suddenly felt compelled to inform Tony. Thus, she swiftly returned to Earth and arrived above Los Angeles, coincidentally witnessing the scene before her. Given Hulk's fragile mind and unstable emotions, Lu Yuming grew concerned for Tony's safety and took the initiative to soothe Hulk's feelings. No worries. Next time, I'll take you to another place where there are formidable opponents. She directed her gaze towards the cosmos, tapping Hulk gently on the head, and smiled as she spoke. Fun, Hulk. Willing. The green giant appeared quite pleased, casually discarding Obadiah, declaring him not entertaining at all. It's a deal. Lu Yuming grinned, revealing her pearly whites as she cheerfully made the promise. After receiving confirmation, Hulk ceased to linger, rapidly shrinking until he returned to Bruce Banner-esque form. At that moment, Tony had emerged from his armor. The arc reactor emitted a faint glow, yet it was insufficient to provide power to 3 Malawian Quatches. He hesitantly approached the wreckage of Ironmonger, casting a complex glance at the fallen Obadiah, uncertain of what to say. Logically, this man had threatened his life and had even sought to murder Pepper. Tony was filled with an urge to eliminate him without delay. Yet, he was fundamentally a seemingly carefree individual with a kind heart, incapable of inflicting harm upon someone devoid of any means of resistance. You have won, Tony. Now you possess everything, Obadiah murmured, caressing his wounded chest as he struggled to sit upright. Stain, do you still cling to your former beliefs? Tony gazed intently at the man who had cared for him as an uncle since childhood, remnants of goodwill lingering within his heart. The victors have the power to rewrite narratives, do they not? Bury your sympathy and hand me over to the appropriate authorities for judgment. That is what you ought to do, Tony. Obadiah suddenly erupted in furious indignation, his voice resonating with rage. He had failed, and there was nothing more to say. He accepted defeat against a monster like the Hulk. Furthermore, it appeared that even in the absence of the Green Giant, Tony's long-missing personal bodyguard, the Supergirl, had arrived at the battlefield, leaving him with no chance of success. Obadiah had dared to confront Tony because his subordinates had reported that Supergirl was not by Tony's side. Otherwise, even with the boldness he possessed, he would never have engaged in such a foolish act. Tony fell into silence. He had contemplated delivering Obadiah to the justice system, where he would face the impartiality of the law. The sentencing would likely be severe, with the prospect of never escaping the confines of prison. Yet at least he would preserve his life. However, such an outcome was not what he desired. Tony wrestled with whether to relinquish certain matters and grant both himself and others an opportunity. Yet, before he could reach a conclusion, a searing white beam suddenly shot forth from the side, striking Obadiah directly in the chest. Amidst the anguished cries, the laser's thermal vision, with temperatures soaring into the thousands, instantaneously incinerated Obadiah's flesh, not allowing him even a moment to endure. The architect of a series of devastations, he was reduced to charred ash before he could utter a plea for mercy. Ah, how naive, Lu Yunming remarked, closing the thermal vision as she spoke, her tone indifferent under Tony's astonished gaze. Chapter 31. Ashes to ashes, Tony. Do not be so naive, Lu Yunming remarked calmly, casting a fleeting glance at the dazed Tony. Under the sudden onslaught of the blinding laser-s heat, Obadiah met his ignoble end. As for the man's assertions, Lu Yunming scoffed. Did he truly believe he could seek justice through the judicial system? The intent was written all over his face. Only someone as soft-hearted as Tony would fall for such ruse. She understood the adage that even a dying centipede does not curl up easily, and thus, she would grant Obadiah no mercy. A humane obliteration was the most fitting conclusion for such a villain. Oh my, Tony hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The sensation of watching his uncle reduced to mere ash was profoundly unsettling. In truth, he comprehended Lu Yuming's rationale, yet acceptance eluded him momentarily. His concern lay not with Obadiah's demise, but rather with Lu Yunming's indifference. The ease with which she extinguished a life, akin to crushing an ant, suggested a psychological state that raised alarms. Lu, are you all right? I mean, Do you feel any unusual emotions or discomfort? Tony inquired earnestly, furrowing his brow and gesturing towards his head as he took a deep breath. Seeing Tony's genuine concern for her, Lu Yunming found it somewhat amusing. She was aware of his worries and knew that once one's power surpassed a certain threshold, reverence for life would dissipate. However, she wished to convey that such apprehension was unwarranted. She had not descended into the depths of coldness. She merely adhered to her principles. To show mercy towards enemies was to be cruel to oneself and those around her. Obadiah was a calamity. The American judicial system already harbored numerous flaws. Should he manage to exploit any loopholes, chaos would ensue, rendering any potential consequences irreparable. Thus, dealing with criminals required the same ruthlessness as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Rest assured, Tony, I do not suffer from PTSD. Such individuals deserve their fate. You will come to understand this in time. Lu Yunming patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Very well, I will defer to your judgment. After a prolonged silence, Tony chose to trust his bodyguard. How could he not believe in the person who had saved him during a perilous moment? It would be madness to show weakness towards Obadiah. A self-deprecating smile crossed Tony's face as he considered his own momentary lapse of compassion. Hey, now that everything is settled, how about we celebrate with a grand feast? My treat, Tony exclaimed, his jovial spirit returning. The scene beneath the overpass was one of disarray, but that was of little concern to him. As long as no lives were lost, financial compensation would suffice, and someone else would handle the aftermath. He conveniently chose to ignore a certain individual who had already descended into oblivion, claiming never to have known an Obadiah. I think it's a splendid idea. Let us invite Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty as well. The more, the merrier. Lu Yuming nodded, glancing at the disheveled Banner sprawled on the ground. Absolutely. We shall dine at the finest restaurant. Tony expressed his approval as Dr. Banner abandoned his date with his girlfriend to rush to the perilous battlefield, transforming into the Hulk to vanquish Ironmonger. Such selflessness certainly warranted gratitude. As for his bodyguard, a mere increase in pay would suffice. However, could you first escort me in my Iron Man suit home? Also, please pick up Pepper from the company headquarters. She must be quite worried by now. After a moment of contemplation, Tony stroked his chin and advised caution regarding the technology of the Iron Man suit, as it was prudent to keep it hidden from prying eyes. As for the remnants of Ironmonger, they were of no concern. Hulk had reduced them to mere fragments, most of which were twisted and deformed. Even if someone were to salvage those scraps for research, they would only amount to refuse. Nonetheless, the recent battle could not be concealed from the public. He could already envision the headlines the next morning. You are the boss. Your word is final. Lian Ming replied with a slight smile, indicating her agreement. Hey, Lian Ming, could you fly a bit slower? My suit has run out of power, and I can't get back in, so, you understand. Tony appeared somewhat embarrassed as he lowered his voice to negotiate. He recalled the harrowing experience in the Afghan cave when Lu Yunming, clad in a surgical gown, had lifted him and Dr. Ethan into the sky. The pressure of the wind leaving him breathless and nearly causing him to vomit upon landing. That sensation was still fresh in his mind, and he was loath to endure it again. Of course, boss. You pay me quite handsomely, I assure you. I'll make you feel as if you're walking on air. Li Yunming's lips curled into a smile as she extended her finger, tracing a circle in the air, instantly opening a shimmering portal of white light. You're not thinking about hailing a taxi, are you? It's quite a distance. Before Tony could finish his sentence, he was utterly astounded, gazing at the ethereal energy that materialized before him and then at the familiar furnishings of his villa on the other side of the portal. He felt an uncanny sense of unreality. What the? Wow, this is absolutely insane. How did you do that? Is this one of your superpowers? Tony exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, brimming with excitement. He had never witnessed such a manifestation of energy. It was as if an unexplored path lay before him. When energy expands into a certain realm, it reveals unknown qualities, potentially leading to spatial teleportation. Just then, Dr. Banner, recently awakened and regaining his senses, rubbed his eyes and stared at the glimmering portal, unsure if he was still dreaming. You could say it's a form of arcane magic, Li Yunming smiled, offering no further explanation as she stepped confidently into the portal. Interestingly, this was not the mystical art of Camartage, nor did it resemble any known spells from the Marvel universe. While the manifestation of energy bore similarities, it was drawn from the surging power of microscopic stars within her being. There was no need for incantations, no requirement for balancing spells, and certainly no assistance from the magic of other dimensions. With a mere thought, she could unleash her unique secret art. This is what is displayed on the system data panel, bioenergy shaping magic. As long as Li Yunming wishes, she can employ a myriad of mystical techniques, including the Seraphim shield from the classic Kamatage, the Ring of Ragador, and other white magic from the Book of Vishandi. She is also capable of simulating the scarlet chains of Setarak and dark magic from the Book of Thon. The manifestation and form are nearly identical. However, the potency of the secret arts depends on the amount of energy used for the transmutation. This is also the reason why Master Mordo feels envious. While the Ancient One finds solace in her capabilities, she has graduated, possessing a super intellect with an eidetic memory, and the microstars provide ample energy, making the casting of secret magical arts as effortless as eating or drinking. Naturally, employing such bioenergy techniques against ordinary foes poses no issue. Yet, when confronted with formidable opponents, their effectiveness diminishes significantly, particularly with mental magic. The inability to communicate with the magical circuit due to her anti-magic constitution results in Liunming being able to mimic the form but lacking substance, beautiful to behold, yet functionally inadequate. Undoubtedly, when facing adversaries, the most reliable approach remains the sheer physical force of a punch and the pure energy assault of a laser heat ray. A searing laser beam, reaching temperatures in excess of 10,000 degrees, can melt any solid substance on Earth, while 1,500 tons of muscle power can effortlessly tear through the majority of formidable foes. The use of secret arts is primarily for convenience. In combat, one must still rely on the strength of their fist. After escorting Tony and Dr. Banner to his Malibu seaside villa, Liunming flew back to retrieve the startled Pepper. It is amusing to imagine the expression on Pepper's face when she witnessed Liunming descending, aglow with light. Among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents involved in this mission, 2 sustained significant injuries, while the remaining 3 emerged unscathed, primarily because Obadiah did not regard them as a threat. Liunming approached Coulson, requesting him to tidy up the mess under the overpass. Coulson did not object to her request. He merely reported to his superiors and promptly set about rectifying the situation. This potentially disastrous incident was quietly resolved without fanfare. Afterward, Tony hosted a dinner at home, ordering dishes from the most expensive restaurant in Los Angeles. Citing his exhaustion and reluctance to venture out, Pepper, Dr. Ethan, Dr. Banner, and his girlfriend Betty were all invited to gather together. During dinner, Betty exhibited a keen interest in Liunming, believing that someone capable of communicating with Hulk and calming him down was quite extraordinary. Liunming welcomed her inquiries and briefly elucidated her understanding of Hulk's consciousness, leaving both Banner and Betty astounded. It turned out that Hulk was akin to a child, requiring care and affirmation, albeit stronger and larger than the average child. Banner's long-standing disdain and rejection had allowed Hulk's consciousness to accumulate much anger, which explained the chaos and destruction he wreaked upon his appearances. Liunming suggested to Banner that he could occasionally let Hulk emerge, assuring him that she would facilitate the communication. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Banner acquiesced. He understood that one reason the Hulk would be honest is that he cannot compete with Wonder Woman. Meanwhile, Tony discreetly whispered to Pepper, and after experiencing this event, they finally established their relationship. Dr. Ethan became intrigued by the adaptive external components used in 3 Malawian quatches and dashed into the underground laboratory after barely touching his meal. The group engaged in lively conversation, the gathering lasting late into the night. It is worth mentioning that Colonel Rhodes, who was originally supposed to appear in the battle between Ironmonger and Iron Man, did not make an appearance this time. The radar monitoring and air traffic control at the Air Force Base were coordinated by S.H.I.E.L.D. The arrival of Liunming in this world was akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, quietly altering certain events. However, the corrective nature of the Marvel Universe's main storyline remains robust, with minimal significant changes, though various branches have diverged in different directions. Liunming once inquired of Tony whether Rhodes had visited their home. Tony, appearing perplexed, responded that Rhodes was on a business trip far away and could not possibly make it unless Liunming activated that shimmering energy portal from earlier. Chapter 32 Press Conference. On the afternoon of the following day, in the Stark Industries conference hall, Colonel Rhodes, clad in formal attire, stood at the podium delivering the official press release. The repercussions of the previous night's incident were extensive, with numerous vehicles on the highway suffering varying degrees of damage and the road infrastructure being severely compromised. Consequently, Stark Industries was compelled to disperse substantial compensation. I trust you have all received the official statement regarding the incident involving Stark Industries last night. Colonel Rhodes' voice resonated steadily, striving to alleviate the palpable tension in the room. Eyewitnesses reported that robots engaged in combat on the streets of Los Angeles, causing widespread chaos and panic. In truth, this was a malfunction of the intelligence system from Stark Industries' latest research. Fortunately, Wonder Woman and the Hulk arrived on the scene to avert disaster, minimizing the losses to the greatest extent possible. Tony Stark, seated backstage, watched with a smirk as Rhodes earnestly recounted the events on television. He glanced at the newspaper in his hand, the headline boldly proclaiming, "Who is Iron Man? Look at that moniker, Iron Man. It has a certain ring to it." Tony mused to himself, though he found it somewhat inaccurate, as the suit was crafted from titanium alloy, not iron, which seemed peculiar. Nonetheless, as a title, it was rather appealing. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat satisfied with the headline. Next, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through the online comments. Hey, check out this comment on the website. Wonder Woman and the Hulk valiantly subdue the instigator of terror, upholding justice and maintaining public order. Tony furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure at being cast as the villain. In reality, he believed he had performed admirably. Had it not been for the insufficient energy of the original miniaturized arc reactor, the 3 Malawian Quatch's external component could have effortlessly dismantled that hunk of scrap metal into 8 pieces. Pepper was touching up his makeup, casting an amused glare at this perpetually juvenile man. Here's your speech. Just read it. Coulson approached, handing Tony a sheet of paper. Fine. Tony accepted it with a hint of resignation. In efforts to mitigate the societal repercussions of the incident, obscuring the truth was a common practice. At the time, you were on your yacht, spending the night with Pepper on Avalon Island. Over 50 tourists can attest to your whereabouts. Coulson monotonously reiterated the contents of the document. Last night, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dispatched to execute the mission proved utterly ineffective, easily overpowered by Ironmonger. In the aftermath, Coulson had to manage the fallout for several superheroes involved in the fray. Concealing the evidence and obscuring the truth, he had toiled through the night, leaving anyone in his position rather discontented. Is it really acceptable to phrase it this way? Tony questioned, flipping through the speech, failing to find a familiar name. There is no mention of Stane. Obadiah Stane, Stark Industries' second-largest shareholder, held a significant 25% stake and wielded considerable influence in both financial and media circles. Although reduced to ashes, is it not somewhat disrespectful to refrain from mentioning the deceased? We have managed the situation. Obadiah has gone on vacation, and the failure rate of small aircraft remains significantly high, Coulson remarked with a meaningful tone. For S.H.I.E.L.D. allowing such individuals to vanish without a trace poses no challenge whatsoever. It sounds like a scripted arrangement. Despite our resolution of the issue, we must conceal it and fabricate this flimsy lie. Tony expressed his discontent, as he was never one to endure silently. It would indeed be a pity not to stride magnificently through this world. Mr. Stark, this is not a priority issue for me, Coulson retorted. The impressions of Wonder Woman and the Hulk have already left a profound mark on the public following the New York incident, but you have not. We do not wish to hear any further murmurs of suspicion and chaos. Simply adhere to the script, and the matter will settle down, Coulson meticulously explained. The emergence of superheroes may evoke cheers from many, yet it also plunges a significant portion of the populace into an uncontrollable and unknown panic. S.H.I.E.L.D. desires societal stability, especially considering Tony Stark's flamboyant personality. Any further disturbances would be detrimental to societal calm. Tony's lips twitched in irritation as he turned his head aside. The spotlight can be crucial for a man at times. You are on in a minute and a half. I hope you are prepared, Coulson reminded him. Within the venue, Colonel Rhodes had just completed his address. He had been awakened early by Tony's relentless calls, boarding Stark Industries' private jet without even fully opening his eyes. From south to north, he had been rehearsing his lines, leaving him on edge. Now, Mr. Stark will deliver a statement. He will not be answering any questions from the press. Thank you for your understanding, Rhodes announced. Tony strode onto the stage, casting a glance at Liu Yunming seated among the reporters, and winked. There was no arrangement for an interview or statement from Wonder Woman today. As a superhero committed to justice and crime eradication, Liu Yunming need not speak to the media. The public support and response serve as the best explanation. Her presence today was merely procedural, to support Tony and to witness the anticipated spectacle. Yet, it appeared Liu Yunming had spotted a familiar figure among the reporters. The other party involved, Dr. Banner, was conspicuously absent. The Hulk, fraught with issues, was ill-suited for public appearances. Imagine inviting a volatile giant, ready to explode, to a press conference. It is no jest. One need not ponder long to realize that with Hulk's temperament, he could hardly provide honest answers to reporters, and Dr. Banner would struggle to rationalize the situation. Just envision the headlines that would emerge the following day, declaring the Hulk an enemy of humanity. Well, I recall the last press conference being quite some time ago. Tony mused, surveying the throng of reporters below, yet feeling stifled and at a loss for words. Forget it. I might as well just read the script, Tony conceded. The majority of reporters present emitted a relatively good-natured chuckle. Most of them were well aware of the essence of Tony Stark, a playboy, a genius inventor, a billionaire, and a philanthropist, titles that undoubtedly signify societal recognition. They deeply understood Tony's unconventional disposition. Given such a plethora of accolades, they too would likely behave similarly. I apologize, Mr. Stark. Do you genuinely believe we would take your word for it? A female reporter suddenly interrupted the proceedings. Tony regarded the woman with a sense of familiarity, yet her identity eluded him. In truth, the majority of those seated here had come merely to listen to his recitation, akin to a scripted statement. Discarded post-use like crumpled paper. The reporter's words were sharp and unreservedly directed at him, leaving Tony in a state of bewilderment. momentarily questioning whether he had failed to pay for something he had purchased. To be honest, I am not particularly interested in your experiences, if given the choice. I would prefer to interview Wonder Woman, she continued. In the last row, Lu Yunming felt a jolt, sensing that this individual was not to be trifled with. If you wish to interview Wonder Woman, perhaps you should find a place engulfed in flames or a shop under armed robbery. You might encounter her there. Need me to call her for you? By the way, I have her number, Tony retorted with a grin, not one to shy away from banter. While he was not known for his politeness, he generally maintained decorum in the presence of women. However, this reporter had begun by involving his friends, which was rather inappropriate for a retort. Oh no, Mr. Stark, you need not flaunt your acquaintance with Wonder Woman. Strictly speaking, I have known her longer than you have. The reporter replied, shaking her head with a smirk. Tony was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Lu Yunming had once been a reporter herself, a freelance writer who would inevitably have crossed paths with some colleagues. He instantly grasped the reporter's intentions and quickly signaled to Rhodey, indicating that this was not the appropriate venue to unveil Wonder Woman. Even if everyone had seen the videos of her soaring through the skies online, her face remained relatively indistinct. Rhodey understood immediately, preparing to intervene in the press conference. Yet, before he could speak, he was once again interrupted by the female reporter's voice ringing out. Wonder Woman is also present here today. As one of the parties involved in last night's Stark Industries incident, may I interview you? She stood up, turning to cast a flirtatious glance in Lu Yunming's direction. Teasingly addressing her, Lu Yunming slapped her forehead in disbelief. She never anticipated that someone here would recognize her. The name Christine Everhart sprang to her mind, an alumna of Brown University. A year her senior, now working at Vanity Fair, and an exceptionally talented journalist. Lu Yunming, are you going to pretend not to know me? It's been quite a while. The reporter smiled as she approached, greeting her. Long time no see, Christine, Lu Yunming sighed, rising to respond. As soon as her voice faded, the entire venue erupted into chaos. The reporters who had initially planned merely to observe Tony's boasting suddenly found themselves in a frenzy, clamoring to encircle the scene, with microphones thrust forward in such abundance that there seemed to be no space left to maneuver. The female superhero, an emblem of strength, had single-handedly confronted an army of thousands during the Manhattan incident, managing to rescue all civilians without a single casualty. Her astonishing speed, overwhelming power, the ability to melt steel with her crimson heat vision, and that iconic blue bodysuit paired with a red cape. All of it appeared as though it had leapt from the pages of a comic book, stirring excitement among the crowd. Witnessing such a spectacle, Tony felt a pang of envy. He regretted allowing Lu Yunming to attend the event, as he had envisioned himself as the center of attention. Now, not a single reporter seemed inclined to acknowledge his presence, rendering him nearly invisible. However, Tony harbored no jealousy. Rather, he contemplated whether to amplify the momentum of the press conference. Since the identity of the female superhero had already been unveiled, why not make the occasion even more resplendent? Tony, you didn't mention that the female superhero would be here, Rhodes remarked, clearly exasperated, lowering his voice. What do we do now? Just let those reporters ask questions? Why not? Lu Yun was a reporter once. She knows which questions to address and which to sidestep. Tony shrugged, raising his eyebrows in a playful manner. She has far more depth than either of us. Chapter 33. I am Iron Man. Lu Yun dreamed today donned a casual attire, a white shirt paired with denim jeans, and a simple pair of slippers. Her hair a delightful mess. In stark contrast to her usual imposing demeanor, she appeared particularly languorous today. After all, she had woken up in the afternoon, summoned by Pepper just after emerging from slumber. Surrounded by the incessant clicks of cameras and the bright flashes of lights, she offered an awkward yet polite smile, caught red-handed. Indeed, Lu Yun Dream had never been one to indulge in elaborate grooming. Her soul, aligned with that of a man, resisted such incongruous endeavors. Furthermore, her robust physical constitution and genetic advantages rendered her naturally exquisite, devoid of any blemishes. Even those who wished to tarnish her image would find it a formidable challenge. Despite her disheveled appearance, there lingered an undeniable allure that captivated the gaze. Having once been a journalist, she wielded sharp words during interviews without mercy. Now, confronted with cameras and microphones, she exhibited neither discomfort nor anxiety, displaying an air of calm and timeless elegance. Lu, since graduating, we have not crossed paths. I heard you became a freelance war correspondent in Afghanistan, Kristen remarked, drawing closer with a friendly smile. Indeed, the original Lu Yun Dream had shared a few encounters with the senior, but their familiarity was limited. At best, they were acquaintances. Both had graduated from the journalism department, yet Kristen, with her master's degree, could not quite compare to Lu Yun Dream, who had achieved her doctorate in journalism at the tender age of 24, truly a prodigy. In any sphere where individuals congregate, rivalry and intrigue inevitably flourish, rendering their relationship somewhat superficial. Yes, I yearn to convey the harrowing realities of the war zone to the world, yet fate has thwarted my efforts thus far, Lu Yun Dream replied, Her brows slightly raised as she gathered the loose strands of hair from her shoulders and deftly tied them into a simple ponytail, responding with an air of nonchalance. In truth, during her tenure as a journalist, she faced significant obstacles. Firstly, her mixed heritage led to encounters with discrimination. However, she appeared unfazed. The cultural legacy held by her homeland overshadowed such trivial concerns. Bloodlines, after all, were often reserved for describing pets, like purebred Komodo dragons, for instance. Secondly, the Afghan region was rife with infiltrating terrorists, who typically avoided journalists to evade complications. Upon noticing a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes in their midst, their immediate reaction was one of wariness. Gaining genuine insights into local conditions proved exceedingly challenging, as few were willing to speak the truth. The original Lu Yun Dream found herself in a perilous situation, disregarding the myriad dangers of the war zone, only to encounter rejection and hostility from the locals. Some even suggested that only after spending the night with them would they divulge any secrets, utterly absurd. Ultimately, she stumbled upon traces of the Ten Commandments gang, only to be discovered by terrorists while covertly trailing them. Tragically, she met her demise, her body frozen, destined for organ harvesting. Had it not been for the soul of Lu Tai transcending into her, the original Lu Yun Dream would have met an ignoble end. Her fate lost to Christine inquired with a hint of profound meaning. One could say I have died once, and then returned to life. Li Yunming offered a gentle smile. Responding with poise, there is nothing shameful about it. I did indeed perish and was reborn, though my soul is no longer the same as it once was. As for the origin of her extraordinary abilities, she felt no obligation to provide a detailed explanation. Am I to understand that you ventured into the Afghan war zone without the consent of governmental authorities, thereby encountering life-threatening peril? And then, following your demise, you acquired superhuman powers? Could you elucidate the principles behind this? Christine pressed, clearly dissatisfied with her response. Standing on the periphery, Tony furrowed his brow, deeming her words sheer nonsense. Regardless of her academic achievements or the nature of her profession, Lu Yunming was undeniably among the elite. Considering her beauty, he felt he had never encountered anyone more striking. Moreover, the life of a war correspondent was fraught with challenges and dangers. Was she to be judged by an entertainment reporter from a magazine known for prying into others' private lives? Are you perhaps determined to stir up trouble? The idea of government approval is utterly absurd. He understood all too well the nature of capitalism. If journalists were to enter a war zone through official channels, the news they reported would only reflect the desires of those in power, omitting the grim realities that lay hidden beneath the surface. What do you mean by nothing particularly special? To brazenly highlight another's tragic experiences, colored by severe discrimination, is unconscionable. In his view, Lu Yun's experience, while poetically termed resurrection, could equally be described as a narrow escape from death. Surviving a head injury without immediate demise, ultimately awakening superhuman abilities, what merit is there in boasting about such a harrowing ordeal? Pepper, later on. Please contact the editor of Vanity Fair. What was that person's name again? Never mind, it's not important. Inform them that Stark Industries expects an explanation and an apology regarding the aggressive remarks made by a certain journalist. Otherwise, they must either dismiss her or sell the magazine. Tony's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. Rest assured, I will handle it, Pepper nodded, unusually acquiescing to Tony's unreasonable demand. Though such matters had arisen before, they were typically treated as jest. Today, however, was different. Lu Yunming was a mutual friend of hers and Tony's, and she would not tolerate anyone's indignities toward her. By the way, I no longer wish to see this individual at Stark Industries press conferences, Tony added, his expression impassive. Pepper acknowledged his request and quickly recorded the information as a priority. She planned to meet with the Vanity Fair representatives after the conference to resolve the issues swiftly. I believe everyone present understands the risks and opportunities that accompany the profession of journalism. Lu Yunming took a breath, explaining at a measured pace. The audience nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true. To attain significant news, one often found it necessary to veer from the conventional path, sometimes requiring a price to be paid. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Yunming continued to articulate her thoughts with ease. She spoke calmly and generously about the unspoken rules of the journalism industry, which resonated with many present. Miss Superwoman, I agree with your perspective. To secure first-hand news, I once spent 2 days in a stinking ditch, a male journalist empathized. Recalling that experience, covered in filth and dirty water, he felt a wave of nausea. Who hasn't endured a bit of hardship? Yet, in the end, he did not achieve his goal. As the subject he wished to interview never passed nearby, how disheartening. Thank you for your acknowledgement. As for the origin of my abilities, the truth is, I do not know. The concept of a person returning from the dead is inherently perplexing. I believe such matters are best left to genetic researchers for a more professional explanation. Would you not agree, Miss Christine? Lu Yunming maintained a serene demeanor as she faced the somewhat unfamiliar senior, calmly retorting. How could she explain the phenomenon of a soul traversing a corpse, or the system's retrieval of cosmic rays causing genetic mutations? It was likely that the area would soon be surrounded by military police. All right, Lou. Although I am not entirely satisfied with your response, time is of the essence. Shall we move on to the next question? Christine responded dismissively, and before Lu Yunming could reply, she continued, recently, regarding the New York incident. We all know you single-handedly confronted a vast military force. Christine began to set the stage. I wish to ask if ordinary individuals, upon suddenly acquiring superpowers, might engage in the abuse of their newfound strength? Or, while bearing the title of Superwoman, have you ever committed any unlawful acts that instilled fear in the public? Lu Yunming's lips curled into a slight smile. It was evident this individual had come with a specific agenda, and the inexplicable hostility was perplexing. She recalled that during her university days, her interactions with this senior were minimal, limited to a few debate meetings, and they rarely communicated otherwise. The multitude of questions seemed aimed at attributing to her the label of abusing power after acquiring superhuman abilities. Not at all. All my actions are compliant with the law. Lu Yuming maintained her composure, speaking with conviction. As for whether the public feels alarmed, I would like to inquire if anyone present has investigated the online support rate for Superwoman. The audience exchanged glances. The support rate for Superwoman was publicly available, reaching a staggering 89, completely untainted. The public's yearning for superheroes and their gratitude towards the assistance received made it nearly impossible to find a blemish on Superwoman's reputation. Even if online trolls attempted to spread defamatory remarks, such posts would be inundated by supporters within a minute, causing no ripple at all. Christine pursed her lips, sensing a change in her junior. Initially intending to create a sensational story, she found her counterpart adeptly defusing the situation, openly sharing everything and leaving her unable to find fault. All right, Lou, it seems that after some time apart, you have become much more composed. Today, did you attend Tony Stark's press conference to return to your former profession? Or is there some other connection to Mr. Stark? I noticed the luxurious vehicle you drive. Does this have any connection to Mr. Stark? The public has not disclosed your relationship. Could you perhaps elucidate? Christine's inquiries have grown increasingly intricate and rather distasteful. We are good friends. My presence here is solely to support him. Lu Yunming has maintained a remarkable composure throughout, even playfully flashing a peace sign towards Tony. In turn, Tony responded with a whimsical raised eyebrow and a thumbs up, while Pepper stifled a laugh beside them. Their relationship requires no further explanation. What appears as a mere employment arrangement is, in truth, a bond akin to that of life and death, beyond the judgment of outsiders. Very well. Since you prefer not to clarify, we shall conclude this matter. A flicker of enigmatic light passed through Christine's eyes as she nonchalantly deflected the question. Next, I wish to address the fact that we all recognize the formidable powers of superhumans, which can easily lead to destruction, even if unintentional. To prevent societal unrest and public discontent, the oversight of the government over superheroes will be a pivotal issue to confront in the future. My final question is, do you accept government regulation? Christine asked with a smile that straddled the line between amusement and irony. This question is quite troublesome. Neither a yes nor a no would suffice. The term superhuman is applied precisely because their strength far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. For this unique demographic, conventional laws are insufficient to impose restraint. The only way to assure the public and officials is through acceptance of oversight. Yet, this would entail a forfeiture of all freedoms, potentially resulting in a life even more constrained than that of an ordinary person. Miss Christine, your question is intriguing. Have I not always operated within the bounds of legal regulation? Lu Yunming responded, casting a surprised glance at her counterpart, as if she had encountered a particularly audacious statement, and spoke in confusion. Without adherence to the law, one would truly be free to go wherever they please. Government oversight? What a jest. What means do you possess to regulate a being whose speed eclipses that of a rocket and whose strength can topple buildings? Conversely, if all actions fall within the realm of legality or moral boundaries, then there exists no issue, and everyone will conveniently turn a blind eye. Christine was evidently unsatisfied, eager to say more, but Lu Yunming had no intention of granting her that opportunity. This individual seemed intent on causing a disturbance. It would be prudent to silence her. All right. Everyone, the spotlight is not on me today. I will accept interviews on another occasion. Now, let us warmly welcome the one and only Iron Man, Tony Stark. Lu Yunming playfully winked before deftly shifting the topic. Due to my involvement, Tony's press conference had devolved into chaos. It was imperative to steer it back on course, lest it be a wasted effort. I have no interest in Mr. Stark's experiences. I still wish to. Christine began to interject, eager to continue her exposition. Silence. Tony coldly shot her a glance, then turned to face the audience, arms wide open. Indeed, I am Iron Man. Instantly, the crowd erupted once more. Chapter 34. A mysterious message. The Triskelion, the emblem of global safety and order, stands proudly against the skyline of New York City. In the highest office of the building, a stifling atmosphere of unease pervades. Nick Fury, gripping a satellite phone, gazes out at the distant city from the floor-to-ceiling windows, his brow furrowed with apprehension for the future. Okay, Phil, I understand. Your task now is to monitor a journalist named Christine from Vanity Fair and observe whom she interacts with. If any issues arise, do not act hastily. Do you comprehend? I will send Clint to provide backup." With that, Nick Fury ended the call, his mind burdened by the chaos of recent events. The fallout from the Manhattan incident was severe, the unrest yet to subside. The defeat of over 30,000 troops and the arrest of General Ross had incited profound anger and anxiety within the upper echelons of government. As the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury found himself facing unprecedented challenges. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, the harbinger of trouble, had complicated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aftermath with his public identity, generating further complications. Fury could not help but feel a twitch of irritation at Stark, a billionaire whose wealth afforded him power yet failed to instill a sense of restraint. Do you not consider, he thought, how the government could ever permit a private individual to possess such advanced weaponry as Iron Man? He had spent half a day making calls and 3 days in meetings to address the mounting chaos that S.H.I.E.L.D. had to contend with. Perhaps it would be more apt to rename it the Cleanup Agency. The Vanity Fair journalist's abrupt confrontation of the female superhero at the press conference did not surprise Fury. In a world so vast, there will always be a few restless souls, and it was his duty to ensure their discreet disappearance. The naive journalist was undoubtedly being manipulated. Though the motives of the puppet master remained shrouded in mystery, the female superhero held significant value to S.H.I.E.L.D., her extraordinary abilities demanding attention, comparable to the strategic nuclear capabilities of the nation. Particularly noteworthy was her recent disappearance, followed by an alarming return that caused the agency's energy detection devices to exceed their limits. Quite literally, they had exploded. The analysis and research teams stood frozen for a full minute, staring at the unprecedented and unquantifiable readings. It was evident that she had become stronger, her growth and power defying scientific explanation. Since its inception, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s testing equipment had undergone numerous updates. Yet the previous readings had never approached such extremes. Fury felt a profound sense of confusion and helplessness regarding this unreasonable surge in strength. Though he had encountered individuals with extraordinary abilities and even aliens, none had been as unfathomable as the female superhero. The last record of a similar nature belonged to Carol Danvers, whose limits have yet to be determined. Yet, Fury realized with certainty that the existence of the female superhero had transcended S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control. Hill, have there been any updates from Natasha? Nick Fury paused momentarily, fixating on the tall woman in the office who was organizing documents, before inquiring. "Director, Agent Romanoff has asked me to convey a message through a secure channel," Agent Hill replied coldly. Nick Fury nodded, signaling her to continue. For the regulatory scrutiny of the Eastern nation was formidable, rendering communication devices and networks perilous. Thus, Natasha was compelled to resort to more rudimentary methods for message transmission. "Nick, I have successfully made contact with Aunt Luyu. She is quite amiable and has treated me well, even enrolling me in a traditional Chinese medicine training course. The neighbors here are very friendly and warm-hearted, and the bustling downtown beneath us offers many culinary delights I've yet to encounter," Agent Hill recited expressionlessly. "Akin to a recording device. And what else?" Nick Fury inquired, his brow furrowing in perplexity. He had dispatched the agency's most elite agent to the east not for familial bonding or socializing. Aunt Leah has some distant relatives who are rather troublesome. They have set their sights on her property and have ensnared her in a troublesome lawsuit, forcing her to mortgage her home. Naturally, I have decisively dealt with them. And the house is secure, yet the progress of this case is exceedingly sluggish. Shouldn't the efficiency of this Eastern nation be considerably high? Agent Hill continued. Nick Fury seethed with frustration, incredulous that such trivial news was conveyed through a confidential channel. This was characteristic of Natasha's penchant for vengeance. "There is a piece of information I believe will pique your interest. Lu Yuming, while conducting field interviews in a war zone, sent several letters to her aunt. The gist of her correspondence indicated a sense of unease and the feeling of being watched, as if someone were surveilling her. In the last letter before she was brutally gunned down by the Ten Rings gang, there was an odd doodle. Attached below the drawing was a phrase, cut off one head. 2 more shall grow. I sense this matter is rather sinister, and I recommend a thorough investigation," she recited in one breath. One can only imagine her distress upon learning she had to memorize it in 2 minutes. Nick Fury's expression darkened instantly, his eyes sparkling with suspicion. "Who else is privy to this information?" he demanded, his gaze locked onto Hill. "Rest assured, Director, I destroyed the message after memorizing it. Only Agent Romanoff and yourself are aware," Hill replied, noting Nick's shifting demeanor with concern. "From this moment forth, you must erase this information from your mind." As if it had never been conveyed, Nick Fury stated with utmost seriousness. "Understood, sir." Hill recognized the gravity of the situation. The doodle remained an enigma. and the outdated secure channel could not transmit images. However, the phrase was all too familiar to Nick Fury. Cut off one head, two more shall grow. Was not unlike the motto of the nefarious Hydra, which had nearly overturned the world. He recalled that even before the conclusion of World War II, Captain America and his Howling Commandos had systematically dismantled Hydra's operations. The post-war reconstruction and the establishment of SHIELD saw the involvement of several former Hydra scientists, all of whom underwent rigorous scrutiny. Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly grave. As if he had come to realize something of great consequence, an intangible and unseen fog was enveloping the entirety of SHIELD. By the way, Director, there's one more thing. Hill paused momentarily as she was about to leave the office. What is it? Nick Fury instinctively inquired, interrupted in his thoughts. Natasha mentioned that there have been numerous unfamiliar individuals near the Luyu residence, likely connected to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, who are investigating her background. She can no longer maintain her cover. Damn it, why didn't you mention this sooner? Nick Fury exclaimed, incredulous. To withhold such critical information until the end, are you serious? It is indeed concerning how quickly this formidable Eastern power has identified Natasha. One must remember that the Black Widow trained in the Red Room is not a mere figment of imagination. Sorry, sir. Hill saluted and then turned to leave. Observing her retreating figure, Nick Fury muttered an expletive and promptly activated the satellite communication. Connect me to Director Zhang of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. It appears our Supergirl has concealed some significant information. At that moment, the individual he was preoccupied with, Lu Yunming, had successfully slipped away from the throng of reporters. Currently, her biofield remained quite weak, rendering her unable to compare with a true superhero, while she could manage wearing Tony's specially designed high-resistance battle suit. Donning casual attire and taking to the skies would result in her clothes incinerating due to excessive speed and insufficient force field. The portal to the mystical space was her trump card, reserved solely for critical moments. Driving her luxury car would attract undue attention, hence, she ultimately opted for the more grounded choice of taking a taxi home. The majority of the reporters were captivated by Tony, whose declaration of "I am Iron Man" had ignited a fervor laden with implications. Lu Yuming could foresee the troubles Tony was about to face. However, her own predicament was even graver, as Christine had exposed her identity during a live broadcast, effectively revealing Supergirl's information. Her phone incessantly beeped with messages, as forums, websites, and Twitter were inundated with comments at an explosive rate. Alumni from Brown University continuously tagged her, eager to converse with Supergirl. Some messages were helpful, others requested financial assistance, while a few implored her to engage in fisticuffs, and there were even outrageous requests for her to hurl a boyfriend to the moon. The flood of romantic overtures was overwhelming. She had maintained a relatively modest past, having only experienced a brief first love at the age of 16, which had merely involved holding hands. A multitude of acquaintances, both familiar and unfamiliar, surged forth. Lu Yunming recalled that these individuals were hardly well known to her, having seen them only a handful of times. She selectively responded to a few whom she recognized, albeit their reactions were excessively enthusiastic. The president of Brown University also reached out via email, extending a formal invitation for her to conduct a lecture. Politely declined. What a jest. Asking her to speak of resurrection and superpowers to combat crime, setting a poor example for the students? It is nothing but a counterproductive lesson devoid of any educational merit. Christine's behavior today was peculiar, unexpectedly aggressive. Lu Yunming is not foolish. She perceives the attempts to malign her reputation through subtle insinuations and manipulations. Since awakening in that cold cavern, she has lost fragments of her memory, not only from the original Marvel universe, but also from the memories that her former self should possess. An instinctual sense of unease grips Lu Yunming, as if she has forgotten something crucial. Nonetheless, it matters not. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must defend. And when water flows, one must dam it. Given her extraordinary capabilities displayed thus far, there are likely few entities on Earth that could pose a genuine threat to her. The enigmatic sorceress, the Ancient One, who wields unfathomable arcane secrets, traverses dimensions, and exercises control over time itself. The Hulk, in a state of rage, increases his strength to catastrophic levels, enough to obliterate cities and cause apocalyptic disasters. Beyond them, the remaining peculiar superpowers pale in comparison. Lu Yunming has devised a clear plan in her mind. Once the current turbulence settles, she will venture into outer space, harnessing the sun's energy to further augment her powers. She understands that only by elevating her capabilities to the pinnacle of invulnerability can she stand resilient against the greater threats that may arise in the future. This endeavor is not merely the excavation of her potential, but also a preparation for unforeseen challenges. She firmly believes that only by consistently pushing her limits can she truly seize her destiny and become a formidable force capable of safeguarding all. The taxi glides smoothly. Driven by an elderly man, who occasionally glances back at Lu Yunming with an inquisitive gaze. Noticing his strange look, she returns to the present. And upon recognizing the old man's features, she is taken aback. Stanley? It is astonishing how this elder bears an uncanny resemblance to the renowned founder of Marvel Comics. This world is indeed surreal. Are you the singer from the Dangerously in Love album? The old man inquired, his certainty wavering. Of course not. You have mistaken me for someone else. Lu Yunming replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. If memory serves her right, the Dangerously in Love album was sung by Bianca, a distinctly African-American artist. Even among black individuals, she is on the lighter spectrum. But there is absolutely no correlation to blonde hair and fair skin. What kind of eyes does this old gentleman possess? Just then, a message suddenly popped up on her phone, and Lu Yunming squinted in confusion. This message did not come from any of her so-called friends, but was sent to her through the back end by someone on Twitter named Eastern Red Star. Setting aside the fact that Lu Yunming had her Twitter configured to disable comments, the ability to bypass such restrictions speaks volumes about the sender's prowess. Most intriguingly, Eastern Red Star is a phrase that is unmistakably in Chinese. Chapter 35, The Invitation from the Celestial Empire. In the taxi, Lu Yunming stared at her phone, lost in thought over the message that had pierced through the barriers of international networks and firewalls. The single line that had bypassed all restrictions and appeared on her Twitter account was astonishing. The words East, Celestial Empire, and Divine Spear Bureau, alongside a long-lost relative, rippled through her heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. This revelation not only awakened her memories of the great Eastern nation, but also compelled her to reassess her identity and sense of belonging in this world. In the Marvel Universe, the Eastern nation is shrouded in mystery and steeped in historical significance. Unlike the genetically modified and technologically advanced ethos of America, the strength of the Eastern nation derives from its rich historical heritage and profound cultural depth. 5,000 years of civilization have forged a resilient and indomitable people. Yet, within the backdrop of Marvel's narratives, this vast expanse of land is often depicted in vague strokes, as if it were a presence deliberately overlooked. Lu Yunming's biological father is American, while her mother hails from the Celestial Empire. She inherited her surname from her maternal lineage, a symbol not merely of identity, but also of cultural legacy. Although she had contemplated returning to her homeland, in this world, that Eastern nation does not truly feel like her home. The Eastern Red Star, known as Zhongxian, is affiliated with the Celestial Empire's Department of Homeland Security, the Divine Spear Bureau. This unique agency bears similarities to the S.H.I.E.L.D. of the Marvel Universe, primarily tasked with addressing supernatural phenomena and superhuman crimes. The Divine Spear Bureau boasts a vast support team that encompasses fields such as weapon development, superpower research, aerospace technology, and electronic information engineering, rendering it the most formidable official power of Huaxia. What astonished Lu Yunming was that the Divine Spear Bureau, which should exist within the realm of American comics, was manifestly present in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU. Her arrival seemed to alter many established perceptions, even leading her to question whether her universe truly belonged to the MCU designated as Earth 199999. After her original self perished at the hands of the Ten Rings, the resurrected soul retained scant memories, leaving her unaware of a relative living in the Celestial Empire. Lu Yunming bit her lip, her heart a tumult of conflict and hesitation. Unsure of how to respond to the message, an intense impulse nonetheless surged within her, urging her to accept the invitation. Recently, her conspicuous actions had evidently attracted the attention of the Celestial Empire's authorities, who had thoroughly investigated her identity and past experiences. After a prolonged silence, she finally resolved to accept the invitation from the Divine Spear Bureau and venture to her ancestral homeland in another world. This decision was not only to alleviate her homesickness, but also to assist her original self in fulfilling uncompleted wishes. Upon her affirmative response, the other party expressed an unparalleled excitement. Zhongxian, in a remarkably humane manner, offered an array of choices, should transportation be required. The Spear Bureau would arrange for a private aircraft and vehicle, meticulously planning the route and timing, if transportation was unnecessary. The Tianqiao side would provide the coordinates of the meeting location and, at the appointed time, implement air traffic control over the route, clearing all civilian aircraft from the skies. Should she be unfamiliar with the route, the Spear Bureau would even dispatch fighter jets for escort and guidance. This attitude and treatment left Lu Yunming feeling pleasantly astonished. In stark contrast, the government of the beautiful country remained perpetually vigilant of her, even attempting to exert control. General Ross mobilized tens of thousands of troops, willing to devastate city blocks to ensnare both Superwoman and Hulk. To this day, the Shield Bureau has continued to operate in secrecy, exhibiting an absence of trust, primarily engaging in transactional relationships, compensating her for cleaning up their messes. Lu Yunming felt no chill of betrayal. She had never harbored a sense of belonging to the beautiful country, merely a hint of displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, She informed Zheng Xian that she would traverse the Pacific directly to Tianqiao, requiring no transportation. The response was prompt, assuring her that all arrangements would be made. And the coordinates were soon sent. Lu Yongming was unperturbed by potential deceit. With her prowess, escaping was a trivial matter. She was confident that the Tianqiao side would not act against their own interests. Having resolved to accept the invitation from the Spear Bureau, Lu Yongming informed Tony of her impending outing without any concealment. She quickly relayed her decision to Tony Stark, whose reaction was quite amusing. "Oh my goodness, I completely forgot you have Tianqiao heritage. How about I accompany you? Stark Industries has significant manufacturing operations in the East. I could inspect them while I'm at it." Tony, having just completed a workout, dabbed at his sweat with a towel, reclining on the sofa while sipping, green vegetable juice? Was I not invited by Tianqiao? I could engage in technical exchanges. My Iron Man technology is at least 20 years ahead of anything they could produce. Tony proclaimed with an air of pride, akin to a wealthy benefactor poised to distribute funds to the impoverished. Naturally, those familiar with him understood that his flamboyance was merely a habit, devoid of malice. "Tony, you should possess some self-awareness. Your reputation pales in comparison to mine." Lu Yongming jested. A great deal had transpired recently, were it not for the fact that the original work was titled Iron Man 1. She might have thought it was dubbed Superwoman Reborn, Marvel's disregard for kinship. In recent times, major media outlets and websites clamored to report on Superwoman and Hulk. While Iron Man experienced a fleeting moment of fame last night, remaining surprisingly low-key, the press conference hosted by Stark Industries was expected to garner global attention for Tony. Yet it was disrupted by that journalist, Christine. Not long had passed before Superwoman's information began to circulate widely, especially after her true name and details were disclosed, making her feel more authentic and relatable to the public, thereby generating considerable empathy. In just a single day, the entrance of Lu Yunming's opulent mansion was inundated with a myriad of letters, signaling an intention to encroach upon the life of the female superhero. Fortunately, her residence, a villa meticulously reconstructed by Tony on a secluded island, was distanced from the bustling city center and fortified by the ever-vigilant Jarvis, an intelligent butler, ensuring unparalleled security. To breach such a sanctuary would be akin to attempting to rob the Federal Reserve. "Hey, Liyun, this is rather dull, by the standards of our homeland. I would call this humility and modesty," Tony quipped, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Moreover, if it weren't for your towering reputation, Iron Man would surely dominate the trending charts. After all, who could possibly resist a dashing robot?" Lu Yunming smiled thinly, her expression betraying skepticism at the notion of humility and modesty. Ever since Tony had revealed his identity, he had taken to donning the 3 Maloian quatches even for a casual fast food outing, desperate for the world to recognize Iron Man, his ostentation unmistakable. "I'm fine, but don't you have anything else to attend to?" Lu Yunming queried, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Alone, she relished the freedom to go wherever she pleased. The American government had no authority over her. Yet, Tony was different. His vast empire, Stark Industries, had witnessed a surge in the stock market following the Iron Man incident, necessitating the expansion of numerous business ventures. As CEO, was it really feasible for Tony to shirk his responsibilities in favor of leisure? "I can be away for a few days. Pepper will manage everything just fine," Tony declared nonchalantly. "Buddy, Pepper must have owed you a fortune in her past life." Lu Yunming retorted, rolling her eyes, uninterested in engaging further with this affluent individual. "Some are born to toil, while others are born into privilege. The Stark family enterprise, possessing the most advanced technology and vast assets in the Marvel Universe, afforded Tony a life of ease, free from want. I believe your assertion is inaccurate, Liyun. A person's previous existence could be anything, a chicken, a sheep, or a chattering wild monkey. Memories of past lives cannot be carried over. They do not constitute the same essence." Tony remarked with a serious demeanor, analyzing the topic with earnestness. Lu Yunming, unwilling to converse further, vanished from the room at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The American cultural intellect often struggles to grasp the profound historical heritage of China. In the heart of New York City, a black SUV idled at a red light on the main thoroughfare. "Zheng, I must inform you, the jurisdiction of the female superhero belongs to America. Even if she possesses Chinese lineage, she was born here. You cannot morally kidnap her in this manner," Nick Fury exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation, his voice low and thunderous. "Nick, I find your description to be imprecise. Jurisdiction is an unpleasant term. First and foremost, she is an independent and free individual. Although born in America, her mother is authentically Chinese. Is it not permissible for her to return to her mother's homeland to visit friends and family? The female superhero does not represent a single nation, but rather embodies the global community. Her abilities are far too exceptional to be confined to a single city or continent. We sincerely wish to engage in a voluntary exchange of superpowers with the female superhero. One cannot hinder a child yearning to visit relatives, after all." They are the last remaining family she has in this world. The voice on the other end of the line spoke calmly and clearly, articulating its perspective. The Tian Chao's side extends a heartfelt invitation to the female superhero to visit, to share knowledge and experiences, while also reconnecting with friends and family. Although Lu Yunming was born in America, she still has blood relatives residing in Tianqiao. In Nick Fury's view, the Tianqiao side was employing a subtle strategy, aiming to claim the female superhero for themselves. However, they presented their case logically and without overstepping boundaries. Is it not permissible for a nation to invite foreign citizens for a visit? Legally, there are no stipulations against it. Nick, our stance is transparent. And we have no intention of pursuing any allegations regarding foreign agents infiltrating our territory with dubious intentions. The voice on the other end continued, maintaining a remarkably gentle tone. Nick Fury felt a surge of frustration and struck the steering wheel in exasperation. He now regretted sending Natasha on this damned mission, a decision that backfired spectacularly, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. in a precarious position. Had it been another organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. could have exercised its privileges to assert dominance. Yet, with the Spear Bureau, an entity of equal standing to S.H.I.E.L.D., he found himself at a loss for words. Remember your words, Zhang. You cannot compel her in any manner. She is currently employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and is under our jurisdiction. Do you understand? Nick Fury's voice was grim, as if forced through clenched teeth. If I recall correctly, Miss Superman is considered an auxiliary member, enjoying a high degree of freedom, as we have in our agency. Generally, we do not impose restrictions on her liberty, came the response from the other end, still cheerful. But she is still a S.H.I.E.L.D. employee, and I must ensure her safety. Nick Fury retorted through gritted teeth, refusing to yield. Rest assured, Nick. The Eastern superpower has always been a land of civility and decorum, valuing reason. There is no need for you to reiterate this so fervently. You would do well to remember what you said. Nick Fury snapped back. Oh, by the way, there is another name on the list of applicants for entry. The voice on the other end spoke teasingly. Who? Tony Stark. No sooner had the words left their mouth than the communication was abruptly terminated. Damn it. Chapter 36. Arrival above the Pacific, a heavy gloom looms. The tempest rages like a ferocious beast, mercilessly sweeping across the sea. Towering waves crash down like mountains, revealing the terrifying power of nature. In the wake of the mighty typhoon, vessels flee in panic, no one daring to defy the wrath of this furious weather. Even the colossal aircraft carrier, amidst the surging tumult, resembles a fragile dinghy, at any moment poised to be engulfed by the dark abyss below. At this very moment, two figures streak across the expansive stratosphere like meteors. Lu Yunming, clad in her iconic national combat suit, fits her form flawlessly, accentuating her athletic physique. Her blood-red cape billows behind her, resembling flames ablaze, crackling in the howling winds. She propels herself forward with grace, her every acceleration accompanied by the thunderous sound of breaking the sound barrier. Brilliant white light seeps from her skin, a high-density pure energy swirling around her, enveloping her entirely. She becomes a dazzling stream of white light, slicing through the sky at an almost imperceptible speed, leaving behind a fleeting trace. Her chestnut hair dances in the wind, akin to flickering flames. Despite the cutting air currents generated by her high-speed flight, she remains unfazed. The formidable bioenergy birthed by the microscopic stars within her acts as an impenetrable shield, safeguarding her from all external disturbances and rendering the immense resistance impotent. This is the power inherent to her ironclad form, a hallmark of DC's Supergirl, biological fortitude. However, in comparison to Superman's fully developed biological stance, hers remains relatively nascent. Nonetheless, Lu Yunming has already mastered the ability to keep her garments intact amidst the friction of high velocity, soaring freely as if in a realm untouched. In stark contrast to the graceful Lu Yunming, Tony's experience is quite the ordeal. To barely keep pace with her, he pilots the 3 Malawian Quatch's high-speed flight version, straining as if to wring every ounce of power from the armor. The arc reactor is about to smoke, pushing the energy to the brink of overload. Yet he can only achieve a speed of 4 Mach, a pitiful display. Early this morning, they departed from Los Angeles, envisioning a spectacular transoceanic flight. But alas, they have yet to cover even 1/10 of their journey. Damn it, I should not have chosen to fly in this iron suit. Tony bellowed against the immense pressure. I should have taken a private jet, sipped on chilled whiskey, and let a beautiful lady dance for me, instead of flailing about like a flying monkey in this wind. While the iron suit effectively mitigated resistance, and the shock absorbers endured the pressure, the full-speed flight remained exceedingly uncomfortable. No one made that decision for you, Tony. It was your own choice, Lu Yunming teased, glancing back with a mischievous smile. They communicated effortlessly through specially designed headsets. She had exerted herself to slow down her flight. Yet he still struggled to keep up. It appeared the technology of the 3 Malawian Quatches still required further enhancement. To comprehend, if one were to fly at maximum speed, it would take Lu Yundream merely a few minutes to traverse from Los Angeles to the capital. Tony wore a face of constipated frustration. Could he express regret? In his quest for ostentation, he opted to pilot the iron armor across the Pacific, all while maintaining peak velocity. Even so, the journey required 2 hours. A failure in bravado. It seemed that the exhaust and aerodynamic systems could benefit from further enhancement, and the armor's material could be substituted for a lighter exterior. The single-layer hardness could be slightly reduced, favoring a more efficient use of composite thin armor. The leg armor's weight was somewhat disproportionate, although balance was achieved. It bore the weakness of increased drag. Streamlined design was crucial, alongside the release frequency of the arc reactor's power source. Lu Yundream turned her gaze to the 3 Malawian Quatch's iron armor's flight status and exclaimed. The development of her super brain gradually enabled her to grasp knowledge previously unknown to her. Requiring no books or classes, more often than not, observation and contemplation sufficed for enlightenment. The 3 Malawian Quatches represents Tony's most iconic iron armor, with all subsequent iterations built upon its foundation. This armor boasts commendable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding tank shells and micromissiles, thanks to its advanced shock absorption technology. However, its flaws are apparent. The intricate internal structure is prone to malfunctions. Its angular design lacks agility, and the weaponry system is rather monotonous. The external armor possesses appropriate hardness but lacks resilience. When confronted with specialized weaponry or overwhelming firepower, the 3 Malawian Quatches is susceptible to damage and cannot sustain prolonged combat. Reflecting on the dazzling armors Tony later created, he still fell short of their pinnacle. Wow, Lu, aren't you a journalism major? Does being a reporter necessitate a deep understanding of other fields? Tony inquired, somewhat astonished. He found merit in Lu Yundream's observations, recognizing them as crucial technological challenges to be addressed. However, he was surprised. Such insights were rarely articulated by the average individual. For instance, the so-called scientists in Stark Industries' R&D department, who assisted Obadiah in creating the Ironmonger, merely replicated the Mk1's internal structure to achieve success. Yet, if tasked with further enhancements to the Ironmonger, they would likely take a year to devise any worthwhile ideas. In contrast, Lu Yundream, an outsider and not even an amateur enthusiast, effortlessly identified the Mk3's shortcomings. Quite impressive. I'm limited to conversation. This is your domain, she chuckled, acknowledging her constraints. While she could engage in dialogue, the prospect of independently fabricating such revolutionary technology as iron armor was, to be frank, beyond her capabilities. Nonetheless, the future remained uncertain. After all, the development of her superbrain was only at 10 capacity. Upgrading the palladium arc reactor, even adhering to the original design, could indeed enhance speed. I concur on the need for a more streamlined appearance. I have already employed composite thin armor technology, but further additions would render the armor excessively bulky, defeating the purpose. I have devised a plan for the enhancement of the exhaust valves and drag reduction system. At present, I am not considering a change in materials, as I have yet to discover a suitable substitute for titanium alloy. Tony, with unwavering confidence, expounded upon his expertise in the field, firmly believing that no one could surpass him in this domain. You could utilize vibranium, Lu Yunming tentatively suggested, as if a fleeting thought had crossed her mind. Her memory was fragmented, leaving her with only scattered recollections of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If memory serves, vibranium is a rare metal that fell to Earth from a celestial meteorite. It is remarkably durable, with a unique molecular structure that renders it nearly indestructible. Due to the relative stillness of its molecules, it almost entirely refrains from conducting kinetic energy and heat, even absorbing a significant portion of external forces. I acknowledge that vibranium is indeed an excellent choice, Tony mused thoughtfully. My father once forged an indomitable shield for Captain America using this very metal. Regrettably, there is no surplus material available. The quantity of vibranium is exceedingly scarce, and crafting that shield was already a considerable feat. He was well aware of the rarity of vibranium. The existing global reserves were insufficient to produce even a half suit of armor. Moreover, its exorbitant price, 30 grams of vibranium fetching a staggering 10,000 on the black market, only added to the challenge. While Tony was not overly concerned about finances, the inability to acquire something despite having the means was truly disheartening. He had often envisioned constructing an entire suit of armor from vibranium, which would offer unparalleled defense and adaptability. In comparison, titanium alloy seemed rather inferior. If my recollection is correct, there should be a fair amount of vibranium in Africa, though I cannot pinpoint its exact location. You will need to seek it out, Lu Yunming suggested after straining to sift through her memories. No specific coordinates? Tony inquired, his eyes alight with intrigue. To be frank, there are none. This is merely a rumor I encountered during my time as a freelance journalist in Africa, Lu Yunming replied, shaking her head resolutely. Damn it, Lu. You cannot pique my interest only to dash my hopes. That is most unethical. Tony exclaimed in exasperation. The vast expanse of Africa posed a significant challenge. Without precise targets, even Stark Industries satellites, with Jarvis conducting round-the-clock searches, would require years to comb through the continent. Nonetheless, he intended to pursue this venture upon his return, planning to establish a foothold for Stark Industries in Africa under the guise of business expansion, thereby seizing the opportunity to search for vibranium. In truth, influenced by the early repercussions of events in New York, Tony had already developed a replacement parts kit akin to the 44 Malawian Quatch's Hulkbuster armor. However, technological advancement necessitates a gradual approach. Making overly ambitious strides could result in setbacks. At present, Tony was at the nascent stage of diversifying his iron armor technology and required time and experience to facilitate significant progress. In the capital city of China, at Tiananmen Square, numerous individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses loitered nearby, their every movement exuding professionalism and vigilance. The leading middle-aged man possessed an extraordinary demeanor, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of discerning all truths, radiating a profound brilliance. He stood at the center of the formation, his posture upright, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Behind him trailed 3 men and 2 women, all clad in black suits, their expressions serious and focused. Not a single voice was raised, rendering the ensemble reminiscent of a well-trained elite unit. Shortly thereafter, a capable young woman hurriedly emerged from the side, her steps light and her gaze resolute. She leaned in to whisper something into the ear of the middle-aged man, then swiftly departed. All is prepared. The target has crossed the border, the middle-aged man declared gravely. Director, it appears the information does not align with reality. She should have arrived by now. It seems the superwoman does not possess the velocity to breach the atmosphere, murmured a man wearing a 6-hole green helmet. She may not be as formidable as rumored. If she were, traversing from Los Angeles across the Pacific, based on the intelligence we received, it would only take her a mere 15 to 20 minutes. Added a black-haired woman adorned with a metallic mask, nodding in agreement. The remaining members of the group remained silent. Yet their expressions suggested a consensus leaning towards the notion that the intelligence was inaccurate. You underestimate the capabilities of Western superhumans. Have you all seen the footage from the New York battle? I asked. Who among us could achieve such feats? The middle-aged man shook his head, slowly articulating his thoughts. The weather which ensured the safety of thousands amidst a hail of gunfire. Can you accomplish that? He glanced back at the black-haired woman in the metallic mask. I cannot. But I suspect that video may contain exaggerated elements, she replied with certainty, shaking her head. She was the most destructive superhuman within the Super God Squad, capable of controlling lightning, summoning rain, and conjuring hurricanes. Her physical strength could withstand ordinary firearms, yet it was impossible for her to shield all innocents from gunfire amidst chaos. At the very least, the disparity in speed was what she found most implausible. What sort of superpower could withstand firearms and heavy artillery without injury while simultaneously diverting attention to rescue others? Such a notion seemed excessively far-fetched. Enough idle chatter. They have arrived. Activate the signal beacon, commanded the middle-aged man, tapping his earpiece and then issuing a loud order. The figures clad in black, who had been lurking near Tiananmen Square, uniformly retrieved fist-sized specialized illumination devices and raised them above their heads. This lighting equipment, developed by the Technology Division of the Divine Spear Bureau, was remarkably conspicuous even in daylight. As hundreds simultaneously raised their illumination devices, the spectacle was quite magnificent. Moments later, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed closely by the steady descent of 2 figures landing precisely at the designated location in Tiananmen Square. Chapter 37. The Eastern Great Nation Liu Yunming's iconic national attire shimmered under the sunlight, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. Her figure resembled a flash of lightning, hurtling from afar, descending swiftly before landing gracefully in a standard kneeling posture, one hand on the ground for support. She raised a thumb in a gesture of goodwill, offering a friendly smile to the crowd. Following closely behind was Tony Stark, whose 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit landed with a resounding thud. However, the excessive speed caused the heavy suit to leave several cracks in the floor of Tiananmen Square. Embarrassed, he rose and waved apologetically at the welcoming crowd, his tone laced with regret. Oh, I'm sorry. It was unintentional. This thing is a bit tricky to maneuver. After a brief pause, he added, if compensation is required, I will accept responsibility. Accustomed to resolving issues with wealth in America, Tony believed that as long as no lives were lost, any trouble could be settled with money. Yet this was not America, it was the mysterious Eastern Great Nation. Arriving here for the first time as Iron Man, Tony felt a twinge of anxiety and discomfort. Relax. It was an accident, wasn't it? No need for compensation. My team can restore it to its original state in 10 minutes, a middle-aged man approached, speaking fluent English with a warm smile. His gentle tone was clearly aimed at alleviating Tony's unease. Tony shrugged, a teasing note in his voice. Well, back home. Such damage would be left to the engineering crew. A sufficient payment would suffice. Just 5 minutes, the middle-aged man replied with a slight smile, confidence tinging his words. Tony raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by this response. He shook his head, a playful tone in his voice. Sounds like a challenge, but I relish a good challenge. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, stepping forward to shake Tony's hand with a hint of respect. Hello, welcome to the Celestial Empire, Mr. Stark. Or should I now refer to you as Iron Man? His gaze then shifted to Li Yunming, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Is this the female superhero? His first impression was that she was exceptionally refined, perfectly embodying Eastern aesthetics. With blonde hair and blue eyes, her striking features seemed to belong to a true Westerner. Was there really a trace of that one-half Chinese heritage? His second impression was her youth. She appeared as though she could be a university student. However, cosmic rays had activated her super genes, allowing her appearance and physical prowess to remain in peak condition. Hello, Miss Liu. I am Zheng Xian, the current director of the Divine Spear Bureau. It is a pleasure to have you accept our invitation to visit the Celestial Empire. The middle-aged man beamed, displaying a warmth towards Liu Yunming that contrasted with his calm demeanor when greeting Tony. Hello, Director Zheng. I am delighted to receive your invitation, Liu Yunming replied, smiling as she shook his hand, her fluent Mandarin flowing effortlessly, as if she were a seasoned broadcaster. Zheng Xian revealed a look of astonishment, and the members of the Fengshan team behind him were equally dumbfounded. How could the female superhero's command of Chinese be so fluent? It is well known that Mandarin is one of the most challenging languages to learn globally, with its intricate characters, complex contextual nuances, and tonal variations that deter many foreigners. It is hard to fathom that a blonde, blue-eyed Westerner could articulate such precise pronunciation, even infused with a hint of regional accent. In reality, Liu Yunming's proficiency in Chinese stems from the memories of her previous life. She hails from the region north of the Yellow River, where Mandarin is her mother tongue, while English merely resides in the remnants of her past identity. Consequently, switching between the two languages presents no sense of dissonance for her. Oh, come on, Liu. You've been secretly practicing Chinese behind my back. This has been premeditated, Tony exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing Liu Yunming as if she were a relic from a bygone era. He understood no Chinese whatsoever, having only learned a few basic greetings before arriving, such as hello, have you eaten, thank you, and goodbye. Even so, he found it an arduous task. I have many more skills at my disposal, Liu Yunming proclaimed proudly, pointing to her head. You must teach me Chinese when you return. We agreed on that, Tony replied, unwilling to concede. As a genius, he could not bear the thought of others possessing skills that eluded him. Miss Liu, your Chinese is remarkably standard, even more fluent than that of many locals, Zheng Xian remarked in Mandarin, his tone imbued with admiration and sincerity. According to the investigative data from the Divine Spear Bureau, the female superhero had never lived in the Celestial Empire, yet her fluency piqued his curiosity. You see, my mother is from the Celestial Empire. Although I was not born here, I grew up learning both languages from a young age, Liu Yunming explained with a smile, feeling an inexplicable warmth upon hearing the long-lost language of her heritage. Your accent leans towards the capital. I recall your mother's hometown must be in Jinling, am I correct? Zheng Xian queried, his eyes narrowing as if casually probing. I grew up in an orphanage and did not wish to delve into that experience. The caretaker had a northeastern accent, Liu Yunming continued, maintaining her composure while fabricating her story. In truth, her parents had passed away when she was very young, leaving her to grow up in an orphanage. It was plausible that the caretaker, an ethnic Chinese, spoke with a northern dialect. My apologies. I should not have brought that up, Zheng Xian said, patting his head in sincere regret. It's quite all right. Curiosity is a universal trait, Liu Yunming shrugged, indicating her indifference. Since her rebirth in this world, she had been the subject of both overt and covert investigations. I must say, Miss Liu, your Chinese is exceptionally standard. It is a pleasure to listen to, Zheng Xian complimented with a smile. The visit of the female superhero and Iron Man to the Celestial Empire was a significant event. Although it may not reach the level of national leadership, the Celestial Empire placed great importance on this occasion, extending every effort to convey goodwill. The Spear Bureau has cleared the bustling Tiananmen Square and invited the two to indulge in a sumptuous roast duck feast at the most authentic restaurant in the capital. Tony, with grease glistening on his lips, declared that the Chinese cuisine he had previously tasted in America was utterly deplorable. The 3 Malawian Quatch's iron armor, in its rapid flight version, is designed to be disassembled, serving as a portable powered suit that can be donned without the need for specialized mechanical arms or facilities. This technology has surpassed the technological level of Iron Man during the same time frame in the original narrative. The only drawback is that putting it on takes some time. At this moment, clad in his expensive Armani suit, he indulged in his meal without a care for appearances. The meal served as a means for the Chinese to foster relationships and maintain connections, and the conversation flowed freely, primarily between Zhang Xian and Liu Yongming. He provided Liu Yongming with a brief overview of the Spear Bureau's situation and introduced several members of the function squad. Tony was quite curious about these superpowered individuals, yet it seemed they were rather reticent. Fortunately, Zhang Xian played the role of mediator, and the Weather Witch and Vector Grace and occasionally contributed to the discussion, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Liu Yongming was aware of Zhang Xian's underlying purpose for inviting her. It was straightforward, to assess the capabilities of the newly formed function squad. She was astonished, for in the fragments of her memory, the function squad existed within the Marvel comic universe. The Weather Witch excels in manipulating lightning, hurricanes, and various weather phenomena, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. She was originally affiliated with the Heavenly Empire's superpower organization, the Dynasty. During the Infinity War, when Thanos invaded Earth and killed the Dynasty's leader, the Red Giant, the Dynasty squad was subsequently disbanded. Thus, the Weather Witch joined the Spear Bureau, making her first appearance in 2012, coinciding with the Avengers' initial assembly against the alien invasion. However, it was now 2008, and there were still 4 years until the Weather Witch would be summoned to the Spear Bureau, yet the function squad had already been established, creating a remarkably convoluted timeline. Even more perplexing was the presence of the squad member known as the Ravager, who was, in fact, a Skrull. He had only arrived on Earth after the events of the Avengers, Endgame, and the subsequent secret invasion. It was astonishing that he had emerged at this time. Liu Yongming could ascertain that this was certainly not the Marvel Cinematic Universe designated Earth 199999. It was likely another parallel world. It was no wonder that these individuals wore somber expressions and spoke little. Anyone subjected to unilateral testing by foreign forces would find it disconcerting. All of them were superpowered beings, and none was inherently inferior to the others. Yet, driven by national necessity, these self-important Chinese superheroes acted without hesitation. Of course, there was also the intention of the Chinese government to ascertain the true strength of these superwomen. Nevertheless, it appeared that the display of national pride was palpable. Unlike other nations that would prefer to conceal their superpowered teams, China was openly showcasing them, even revealing the extent of their abilities, all in the name of global security. In stark contrast, certain Western nations remain shrouded in ambiguity. Miss Liu, our side is filled with sincerity. If you agree to assist us in testing the function team, feel free to make any requests. As long as they are within our capability, we will support you unreservedly. Zhang Xian put down his teacup, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he spoke earnestly. Before Liu Yongming could respond, Tony leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Liu, you don't have to force yourself. Strictly speaking, your home should be in the West, and the Heavenly Empire can't impose any demands." He was concerned that Liu Yongming might find it difficult to refuse due to her connection to the Heavenly Empire. Given that the strength of the Superwoman is a closely guarded secret, even what is displayed is merely for the eyes of the outside world. Tony was well aware that Liu Yongming returned after a few days of disappearance, her power evidently having undergone tremendous enhancement, so much so that even Jarvis's algorithms failed to determine its upper limits, if she acquiesced to the testing request. Although the Chinese side would voluntarily reveal the strength of the function team, the prowess of the Superwoman would be equally difficult to conceal. Relax, Tony. No one can coerce me, yet the Heavenly Empire does seem quite sincere, doesn't it? I have an aunt living here, and if showcasing my abilities could afford her better care, I find it worthwhile. Liu Yongming reassured him with a light-hearted smile, indicating that she had no intentions of hiding her thoughts. Home in the West is but a fragment of this world. The emotions tied to one's true homeland are not easily set aside. All right, Tony sighed. He had intended to suggest bringing her aunt to Los Angeles, where his financial means could provide her with the best life and care. However, he reconsidered. Someone who had grown up in the Heavenly Empire might find it acceptable to visit Los Angeles, but to sever ties entirely would be rather cruel. Brother, thank you, Liu Yongming said earnestly, extending her fist to bump against Tony's. Stark possessed a warm heart. Pepper was not mistaken in her assessment. Oh, you're too sentimental, Liu. This is merely your employee benefit. Remember to save your boss in times of danger. Tony jested, his demeanor animated. Liu Yongming was about to agree. But before she could utter a word, Zhang Xian suddenly received a phone call, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 38. A sudden aviation disaster at the international airport of the capital. The atmosphere within the ground control tower was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. Zhang Xian's complexion was ashen, and he strode into the hall with urgency, closely followed by several members of the function team. Their faces were similarly etched with anxiety and apprehension, as if an invisible pressure hung heavily in the air, making it difficult to breathe. A banquet had been abruptly interrupted due to an emergency. Liu Yongming and Tony had been escorted to the reception room for a brief respite. Zhang Xian expressed his apologies, but his thoughts had already soared to the ill-fated aircraft that was on the verge of disaster. His brow furrowed deeply, reflecting a subtle, yet palpable concern. Director Zhang, We have confirmed the specific situation. Flight CY-3462 is experiencing engine failure, with human error not ruled out, reported the tower's chief, hastily keeping pace with Zheng Xian. Captain Liu and the crew are urgently working to troubleshoot the malfunction, but given the extent of the damage to the aircraft, a safe landing seems highly improbable. The tremor in the chief's voice indicated his awareness of the gravity of the situation. Zheng Xian momentarily faltered, his brow knitted even tighter. He inquired in a grave tone. How many passengers are on board? How long until the aircraft enters our airspace? There are 320 passengers aboard Flight CY-3462, totaling 331 including the crew, replied the data officer in the control room, his voice tinged with panic. At the current flight speed, the aircraft will reach the capital's airspace in approximately 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes? Why was this not communicated sooner? Zheng Xian's voice rose sharply, laced with anger. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. Reports from the Civil Aviation Authority to the relevant departments, followed by a request for assistance from the Spear Bureau, indicated that the aircraft had been in distress for some time. Now, however, time was running perilously short. According to Captain Liu's report, they were confident in their ability to manage the crisis and safely execute an emergency landing at a suburban airport. The tower chief lowered his head in shame, his voice dwindling, but ultimately, the attempts to rectify the malfunction failed. Both turbo engines caught fire and were completely shut down, leading to significant damage to the aircraft's left wing and a loss of balance. Zheng Xian's expression darkened further, as if shadows could seep from him. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. This was not the moment to assign blame. A solution was imperative. Based on the analysis team's calculations, the malfunctioning aircraft was highly likely to crash in the bustling area of Tiananmen Square. The chief's voice carried a note of despair. It was midday, and the streets surrounding Tiananmen Square were densely populated. According to satellite surveillance data, over 100,000 civilians were congregating at the potential impact site. Military, police, and fire departments had already mobilized, but complete evacuation would require at least an hour, time they simply did not possess. Zheng Xian's countenance turned ashen, as if doused with icy water from head to toe. Evacuating 100,000 people within 10 minutes? This task is utterly insurmountable. A myriad of potential solutions raced through his mind, yet each appeared so feeble. Among the superhumans of the Divine Spear Bureau, only Grace Tan, the wielder of vector manipulation, possessed the capability to effect large-scale relocation, but she could only transport a mere dozen individuals at a time. Even if she exerted every ounce of her strength, she could not possibly safeguard all the people within the disaster zone before the aircraft's descent. Director, I can attempt to alter the aircraft's trajectory. The Weather Witch's expression remained obscured beneath her frigid mask, yet her eyes gleamed with urgency. She possessed the ability to ride the winds, barely able to keep pace with the airplane, and could summon tempestuous gusts to somewhat divert its flight path. Can you support the aircraft and slow its descent? Zheng Xian inquired, his voice tinged with a flicker of hope. Alas, my powers have their limitations. The aircraft is far too heavy, the Weather Witch succinctly explained, a note of resignation evident in her tone. A large passenger jet weighs several hundred tons. It was beyond her capabilities to lift it and gently place it upon the ground. Zheng Xian's countenance darkened further. In truth, upon receiving the distress call, the Divine Spear Bureau had dispatched multiple airships to the scene. However, whether utilizing grappling hooks or mechanical arms, they were unable to secure the aircraft without compromising its integrity. Given the disparate materials and the immense gravitational acceleration, even a successful connection from the air would inevitably result in the tearing away of the fuselage. In the face of this aviation calamity, only the Weather Witch and the Vector could be of any tangible assistance. The Ravager's powered armor, while sufficient for lifting several tons, was utterly impotent against a passenger jet weighing hundreds of tons. The Blade, an adept assassin in ground combat, proved ineffectual in the rescue of an aircraft, contributing little to the effort. Soldier number 1 could don flight gear, yet his capacity paled in comparison to that of the Ravager. The Divine Spear team could not perfectly resolve this aviation disaster. They could only strive to minimize casualties, a conclusion Zheng Xian had reached. The pressing question remained, how to confront the colossal catastrophe that the aircraft's fall might unleash upon the bustling city. Weather Witch, Ravager, you must depart at once and endeavor to divert Flight CY-3462's course. Zheng Xian's voice bore a resolute edge, as if he were making a final stand. Vector, employ your abilities to assist the military and police in evacuating the populace from the potentially affected areas. Blade, Soldier number 1, you are tasked with coordinating the evacuation on-site, preventing rioters and opportunistic criminals from hindering the process. If any obstruction arises, take necessary measures, as long as lives are spared. Zheng Xian's orders flowed in rapid succession, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Yet, a flicker of reluctance crossed his gaze. This command, once issued, signified the relinquishment of hope for the survival of those 300 souls. Yet, they possessed no viable solution. The priority remained the protection of the lives and properties of the multitude in the urban sprawl. Director, I propose to attempt an overload of my powers. Perhaps I can minimize the descent speed of the passenger aircraft. The Weather Witch hesitated for a moment, a flicker of determination gleaming in her eyes, and she lowered her voice to suggest this course of action. Her abilities encompass an overload output mode, capable of conjuring several medium-sized tornadoes from thin air. However, the repercussions of such a feat would lead to the deterioration of her physical functions, ultimately resulting in the gradual loss of her powers and a painful demise. Faced with the lives of over 300 innocents, she chose to relinquish her own hope for survival. Superheroes earn their title by shouldering the immense responsibility for the safety of the populace. The people forge heroes, and in turn, heroes must safeguard the people. The Weather Witch's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the hushed command center, drawing the attention of numerous tower personnel and eliciting expressions of disbelief from her companions. Captain Yu, Grayston could not contain herself, her voice tinged with emotion. The Weather Witch merely raised her hand, signaling her to refrain from dissuasion. Beyond that, no one else dared to speak. No one possessed the right to dictate another's choices. Zhang Xian remained silent for a moment before gently articulating, "Do what you can. The nation and its people stand as your support." The Weather Witch nodded resolutely, preparing to take action. The members of the divine team were sorrowful expressions. Their captain was heading towards a certain death, and they felt utterly powerless to assist her. A sense of despair enveloped them. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from the entrance of the control room. "Hey, I believe you are being overly pessimistic. I think there are better solutions available." All eyes turned in anger toward the source of the voice, only to discover it was Tony Stark, the Iron Man, who had come to China as a guest. "Mr. Stark, you ought to remain in the lounge. If you require anything, simply call for service." Zhang Xian squinted, his voice low yet brimming with ire. He was somewhat familiar with the erratic personality of this American tycoon through his research: an arms dealer, a genius inventor, a billionaire playboy, a philanthropist, and consistently ranked among the top 10 most influential figures of the 21st century by Forbes. His titles were countless. The performance of the iron armor was quite commendable, with technology and energy supply far surpassing that of the Ravager's energy-driven suit. Yet this was an aircraft disaster, not a trivial matter. Zhang Xian did not believe Iron Man possessed any viable solutions. With only 7 minutes remaining before the aircraft would crash in the bustling area of Tiananmen Square, he was unwilling to waste precious time on trivial banter. All right. No need to be angry. I see you all looking quite heroic, preparing for a noble sacrifice." Tony shrugged, grinning as he spoke. "I'm delighted to be in your country, enjoying the scenery, the cuisine, and your warm hospitality. I hope to be of assistance." "So," I informed Lu, and she has already mobilized. "What did you say?" Zhang Xian exclaimed, incredulous as he stepped forward to grasp Tony's shoulder. Superwoman took it upon herself to intervene in a potential aircraft disaster that could have far-reaching consequences, without seeking assistance and going alone. Is this a matter for jest on the international stage? Following the catastrophe, public outrage will undoubtedly surge. Even the most stringent control over discourse will fail to obscure the truth, and soon, all ire will be directed towards the ineffectual Superwoman. The fragile bonds that had been painstakingly forged will be shattered in an instant, a scenario that Zhang Xian would never wish to witness. "Well, your grip is rather strong. Zhang, you're hurting me," Tony grimaced, hastily attempting to extricate himself. For beneath his seemingly slender exterior, this fellow likely concealed a well-toned physique. In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. Lu would not wade into murky waters without confidence in her abilities. "Are you familiar with the incident in New York?" Tony rambled on in defense, but before he could finish, Zhang Xian interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Divine Armament Squad, mobilize immediately. Head to the incident airspace at once, and be sure to intercept Superwoman. We cannot allow her to become involved in this matter," Zhang Xian commanded, his eyes wide with urgency. "Director Zhang, Lu Bingren has sent a communication, stating he has spotted a flying foreign woman ahead of the aircraft and inquires if she is reinforcements sent by the Divine Spear Bureau." At that moment, the tower staff responsible for communications suddenly interjected, their voice tinged with astonishment. Chapter 39, A Turning Point. "Who are you referring to?" Zhang Xian inquired, his brow furrowed with a hint of confusion and caution. "Captain Lu of Flight CY-3462 reported that a flying foreign woman has appeared in front of the aircraft." The staff hurriedly reiterated, their voices laced with tension. Zhang Xian's expression shifted to one of complex emotions. He took a deep breath, as if striving to quell the turmoil within. He recognized that events had spiraled beyond his control. All he could do now was hope that this superwoman possessed the capability to avert disaster rather than exacerbate the situation. "Everyone, execute the plan." Zhang Xian's voice resonated with a sense of finality, as though he were making a last-ditch effort. He understood that every subsequent second was of paramount importance. Any hesitation could lead to irrevocable consequences. Inside the control tower, the atmosphere was so tense it felt almost suffocating. All eyes were fixated on the plummeting aircraft, as if awaiting the decree of fate. Immediately bring up the surveillance footage. Zhang Xian commanded with a swift gesture, his tone urgent and stern. The tower personnel sprang into action, and the involvement of the Bureau of Divine Spear facilitated the seamless approval for the use of the Sky Eye. Before long, the images from the surveillance satellite appeared on the screen. The footage revealed that the massive aircraft had lost half of its left wing. Its fuselage was riddled with damage, with thick smoke and flames surging from the breaches into the cabin. The colossal body was violently shaking, descending at an alarming speed. Meanwhile, a familiar figure hovered in the air ahead of the aircraft, maintaining synchronization with its rapid descent. The Weather Witch's eyes widened in disbelief. She struggled to comprehend how the individual could remain airborne while simultaneously keeping pace with the swiftly descending plane. Even at her peak capacity, activating overload mode, she could only marginally exceed the aircraft's speed. The Blade and Soldier number 1 stood frozen, mouths agape. Vector Grace Tan, on the other hand, was filled with incredulity. Muttering to herself, is this the extent of the Superwoman's abilities? It seems that the pace she maintained while crossing the Pacific in Los Angeles was far from her limit. She merely slowed down for Iron Man's sake. Even if she matches the aircraft's descent velocity, it cannot prevent its inevitable crash. The Weather Witch shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation. What use is flying fast? At most, I can only catch a few more glimpses of the aircraft's wreckage. It appeared she intended to brace against the aircraft and then support its fuselage? Such a foolish notion. She would end up piercing through the entire plane. Grace Tan sighed, her demeanor resolute. The Blade and Soldier number 1 remained silent, aware of their inability to contribute and reluctant to voice any opinions. Only the Ravager's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight, as if he had connected the Superwoman's stance and movements to a familiar figure. Zhang Xian too did not believe the Superwoman could avert this aviation disaster. No matter how one calculated, the aircraft's demise seemed predetermined. The calamity was irreversible. You should have a modicum of faith in her. Tony leisurely lifted his teacup, taking a sip with an air of ease. I understand that you may not fully grasp the capabilities of Superwoman, but here, her abilities extend far beyond your imagination. Just as Zhang Xian was about to suggest that Tony return to the VIP reception room, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. Lu Yiming furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the damaged aircraft, then swiftly soared to the front of the nose, extending her hands to brace against it. A tremendous pressure surged forth like a roaring tide, and she felt an unexpected heaviness. Clenching her teeth, Lu Yiming's arm muscles tightened dramatically, veins bulging as if they were on the verge of bursting through her skin. Ordinarily, the weight of the aircraft would be around 100 tons, a trivial matter for a Superwoman endowed with 1,500 tons of muscular strength. However, combined with gravitational acceleration and immense impact force, this weight multiplied exponentially. Even more perilous was the fact that Lu Yiming lacked a fulcrum to exert her strength, subjecting her to unprecedented pressure. The moment her palms made contact with the fuselage, the metal exterior began to dent and deform. If this continued, she would indeed breach the entire aircraft, as predicted by the laws of physics. Nevertheless, Lu Yiming was not a synthetic giant reliant on fulcrum-based strength like those from her homeland. Since acquiring the energy of mutated biology, her biological force field had undergone a transformative change. In no time, a surge of white energy erupted from within her, spreading rapidly along the aircraft's exterior, sealing the breach in the cabin. In mere moments, the white energy enveloped the entire commercial airliner. As time progressed, the radiance grew brighter and more dazzling, prompting those in front of the display screens to shield their eyes. The sight of a solitary figure standing against the massive commercial aircraft left everyone in the command center utterly astounded. Director Zhang, the descent speed of the aircraft is decreasing, exclaimed an observant staff member with excitement. Zhang Xian hurried to the data computation computer, bending down to scrutinize the numbers displayed on the screen. Indeed, the aircraft's descent speed had noticeably diminished. Quick, mobilize the entire godly team. The Weather Witch and the Ravager are to provide aerial support. Assemble all airships and move in. Even if we have to force it, we must halt the aircraft. Zhang Xian swiftly issued the command, his tone infused with hope. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The Weather Witch and the Ravager flew directly out of the control tower, while Military Saber, Soldier number 1, and Vector dashed downstairs with utmost speed. In midair, Lu Yiming gradually acclimated to the force of the aircraft's descent. Steady now. She took a deep breath and began to exert further strength. The energy of biological mutation proved to be extraordinarily effective. Even when concentrated at a single point, the fuselage remained intact, nearly mirroring the effects of a Superman's biological force field. At a height of less than 30 meters above the ground, the descent speed of the commercial aircraft gradually slowed, ultimately pushing it upward with her counterforce. Below lay the bustling Tiananmen Square, and Liu Yuming resolved to bypass it, seeking an unoccupied area for a safe landing. At this moment, the crowd in the food street of Tiananmen Square gazed in astonishment at the sky. A massive passenger aircraft hung upside down in the air, its nose pointed downward, supported by a woman clad in a blue bodysuit and draped in a red cape, as she gently floated through the air. Goodness! What on earth is happening? The bewildered onlookers murmured among themselves, utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. However, as the aircraft drew nearer, their eyes fell upon the gaping hole in its fuselage and the terror-stricken expressions of the passengers, and they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted around them. Some shouted encouragement, others screamed in fright, yet the majority fervently prayed for the safe descent of the aircraft. Superwoman. Their SA clearing at 12 o'clock. The weather witch arrived on the scene, pointing ahead and calling out. Liu Yundream, her nerves taut, nodded and commenced enveloping the aircraft with bioenergy, altering its trajectory and swiftly maneuvering it out of the bustling area. Before long, she was cradling the enormous plane as it hovered above a city park. Gradually, she withdrew the bioenergy, allowing the aircraft to tilt and ultimately land safely on the park's lush lawn. The entire process was as steady as a mountain, yet it left the weather witch, who followed closely behind, in a state of heightened anxiety. Once the malfunctioning aircraft had safely touched down, a thunderous cheer erupted from the passengers within the cabin. They laughed, jumped, and exuberantly expressed their joy at having survived the ordeal. The control tower was equally jubilant, with staff tossing their belongings into the air in celebration of the flawless resolution to the crisis. Zhang Xian's lips curled upward, revealing a genuine smile. I told you. Liu is just like the superheroes in comics. You simply didn't believe. Tony leaned against the doorframe, jesting. Today, let me teach you a phrase in Huaxia. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving, Zhang Xian replied with a beaming grin. He acknowledged that he had underestimated this superpowered individual of celestial lineage. Initially, he had merely sought to exchange and learn combat techniques while discreetly gathering data on the abilities of Superwoman. However, it now appeared that such notions were overly naive. The formidable power exhibited by Superwoman was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Wise individuals adapt to circumstances. He resolved to alter his strategy and cultivate an alliance with this powerful ally. What does seeing is believing mean? Well, it's a bit difficult for me, but I'll learn it soon. Tony raised an eyebrow, attempting to articulate the phrase, only to realize that his proficiency in Chinese required improvement. Although the aircraft had landed safely, engine damage had resulted in a leak of aviation fuel and lubricants, with some areas still ablaze. Firefighters and medical personnel were en route, while the passengers, after their celebratory cheers, awaited rescue in silence. Liu Yundream, her eyes darting, slightly parted her lips and blew towards the cabin. A wave of chill swept through, a freezing gust extinguishing the remaining flames, while a crystalline frost formed on the aircraft's exterior. How did you do that? The weather witch, her expression grave, could not help but inquire. That's one of my abilities. Just read more comics. They all contain such information, Liu Yundream replied with a yawn. Her response somewhat dismissive. The weather witch fell silent for a moment, refraining from further questioning. She recognized that the disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Any further contemplation would only serve to exacerbate her unease. Prior to the arrival of the Superwoman in Huagua, she had harbored a flicker of competitive spirit. However, at this moment, she had come to a profound understanding of her own limitations. The power of the Superwoman far exceeded her imagination. The rest is in your hands. I wish to return and take a nap, as I am quite fatigued, Liu Yunming said, waving her hand in preparation to depart. Indeed. The exertion of lifting a 100-ton aircraft had left her feeling drained. Thank you for saving them, the weather witch declared, coming to a halt. Bowing deeply with sincerity in her gratitude, the other members of the Fengshan battle team followed suit, their hearts filled with genuine appreciation for the Superwoman's intervention in averting the catastrophe and saving countless innocent lives. An emotion known as admiration quietly blossomed within these superpowered beings. It became evident that this individual was, indeed, the true embodiment of strength. Chapter 40. Afterward, Liu Yunming leisurely soared back to the VIP reception room of the control tower, where an enthusiastic uproar erupted around her. All the staff at the control tower, led by Director Zhang Xian of the Spear Bureau, clapped their hands in unison, extending their highest respect to the superhero who had saved 331 innocent lives. Liu Yun, you are a hero. Well done. Tony applauded alongside, giving a thumbs up and showering her with praise without reservation. Can you feel the warmth of the people from the Celestial Empire? Liu Yunming leaned in, mischievously winking as she spoke softly. Indeed, I can tell their sincerity. After all, you saved several hundred lives, didn't you? Tony nodded earnestly, expressing his agreement. In America, applause and flowers are also plentiful, yet more often than not, they are accompanied by raucous cheers, even from those who do not comprehend the significance of the commotion. In contrast, While the people of the Celestial Empire may appear more serious and reserved, their blessings emanate from a place of genuine sincerity. Miss Luyan, I must say, you are the most formidable and charismatic superhero I have ever encountered, truly deserving of the title Superman. Zhang Xian stated with utmost seriousness, extending his hands to grasp Lu Yunmeng's. His tone grave and solemn. Had it not been for the remarkable intervention of the female superhero, every passenger aboard that aircraft would have perished. With no survivors in the tragic accident, how many families would have been shattered? The social influence of the Spear Bureau would have plummeted to an all-time low. After all, no one desires a superpowered organization that cannot protect its citizens. Lu Yunmeng not only saved hundreds of passengers but also salvaged the image of the Chinese government. A feat of profound significance worthy of respect. This is not mere admiration for an individual endowed with great power, but rather a celebration of noble deeds. With great power comes great responsibility. Ability begets responsibility, she smiled gently, humbly replying, while silently apologizing to little spider in her heart. In truth, she longed to assert that she did not wish to be called Superwoman. If people preferred, they could refer to her as Homelander and do as they pleased. Of course, that was merely a jest. Should she assume a name imbued with Western political connotations, the situation would become distorted. Superwoman shall remain, as it is quite fitting. Reflecting on the absurdities of the character Patriot in The Boys, she felt she had not yet descended to such depths. Well said. The adage with great power comes great responsibility resonates profoundly. Zhang Xian mused over this significant phrase, unable to contain his admiration. If all superheroes and superpowered individuals could grasp this truth, the world would enjoy everlasting peace, and organizations like the Spear Bureau, dedicated to combating superpowered crime, would be rendered unnecessary. Miss Luyan, you appear somewhat fatigued. Have you perhaps overexerted your abilities? Zhang Xian inquired with concern. He noted that the golden-haired beauty before him was frequently yawning, as if she might fall asleep at any moment. Indeed, for my powers are not limitless. As human beings, we inevitably tire, do we not? Lu Yunmeng replied with an unruffled demeanor. Merely relying on muscular strength to harness the biomutational energy and lift a plummeting commercial aircraft is undoubtedly a laborious task. One that even she would find somewhat challenging. Although Lu Yunmeng flawlessly recreated the iconic scene from the film Superman Returns, the disparity between her and Superman remained substantial. He basked in the sun for 2 decades, and given the growth rate of Kryptonians, such advancement is indeed formidable. In truth, Lu Yunmeng possessed a far superior method for saving lives. By merely allowing the aircraft to enter a mirrored dimension and opening several spatial portals, she could effortlessly rescue all passengers. However, in a bid to showcase her prowess, she opted for the most straightforward and brute method. It is akin to possessing $1 million and purchasing a tank. While another individual, with the same amount, contemplates using paper currency to bludgeon someone, a quintessential example of laborious futility. Naturally, this method yields a striking visual impact, and people tend to remember such dramatic scenes vividly. Imagine, if you will, a delicate woman effortlessly lifting a massive aircraft weighing hundreds of tons. The imagery is indeed quite exaggerated. Primarily, Lu Yunmeng had no intention of revealing her biological transformation magic so soon, always reserving a trump card for critical moments that could prove life-saving. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes as he discerned 2 pivotal keywords from the superheroine's words, fatigue and humanity. I will arrange accommodations immediately. Miss Lian, please rest well. Once you are rejuvenated, feel free to contact me. The higher echelons of the state will organize a commendation ceremony and banquet, and I hope you can attend, Zhang Xian said with a warm smile. Lu Yunmeng waved her hand in acknowledgement, signaling her understanding. She needed to enter a deep slumber or endure drowsiness while soaring into space to absorb sunlight in order to regain her strength. Choosing the former out of laziness, she succumbed to sleep. In a sense, she no longer qualified as a true human, yet she retained the commendable human habit of hibernation. The subsequent matters no longer required her attention. She was guided to a lavishly adorned suite, where she collapsed onto the bed and immediately entered a state of deep hibernation. 3 hours later, she emerged revitalized. The system's energy data panel even indicated a slight increase. The microscopic biological stars within her body could continuously generate energy. Were it not for the diminutive size of this unique star, she would have achieved a full revival in an even shorter span. Muscle soreness and fatigue vanished without a trace, and her cells returned to a state of hyperactivity. Name, Lu Yunmeng, energy level, pseudo-earth grade, status, active, gender, female, reference template, Superman, Man of Steel 16. Source of superpower, genetic mutation caused by cosmic rays, super strength, maximum muscle power. 1550 tons, super speed, maximum land running speed, 30 Mach. 10, 2 kilometers second, super defense can withstand the vast majority of conventional weapons and energy attacks, but not nuclear explosions, super healing, cellular activation 40. 0.000 times that of ordinary humans, capable of rapid energy absorption for healing and limb regeneration. Flight, 74 Mach, 25. 16 kilometers second. Super laser vision, 11.000. X-ray vision, able to penetrate human bodies, metallic materials, and reinforced concrete structures. But not special metals like lead. Super hearing can capture all sounds within a radius of 11.000 meters. Lifespan, 396 years. Magic resistance, super brain. Evolution level 11. 5. Microscopic biological star. Development level 1. 5. Energy absorption, energy conversion, energy purification. Energy feedback, biological transformation magic, imitation. Development level 12. Memory fragments, 11. Apart from the unchanged super speed, flight speed, and biological transformation magic development level, all other metrics have improved. Interestingly, a new data point regarding memory fragments has emerged. The memories of her original self, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Marvel Comics are all encompassed within. As the fragments gradually come together like pieces of a puzzle, Lu Yunming will recall all that has transpired. The Superman, Man of Steel, is inherently a genetically potent individual, and with the passage of time, she is now far removed from the state she was in when she first awakened in the cave of Afghanistan. Naturally, she still has a considerable distance to cover compared to the Silver Superman and Golden Superman. Unbeknownst to Lu Yunming, during her period of dormancy, the internet has erupted once again. Netizens from the Heavenly Empire, the West, America, Russia, Japan, and South Korea engaged in an unprecedented online battle. The catalyst was a netizen from the Heavenly Empire who posted a video of the female superhero saving a commercial aircraft, captioning it, "My Superman, my pride." This statement immediately ignited fervent discussions among netizens from other countries. Users from the beautiful country asserted, the female superhero symbolizes the beautiful country. Lu Yun is the guardian of the beautiful country. We ask the people of the Heavenly Empire to show restraint. The Heavenly Empire's netizens countered. The female superhero saved a commercial aircraft when she lifted that massive weight of over 100 tons above my head. She felt like my hero. Heroes transcend borders. Another netizen from the beautiful country expressed excitement. I told you, she is Superman. Look, just like in the comics. Japanese netizens expressed the hope that the female superhero would come to Japan to combat crime and uphold justice. Meanwhile, South Korean netizens shamelessly claimed that the female superhero's ancestry traces back to the Korean people. Russian netizens expressed their desire for the female superhero to visit their country, to indulge in fine vodka and savor the most delectable pickles. The comments ranged from admiration to skepticism, with some even vying for her allegiance, while others were eager to engage in a life-or-death contest with her. In short, Lu Yunming found herself in the limelight once more. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt a throbbing headache. This superhero garnered attention wherever she went, her prominence eclipsing even that of Tony Stark. With an increasing number of supporters, there were also numerous detractors. After all, it is only natural to be astonished by an entity capable of effortlessly lifting hundreds of tons and soaring through the skies. Nick Fury now contemplated the possibility that the Celestial Empire might seek to court the superhero. Lu Yunming, after all, possessed American nationality with Chinese heritage. To mitigate this potential risk, diminish her influence, and enhance her fondness for America, he dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to navigate various connections and backgrounds. They even executed several operations to caution organizations interested in studying her abilities. Do not even think about it. The ensuing events unfolded seamlessly. Lu Yunming and Tony were invited to an awards ceremony, where she was bestowed the honorary title of hero. Tony received a plaque inscribed with the words, "Forever a good friend of the Celestial Empire, Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark." Tony was overjoyed, excitedly informing Lu Yunming that he intended to hang the plaque next to the Stark Industries logo, ensuring all would see it. Having been born into wealth, he had never received such a meaningful gift before, despite seemingly contributing nothing. The banquet proved to be rather dull. Aside from a few speeches from the upper echelons of the Celestial Empire, it consisted solely of toasts. Lu Yunming welcomed all, her fluent Mandarin allowing her to navigate the social waters effortlessly, making her quite popular, and her superhuman constitution rendered her impervious to intoxication. There were no cliché pickup lines, nor were there any foolish individuals causing trouble. It is important to recognize that when an individual reaches a certain level of strength, the remaining sentiments among people are respect and fear. Chapter 41. Family. The atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat oppressive, as high-ranking officials from the Celestial Empire gathered to express their heartfelt gratitude to the superheroine. During the harrowing incident of the plane crash, she had displayed remarkable courage, managing to mitigate the disaster's impact and successfully averting excessive public outcry and further threats to national security. In addition to the officials, Numerous elites from the scientific community were also in attendance, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to meet this legendary figure. After all, at the forthcoming Capabilities Exchange Conference hosted by the Divine Spear Bureau, Lu Yunming would be a prominent guest, and many of these scientists would participate, making it beneficial to become acquainted with her in advance to facilitate future collaborations. At the banquet, Lu Yunming engaged in lively conversation with several members of the Godly War team, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Lu Yun, please take it easy during the upcoming training tests. I would rather not be rendered paralyzed by your prowess, teased Vector Grace Tan, playfully winking her expressive eyes. She genuinely admired the super-heroine, and given their similar ages and compatible personalities, they enjoyed a harmonious relationship. However, the thought of Lu Yunming's terrifying ability to single-handedly catch a commercial airliner made Grace feel it prudent to maintain a safe distance during their exchanges. Rest assured, I will approach this collaboration with utmost seriousness and will certainly not disappoint Director Zhang's goodwill, Lu Yunming replied, feigning seriousness as she clenched her fist. Though a mischievous smile inadvertently graced her lips, her eyes glinting with cunning. Ah, no, please, Grace exclaimed dramatically, covering her head and feigning a wail. Are you trying to kill me, you devil? Her exaggerated expressions and antics elicited light laughter from those around them. At that moment, Tony approached, elegantly holding a glass of wine. Ladies, would you honor me by sharing a drink? He asked, a charming smile adorning his face as he spoke gallantly. Grace, ever gracious, raised her glass to clink with Tony's, then promptly downed it in one smooth motion. Tony, however, grimaced, visibly pained by the fiery taste of the local liquor, clearly unaccustomed to its intensity. Yet, he persevered, having flitted about the banquet hall like a delicate butterfly, willingly courting discomfort. Just as he finished one drink, Blade and Soldier one approached with their own glasses, enthusiastically toasting to Tony. With a resigned smile, he accepted their offer and downed 2 more shots of the potent spirit. Afterward, he stuffed his mouth with grapes, attempting to alleviate the burning sensation, his expression comically exaggerated. Seizing the opportunity, Tony leaned closer to Lu Yunming and whispered, Lu Yun, someone over there is looking for you. Director Zhang asked me to discreetly inform you. It appears to be a significant figure, and the security measures are exceedingly stringent. There are over 50 visible agents and bodyguards. He originally intended to take advantage of the situation to install a listening device on Lu Yunming, but after searching for a considerable time, he failed to find an opportune moment. Lu Yunming furrowed her brow slightly, filled with curiosity, yet she nodded and proceeded towards the VIP room in the banquet hall. Activating her X-ray vision, she aimed to survey the room's interior, only to be astonished to discover that her sight could not penetrate the walls. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the walls had evidently been treated with a special lead metal, clearly designed to counteract her Kryptonian abilities. This revelation intensified her curiosity. Despite the room being tightly encased in lead, her exceptional hearing could still discern the sounds within. She distinctly perceived 2 heartbeats and breaths. One heartbeat was slower, indicating an elderly individual, while the other was steady and strong, reminiscent of an athlete or someone rigorously trained. Intriguing, Lu Yunming thought to herself with a faint smile. Deciding to investigate further, guided by several bodyguards clad in black, she pushed open the grand door of the VIP room. Inside, 2 women, one older and one younger, sat anxiously on the sofa, awaiting her arrival. The elder woman, dressed simply and bearing a weathered visage that suggested she was over 50, rose excitedly upon seeing Lu Yunming but halted 3 paces away, her lips trembling with unspoken words. The younger woman, a quintessential beauty of Chinese descent, featured willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and thin lips, exuding an air of refined elegance. Though her expression conveyed just the right amount of anticipation, Lu Yunming's superhuman hearing revealed her heartbeat to be remarkably steady, indicating a disparity between her inner feelings and outward demeanor. Aunt Lu Yu? Lu Yunming hesitated for a moment before tentatively inquiring. She was not the original Lu Yunming and was unfamiliar with the person before her, relying solely on fragmented memories to ascertain her identity. Little Lu. The middle-aged woman instantly became misty-eyed, stepping forward to grasp Lu Yunming's hand tightly. Overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate her thoughts, a wave of sentiment stirred within Lu Yunming, a feeling both familiar and foreign. The extraordinary sensation of a blood connection caused her to involuntarily lower her guard. It has been a long time, Aunt Lu Yu, she said softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, she finally comprehended why the authorities had gone to such lengths to arrange meticulous security measures. They were evidently in place to protect her family from any potential threats. Ah, I have not been called that in ages. Aunt Lu Yu tenderly caressed Lu Yunming's cheek, her voice filled with nostalgia. The last time I saw you, you were a charming little doll, and now you have blossomed into a beautiful young woman. As Aunt Lu Yu reminisced about the past, her eyes once again brimmed with tears. Years ago, her sister Lucci met Whiteson while studying in America. After falling in love and marrying, they settled in the United States. Lu Yu often wished for her sister to return home, but her pleas were consistently met with refusal. Tragically, Lu Qi passed away due to complications during childbirth, leaving behind her young daughter, Lu Yunming. Lu Yu attempted to bring her niece back to raise her in their homeland, yet Weizen was resolutely opposed. It was not until many years later, upon Weizen's demise from heart disease, that Lu Yu finally discovered Lu Yunming's whereabouts. All these years, have you been well? Aunt Lu Yu inquired, her eyes brimming with affection. I am well, Aunt Lu Yu, Lu Yunming replied with a smile, allowing the elder to gently caress her cheek. Though she was not the original Lu Yunming, she could still genuinely feel the sincerity of the elder's emotions towards her. A change of heart, but it will suffice. By the way, this is your cousin Lu Qinyu, a once impoverished student I supported and later adopted as my goddaughter, Lu Yu introduced, gesturing towards the young woman behind her with a smile. Lu Yunming regarded her cousin with a smile that held a hint of mockery and keen insight. From the moment she stepped through the door, she had already discerned the truth of the stranger's identity. Hello. Lu Qinyu appeared somewhat bashful, cautiously greeting her in a soft voice. Thank you for taking care of my aunt, cousin, Lu Yunming said, narrowing her eyes and deliberately emphasizing the term cousin, infusing her words with a distinctive undertone. Internally, she chuckled, surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone to such lengths. Even dispatching a top agent to impersonate a poor student from the mountains, a truly elaborate ruse. Lu Qinyu lowered her head, her previously steady heartbeat now quickened. She lamented silently, recognizing the predicament Nick Fury had thrust her into with this assignment, leaving her in a bind. Lu Yunming chose to disregard her, shifting her focus to casual conversation with Lu Yu. They chatted for quite some time, reminiscing about the past and discussing the trivialities of their current lives. The atmosphere warm and harmonious. As the evening progressed, Lu Yu began to show signs of fatigue. Lu Yunming thoughtfully arranged for someone to escort her to rest. Lu Qinyu intended to leave with them but was halted by Lu Yunming's voice. Agent Natasha Romanoff, it is a pleasure to meet you, and what a delightful surprise you are. Lu Yunming approached with a smile, playfully toying with the other S-wig, her tone laced with jest. All right, I admit it, Natasha sighed, reluctantly removing her disguise to reveal her signature auburn locks. Next time, I'll suggest to the agency that they incorporate lead into the biomimetic masks. She shrugged, a wry smile gracing her face. You are mistaken, I still possess ears. Lu Yunming seized the biomimetic mask, intrigued as she examined it, her eyes glinting with mischief. The superhuman hearing of an armored body was no trivial matter. Now tell me, what tasks has Nick Fury assigned you? Her gaze suddenly turned icy and piercing. Imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no deception, I could discern the truth. Natasha's hair stood on end, cold sweat streaming down her brow. Even a seasoned agent, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, felt an overwhelming pressure at that moment, as if the very air had solidified. It was akin to the terror of being scrutinized by a top predator. Damn it, Nick. This is the perilous mission you insisted I undertake. Her pupils trembled slightly, her complexion pale, as she struggled to suppress the urge to draw her weapon, silently lamenting that, indeed, the woman of steel was not as simple as she appeared. Chapter 42. The unbelievable truth. This marked the first face-to-face encounter between Lu Yunming and the legendary Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha's cascading, wine-red locks shimmered under the illumination, exuding an enchanting luster. Her exquisite visage was adorned with a pair of expressive, profound eyes, which, with every flicker, revealed an alluring blend of charm and intellect, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Even clad in a simple casual outfit, her innate and captivating allure remained unmistakably evident. As Lu Yunming's gaze fell upon Natasha, fragmented images suddenly flickered through her mind, akin to long-buried memories gradually drifting forth from the recesses of time, quietly assembling themselves. As these fragments became increasingly lucid, Lu Yunming felt a discernible resurgence of her memories, as if a locked door within her was slowly creaking open, without hesitation or concealment. Natasha laid bare the details of her mission. The task assigned to her was not particularly complex, to masquerade as Lu Yu's adopted daughter, seeking the opportune moment to draw near to Lu Yunming in order to gather pertinent intelligence, while simultaneously undertaking the responsibility of caring for the last living relative of the female superhero in this world. Nick Fury had not provided her with extensive further instructions. To him, the female superhero was not an immediate adversary, and he merely sought to secure a safeguard, just in case. However, Natasha's meticulously orchestrated infiltration did not endure long. Within less than a week, her identity was discerned by the highly trained and seasoned agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her operation was thoroughly compromised. Interestingly, S.H.I.E.L.D. chose not to disclose this information to Lu Yunming. Having recounted her mission in detail, Natasha took a deep breath and stood quietly, awaiting Lu Yunming's judgment. She was acutely aware that for a being as formidable as Lu Yunming, The notion of her kin being covertly surveilled was an utterly intolerable affront. She had braced herself to face any punishment, provided it was not fatal. Anything less she could accept. Should Lian indeed decide to act, Natasha would not surrender easily. Concealed within her high-heeled shoes were 2 miniature lead powder explosives, capable of obliterating the room if detonated. While assassinating the female superhero was nearly an impossible endeavor, she felt confident in her ability to create sufficient chaos with these explosives to secure an opportunity for escape. As for the prospect of being hunted by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the female superhero thereafter, that was a concern for another time. Given the terrifying power Lu Yunming had displayed during her recent confrontation in Manhattan, Natasha surmised that her merely enhanced physique would likely be reduced to a mere pulp in an instant. Yet, Lu Yunming did not respond immediately. Instead, she fell into a prolonged silence. Her attention was wholly captivated by the incessantly emerging fragments of memory in her mind. As if she were being drawn into a mysterious realm, these fragments gradually coalesced into a more complete picture. Although still somewhat disjointed, they were far clearer than before. Akin to a puzzle that was slowly coming together. Natasha regarded the silent Lu Yunming with a hint of confusion, attempting to discern any shifts in her expression. However, at that moment, the superheroine's eyes appeared hollow and devoid of life, as if her spirit had vacated her corporeal form, resembling someone who had yet to awaken fully. Natasha Romanoff, originally known as Natalia Alienovna Romanova, was born in 1984. Suddenly, Lu Yunming spoke, her tone calm and steady. Natasha was momentarily startled, but her extensive experience as a top-tier agent allowed her to regain her composure swiftly. She understood that although this information was relatively obscure, it would not be difficult for a being of immense power like the superheroine to acquire it. However, the subsequent revelations from Lu Yunming left her utterly astounded. You were once a secret agent for the Soviet Red Room organization, excelling in the frigid training grounds among 20 equally trained individuals, emerging as the elite of the elite. You meticulously orchestrated and executed multiple assassinations of state officials and sabotage operations, each endeavor showcasing your exceptional skills and decisiveness. Following the Budapest incident, you were inspired by Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and subsequently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, through the young girl Antonia, you successfully pinpointed the location of the Red Room's leader, Dreykov, orchestrating an explosion to carry out the assassination. Natasha's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. This information was the very essence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most critical and confidential files, sealed within the deepest, most secure vaults, known only to a select few. She fixed her gaze on Lu Yunming, her eyes brimming with wariness, and coldly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am the superhero, Homelander, a freelance writer and journalist. However, I would prefer for people to remember and refer to me by my name, Lu Yunming," she replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she introduced herself. As the conversation deepened, Lu Yunming's mind became inundated with memories of the Black Widow. The agents known as widows were, in truth, orphans gathered from around the globe by Dreykov. Some even acquired through illicit human trafficking. Dreykov exercised an exceedingly cruel psychological manipulation over these innocent girls, subjecting them to unimaginable brutal training, ultimately transforming them into instruments of assassination in his hands. He even descended into madness, developing a chemical control agent that could infiltrate the girls' neural pathways, rendering them incapable of autonomous action even in a conscious state, entirely at his mercy. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression became exceedingly complex. She had previously conducted a thorough investigation into Lu Yunming's past, acquiring a dossier that was devoid of any blemish, as if she were a person without secrets. At this moment, however, Wonder Woman possessed an intimate understanding of the secrets of the Red Room, even recalling the minutiae of her graduation examination, which left her in a state of utter shock and trepidation. "Ah, and you have a non-blood-related sister, Yelena Belova. Do you not intend to rescue her?" Lu Yunming regarded Natasha with a meaningful gaze, her eyes seemingly concealing profound implications. Natasha fell silent. Did she not yearn to save Yelena? The younger sister, with whom she had forged a makeshift family in Ohio, had become a cherished kin despite their initial mission being merely to steal classified information. Yet, even with the extensive resources and powers of S.H.I.E.L.D. at her disposal, Yelena had vanished as if she had never existed, leaving no trace behind. "You have infiltrated the lives of my family. I do not intend to cast blame upon you. However, as a form of retribution, you must accompany me on a special mission, one that only you can fulfill." Lu Yunming stated her demand directly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Natasha understood she had no right to refuse. She was acutely aware that she was indeed at fault this time, and Nick Fury would undoubtedly not refuse Wonder Woman's request on her behalf. This mission must not be disclosed to anyone, including all those you are familiar with, especially Nick Fury. Lu Yunming leaned back on the sofa, gently shaking her finger, her eyes conveying a hint of warning. Natasha nodded, outwardly acquiescing, yet inwardly scheming on how to relay this information through clandestine channels. Her deep affection and strong sense of belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be easily swayed by Lu Yunming's words. Assist me in dismantling the Red Room and eliminating Dreykov. Lu Yunming's tone was calm yet resolute, her eyes radiating an undeniable determination. Natasha couldn't help but furrow her brow. Then a slight smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth as she replied with a hint of sarcasm. Miss Superman, you might not be aware, but Dreykov has entirely vanished from this world as of January this year. I personally ensured his departure. Lu Yunming chuckled lightly, crossing her legs, her gaze laced with mockery as she remarked, "Oh, how disappointing for you. Dreykov is very much alive. He is currently hiding in some shadowy corner, employing new technology to recruit, train, and control those unfortunate widow agents." Impossible. I witnessed him perish in flames. He cannot still be alive. Natasha's voice trembled, clearly unwilling to accept Lu Yunming's assertions. Have you found his body? Without seeing the corpse with your own eyes, you cannot ascertain his death. Lu Yunming inquired calmly, her gaze exuding an air of omniscience. It was entirely consumed by fire, leaving no remains behind. Natasha furrowed her brow, her heart wavering as the haunting visage of Dreykov loomed in her mind. Dreykov was not so easily vanquished. Moreover, your ostensible mother, Melina, has developed a neurocontrolling agent capable of infiltrating the brain and exerting control over the female operatives of the Red Room, rendering them outwardly conscious yet entirely devoid of autonomy. Lu Yunming's tone remained composed, yet her words sent a chill coursing through Natasha's core. This is impossible. Melina has long been deceased, and I have slain Dreykov. You are deceiving me. Natasha's emotions began to spiral out of control. She was unwilling to accept that her past efforts and victories were in vain. The Red Guardian, Alexei, must possess some knowledge. You may wish to investigate. Lu Yunming shook her head, her voice tinged with pity, as if empathizing with Natasha's prolonged ignorance. I have connections. Can I truly deceive you? Natasha was taken aback. Alexei was her father figure from her temporary home in Ohio, the one who had once provided her warmth and protection. The intelligence possessed by the Supergirl was overwhelmingly extensive, enough to evoke a sense of dread. If Dreykov were indeed alive, then the triumph she once believed in would be nothing but a cruel jest. You wouldn't wish for more girls with tragic pasts like yours to continue existing in this world, would you? Lu Yunming leaned closer to Natasha, her voice low and enigmatic, as if whispering a secret in her ear. Natasha fell silent. She understood that she had no other choice but to follow Lu Yunming to unveil the hidden truths, to dismantle the Red Room, and to spare more girls from suffering. Chapter 43. The secret intelligence agency of the former Soviet Union. Natasha ultimately chose to acquiesce. The memories of the Red Room were etched in her soul, a profound agony that lingered like an indelible nightmare. The frigid walls, the merciless training, and the brutal elimination process carved deep gashes into her heart, akin to a razor slicing through her most profound scars. In the stillness of the night, she could still hear the anguished screams of those girls, witnessing their lifeless forms sprawled in pools of blood. Those innocent lives flickered like candles in the wind, easily extinguished, ultimately reduced to ashes, forgotten by all. If the Red Room still existed, it must be eradicated completely. She could no longer bear to witness those girls perish in their self-destructive training, nor could she endure their sacrifices during missions transforming into cold corpses, left unclaimed with tragic endings. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Natasha's eyes. She knew she had to take action, even if it meant confronting that dark past once more. Lu Yunming's objective was simple, to dismantle the influence of the Red Room. The Black Widows, if willing, could continue their work. If not, they were free to depart. She would even provide a severance package and arrange for their subsequent lives. Lu Yunming understood well that standing alone was a precarious position, no matter how formidable one's strength. It remained a solitary struggle. She sought to build her own faction to confront the potential dangers that lay ahead. After all, this world was never devoid of enemies, and she required more allies. Tony would likely not refuse the employment of these strikingly beautiful and skilled female operatives at Stark Industries. A subtle smile graced Lu Yunming's lips, and a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. She was aware that, despite Tony Stark's outwardly flippant demeanor, his inner yearning for talent had never waned. These Black Widows were undoubtedly the support he desperately needed. Leon, you are indeed not the radiant superhero that people perceive you to be, Natasha remarked, rolling her eyes with a hint of jest. After exchanging heartfelt confessions, she felt considerably more relaxed and even began to engage in light banter. She had no intention of reporting this matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. beyond her concerns about Lu Yunming's formidable strength. She empathized with the reality that no intelligence agency would readily relinquish such power. Rather than handing it over to the government, it was preferable to allow these widows to choose their own paths for the future. I never claimed to be a good person, did I? Lu Yunming raised an eyebrow, responding with an intriguing nonchalance. Her tone was light, as if discussing a trivial matter. She was not a traditional hero in the conventional sense, but she was acutely aware of her actions and her objectives. If your fans knew you were such a superhero, they would probably faint in the restroom, Natasha smiled, teasing playfully. In truth, she was fully aware that Liu Yunming had saved thousands of lives during the Manhattan incident. She may not embody the quintessential, flawless hero, but she was undeniably a capable superhero. Upon genuine interaction, Natasha discovered that Liu Yunming was surprisingly affable, approachable, and authentic, though she harbored certain thoughts and schemes. These traits rendered her even more relatable. They certainly did not compensate me to play a grandiose role, Liu Yunming quipped with a mischievous grin, a glimmer of mockery flickering in her eyes. She never believed in assuming any character. Rather, she simply acted in accordance with her convictions. When shall we proceed with our plans? Natasha inquired, her urgency palpable as she sought immediate clarity regarding Dreykov, the Red Room, and the widows. Her fingers instinctively tapped the tabletop, betraying her suppressed anxiety. Patience, the moment is not yet ripe. We require greater resources, Liu Yunming interjected, waving her hand dismissively. Her tone was light, yet a trace of gravity lingered in her gaze. She understood that the Red Room's aerial base hovered somewhere within American airspace, and with her flying prowess, locating it would pose little challenge. However, Dreykov was an exceedingly cunning individual, and having recently endured an assassination attempt by Natasha, even the demise of a decoy would arouse his utmost vigilance. Liu Yunming could not ascertain whether Dreykov was ensconced within the Red Room's airborne fortress or whether he, too, was merely a decoy seated in an office. A crafty fox, Dreykov was indeed a master of evasion. Even a lion would exert full strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so for Dreykov, who was no mere rabbit but a wily old fox. A single misstep could drive him into deeper concealment, making future capture exceedingly difficult. Thus, without absolute certainty and ample preparation, she would not act recklessly. Moreover, Liu Yunming recalled the Black Widow film, where Yelena, during her training in the Red Room, eagerly anticipated the arrival of Captain America, shield in hand, to rescue them. She resolved to fulfill this young girl's wish. First, she needed to locate the frozen Captain Steve Rogers, entombed somewhere in the Arctic. This task was not insurmountable, although S.H.I.E.L.D., under the leadership of Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, had previously undertaken numerous searches. All had culminated in failure due to technological limitations and the harsh, unpredictable Arctic conditions. The 21st century heralded an era of burgeoning electronic information, with advanced and sophisticated devices emerging continuously. With the search and detection capabilities of the J.A.R.V.I.S. intelligent system and Stark Industries technology, finding Captain America would merely require time. Certainly, a gradual approach was also feasible. She could rescue the bumbling Alexei first, and then head to St. Petersburg to seek out Melina, who was responsible for the research on neural control technology, thereby deceiving the Red Room's guards to gain entry. Melina's expertise would significantly aid the Widow agents. Liu Yunming whimsically envisioned the encounter between Steve Rogers and Alexei, one a household name as Captain America, the other a former Soviet Red Guardian. Their opposing stances would surely spark an intriguing clash. Ultimately, she decided to have Natasha remain on standby, plotting their course of action once their venture to the Middle Kingdom concluded. During this period, Natasha was permitted to investigate any intelligence related to the Red Room, though she was forbidden from acting independently. After finalizing certain details and plans, Liu Yunming swiftly departed the banquet hall, while Natasha transformed back into Likinyu and returned to their lodging to continue safeguarding Liu Yue. Within the confines of a business hotel room, Tony, having imbibed a considerable amount of alcohol and struggling to keep his eyes open, became instantly alert upon hearing discussions regarding the Red Room, Black Widow, and Dreykov. In a sense, he was one who relished the thrill of involvement. Faced with such a den of iniquity, he was wholly in favor of its destruction. Liu, those widows are invaluable resources. You cannot claim them for yourself, Tony remarked with a smirk, his tone laced with jest, yet his gaze remained earnest. If they are willing, I shall offer them suitable positions within Stark Industries with ample remuneration. As long as they consent, I have no objections. You know I dislike coercing others. Liu Yunming shrugged her shoulders in response, expressing her exasperation. I shall take possession of the Red Room's base, and if the widows choose to remain, I will allow them to continue their missions, but they must be freed from neurological control. Her tone was resolute, a flicker of coldness evident in her eyes. As for those who fiercely resist, it is best to leave no survivors. A twitch at the corner of Tony's eye reminded him of the horrifying terrorists who had been dismembered by his laser eyes in an Afghan cave. He nodded in agreement. I will provide the technology to locate the American ice cream. Deal. Liu Yunming smiled slightly, extending her hand to shake Tony's. Having reached an accord with Tony, Liu Yunming embarked on her journey of superhuman exchanges within China. She commuted daily to the specialized training grounds of the Spear Bureau, honing her powers while engaging in sparring and technical exchanges with members of the Godly team. During this time, the Spear Bureau collected substantial data on Supergirl's abilities. Yet they still could not ascertain her limits, leaving Zhang Xian and other senior officials in awe, at least in their eyes. Li Yunming's level of existence far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Even supernatural beings appeared as mere robust ants in her presence. This reinforced the Chinese government's resolve to cultivate a positive relationship with Supergirl. Throughout this period, Li Yunming also made time to accompany Lu Yue's aunt on several occasions. Tony suggested relocating her to Los Angeles, but Lu Yunming deemed China more suitable for Lu Yue. When she initially agreed to the technical exchange with the Spear Bureau, her sole condition was the well-being of her blood relative. Without hesitation, the Chinese side ensured that Zhang Xian guaranteed the presence of dozens of Spear Bureau agents to protect her around the clock, ensuring security comparable to that of national leaders while also facilitating her work and daily life. The visit lasted a full 7 days, culminating in a successful exchange. Members of the Godly team experienced significant enhancements in tactical coordination and strength. After all, Supergirl was akin to a formidable enemy boss, and the Godly team needed to strive for excellence under extreme adversity. Such a mode of training and opportunity is indeed rare. Every member exerted themselves to the utmost, fervently absorbing experiences. Ultimately, amidst a grand farewell from all members of the Spear Agency, Lu Yunming soared into the heavens, vanishing beyond the horizon. In gratitude for the generosity of the female superhero, the Spear Agency pledged unwavering support to her at any time and place, should the need arise. Simultaneously, the agency forged a trade partnership with Stark Industries, deepening their mutual exchanges and engaging in discussions concerning cutting-edge advanced technologies. Tony, in a generous spirit, unveiled a portion of Stark Industries' weapon development technologies as a token of appreciation for that impressive plaque. The Celestial Empire expressed its high regard for the support rendered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Yunming, however, was indifferent to such rewards. Her primary desire was to assist the Celestial Empire, a land reminiscent of her homeland. This could be considered a semblance of nostalgia in this unfamiliar world. Incidentally, Tony resolutely chose to return to America via a private jet, declaring he would never again engage in the rapid remote flight of his armor. Racing alongside the female superhero was a fanciful notion, and his muscles were still sore from the experience. Natasha's mission, masquerading as Li Yunyu, also reached its conclusion. Under the guise of national departmental cover, she publicly accepted an invitation for teaching work in Africa, then bid farewell to Aunt Lu Yu before secretly returning to America. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Tony commenced a discreet search for Captain America, Steve Rogers. Meanwhile, Natasha evaded the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., employing her connections to investigate potential hiding spots for secret agents. After several days of inquiry, she indeed uncovered some intriguing leads. Among various governmental bodies and seemingly ordinary private enterprises across America, dissonance invariably existed. Some companies were not driven by profit. The female CEO, frequently attending high-profile gatherings, did not engage in business discussions but rather indulged in seduction, raising considerable suspicion. After her return, Lu Yunming conducted aerial searches, utilizing her extraordinary speed of 75 Mach to scour the skies above the United States. Finally, at an altitude of 10,000 meters over Alaska, she discovered the aerial steel fortress shrouded in an enormous, mysterious cloud. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, and a slight smile graced her lips. Red House, I am your long-awaited master. Chapter 44. The mission in progress. The airborne fortress of the Red House secret agent organization loomed like a colossal steel beast suspended in the sky, both majestic and enigmatic. Its immense size was astonishing, towering over 500 meters in height and exceeding 1,000 meters in diameter, resembling a small city adrift among the clouds. This stronghold maintained its lofty suspension through a turbine anti-gravity system and high fuel thrusters. From a distance, it was shrouded in dense mist, revealing itself only intermittently, exuding an oppressive presence akin to that of a mountain. Lu Yunming floated silently in the air, her figure blending seamlessly with the surrounding clouds, akin to a silent specter. Enveloped in a biological force field, coupled with the interference of mutated bioenergy, no one could detect her existence. Her eyes shimmered with a faint luminescence, a manifestation of her supervision and X-ray capabilities in perfect harmony. Her gaze effortlessly penetrated layers of mist and the formidable steel walls, imprinting the internal structure of the Red House airborne fortress into her mind. With her ears delicately attuned, she captured every subtle sound in the air. The reflections of these sounds enabled her to discern the virtual illusions crafted by holographic projections. The combination of her supervision and X-ray sight allowed her to disregard all external obstructions and concealments. To Lu Yunming, the airborne fortress resembled a skinned frog, with all its secrets laid bare. The training grounds of the Black Widow, the armory, the fighter jet hangar, the chemical laboratory, the electrical room, the medical facility. The central control room, the surveillance room, and the confinement prison, all manner of fortified structures were present, constituting a self-sufficient microkingdom. Yet, a slight furrow formed on Lu Yunming's brow as her gaze swept across the interior of the fortress, failing to locate the office of Dreykov as recalled in her memory. This is peculiar, Lu Yunming murmured softly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Dreykov's office was quite spacious, over 200 square meters. With a height exceeding 3 meters, it should have been conspicuous. However, despite her thorough search, the office seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. A flurry of possibilities raced through her mind. Could it be that the timeline was incorrect? Was Dreykov's office non-existent at this point? She recalled the moment Natasha Romanoff first encountered the Mimic Master, which occurred around 2016. The time when Melina was turned and deceived the guards to infiltrate the Red House was 8 years later. It was evident that the construction plans for Dreykov's Red House airborne fortress had long been in place, at least from current observations. The logistical support for this fortress was remarkably comprehensive, far beyond what could be achieved in just a year or two. Wait, a height exceeding 3 meters. A moment of clarity suddenly illuminated Lu Yuming's mind. She immediately focused her X-ray vision, directing it at the upper levels of the airborne fortress for a meticulous scan. Indeed, she discovered a flaw. The flooring between the upper and lower levels was exceptionally thick, reinforced with a staggering 12 layers of composite steel plates. Beneath lies the armory, a repository brimming with munitions and volatile substances, reinforced with steel plating to mitigate the risk of explosions that could reverberate elsewhere. This structure appears reasonable, yet is easily overlooked. However, Lu Yunming's keen intuition detected an anomaly. She scrutinized the composite steel plates and observed the presence of soundproofing and shock-absorbent materials interspersed between them. Strikingly, these so-called soundproofing panels and shock-absorbent materials eluded her X-ray vision. The only plausible explanation is the infusion of lead into these materials. Lead's density and hardness render it unsuitable for blast-resistant composite steel plates, indicating a meticulously crafted ruse. In truth, it concealed an entirely unknown space enveloped by blast-resistant composite steel and lead, likely the office of Dreykov. This cunning old fox truly exemplifies craftiness. A slight smirk graced Lu Yunming's lips, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in her eyes. She realized that Dreykov had likely begun crafting his lead disguise the moment she, the super-heroine, entered the public eye. Such caution and cunning elicited her admiration. Yet, this also birthed a new dilemma. She could not ascertain whether Dreykov was ensconced within the office without forcefully breaching the premises. Should he be absent, such an action would undoubtedly alert this crafty old fox, prompting him to further conceal himself, possibly vanishing entirely from the public gaze. After a contemplative pause, Lu Yunming resolved to remain patient. She discreetly placed the miniature smart locator device, gifted by Tony Stark, upon the outer wall of the Red Room's aerial fortress, and then silently departed from the skies above Alaska. With the precise location now confirmed, her next course of action would be to orchestrate a flawless operation to dismantle this nefarious organization. Simultaneously, upon the Arctic tundra, the biting winds howled, and a tempest swept across the icy expanse, reducing visibility to a mere whisper. 3 icebreakers emblazoned with the Stark Industries emblem battled the ferocious gales, while 5 helicopters and 25 unmanned reconnaissance drones circled above, and a crimson gold suit of armor maneuvered adeptly through the blizzard. Sir, records indicate that Captain America, Steve Rogers, piloted a Hydra heavy bomber that crashed in the Arctic region in March 1945. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony Stark's ear. VS, HIDLD, had dispatched numerous search teams for a comprehensive sweep but had only uncovered fragments of the aircraft, with no trace of Steve Rogers' body. As Tony Stark piloted the 4 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, his gaze pierced through the visor, fixated on the frozen terrain below. His voice remained calm and resolute. Jarvis, continue scanning. Focus on that vibranium shield. Its metallic signature in the Arctic tundra is undoubtedly the most conspicuous signal. Jarvis's voice responded once more, Sir. Considering the unpredictable climate of the Arctic Ocean, including glacial melting, storms, and ocean currents, the environment must have undergone significant alterations. I recommend expanding the search radius at least tenfold. Tony nodded, maneuvering his armored suit to perform a rotation in the air as he continued to scan the icy expanse below. Since Lou had mentioned that Captain America was still alive, he firmly believed that this venerable figure must indeed be among the living, placing his trust in Lou's words. To this end, he was willing to invest a fortune in constructing a fleet for oceanic scientific exploration. Despite Jarvis's logical analysis, Tony's intuition insisted that Lu Yuming would not deceive him. In such frigid conditions, compounded by the effects of the super soldier serum, it was plausible that Captain America could have fallen into a state of cryostasis. Tony mused softly to himself that this old fellow might very well be hibernating within some ice mountain. However, The sheer vastness of the Arctic ice field rendered the search arduous and unyielding. After a full 10 days, aside from encountering a few rare fish and polar bears, Tony had made no significant progress. His mood gradually shifted towards agitation, bordering on despair. He let out a resigned sigh and continued to pilot his suit deeper into the Arctic expanse. "Lou, you certainly have a knack for getting me into trouble." He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. It was indeed a peculiar task for a renowned genius inventor, billionaire, and Iron Man to engage in such laborious endeavors, with the formidable woman being the first to demand it of him. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground base of the God Spear Bureau on the distant eastern continent, within the Electronic Information Processing Center, the director received alarming news. "We have discovered that the engine of Flight CY-3462 has been tampered with," reported an agent, the imposing figure of the Ravager appearing conspicuously out of place in the office. "Have we identified the perpetrator?" Zhang Xian asked, his gaze darkening as he stood before the glass of the observation platform, his sharp eyes piercing into the agent, demanding a response. "All undercover operatives have been silenced. The only message we received was a symbol," the Ravager replied expressionlessly, presenting an old brown paper envelope. Zhang Xian took the envelope, extracting the contents, his pupils narrowing in sudden realization. He then ignited the envelope and the paper within, watching them burn to ashes. "Remember, externally, this incident never occurred," Zhang Xian instructed sternly, fixing his gaze on the Ravager. "Internally, you shall conduct the investigation." After a moment of contemplation, he continued in a measured tone. "Understood." Simultaneously, in the secluded forests on the outskirts of St. Petersburg, Russia, a farm nestled in a depression lay extraordinarily quiet. Melina sat before her computer, meticulously adjusting the ratios and dosages of the neurochemical agents intended for brain control. Her demeanor was calm and focused, resembling a finely tuned machine. 13 years prior, after Alexei had obtained a mysterious biological code in ASHIELD lab in Ohio, Melina had commenced her research on electronic control of living organisms under Dreykov's directive. After years of experimentation, the first batch of Black Widow agents, governed by the special serum, had finally emerged triumphant. They were cold-blooded, efficient, and extraordinarily skilled, executing various assassination and infiltration missions under the serum's influence. This method of control, utilizing neural pathways, gradually supplanted the traditional psychological conditioning. Yet, within Melina, a tempest brewed. She had heard whispers of Natasha's betrayal, that she had been coerced by SHIELD to orchestrate an explosive assault against Dreykov. This news stirred a tumultuous complexity within her heart. Although she had once forged a false family with Natasha and Yelena for the sake of her work, Melina had genuinely lived alongside these two children. To claim that she felt no affection would be a falsehood, yet she dared not allow such emotions to overshadow her professional obligations. As a fellow widow and operative, she too had endured the harrowing experience of having her reproductive organs removed and being subjected to psychological manipulation and indoctrination. She comprehended all too well the torment that awaited these children. Yet, what could she do in the face of such anguish? Melina felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, the signal device on the table emitted a piercing alarm. Startled, Melina swiftly set aside her work and entered the room to retrieve a heavy sniper rifle, positioning it at the window as she scanned the distance. The alarm had been triggered, indicating an incursion around the farm. Her gaze sharpened, and her finger gently rested upon the trigger, poised for combat. However, just as she adjusted the scope, darkness enveloped her vision. She abruptly lifted her head, only to find that a blonde woman clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cape had materialized in the room. Smiling as she playfully covered the front of the scope, Melina's reflexes were lightning fast. She lunged forward, but her kick met only empty air. The blonde woman moved with an otherworldly grace, evading the strike with an impossible lateral motion. Melina quickly realized that the sniper rifle had inexplicably transformed into a twisted, deformed stick. Melina's heart raced in alarm. Only those with supernatural abilities could achieve such feats. "Relax, Melina. I mean you no harm," Lu Yongming said, raising her hands in a gesture of peace, a smile gracing her lips. A flicker of caution flashed in Melina's eyes. She understood that the woman before her was far from ordinary. Chapter 45. Waiting, Melina sat rigidly in her chair, her head bowed, intensely fixated on her fidgeting hands. An invisible pressure enveloped her, rendering her hesitant to raise her gaze. The atmosphere around her felt thick and suffocating, with only the sound of her rapid heartbeat echoing in her ears. She recognized the figure before her, a superheroine, the most prominent supernatural entity circulating on the internet. Rumors suggested that this superheroine possessed immense strength and a multitude of extraordinary abilities. Her form was impervious, instilling despair in any adversary who faced her. She had been a pivotal force in the Manhattan incident and the catastrophic event in the capital of the Eastern Kingdom. Numerous scientists coveted the superheroine's unparalleled power, eager to obtain her DNA for research, and the Red Room was no exception. Dreykov, the overseer of the Red Room, though envious of the superheroine might, refrained from recklessly deploying the Widow agent to confront her. Like a lurking vampire bat, he silently observed the superheroine, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After all, the Red Room stood no chance against her nearly invincible strength. Melina, a former Black Widow agent who had long since retreated from the field, now dedicated herself to research. She could not fathom why the superheroine would seek her out. However, the reason soon became apparent. At that moment, the farm's gate creaked open. Natasha stepped inside first, followed closely by the stout Alexei. "What?" Melina exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise as she stood up. She never imagined she would reunite with Alexei at this moment and in this place. In her memories, Alexei had been imprisoned in a secret Russian jail for offending Dreykov. And since then, he had vanished without a trace. "Oh, Melina, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly." As Alexei entered, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over to embrace Melina, his voice choked with emotion, as if he yearned to convey all his longings. Natasha, standing aside, wore a look of disdain, curling her lip. Had it not been for Lu Yunming mentioning that Yelena would be happy to see Alexei, she would never have ventured to the prison to rescue this buffoon. It was important to note that the Siberian prison was notorious for its harsh terrain and dreadful conditions. Heavily fortified, it took her considerable effort to pinpoint its exact location. All right, storming into a prison to rescue a hardened criminal was hardly necessary for her. All she needed was to prepare her escape tools and stand vigilant nearby. Her thoughts drifted back to the failed attempt to steal S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence in Ohio, when Alexei's family fled to an island airport, and 12-year-old Natasha and 5-year-old Yelena were handed over to Dreykov, subsequently enduring grueling training in the Red Room to become agents. Natasha had always harbored resentment towards Alexei for not preventing that incident, which led her to land a punch on his nose upon rescuing him from prison. Fortunately, Alexei, a participant in the Soviet super soldier program known as the Red Guardian, merely felt a sting from the blow and sustained no serious injury. Prison life had left Alexei despondent, faced with Natasha's punch. He merely chuckled and then rambled on about how much he missed everyone. "Lyun, I believe your plan is unnecessary. He will be of no use." Natasha harbored disdain for the affectionate display between Alexei and Melina. Approaching the doorway, she lamented, "With just the two of us, we could dismantle the Red Room without such unnecessary theatrics." Do you not wish to witness a confrontation between the Soviet Red Guardian and Captain America?" Li Yunming replied, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "You possess a rather morbid sense of humor," Natasha retorted. "For me, the priority lies in eliminating Dreykov, rescuing Yelena and the other widows, and obliterating the Red Room. Everything else pales in significance." She rolled her eyes, expressing her exasperation. "You are well aware of what those girls desire. Did you never imagine a superhero would come to your aid while you suffered in the Red Room?" Lu Yunming asked, her gaze narrowing with meaning. "I did. Perhaps someone like Captain America or this pig before us," Natasha responded with resignation, glancing at Alexei. Unlike Yelena, she had endured the Red Room long before her masquerade as a family member to gather intelligence. She once yearned for a blissful family, but that was merely an illusion. Not all of those memories are false. Often, one is trapped by circumstances, Li Yunming remarked, shrugging calmly. Melina dared not resist, while Alexei felt powerless to oppose. Yet, their loyalty to their nation merely resulted in indirect harm to children. Dreykov, however, who regarded human life as expendable, was utterly unforgivable and deserved severe punishment. "Very well. I hope Captain America pummels this pig into oblivion." Natasha cast a scornful glance at Alexei. In truth, she recognized the reluctance and helplessness reflected in Melina's eyes when she was taken by the Red Room. "Melina, this is the superheroine, formidable enough to keep former Soviet officials awake at night," Alexei declared, guiding Melina to Lu Yunming and whispering near her ear, "Do not provoke her. I cannot contend with her." He recalled how the superheroine effortlessly smashed through prison doors as if tearing through a mere sheet of paper, and then, with a brilliant beam of light from her eyes, split a sturdy watchtower in two while enduring RPG fire and anti-aircraft artillery. It was utterly astonishing. In comparison, Alexei even doubted the authenticity of his own supposed superpower. Listening to Alexei's words, Li Yunming nearly burst into laughter, finding his earnestness somewhat foolish. "I am not unaware," Melina replied softly with a smile. "When Tony Stark was kidnapped, the superheroine single-handedly eliminated the terrorists. The Red Room had been monitoring her since then. Later, she battled in space, decimating the enemies in New York, and heroically lifted a passenger plane to save lives. Her deeds are well known to the world." "Are you all intent on dismantling the Red Room?" Melina asked, gazing steadily at the group, her conviction evident. "That is where my nightmare began, and it shall be where it concludes, Melissa." Natasha's voice lowered, imbued with a sense of foreboding. "The superheroine moves at such speed that even radar cannot track her. The Red Room's defenses are of no consequence. She could obliterate it in mere minutes. Why seek my assistance? Melina spread her hands. A look of confusion etched on her face. She had studied the superheroine's capabilities and knew they far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. In truth, she wished to remain uninvolved in such matters and simply live a tranquil life. This is part of the plan. Yelena wishes to see you and me take action together, Alexei explained. Upon hearing about the plan, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards the children and decided to participate, as he had nowhere else to go. Being a hero didn't seem too bad. All right, I will join. Shall we depart now? Melina remained silent for a long while before finally responding with a hint of resignation. Observing the situation, she realized that refusing would likely leave her with no option but to comply. She was aware of the location of the Red Room's aerial base and desired to escape from it to rescue those girls. Previously, she believed Dreykov to be invincible. But now with a superhero as an ally, the circumstances had changed. She felt that her role might merely involve logistical support. No. We must wait for our teammates to arrive, Liyun casually remarked as she poured herself a glass of water and sank into the sofa. She needed to ascertain Dreykov's position at the Red Room's aerial fortress, as well as the whereabouts of Yelena and the other widows. Previous reconnaissance had failed to locate Yelena, indicating she had likely been dispatched elsewhere. Melina became increasingly puzzled. Was the superhero truly in need of other teammates? We are awaiting Captain America. Yelena has idolized him since childhood. His appearance would bring her great joy, Natasha said, gazing at Melina. Captain America is still alive? Melina stared wide-eyed, her expression one of disbelief. Who was unaware that Captain America fell in 1945? How could he possibly be alive now? He has not perished. He is frozen in some corner of the Arctic ice. The super soldier serum has slowed his metabolism to an almost negligible rate. Therefore, we simply need to find someone to thaw him out, Natasha stated flatly, succinctly relaying the information she heard from Tony Stark. Other matters seemed manageable. Yet this particular detail baffled her. It felt more like prophecy than intelligence. However, considering the advanced technology at Tony Stark's disposal, she refrained from further inquiries. Knowing the truth would soon reveal itself. We must hurry. Yelena is about to participate in her graduation assessment. Melina shot Natasha a surprised glance, but chose not to ask further, merely nodding and divulging the crucial information. Natasha's expression darkened instantly, as the brutal graduation assessments of the Red Room haunted her memory. Dreykov had thrown 20 girls into desolate places, providing supplies for only one, forcing them to turn against one another, and before graduation, he would remove their uterus and fallopian tubes. She did not want Yelena to endure such horrors. A bitter pang rose in Melina's heart as she recalled her time in the Red Room. Those moments of training and manipulation felt like an unending nightmare. Despite having left many years ago, those memories still clung to her like a shadow. Now, with the emergence of the superhero and the impending operation to dismantle the Red Room, her emotions were a tumultuous mixture. On one hand, she yearned to do something for those still trapped in the Red Room. On the other, she feared being drawn back into danger. Yet, seeing Natasha's resolute gaze and Alexei's earnest, albeit bumbling, demeanor, a sense of courage gradually welled up within her. Ultimately, the most significant aspect was that this time, Dreykov had encountered an immovable obstacle, or rather, this indomitable barrier had presented itself. Attracting the attention of the formidable taskmaster, Dreykov's luck had plummeted to an abysmal low. Natasha, standing nearby, observed Alexei and Melina, her thoughts wandering far away. Memories of the torment she endured alongside Yelena in the Red Room flooded her mind. Each training session, each injury felt like a scar etched into her very soul. Her hatred for Dreykov blazed like an unquenchable fire, never extinguished. This mission would demand that the Red Room atone for its myriad sins as she sought to rescue Yelena and her fellow sisters. Though she often expressed disdain for Alexei, a complex tapestry of emotions lingered deep within her heart. After all, they had once shared a fabricated family life, and while those memories were tinged with deception, they were not devoid of moments of joy. Liu Yunming sat silently on the sofa, keenly observing the reactions of those around her. She understood that this operation was not particularly challenging, yet Dreykov was anything but an easy adversary, cunning and ruthless in equal measure. Natasha's previous failure to eliminate Dreykov stemmed largely from his acute awareness of danger, having prepared a decoy in advance. The wait was agonizing, until the abrupt sound of a phone ringing shattered the silence. Chapter 46. The thought eyes pop. Hey, Lou, guess what I found? As soon as the call connected, Tony's impatient voice resonated, imbued with an unmistakable excitement. A vibranium shield emblazoned with a star? Liu Yunming slightly lifted her eyelids. Sitting up from the sofa, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she casually inquired. Come on, Lou, you've ruined the surprise. Tony's tone shifted, his voice escalating by an octave, clearly miffed. All right, my bad. Next time, I'll treat you to hot pot, Liu Yunming replied, shaking her head with amusement. Her tone laced with a soothing undertone. Fine, I want the spicy numbing broth, with plenty of fresh duck blood and lotus root. Tony's tone softened immediately, laced with a touch of anticipation. Ever since he savored authentic Sichuan hot pot at Lu Yuming's home, it had ascended to the second spot on his list of favorite foods, right after cheeseburgers. We unearthed an old ice pop, Captain America frozen in a block of ice. Along with a shield, Tony teased, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Fortunately, that old coot Steve Rogers is probably still alive, truly. A testament to the super soldier serum's prowess in crafting super warriors. All right, Tony, while Howard spoke highly of Steve, you are quite remarkable yourself, Lu Yuming quipped, a playful smirk adorning her face. No, I am superior, Tony hastily retorted, only to realize his folly moments later. Wait, Lu. How did you guess that my father praised the old ice pop? Only children resort to disparaging others to elevate themselves. Haha, Tony. Captain America has done anything to provoke you, Lu Yuming laughed, revealing a dazzling smile, her tone tinged with mischief. All right, I concede you were right, Tony admitted, slightly disgruntled yet unyielding. I'll thought him out now. I want to see if Captain America is truly as noble as they say. With their communication concluded, Lu Yuming tucked the special phone into the pocket of her battle suit. Discovering Captain America was splendid news. For the formal obliteration plan of the Red Room could now commence. The life of Steve Rogers is nothing short of legendary. His personal integrity is impeccable, making him the sole superhero in the Marvel Universe without a shadowed past. From a frail underdog to the formidable Captain America, he evolved into a beacon of hope for countless souls. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his life to safeguard his homeland, entombed in ice for decades, missing out on his one true love. Integrity, kindness, bravery, resilience, responsibility, sacrifice, and devotion are vividly embodied in Captain America. His character inspires every combatant, instilling unwavering faith in his teammates. Captain America does not merely possess the aura of equitably facing foes of any strength. Rather, it is his relentless effort that births miracles, even if those miracles are fleeting. The super soldier serum fortifies the body's genetics and physique, yet it cannot enhance the human spirit. Steve Rogers is undeniably a person of noble character and formidable inner strength. Such perfection can render him somewhat unpalatable to certain individuals who perceive Captain America as lacking authenticity. Nevertheless, in this world, he is undoubtedly the finest companion and a person one can trust implicitly. Lu Yuming, having traversed 5 years into the past, sought out Captain America, Steve Rogers, and forcibly altered the timeline. Although this could not mend past regrets, it would enable him to acclimate more swiftly to modern society. Ordinarily, Peggy Carter would have had 8 more years to live, perhaps affording Steve the opportunity to spend more time with his long-lost beloved. Have you found Captain America? Natasha inquired, stepping closer with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, you shall not regret meeting him, Lu Yuming replied, nodding with a meaningful tone. Natasha tilted her head, noncommittal, as she had heard numerous tales of Captain America prior to joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Her younger sister, Yelena, idolized him fervently. Nearby, Alexei, upon hearing this, became eager, sporting a rather naïve grin. Once political adversaries, as a former Soviet Red Guardian, he longed to engage on the battlefield against Captain America rather than lurking as a spy to pilfer classified documents, ultimately finding himself imprisoned for reasons unknown. A man should engage in direct combat, with the assistance of Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan, alongside the cutting-edge technology from Stark Industries. The process of thawing Captain America proceeded smoothly. However, Tony's activities in the Arctic did not entirely escape the scrutiny of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watchful eyes. The following day, Coulson arrived, eager to uncover what Tony had discovered in the Arctic, only to be deftly sidestepped by an excuse. Tony concocted a story about Stark Industries establishing a high-tech research station in the Arctic, compelling Coulson to return and report to Nick Fury. Lu Yuming was reluctant to allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to encounter Captain America so soon. Rather, he needed time to adapt to his surroundings and truly reveal himself on the forthcoming stage. It took merely 2 days for Steve Rogers to regain a normal heartbeat. A week later, within the confines of Tony's private medical facility, Steve slowly opened his eyes. Observing the figures gathered at his bedside, he wore an expression of bewilderment, abruptly sitting up and instinctively searching for his shield. Wait, Captain, please don't be alarmed. Let's refrain from any physical confrontation and communicate, Tony urged, stepping back and gesturing with his hands, anxious to avoid a confrontation. As he was unarmored and no match for a super soldier-enhanced Captain America, Steve remained stoic and silent, his muscles taut, eyes filled with vigilance as he continually surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. He soon discovered an array of advanced technologies he could not identify. The room was decorated in an avant-garde style, with many facilities whose names eluded him entirely. This led him to momentarily suspect that after crashing his plane into the ocean, He had fallen into the hands of Hydra. For in early 1945, World War II had yet to conclude, and Hydra had not been completely vanquished. Greetings, Captain. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I will proceed to elucidate the situation, after which you may take your time to verify. Please remain calm, if you will. Lu Yunming stepped forward, her tone gentle. Steve, captivated by the strikingly beautiful young woman before him, tightened his fists, becoming increasingly vigilant. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed an instinctive premonition that he could not triumph over her. Although she appeared youthful, an aura of gravitas enveloped her, akin to a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. His body, enhanced by the super soldier serum, was incessantly sending alerts, warning him that this young woman was exceedingly dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, maintaining a defensive posture on the hospital bed, ready to spring into action at any moment. Lu Yunming offered a faint smile before commencing her account of the events. In 1945, Captain Rogers piloted a Hydra bomber, forcibly crashing into the North Atlantic, thwarting Hydra's nefarious plot to deploy nuclear weapons against cities. That same year marked the conclusion of World War II, as the German Nazis and the Japanese surrendered unconditionally. By 1949, SHIELD was officially established, with Peggy Carter and Howard Stark among its founders, remaining actively engaged in their duties. During this time, they expended considerable resources in search of Steve Rogers, ultimately to no avail. This failure resulted in Captain America remaining in a state of suspended animation for over 60 years, only recently resurfacing. Upon learning of his prolonged slumber, Rogers was incredulous. He stood, intending to prove this was a dreadful deception. Yet the modern cityscape outside left him utterly speechless. I missed a date. After some time, a despondent Steve uttered his first words upon awakening. He had come to accept the stark reality before him, despite its surreal nature. It is indeed unfortunate, Captain, but one must look to the future, is that not so? Lu Yunming maintained her distance, speaking softly. Thank you for rescuing me. Steve turned, wishing to salute, but considering that those before him were not military personnel, he opted for a slight bow instead, solemnly expressing his gratitude. Indeed, it was Tony Stark who found you and brought you to safety, Lu Yunming said, pulling Tony, who had been lingering in the background, forward with a smile. His father is Howard Stark. I believe you are quite familiar with him. Steve gazed at the middle-aged Tony, recognizing Howard's features in him. He was taken aback by how much Tony had grown. How is Howard? He inquired, the notion of his old friend's son appearing to be older than himself feeling rather peculiar. My father has been deceased for many years, Tony replied, a hint of discomfort in his tone, proudly countering, Captain, you merely appear youthful. In reality, you are a 90-year-old man. I am simply precocious. I am sorry, Rogers remarked, raising an eyebrow, sensing an inexplicable hostility emanating from his old friend's son. However, his mind was in disarray, leaving him little time to ponder these matters. During the years of slumber, he had missed out on countless experiences. The war had triumphed, and familiar faces had vanished from his sight. Friends had passed away, and his beloved had aged. Initially, he intended to visit Peggy immediately, but the thought of her being in her 90s suddenly engulfed him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Failing to keep a promise felt like a grave misstep, and Steve was uncertain how to confront the woman he cherished. Beside him, Natasha exchanged glances with Alexei, her eyes clearly conveying, "You fool, can't you assess the situation and refrain from causing a disturbance?" Alexei appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he complied, aware that Captain America was on the verge of awakening. After all, he had donned the Red Guardian's battle attire for this very moment. Melina cast her gaze towards the ceiling, feigning ignorance, as anyone could discern the folly of proposing a duel at such a time. Captain, your awakening serves a purpose. Lu Yunming approached with a serious tone. What do you require of me? Steve nodded, adopting a grave demeanor as he inquired directly. Finally, they were addressing the crux of the matter. He could not believe that they had excavated him from the Arctic merely for photographs and autographs. We initially intended for you to recuperate for a month, but regrettably, time waits for no one. There are those who await your rescue, Lu Yunming stated with utmost solemnity, leaving no room for ambiguity. Chapter 47. The assault begins subsequently. Lu Yunming meticulously elaborated on the intelligence concerning the clandestine Soviet organization known as the Red House, encompassing its historical evolution and origins. These details emerged distinctly from the fragments of her memory. The scope of the Red House's operations was extensive, including assassination, infiltration, intelligence gathering, financial disruption, and the manipulation of certain state officials. This organization posed a significant global threat, its malevolence rivaling that of the infamous Hydra. This was precisely the compelling reason to dismantle this secretive agency. I concur. The Red House indeed must be eradicated, Captain Rogers stated resolutely after a brief silence. The notion that a cadre of formidable female operatives, proficient in assassination and various specialized skills, could be lurking nearby made him profoundly uneasy. This stood in stark contrast to the ideals of peace and freedom that Captain America championed. Moreover, if action were not taken promptly, more innocent girls would be coerced into joining this inhumane organization, an outcome Steve absolutely could not bear to witness. Was it not his purpose in enlisting to defeat Nazi Germany and ensure that the populace could enjoy a life of peace and security? Excellent, Captain. I have prepared a specialized combat suit for you, Tony declared proudly, unabashedly, before clapping his hands. Jarvis, please present the suit to Captain America. Yes, sir, responded Jarvis in its mechanical voice as a metallic door in the private medical facility's testing room slid open, revealing a transparent glass case being wheeled out. Lu Yunmeng glanced at the blue, white, and red ensemble within the case, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly remarkable, Tony. The attire you designed is both aesthetically pleasing and highly functional." This combat suit had been commissioned by her after locating Captain Rogers, crafted from the same resilient material as her homeland's battle apparel, heat-resistant, bulletproof, durable, and remarkably flexible. "Oh!" "In this shield," Tony exclaimed, tapping his forehead and unveiling a familiar vibranium shield draped under a black cloth on the table. "My father fashioned this for you. We unearthed it from the ice along with you, and it should serve you well." While Tony coveted the vibranium material, regrettably, its supply was limited. Jarvis had yet to identify any vibranium deposits on the African continent, and currently, the Iron Man suit could only utilize a titanium alloy, which lacked the durability and defensive capabilities of vibranium. "Thank you, Stark," Steve nodded in appreciation toward Tony. He ran his fingers over the star-emblazoned red, white, and blue shield, seemingly rekindling that exhilarating sense of purpose. "What are we waiting for? Let us commence our mission." Steve's gaze hardened with determination. As long as he remained steadfast in the pursuit of justice, his fervor would never wane. "Captain, you may need to undertake some recovery training, after all. Your body has just awakened from cryogenic suspension, and you may experience issues with stamina," Natasha suggested, furrowing her brow with rational concern. The widow of the Red Room and the formidable defense forces are exceptionally skilled, in a certain sense. They present an even greater challenge than the soldiers of Nazi Germany and Hydra. Steve pondered this for a moment and found it to be quite reasonable. Having never engaged in combat with post-World War II adversaries of the 21st century, he was unaware of the formidable strength of these opponents. If Natasha's assertions held true, then he indeed needed to acclimate to the current combat landscape. Over the next 3 days, Tony opened Stark Industries' training grounds and enlisted numerous elite bodyguards from the security team to assist Captain America in regaining his edge. Natasha also participated, but after a few sparring sessions, she conceded defeat. She felt that Steve's strength was overwhelming. His grappling techniques were ineffective against him. Moreover, Steve's resilience and recovery capabilities were extraordinary. The super soldier serum had endowed him with a robust physique, allowing him to bounce back swiftly from several heavy blows. Yet, as an opponent, Captain America's fists were a veritable nightmare. Natasha herself was an elite among the Black Widow agents, with striking resilience and agility that far surpassed that of an average person. However, during the practice sessions, she inadvertently received a kick to her abdomen, nearly losing her breath. And this was with Steve holding back. She concluded that in close-quarters combat, Captain America possessed an innate advantage, rendering the Red Room's widow and defense forces unlikely to pose a genuine threat to him. Interestingly, Alexei also joined the training sessions. He refrained from revealing his true capabilities and instead faced Steve as a sparring partner, resulting in a thorough beating that left him struggling to rise for quite some time. Despite both being recipients of the super soldier serum, there was a significant disparity in combat experience and tenacity between the two. Melina, Tony, and Lu Yunmeng did not participate. Although Melina also hailed from a Black Widow background, she had not engaged in genuine combat for quite some time, primarily focusing on research. Tony was self-aware enough to know that his meager skills would lead to a quick defeat. As for donning his mark armor, he held a sense of pride, refusing to bully an elderly opponent. Lu Yunmeng's capabilities were far beyond mere combat techniques, even without employing her biological transformation magic. Her sheer physical prowess combined with her ethereal super speed rendered all present inadequate to challenge her. Perhaps only an enraged Hulk could match her in combat. Simultaneously, Jarvis utilized satellite surveillance and signal locators affixed to the Red Room's airborne fortress to pinpoint Yelena's location, ensuring no unforeseen incidents arose. Finally, after 3 days, sir, I have intercepted communications indicating that Miss Yelena is about to undertake her graduation exam from the Red Room. They are planning to dispatch a group of Black Widow trainees to the Siberian tundra. Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated in the communication earpiece. "Luyan, we must take action now," Tony stated gravely as he reviewed the satellite feedback. "Captain Rogers, are you prepared?" Lu Yunmeng asked, her expression inscrutable as she glanced towards Steve, who was wiping sweat off his brow at the training ground. Captain America's robust physique radiated explosive power, strikingly prominent under the lights, prompting Natasha to steal a few glances. Melina's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving Alexei feeling rather disgruntled. What? I'm merely observing. Melina raised an eyebrow and shrugged with a hint of annoyance. Humph, I was equally brawny in my prime, Alexei muttered under his breath, casting a glance at his own protruding belly, ultimately resolving to embark on a weight-loss journey. I'm ever ready, Steve declared resolutely, tossing the towel into the basket. Even though he had just awakened from cryogenic suspension and his body had yet to regain peak condition, he felt capable of enduring a day with these criminals. Tony assembled the 4 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, equipping it with an external parts package designed for firepower suppression. Natasha donned the Widow's Bite, a pair of high-tech gloves capable of launching tear gas, electric shocks, and miniature explosives. She also carried a pair of NA Guardian pistols, compact, metallic, and chambered in .38 caliber. They were easily concealable and offered formidable penetration, specifically tailored for female operatives. Melina's gear was akin to Natasha's, with the distinction that she wielded an electric baton. The plan this time involved deceiving the Red Room's guards to infiltrate the aerial fortress, hence her equipment was comparatively simple. With so many superheroes present, there was no need for unnecessary complications. Her task was merely to confirm Dreykov's identity and location, subsequently collaborating with Iron Man to breach the aerial fortress's central control system from the outside. Alexei requested a large-caliber shotgun and a shield crafted from a gold-titanium alloy from Tony. Despite losing a sparring match, he was determined to reclaim his honor during this operation. Once everyone was prepared, they boarded the new Quinjet developed by Stark Industries. Given that armed helicopters could not reach the altitude of the Red Room's aerial fortress, and fighter jets were unsuitable for personnel transport, Tony activated this latest military innovation designed to exploit government resources. The Quinjet's inspiration originally stemmed from the British Harrier jump jet of the 1960s. In the 1980s, SHIELD, NASA, and the United States Air Force collaborated on a project to recover the Tesseract, culminating in the ambitious Pegasus project. Howard Stark, as one of the founders of SHIELD, also participated in this research initiative. The Quinjet emerged as one of the technological marvels of this endeavor. Though Howard passed away in 1995, the technological legacy he left within Stark Industries was undeniably substantial. Leveraging his genius, Tony undertook comprehensive upgrades based on the earliest prototype of the Quinjet. Thus, this groundbreaking multifunctional aircraft was born. Although it bore resemblance to the Quinjet employed by SHIELD, its technological development diverged in focus. Whereas the Pegasus project prioritized formidable firepower and combat capabilities, Stark Industries emphasized the aircraft's functionality. After announcing the closure of the weapons development department, Tony Stark decided to divest Stark Industries' military sector, selling it off to other defense giants. The warehouse, however, still retained a substantial stock of these specialized fighter jets. With the Tesseract currently in the possession of SHIELD, the Quinjet faced a temporary technological impasse. Lacking critical breakthroughs and refinements, its actual combat capabilities paled in comparison to the F-22 Raptor and F-35. Nonetheless, it proved to be an excellent choice for transporting special teams to raid the Red Room. Prior to departure, Dr. Banner sought out Liu Yunming to inquire whether Hulk's assistance was necessary for the operation. Liu Yunming felt that although Hulk could communicate, he resembled a large, impulsive child, prone to agitation and difficult to control. If the Green Giant were to storm the Red Room base, the inevitable outcome would be the aerial fortress reduced to scrap metal. She wished to retain the utility of the base's facilities, hence she graciously declined Banner's offer. High above Alaska, at the Red Room base, a fortress of steel in the sky, Dreykov sat comfortably at his desk, savoring a cigar and sipping red wine. Despite the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the Red Room had developed over the years, training Black Widow agents who now spanned the globe. The advent of biological control agents allowed Dreykov to manipulate the lives and deaths of these covert operatives with a mere click of a button on his computer system. He could execute any ambition, seizing oil and gas resources, profiting from war, inflating gold prices, assassination, infiltration, espionage, and even toppling the governments of small nations. Dreykov resembled an ancient tyrant, cloaked in shadow, wielding power over everything. He relished this sense of dominion. The dissolution of the Soviet Union had nurtured Dreykov's ambitions. He no longer confined himself to serving the state. Instead, he aspired to build a dark empire of his own design. Following Natasha Romanoff's betrayal and the bombing assassination, Dreykov became increasingly cautious, tightening his grip over his agents. Initially, he intended to activate a manhunt for the traitor Natasha, but upon learning of her affiliation with SHIELD, he opted to postpone his plans. At this stage, the Red Room's influence was not yet formidable enough to confront such a colossal organization head-on. He needed to progress gradually, amassing more power and controlling more individuals before recalibrating his strategies. General, a new batch of trainees is prepared for their graduation examination. Do you wish to observe the proceedings? A guard, clad in tactical combat gear and wearing a helmet and mask, entered respectfully to inquire. In previous years, Dreykov had taken a keen interest in each trainee who successfully survived the graduation exam to become a true Black Widow. Moreover, he harbored a peculiar penchant for witnessing these young women engage in brutal combat for survival. The plan proceeds as usual. I shall not attend in person. Simply relay the surveillance feed to me, Dreykov replied, his expression stoic, his voice low. Understood, General. The guard saluted sharply. One more thing, General. The Iron Lady has sent a request to land, stating she needs to report something to you in person. What is it? Drake frowned in confusion and inquired. Melina Vostok, who had undergone the Red Room training program 4 times, was a loyal agent under his command and one of the few Black Widows who had not been subjected to the biological control serum. The specifics remained unclear, but it was merely stated that it pertained to resolving issues regarding the suppression limits of the biological agent. The guard replied candidly. Chapter 48. Overwhelming. Dreykov fell into a brief reverie, untroubled by the prospect of Melina's betrayal. After all, even without the injection of biochemical agents to control neural pathways, his pheromone suppression technology was sufficient to prevent his Black Widows from turning against him. Anyone who had inhaled his unique sin over time found it increasingly difficult to harm him. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Was there a hidden agenda behind Melina's application to enter the aerial fortress just before the trainees were to undertake their graduation examinations? After much deliberation, he authorized her entry and ordered the activation of the Mimic Master. Dreykov, meticulous by nature, always planned ahead to guard against unforeseen circumstances. As you command, General. The guard saluted before departing the office. Dreykov stood alone at the window, gazing out at the sky, enveloped in silence. Soon, a figure clad in a specially designed suit and helmet pushed open the office door. Simultaneously, above Alaska, Stark Industries' Quinjet, like a graceful eagle, soared through the clouds, swiftly reaching its designated airspace. Jarvis, we are fully penetrating the main control system of the Red Room, but we require Melina's cooperation from within to seize complete control of the aerial fortress system. Tony communicated through the comm channel, his tone laced with disdain for Soviet technology. Honestly, I cannot comprehend why such an advanced anti-gravity system would be paired with such primitive propellers. This floating technology, while seemingly impressive, is in fact rudimentary, and the central control system is rather outdated. If I were to design it, this contraption would not be so easily infiltrated. Understood. We now await Melina's signal. I will engage the external defenses and aircraft of the fortress. Tony, ensure the power system remains stable and does not plummet. Steve and Alexei will launch a frontal assault, while Natasha covers the rear. The 3 of you must neutralize the guards of the Red Room and control those Black Widow agents affected by the neurotoxin, who are unable to act independently. Liu Yumin's eyes shimmered with a white glow as she employed her X-ray vision to meticulously assess the situation within the aerial fortress, issuing commands with unwavering precision. Received, came the synchronized response from all parties over the channel. Steve Rogers, clad in a specially designed suit and wielding his shield, stood in the rear compartment of the Quinjet, occasionally casting a glance at the composed Liu Yumin, as if he had something to say. Captain, if you have any thoughts, please voice them, but it would be best to do so before we commence our operation, Liu Yumin remarked, having keenly sensed Steve's gaze. I believe it is too perilous for you to engage the fortress's external defenses alone. Steve candidly expressed his concerns. Since awakening, he had come to know his teammates, realizing that not all hailed from the government or military. Most of them operate outside official regulation, yet they voluntarily unite as superheroes driven by noble character, seeking justice and fairness. Steve is not well acquainted with the current American government, thus he remains silent regarding their actions taken without proper reporting to the relevant authorities. However, he has gained a general understanding of his teammates' abilities. Tony excels in mechanical engineering, donning his iron suit, capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Natasha Romanoff, once a secret agent trained by the Red Room of the former Soviet Union, now serves the S.H.I.E.L.D. Melina, also a product of the Red Room, has been turned and possesses exceptional combat skills and scientific talent. Most concerning to him is Alexei, a portly middle-aged man with a bushy beard, who is none other than the Red Guardian, the Soviet equivalent of Captain America. Alexei has been injected with the super soldier serum. While he may lack in combat experience and skill, his strength far surpasses that of an ordinary human. The only enigma remains Liu Yiming, a strikingly beautiful young woman about whom Steve knows nothing. He does not oppose the mission to dismantle the Red Room's covert operations. Rather, he fears that these individuals with extraordinary powers may underestimate their own limits, placing themselves in peril during combat. During this period, Steve has focused on regaining his physical fitness while meticulously studying relevant intelligence, becoming well-versed in the data regarding the Red Room's airborne fortress, particularly its formidable external defenses, which have left a profound impression on him. He estimates that this aerial stronghold could easily withstand the most advanced formations of the American F-22 Raptor fighter jets. Furthermore, the Red Room is equipped with dozens of advanced Quinjet fighters, undeniably a terrifying aerial arsenal that even he would struggle to confront without support. This predicament can be traced back to Obadiah. The Quinjet aircraft utilized by the Red Room bear an uncanny resemblance to the latest products from Stark Industries' weapon development division. Following Tony's invention of this product, Obadiah hastily began peddling it, disregarding the buyer's identity as long as they offered payment. Witnessing Liu Yuming preparing to face such overwhelming firepower alone, Steve felt it was utterly inappropriate, believing that at the very least, Tony Stark should provide assistance. Haha, Liu. You were underestimated, Tony remarked with a mischievous grin. Captain, this society evolves rapidly. There are matters you may not fully grasp. I can only say, you do not comprehend what true power is. Liu Yuming's strength is evident to the entire world, yet this newly awakened Captain America remains oblivious. I concur with Tony. Captain Rogers, we are no longer in the era of World War II. Many aspects are beyond the comprehension of even the most elite agents among us, including her. Natasha interjected calmly, nodding towards Liu Yuming. Brother, you needn't worry. She is strong, how shall I put it? Strong beyond your imagination, Alexei chuckled, draping an arm around Steve's shoulder. In his view, doubting anyone is permissible, but not doubting Wonder Woman, she is truly extraordinary. Had such a formidable presence existed in the United States during the Cold War, the former Soviet Union might have surrendered long ago. Enough, do not bully the elderly man who has just awakened. Captain, you may not have the opportunity to go online in the coming days, but I will send you a video later, and you will comprehend everything. Tony patted Steve's arm, flashing a broad smile. Steve scratched his head awkwardly, feeling as though he was being isolated. He indeed knew very little about the developments of modern society, and a surge of intense curiosity welled up within him. He also realized that the individuals before him were entirely different from the members of the Howling Commandos he once knew. They would not heed his commands without question. Captain Rogers, you have served in the military and experienced the horrors of war. You should understand that unfounded suspicion is the bane of the battlefield. Perhaps you should try to trust us, even if we are not your comrades in life and death, Liu Yuming said, extending her fist to gently tap Steve's shoulder, raising an eyebrow as she spoke. All right, I understand, Steve replied, slightly disheartened. He felt as though he truly was out of touch with society, out of place. Nevertheless, he resolved that should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the mission, he would do everything in his power to assist his teammates. Sir, we have received Miss Molina's signal. At that moment, Jarvis's voice echoed once more. Okay, the operation commences, Steve declared, his expression serious. After all, he was a soldier, and it was unanimously decided that Captain America would be responsible for the tactical command of this mission. Captain, watch me. Liu Yuming flashed a mysterious smile at Steve. And then, like a bolt of lightning, she swiftly soared out of the rear cabin of the aircraft, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. She can fly? Steve stood frozen, gazing incredulously at the others. He had only seen Liu Yuming clad in a specially designed bodysuit, devoid of any weaponry, not even a parachute. Captain Rogers? She is capable of far more than just flying. Natasha pointed to the Quinjet's display screen, her tone laden with meaning. In the next moment, everyone, including Steve, were witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Liu Yuming hovered before the steel fortress, coldly surveying the disarray below, where alarms blared and guards scrambled, while heavy anti-aircraft fire repositioned to take aim. Her emerald eyes shimmered with a faint white light as mutated energy surged from her pores, enveloping her form in an ever-expanding embrace. The white energy thickened, nearly taking on a tangible form, radiant and dazzling like blazing flames. As time passed, the surrounding air twisted in various degrees. She suddenly widened her eyes, the blinding white light illuminating the scene. With a mere thought, hundreds, if not thousands, of energy entities separated from her being, swiftly dispersing outward. In an instant, they encircled the airborne fortress in a flawless 360-degree perimeter. The illusion of Icon's form activated. Countless superwomen floated in the air, blotting out the sun, the spectacle utterly breathtaking. Both those still aboard the aircraft and Dreykov, who was monitoring the news and surveillance, were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape. You must be joking. How is this even possible? Steve stared blankly at the screen, unable to suppress the urge to gaze out the cabin window, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion or if the machinery had malfunctioned. Well, Captain, we certainly did not anticipate that Liu had this trick up her sleeve, cloning, or something else entirely. I'm utterly bewildered, Tony exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment and disbelief. This was not a skill one would expect from a comic book superhero, and Liu Yuming had never demonstrated such an ability before. It was evidently a new superpower. Jarvis, could you analyze the source of this energy? Tony's insatiable curiosity ignited as he urgently inquired. Sir, I am unable to determine the energy source of Miss Liu. The elemental energy constituting the clones does not exist within the confines of the periodic table, Jarvis replied after scouring all available databases. Even with the aggregation of the world's most advanced data, no relevant information surfaced. Captain, I cannot ascertain the full extent of Liu's abilities. But the majority of the populace refers to her as a female Superman. Natasha observed the multitude of figures on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, she sincerely believed that Nick Fury's decision to elevate the security threat level concerning the female Superman was remarkably prescient. Are you referring to the superhero from the comics? Steve asked, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, the files of S.H.I.E.L.D. document that the female Superman's powers bear a striking resemblance to those of the comic book superhero, albeit with slight variations in intensity. Natasha nodded in explanation. So is this cloning also a superpower of hers? Steve furrowed his brow, clearly sensing something amiss. It shouldn't be, I suppose. Natasha replied with a wry smile. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files would require updating once more. All right, enough chatter. It's time for action. The slightly boastful voice of Liu Yunming echoed through the earpiece. The group exchanged glances, ultimately resolving to proceed without hesitation. After all, this was their teammate. Chapter 49, The Night Raid on Widow Village in the aerial fortress of the Red House, within the confines of his office. Dreykov resembled a beast cornered and driven to desperation. His fury knew no bounds as he violently shattered the glass objects surrounding him, sweeping the items from his desk to the ground in a frenzied attempt to release the overwhelming fear that surged within him like a tidal wave. The sudden appearance of Supergirl had utterly blindsided him. Her formidable strength and indomitable physique were truly terrifying. With 30,000 regular troops and special forces in Manhattan rendered utterly powerless against her, the relentless barrage of bullets fell like rain. Yet none even grazed the hem of her attire, an absurdity beyond belief. Tanks and helicopters stood before her, fragile as though crafted from paper, easily torn asunder. According to the analyses conducted by the Red House's scientific division, Supergirl's abilities likely stemmed from an extraordinary genetic mutation. She could not possibly be a Kryptonian, as such a planetary civilization did not exist in this world. Yet, she possessed a strength that overshadowed even that of Superman. The Red House was utterly incapable of contending with such a being, and Dreykov had never entertained the notion of provoking her. However, today, Supergirl had unexpectedly appeared outside the aerial fortress, conjuring thousands of identical clones that encircled the entire base, leaving no escape. At this moment, Dreykov's mind was a tumult of confusion. Should he deploy the Black Widow squad or summon the base's security forces? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he self-deprecatingly dismissed it. What a joke. She was Supergirl, after all. Dreykov envisioned a peaceful dialogue, attempting to resolve the situation through negotiation. He firmly believed that as long as one was human, there would inevitably be needs. Even Superman was not exempt. Hadn't the comic book Superman once lost his suburban villa to a bank auction for failure to pay rent? Wealth, power, luxury cars, opulent homes. Surely even offering Supergirl a few male models could pave the way for a conversation, providing a glimmer of hope. But who could have anticipated that before he could issue the command to disarm and cease fire, the guards, unadministered with chemical control agents, would panic and pull the trigger? In an instant, the closed defense artillery of the aerial fortress activated, entering a rapid-fire mode. Various weapons accurately targeted the floating Supergirl. However, the outcome plunged him into unfathomable despair. The immense firepower, capable of leveling a small town within a minute, could not even graze Supergirl's form. Bullets and shells struck her, merely creating ripples of invisible energy. Then, simultaneously, the eyes of thousands of Supergirl clones ignited with a dazzling white light, and scorching rays swept in from all directions like a tempest. All aerial weaponry of the steel fortress, including the recently launched Quinjet, was instantly severed into molten scrap. The continuous explosions thundered deafeningly, reverberating through the skies. Dreykov was utterly deranged. The defensive forces he had prided himself on had not withstood even a second. It was you, Melina. You betrayed me. You brought Supergirl here. Dreykov fixed his gaze intently on Melina, his voice a furious growl. He was convinced that the woman of steel had come specifically for the Red Room. Yet he remained perplexed as to her motives. After all, the agents under the Red Room's control had never provocatively challenged her. In truth, the aerial fortress had long been discovered by her. I am merely a bait, Melina remarked, raising her hands in a gesture of indifference, her demeanor calm and composed. When the woman of steel had approached with Natasha and Alexei, she had indeed been taken aback and initially wished to remain uninvolved. However, the allure of escaping the Red Room was simply too great, especially with such formidable allies at her side, leading her to believe that Dreykov would be utterly defenseless against them. What could the woman of steel possibly intend? Dreykov suppressed his mounting fury, moderating his tone as he inquired, "Can you not discern the truth? She aims to obliterate the Red Room organization, Melina replied, reclining in her armchair. Her tone steady and devoid of apprehension. In her estimation, a man as astute as Drakov should not pose such a foolish question. Why? The Red Room has never antagonized the Woman of Steel. We have had no prior interaction. Drakov exclaimed, exasperation causing him to nearly leap from his seat. His mind swirling with confusion. It is akin to passing by a household with no enmity and deciding to demolish their home. Only a madman would act thus. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps she disapproves of the Red Room's actions. After all, she came to me with Natasha, Melina replied. Her expression serene as she shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the matter. Natasha? That wretched traitor. I raised her, taught her the art of combat, provided her with a home. How could she betray me so? Drakov erupted in fury, his hands pounding on the desk. Had he known this day would come, he would have defied S-H-I-E-L-D and eliminated Natasha at the outset, instead of inviting a threat far more terrifying than S-H-I-E-L-D itself. Well, I am weary of your pretentious posturing. I may meet my demise, but many shall accompany me to the grave. If that is the case, let us see who holds greater power. Drakov's expression turned frigid and malevolent as he spoke. He approached the desk, yanked open a drawer, revealing a touchscreen display panel. He glided his ring across the screen, and a world map materialized on the large display in the office. The points of white light scattered across the globe represented the grand designs and plans of the Red Room. Today, Drakov intended to activate the Black Widows distributed worldwide, allowing the world to witness the true nature of madness. He had never been known for his good temper and was eager to see if the Woman of Steel could bear to watch innocent lives fall victim to his wrath. However, curiously, Melina remained unperturbed, her expression still placid as a still lake, which left Drakov in a state of deep confusion. Understand this, with the press of a button. The Black Widows across the globe will unleash a veritable storm of bloodshed. They will devastate oil fields, dismantle military installations, and even assassinate presidents and high-ranking officials of various nations. Drakov narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Melina as he spoke. Melina leisurely picked up a glass of whiskey, taking a delicate sip as she nonchalantly responded. Meanwhile, within the training room of the Red Room high-altitude fortress, a group of Black Widows gathered, preparing for their daily training. The base was in a state of chaos, with alarms blaring sharply and incessantly. They exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding situation. Typically, the Black Widows would maintain a regular state until Drakov issued the command to activate the chemical control. What is happening? Yelena asked, her expression one of bewilderment, turning to the person beside her. I'm not sure. It seems the base has been breached, another Black Widow replied uncertainly. Really? What should we do? A Black Widow standing at the door inquired, astonished. Without any operational orders, we can only remain on standby. Perhaps this is merely a drill. Yelena scratched her head in frustration, feeling quite bored. Since being captured here, she had spent over a decade, and now at the age of 16. Her life felt like a dream, transforming from an innocent girl into a well-trained agent. The naive dreams she once harbored had long been obliterated by the harshness of her training. Now, she yearned solely to step outside, to explore the world beyond, and to enjoy a couple of glasses of vodka. That false family had gifted her with some beautiful childhood memories. However, upon waking from the dream, the cruel truth surged upon her like a relentless tide. Yelena wondered when she might see her sister Natasha again, having heard that she had successfully defected, which was splendid news. Even to this day, Natasha's record remained unmatched within the Red Room, excelling in both combat skills and survival capabilities. Perhaps everyone understood that the institution was merely a ruse devised to extract state secrets, yet Yelena continued to believe that the bond of kinship had genuinely existed. With no mission directives, a dozen Black Widows sat in the center of the training room, idly chatting away. In the execution of their tasks, they were ruthless assassins. But in moments of normalcy, they were simply a group of young girls. Yelena, do you have a favorite superhero? One of the cute girls, named Elo here, asked curiously. Of course, Captain America, Yelena replied with pride. How strange, you are clearly Slavic, yet you do not favor the Soviet captain but rather adore Captain America. Another Black Widow inquired, perplexed. Captain America embodies integrity, bravery, and resilience, and he does not shy away from sacrifice. Why should I not admire him? That Soviet captain is nothing but a fool and a scoundrel. Just thinking of him irritates me. Yelena rolled her eyes, her displeasure evident. She had grown up in Ohio, having heard many tales about Captain America. In the critical moments of World War II, it was Captain America who valiantly led the Howling Commandos against the German Nazi Hydra organization, a tale meticulously chronicled in literature. Young Yelena, grappling with an inner sense of insecurity, found strength in Captain America's story, emboldening her to confront life's challenges. As for the Soviet captain, was he not merely the foolish Alexei? How could he possibly be compared to the fearless and valiant Captain America? Yelena scoffed dismissively. Well, I prefer Superman, she remarked. Have you heard of the recent emergence of a female Superman? My goodness, she is both beautiful and powerful, capable of lifting a commercial airliner with her bare hands. That's a weight exceeding 100 tons. Elohai's eyes sparkled with dreamy admiration as if she were lost in a delightful reverie. Superman, after all, is a fictional character from comic books, devoid of real existence. Nevertheless, from a feminine perspective, the female Superman indeed possesses a striking and heroic demeanor. Yelena nodded solemnly in agreement, then stroked her chin and continued. However, Captain America wields no superpowers. He earned his heroic title as an ordinary man. The female Superman must be a formidable supernatural being, fundamentally different from Captain America. Come on, Captain America is a participant in the Super Soldier program, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. How can one claim he lacks superpowers? The petite blonde girl queried, her face a mask of confusion. That exoskeleton suit is undeniably impressive. But Tony Stark is notoriously a cad, Yelena retorted without mercy. I truly wish all superheroes could form a team, but alas, reality is often cruel. Elohai sighed in resignation. The female Superman and Iron Man are acquainted. They even attended a Stark Industries press conference together. Yet my idol, Captain America, has long since sacrificed himself, making such a combination seem unattainable. Yelena wrinkled her nose, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. However, just as her words faded, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The training room's door appeared to have suffered a violent collision with a speeding train, splintering into fragments. A figure clad in a red, blue, and white uniform, wielding a shield, burst into the training room like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 50. The death of Dreykov. A tremendous force suddenly collided with the heavy, bulletproof glass door, resulting in a resounding crash. The door shattered into countless sharp fragments that scattered like hidden weapons in every direction. This unexpected commotion, akin to thunder on a clear day, instantly startled all the Black Widow trainees within the room. Instinctively, they swiftly seized nearby weapons, their eyes filled with vigilance as they fixated on the intruder. Before long, the leader, Yelena, widened her eyes in astonishment. The newcomer donned a tight-fitting costume adorned in red, white, and blue, wielding the iconic five-pointed shield. With a robust physique and handsome features, this figure was undeniably familiar and reminiscent of cherished memories. Are you impersonating Captain America? Yelena inquired cautiously. Her voice tinged with a hint of wariness, yet the excitement was unmistakably evident in her gaze. Is today April Fool's Day? Has God answered my heartfelt call by sending me an American hero? However, a moment's reflection led her to ponder the implausibility of such a scenario. Surely, the Red Room was up to some new antics, perhaps a novel training exercise. Nevertheless, even if this individual were a mere imitation, the striking resemblance stirred a flicker of joy within her. Child, I have been in slumber for over 60 years, only recently awakened. I am not impersonating anyone. Steve tightened his grip on the shield and, noticing that the young women showed no immediate signs of aggression, allowed himself a slight relaxation, a teasing smile gracing his lips. His mission was to infiltrate the Black Widow training facility of the Red Room, and in truth, he had accomplished it with ease. Along the way, dozens of guards had attempted to thwart his progress. While their abilities surpassed those of ordinary humans, they were insignificant in comparison to Steve. Wherever his sound-absorbing shield went, those guards fell one after another. Even the shield's ability to return to him after being thrown was a mystery he could not explain, attributing it merely to his physical training instinct. Impossible. Captain America, Steve Rogers, died back in 1945. You cannot still be alive. Nor can you be as youthful as you appear. Though you are quite handsome, please do not tarnish my idol's legacy. Yelena raised her electric baton, biting her lip, her words laced with reluctance. How she wished for this moment to be genuine and not a cruel prank. I'm glad you remember so vividly. You are Yelena, right? Alexei, help me prove that I am indeed who I say I am. Steve sighed in resignation, positioning his shield behind him and lowering his defensive stance as he called out towards the door. Upon hearing this name, Yelena's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of anticipation and resolve flashing in her eyes, emotions intertwining in a profoundly contradictory manner. In that fleeting moment, her thoughts drifted back to the joyful times in Ohio, recalling her strong father, gentle mother, and the sister who always cared for her. Yelena fervently prayed in her heart, wishing that if everything before her were merely a cruel jest, it would not hasten her return to reality. However, when that familiar figure materialized, her illusions shattered entirely. A tall man clad in a tight red combat suit, with a protruding belly and a full beard that bore the marks of time, strode through the door. Yelena, my daughter, come to your father. His voice resonated with paternal affection. Who the hell are you? Yelena's eyes flickered with animosity as she fixed her gaze upon the rotund figure, baring her teeth in defiance. if the counterfeit Captain America was merely a cheap imitation. This Soviet counterpart was an entirely different entity. Meanwhile, in the office of the airborne fortress, Dreykov was desperately attempting to activate the control panel with the ring in his hand. Yet, the panel coldly displayed access denied. He was momentarily dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the ring on his finger, even questioning whether he was wearing a fake today. No need for confirmation. The system of the Red Room has already been rewritten by Iron Man. Your last resort has failed, Melina remarked leisurely, sipping her whiskey with an air of elegance. From the moment she entered the high-altitude fortress, she had scattered the external device containing Jarvis throughout the office, creating conditions for a system breach. The signals here had long been jammed, and Dreykov could not issue any commands. Iron Man, Superwoman, Captain America, the Red Guardian, and Black Widow united in combat. Dreykov, regrettably. Your fortunate days have come to an end. Tony Stark, Dreykov exclaimed in disbelief. Had he unwittingly angered some divine entity? Superwoman and Iron Man had teamed up to obliterate the Red Room? It was utterly absurd. He had not provoked these freaks. Indeed, and Alexei, along with Captain America. Surrender. General Dreykov, Melina stated, setting down her glass and rising with an expression as cold as winter frost. Dreykov was rendered speechless, engulfed in panic. Alexei, whom he had imprisoned, now standing before him, must have been rescued. Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, Alexei harbored a deep-seated grudge, undoubtedly loathing him profoundly. And Captain America, wasn't he confirmed dead back in 1945? What on earth was happening? Yet, he knew Melina. She would not fabricate such seemingly impossible tales. There was but one possibility. Something beyond his control was silently approaching. You will die before they arrive. Dreykov retorted swiftly, gritting his teeth. He then raised his hand, and the master of mimicry emerged from behind the office screen, brandishing two gleaming daggers that glinted ominously under the light. I have no intention of resisting, for those who will deal with you have already arrived, Melina replied, her composure unshaken as she waved her hand dismissively. She had no desire to confront the master of imitation head-on, a formidable opponent endowed with remarkable learning abilities, capable of emulating any combat style, and belonging to the elite tier of the Red Room's T1 class, far beyond the capabilities of an aging Black Widow agent. What? Dreykov furrowed his brow in confusion, utterly bewildered. Just as his words fell, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the thunderous wrath of a god, resounding in his ears. The super-alay walls of the office were violently breached, creating a colossal opening. Lu Yundream's expression was stern, as she soared in like a meteor from the outside, hovering steadily in mid-air before the desk. A female superhero. Dreykov was struck with terror, hastily retreating behind the master of imitation. Deep down, he understood that the Red Room's creations would likely struggle to replicate the combat prowess of this superheroine. Yet, at this moment, she was his only lifeline, providing a flicker of reassurance. Lu Yundream's gaze was electrifying as she looked down at Dreykov, exuding a powerful aura. The man before her bore a weathered visage, a quintessential Slavic appearance, now trembling behind the master of imitation. The seemingly robust external defenses of the Red Room crumbled before her extraordinary strength, proving as fragile as paper. Unable to withstand even a minute, over 40 anti-aircraft weapons and more than 100 small defensive installations were utterly obliterated by her. More than 20 Cohen-class fighters were shot down, and the remaining ones, with their pilots slain, could not take off, languishing idly on the tarmac. Such assets were invaluable. Lu Yundream had no interest in inheriting a dilapidated fortress that merely masqueraded as a stronghold. Upon witnessing the intruder, the master of imitation sprang into action without hesitation, darting forth like a flash of black lightning, aiming two sharp blades directly at Lu Yundream's eyes, delivering a strike with lethal intent. The chip system analyzed that the opponent's body was impervious, capable of withstanding heavy fire. Thus the master of imitation launched a decisive assault without hesitation. However, Lu Yundream stood immobile, like an imposing mountain, unwavering. She did not even blink as she landed steadily on the ground. Then, to Dreykov's incredulous gaze, she astonishingly endured the master of imitation's military knife with her eyeball. With a sharp clang, upon contact with her cornea, the knife began to twist and deform, ultimately shattering into several pieces that fell to the ground. What in the world is this monster? The master of imitation was momentarily stunned, standing dazed in place after completing her attack. The computer chip system in her brain descended into chaos, unable to devise the optimal strategy to defeat her formidable opponent. Overwhelmed by the calculations, Melina was equally taken aback by the scene before her. Logically, the eyeball is the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even if the superheroine's physical strength was extraordinary, she should not be able to disregard such a fatal attack aimed directly at her eyes. Yet the truth lay before her, forcing her to acknowledge her own naivety. The adversary had withstood the sharpest of assaults with the most vulnerable of defenses. Such formidable strength. Lu Yundream blinked, as if merely stung by a mosquito, feeling a slight itch. Even without the use of mutated biological energy, she could effortlessly disregard any physical attacks from the Mimic Master. Though the Mimic Master could replicate offensive techniques, combat habits, and even flawlessly imitate his opponent's movements, the insurmountable disparity in strength rendered his imitation utterly futile. In a flash, Lu Yundream moved with such speed that she was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, swiftly delivering a precise strike to the Mimic Master's neck. With a thud, he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Antonia Dreykov, the biological daughter of General Dreykov, represented the greatest regret following the Black Widow's assassination attempt on her father. A pitiful child. Even after suffering grave injuries and being rescued, she became a puppet reliant on an implanted electronic chip for mobility. Superwoman, I believe that everything can be resolved through negotiation. Don't you? Whatever you require, I can offer the full might of the Red Room to alleviate your troubles. Wealth, power. The Red Room can procure it all for you. What say you? Dreykov's fervor escalated, beads of sweat cascading down his skin, soaking his collar. Witnessing the collapse of his last hope, he still clung to the notion of tempting Lu Yundream with promises of gain. Not at all. I never negotiate with perverts. Lu Yundream replied coldly. No sooner had she spoken than her eyes ignited with a blinding white light, unleashing two searing beams, each the width of a toddler's arm, which shot forth like enraged fire dragons, cleaving Dreykov in twain. In an instant, entrails, organs, and various bodily tissues lay strewn across the floor, the stench of blood mingling with the foul odor of excrement rapidly permeating the air. The once mighty leader of the Red Room, the notorious figure who had reigned over the Soviet Union's clandestine espionage organization, responsible for abducting orphans worldwide, training them as covert agents, and orchestrating numerous assassination attempts on global leaders, General Dreykov met his demise in his own office. He had no time to utter a final word before becoming nothing more than a heap of meaningless flesh. In truth, prior to the operation, Steve had opposed the unilateral execution of Dreykov, advocating for his transfer to the appropriate authorities for a fair trial. However, Lu Yundream remained steadfast in her belief that surrendering Dreykov to the so-called authorities would be an injustice to the victims. The Red Room, originally under Soviet control, found itself without absolute legal authority in Russia following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Furthermore, the formidable influence of the Black Widow's faction would undoubtedly incite envy among many. If mishandled, it could lead to dire repercussions. Thus, Dreykov had to die. Judging fairness is the domain of the divine, and her duty lies in delivering Dreykov to meet his maker. Sparing him from torment before his demise is the final act of mercy she can bestow. Please tidy this up. This will be my office from now on, Lu Yiming remarked coldly, casting a detached glance at the incomplete corpse upon the floor. Me? Melina exclaimed in astonishment, first pointing at herself, then at the remains, incredulously inquiring. It is not mandatory, should you wish to depart from the Red Room. You are free to do so. However, the technological research will have to be entrusted to others, Lu Yiming asserted with unwavering conviction. The aerial fortress of the Red Room is equipped with a high level of sophistication, boasting comprehensive facilities and technological advancements that surpass even the cutting edge of international standards, making it the most suitable base for future endeavors. As for whether one wishes to remain, that is entirely a matter of personal volition, particularly for those unfortunate girls whose thoughts and actions have been manipulated. Lu Yiming resolved to grant them the liberty of choice. Melina fell into silence for a considerable time before finally approaching the compartment at the door, retrieving a bucket and mop from within. Despite the seemingly advanced nature of this aerial fortress, the methods of sanitation were remarkably primitive, lacking even a single vacuuming robot. It appears I am in need of this job, boss. Melina lifted her head, gazing at Lu Yiming with a faint smile gracing her lips. As a senior figure within the Red Room, she was constantly longing to escape this hellish den. Yet, when faced with the prospect of choice, she suddenly found herself at a loss for what to do after leaving. In her quest to become the Black Widow, she had undergone comprehensive training that encompassed singing, dancing, piano, painting, combat, marksmanship, seduction, psychological manipulation, acting, and more. Although none of her skills could be deemed supremely exceptional, she was proficient in each. Melina could pursue any profession, or retreat to the mountains for a tranquil life. Yet none of these options seemed to resonate with her true desires. Rather, a life spent on a rural farm, delving into biotechnological research and tending to pigs, appeared to hold the promise of inner peace. Of course, we welcome your participation, Melina. You will embark on your first mission, Lu Yunming stated earnestly from her office chair. Your command, boss, Melina responded, her demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Chapter 51. The Black Vigilance Initiative. A subtle tension stirred within Melina. The Red House had found a new master, and this new proprietor was a supernatural being endowed with extraordinary and formidable powers. The Woman of Steel, through her mere presence, commanded an aura so compelling that no subordinate dared to defy her. Her astonishingly vast range of perception, and her astonishingly otherworldly abilities allowed her to effortlessly dominate the entire aerial fortress. Naturally, any command issued by her would be met with unwavering obedience. She stood in stark contrast to Dreykov, a cowardly and timid figure who relied solely on deceitful schemes. If Dreykov could be likened to a vicious and cunning weasel, then Liu Yunmeng resembled a majestic lion, poised atop a towering cliff, unafraid of any challenge. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, existing on entirely different planes. In the face of absolute power, all skill proved to be a futile struggle. Without hesitation, Liu Yunmeng began researching methods to dismantle the biochemical control over neural circuits, aiming to create an antidote and subsequently summon back all Black Widows, liberating them from their imposed servitude. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table and spoke in a calm tone, confident in their ability to accomplish this task. She could not bear to witness the Black Widows continue to be manipulated by chemical agents, executing perilous missions under cold directives. A spark of realization illuminated Melina's thoughts, affirming her previous decision as profoundly correct. At the very least, this new leader was not a villain who abused her extraordinary powers and authority to harm the innocent. The Red House organization would cease to exist from this day forth, rebranded as the Black Vigilance. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yunmeng articulated a name she had contemplated with great care. Names like Justice League or Avengers felt utterly mundane and mediocre, far inferior to choosing a designation that would inspire dread. Black Vigilance drew inspiration from the world of the game Brutal Murder, where it maintained a firm grip on terrifying mutated creatures within bustling urban areas, creating a peculiar coexistence between ordinary citizens and the Blacklight virus, merely separated by a street. Its execution and technological prowess were astoundingly formidable. The Marvel Universe resembled a vast whirlpool teeming with peril. Supernatural beings, extraterrestrial civilizations, mighty deities, terrifying monsters, roving interstellar pirates, and despair-inducing dimensional demons lurked in the shadows. These hidden adversaries, akin to ravenous wolves, constantly eyed the relatively weak Earth. In comparison to the innumerable and powerful extraterrestrial civilizations, human society appeared quite primitive. The seemingly formidable armed forces were as fragile as glass under their scrutiny, barely able to withstand a mere finger. Should an extraterrestrial civilization invade, humanity would be utterly powerless to respond. The Kree referred to Earth as Designation C-53, while the Asgardians called it Midgard. Both civilizations regarding Earth with disdain and holding humanity in utter contempt. Every outbreak of war inevitably plunges the Earth into turmoil, rendering it a disaster zone. In the year 965, the frost giants of Jotunheim brazenly invaded northern Europe, prompting the god King Odin to lead the armies of Asgard in a valiant effort to repel these extraterrestrial invaders who sought to plunge the Earth into a new ice age. In 1995, had it not been for the timely intervention of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the advanced missiles launched by the Kree accuser Ronan would have obliterated the Earth entirely. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg amidst the myriad of extraterrestrial threats. In reality, far more insidious crises lie hidden beneath the surface. Liu Yunmeng harbored no illusions that the god King Odin would genuinely safeguard the Earth. The notion of a deity is often a nebulous concept, a spiritual belief invoked by humanity in moments of helplessness. Even if Odin possessed a benevolent heart, it would merely represent a condescending act of charity from a lofty divinity towards a lesser civilization. She firmly believed that true reliability lies in the power one wields oneself. To anticipate and avert potential calamities, Liu Yunmeng resolutely decided to establish her own faction. By accelerating the advancement of technology on Earth, she aimed to bolster her own strength, which was the very essence of her rebirth in this world. Of course, the Black Watch was not conceived for the purpose of external aggression, as its name suggests. Its core mission is to defend against foreign foes and to ensure that the Earth possesses the capability to protect itself in the face of an invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations. In its initial conception, the Black Watch shared certain similarities with the Avengers, with comparable structures of consciousness. However, Liu Yunmeng held the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the so-called International Security Council in disdain. The subsequent emergence of the Sokovia Accords was utterly preposterous. It is laughable for a group of ordinary individuals to attempt to control and suppress forces far beyond their reach. The philosophy of the Black Watch is to safeguard the Earth, resist invasions by alien civilizations, and combat supernatural criminal activities. It must operate independently of governmental control, functioning as an autonomous organization guided by its own rules and volition. The Black Watch? Melina mused softly, intrigued by the name and pondering its deeper significance. Indeed, the Black Watch would become the first formidable line of defense against external threats, poised to confront the powerful forces that may emerge in the future. This aerial fortress would serve as the headquarters of the Black Watch organization. One could also perceive it as a large corporate entity, where all members would enjoy corresponding salary and benefits. Joining is entirely voluntary and non-compulsory. Ordinary members may withdraw at any time. while core personnel are required to serve the Black Watch for a minimum of 5 years. During their tenure, members must fulfill their responsibilities. Lu Yundream interlaced her fingers, earnestly explaining, after all, without compensation, who would willingly labor? Mere passion is insufficient. Medical benefits, social security, and salaries must all be guaranteed. Supernatural beings are, after all, still human. Why must they fight valiantly on the front lines, bleed, sacrifice, and upon returning home, find themselves unable to even afford a meal? Even horses engaged in labor require fodder. Mercenaries receive compensation for their missions, yet should superheroes toil without remuneration? Beyond the essential expenditures for the daily upkeep of aerial fortresses, technological advancements, and the maintenance of weaponry, there are also the salaries of the members and the fuel needed to power the fortress itself, which constitutes a significant financial burden. The scattered Black Widows around the globe barely manage to maintain a balance between income and expenditure through their previous enterprises. After all, the original business of the Red Room encompassed oil and gas industries, along with various forms of industrial production and resource trading. However, the Black Watch has dramatically transformed. Those Black Widows who were once forcibly manipulated are unlikely to resort to seduction and coercion for financial gain, and Lu Yimeng would never compel them to do so. Therefore, relying on the previous industrial chain for sustenance has become impractical. In the early stages of the Black Watch's formation, it seems they will need substantial assistance from Tony, the unwitting benefactor. Would Captain America and Iron Man join them? Melina inquired with curiosity. Steve's stance is rather ambiguous. Tony should not pose any issues. Lu Yimeng lightly traced the control panel on her desk with her finger, stroking her chin as she pondered. Captain America is fundamentally a soldier who prioritizes the safety of the populace and embodies a staunch idealist of liberalism. Most of the time, he tends to decide the course of action based on his own judgment, while it may be challenging to persuade others to join. Steve's noble character and sense of justice stand out. As for Tony, Lu Yimeng firmly believes this plan will resonate deeply with him. After all, compared to the Avengers, who only seek to retaliate after being struck, the principles of the Black Watch are evidently more reliable. The Black Watch operates independently of government and state. In the future, it should attract more supernatural beings as well as those regarded as superheroes. Lu Yimeng paused, her gaze drifting to the sky and clouds outside the windows. Whispering softly, within the training room of the high-altitude fortress of the Red Room, Yelena's eyes sparkled as she fixated on Steve, her small hands nervously rubbing together. After enduring a beating, Alexei finally clarified the situation. Although he has gained considerable weight and lost his hair, his appearance has not changed significantly. Yelena simply could not accept that her adoptive father had become a shadow of himself. After being informed of the entire sequence of events and developments, she realized her misunderstanding. Yelena could scarcely believe that the raid on the Red Room was orchestrated by none other than her beloved Supergirl. Captain America, Iron Man, Supergirl, and even her sister Natasha, along with her father Alexei and mother Melina, all participated in this operation. It felt like a miraculous dream. Yelena danced with exuberance, her inner joy akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, rendering her emotions beyond the capacity of mere words. She skipped around Captain America like a giddy teenager, her demeanor strikingly juvenile. Steve, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose, surrounded by a throng of young women. As a World War II veteran freshly awakened from slumber, he found himself in an uncomfortable situation. Yelena, my daughter, after such a long time apart, do you not miss your father? Alexei's plump face contorted with jealousy, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. After all, he was a Red Guardian of the former Soviet Union. What was he lacking compared to Captain America? No. You were merely a pretender, a fool who stole information and handed me over to Dreykov. He is the true hero, Yelena retorted sharply. Her brows furrowed as she averted her gaze from her adoptive father, focusing instead on the object of her admiration, Steve. Though her words were somewhat harsh, her expression and tone unmistakably conveyed her delight at Alexei's arrival. Thank you for your affection, Yelena, Steve replied courteously, gratitude swelling within him. After so many years of slumber, to know that someone remembered him stirred a complex mix of emotions in Steve's heart. Could we take a photo together? I would love to have a keepsake. Yelena's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to twinkling stars, as she eagerly inquired. Of course, Steve replied with a wry smile. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the days of performing for the troops. Having knocked out Hitler over 200 times and shared the stage with a plethora of glamorous women, back then he too had an audience watching him, though it often felt like he was merely a comical monkey in a circus. Natasha entered with a heart full of trepidation, and upon seeing her younger sister, who had grown and transformed dramatically, a torrent of emotion surged within her. She stifled her excitement, choosing to remain silent as she observed Yelena enthusiastically posing with Captain America for a photograph. At that moment, all of Red Room's defenses had been thoroughly dismantled, and Tony was piloting the flying fortress as it gradually departed from the skies above Alaska. Despite the fortress's advanced camouflage technology, Lingering in American airspace for an extended period felt inherently precarious. Luyan had long since devised a plan to navigate the fortress to international waters. Sister? After the photograph was taken, Yelena beamed with satisfaction, turning to find Natasha with tear-brimmed eyes, momentarily frozen in place. After more than a decade apart, Yelena instantly recognized her sister. The two embraced tightly, their excitement translating into that singular gesture, the hardships endured over the years suddenly seeming insignificant in that moment. Witnessing this reunion, Alexei's face softened with a smile, and for a fleeting instant, he felt transported back to that summer in Ohio. Oh, come on, Yelena. You're having so much fun alone. I still want to meet Wonder Woman. Elo here curled her lips, half-jokingly remarking. The other dozen or so Black Widow trainees nodded in agreement, acutely aware that they had attained freedom and would no longer be under control, all thanks to the Superwoman. At this moment, their foremost desire was to rush into the office and express their profound gratitude to her. Oh, and perhaps to pay their respects to Dreykov's corpse. Hey, I hope I'm not late. It seems you all have become quite familiar, Tony quipped as he soared into the room in his Formulawian Quatch's Iron Man armor, greeting everyone with an air of nonchalance. You must be. Yelena peered over Natasha's shoulder, her curiosity piqued. Yeah, I am Iron Man. So, little sister. Do you need my autograph? Tony lifted his mask, revealing a handsome yet slightly narcissistic middle-aged face, grinning as he spoke. Perhaps you should close the mask again. It would allow me to maintain some semblance of fantasy. Yelena frowned, her expression one of disdain, her thoughts unapologetically laid bare. Ah, don't misunderstand me. What I meant was that your armor is quite impressive. Yelena quickly amended her statement, as Natasha gently tapped her on the forehead. All right, no need to explain. In fact, the material of this armor is titanium alloy, not iron. And you certainly cannot appreciate the charm of a mature man. Tony rolled his eyes, exasperated by the girl's remarks, which struck a chord. Chapter 52, The Establishment of the Organization Within the Office of the Airborne Fortress Base. Lu Yunming stood gracefully upon a raised platform. Her arms crossed over her chest, gazing down with serene composure at the assembly below. The Black Widows, standing tall and aligned with precision not far away, exuded an air of formidable presence, reminiscent of an elite battalion undergoing a solemn inspection. Dear ladies, I must solemnly inform you that you are now free. Li Yunming's voice resonated clearly and powerfully within the expansive space. From this moment forth, you are at liberty to pursue any endeavors that your hearts desire. Whether it be indulging in a delightful film, immersing yourselves in the realm of gaming, engaging in fervent shopping, appreciating the art of pole dancing, or meeting potential partners at a bar, whatever your aspirations may be, you are free to embrace them. The Red Room has been utterly annihilated, and from this day forward, this nefarious organization shall vanish eternally from the annals of history. I shall summon all secret agents of the Red Room stationed around the globe and dedicate efforts to developing an antidote for the chemical mind control agents. Henceforth, you need no longer live in fear, nor will you be subject to any form of coercion or manipulation. Lu Yunming appeared gravely serious, each word imbued with profound significance as she announced this momentous news. The Red Room, a place akin to a den of iniquity, has been successfully dismantled. Just moments ago, 2 individuals bearing striking resemblance to Dreykov were discovered within the airborne fortress. Following Melina's application of genetic testing technology, it was confirmed that these 2 were imposters. One attempted to clandestinely board a Quinjet to escape, only to be captured by Tony, who was assessing the extent of the fortress's damage. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that these 2 had undergone plastic surgery to impersonate Dreykov, possessing exceedingly limited knowledge. Lu Yunming promptly detained them, planning to transfer them to the relevant authorities once the fortress had landed. Regarding the destruction of the Red Room, it had not been publicly announced prior to the operation due to the need for secrecy. However, Li Yunming had no intention of concealing the truth from S.H.I.E.L.D. It is indeed time to lay all cards on the table. The establishment of the Black Watch organization, in a sense, signifies a declaration of sovereignty and independence. As for the reaction of the International Security Council, she was utterly indifferent. If they favored balance and calculation, then let Nick Fury grapple with the ensuing complications. Currently, detailed statistics reveal that the total number of Black Widows scattered across the globe, including trainees within the base, amounts to a staggering 67,892 individuals. Their presence is nearly ubiquitous. Government agencies, corporate entities, hospitals, schools, and even inconspicuous bars could serve as venues for their intelligence exchanges. This figure is indeed astonishing, and it is difficult to fathom the chaos and panic that would ensue should Dreykov successfully issue directives for terrorist attacks and economic sanctions. Do not underestimate this cohort of over 60,000. While they may seem a mere drop in the ocean of the Earth's population, their influence is profound. Lu Yunming has bestowed upon all Black Widows the opportunity to choose their own destiny. They may choose to leave the Red Room and embark on a new life, or they may opt to join the Black Watch, entirely at their own discretion. Supergirl, I wish to stay, Eloise exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she raised her arms high and shouted, I am uncertain about what I could do outside. Throughout my life, my training has solely revolved around eliminating enemies, another Black Widow echoed, her tone tinged with confusion. I have heard that working with you allows for flexible time management and comes with compensation. Is this true? Yelena inquired eagerly, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she addressed Li Yunming. Indeed, as long as you fulfill the tasks assigned by the organization, the remaining time will be yours to manage freely. Isn't that liberating? Li Yunming patiently explained with a smile, subtly signaling Tony beside her. Absolutely, ladies. I am indeed your benefactor. Should you choose to join, your salaries will be dispersed by Stark Industries. Besides wages, this includes health insurance, accident insurance, death benefits, and numerous employee perks. I have never been stingy in these matters. Tony chimed in, clad in his Iron Man armor, flashing a broad grin and playfully forming a peace sign. Li Yunming had previously conferred with Tony. This genius and flamboyant heir, actively engaging in this endeavor, sought not only to eradicate the perilous Red Room, but also keenly recognized the potential gains therein. Even if these Black Widows opted to depart, the intelligence they possessed and their various assets could be integrated into Stark Industries, transforming the previous infiltration model into a beneficial competition, a win-win situation that no one could resist. For who would ever complain of having too much money? More importantly, he greatly admired the concept of a superhuman organization independent of government and state. Black Widow participated in this mission to rescue her sister Yelena and to put an end to that nightmarish childhood memory. Melina yearned to escape the clutches of the Red Room at every moment. Alexei sought revenge against Dreykov for imprisoning him, while also wishing to atone for the harm his past decisions inflicted upon his daughter. Captain Steve Rogers, purely a conscript, joined the mission to save all the young women victimized by Dreykov. He was also a man of gratitude. Li Yunming provided him with intelligence, and Tony had invested considerable effort to awaken him from his slumber, leaving Steve profoundly appreciative, though he found it challenging to adapt to the myriad changes of modern society. His mood somewhat subdued. I am willing to join, Eloise declared enthusiastically, being the first to raise her hand in affirmation. We never abandon our comrades. One of the Black Widows clenched her fist, her expression grave, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Ha! I'm going to buy myself a cherished outfit, Yelena exclaimed, leaping with excitement, filled with beautiful visions of the future. Almost in unison, all the Black Widows present chose to join the Black Watch, having been orphans since childhood. They were left with no one to rely on, and such an organization could offer them a stable refuge. Welcome to the Black Watch. You shall not regret your decision, Li Yunming said, opening her arms in a gesture of warm embrace, her face aglow with a friendly smile. Yeah, in an instant, the room erupted with cheers, as everyone reveled in the exuberant atmosphere of joy. Natasha gazed at these young prodigies, a twinge of envy swelling within her heart. They were fortunate enough to have escaped the harrowing graduation trials. In the desolate ice fields or the boundless desert of death, only one among 20 would survive. Former friends became adversaries in a fight for survival at that moment. The Black Widows who successfully graduated were also subjected to the surgical removal of their reproductive organs. Observing Yelena's radiant smile, Natasha pondered that at least her sisters still had the right to aspire to motherhood in the future. Lou, thank you. I am genuinely grateful for what you have done. Natasha approached solemnly, bowing deeply to express her sincere appreciation. Had it not been for Li Yunming, she might have remained oblivious to Dreykov's feigned death scheme for quite some time, unaware of how many innocent girls might have perished because of it. There's no need for such formality, Natasha. We are, after all, acquaintances forged through conflict. Li Yunming chuckled, draping her arm over Natasha's shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. Natasha smiled awkwardly, thinking to herself, what sort of acquaintanceship is this? A single punch led to an encounter with the matriarch. That is not a fight, but a swift demise. Boss, may I address you as such? At that moment, Alicia, like a cheerful little rabbit, bounded over to Li Yunming, gazing up at her, who stood half a head taller, and shyly inquired. Of course, the title is no issue, Li Yunming replied, finding the girl quite amusing. May I fly with you just once? You know, the kind where you hold me, and we soar together. Alicia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she timidly asked. Ever since she learned that superwomen could soar freely through the skies, her heart brimmed with envy. This was not an experience one could achieve through piloting a flying vehicle. It was a sensation of unparalleled freedom. Oh my goodness, Hill, you beat me to it. I was just about to ask the same question. Upon hearing this, Yelena rushed over, suddenly finding Captain America less appealing, as she too yearned to experience the exhilaration of flight. Li Yunming looked at these delightful girls, her heart filled with emotion. Had it not been for Dreykov's cruel actions that deprived them of their rightful joys, they might have enjoyed a blissful and beautiful childhood. As she turned her gaze, a brilliant idea flashed through her mind. Ladies, would you like to venture into space? The moment those words escaped her lips, The atmosphere in the room erupted with excitement. They had merely dreamed of experiencing flight without the aid of aircraft, never imagining they might actually have the opportunity to journey into the cosmos. Steve, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of longing flickering in his eyes. He had traveled abroad, but never to such heights. Yet, being a reserved individual, he felt too bashful to suggest that Wonder Woman carry him into the sky. Such a request would undoubtedly be rather awkward. Is this for real? Yelena gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Red Room had an extensive grasp of external intelligence. She was aware of Wonder Woman's formidable physique that enabled her to fly into space. Yet she had never heard that she could carry others along. Lou, can you really take someone to space? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Count me in, Tony exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, unabashedly voicing his interest. Although his 4 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit could soar to heights of 30,000 meters, it lacked the energy supply from the arc reactor to achieve the second cosmic velocity required to break free from Earth's gravitational pull. Moreover, the current armor was not adequately suited for space, and a hasty ascent could lead to unforeseen mishaps. I have always been able to. It's just that you never inquired, Lu Yunming replied, casting a sidelong glance at Dake, her expression a playful mix of amusement and challenge. Are you talking about that vacuum of space? Alexei asked, his face a portrait of confusion, clearly grappling with a concept far beyond his previous understanding. Haven't you seen the related videos online? Melina retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What videos? Alexei scratched his head, utterly perplexed. His time in prison had limited his exposure to such things. He had mostly engaged with newspapers, and television was only viewed weekly, primarily covering news of Wonder Woman triumphing over villains. As the group listened, excitement bubbled over, each eager to be the first to embark on this extraordinary journey into the unknown. All right, everyone, let us not bicker. Consider this a staff perk. We shall all experience the allure of the vast universe together. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunming raised her hands to calm the crowd, signaling her capability to orchestrate this endeavor. Subsequently, on the landing pad of the airborne fortress, Wonder Woman demonstrated how to harness the bioforce field. A strange luminescence enveloped her, gradually expanding to securely encompass more than 20 individuals, and then, like an arrow, they shot upward into the heavens. As their altitude increased, the sky darkened gradually. Ilariel could no longer contain her exhilaration and let out a sharp scream. Yelena, brimming with joy, danced within the biofield, her body swaying with delight. Captain America, Black Widow, Tony, and even Alexei at that moment profoundly grasped the essence of what it meant to possess such extraordinary powers, along with the staggering disparity that such abilities could create. At an astonishing velocity of 74 Mach, the craft effortlessly transcended the grip of Earth's gravity, ascending to the ethereal expanse of space in mere seconds. As the onlookers gazed down upon the cerulean orb that resembled a brilliant sapphire, gasps of awe escaped their lips, profoundly moved by the magnificent spectacle before them. It was the most unforgettable sight I had ever beheld. Steve, with a wry smile, shook his head, overwhelmed with emotion, sincerely exclaiming, "Old chap, I can take you flying in the future." Tony, ever eager to assert his presence, chimed in. At that moment, his attention was predominantly captivated by the invisible energy enveloping those around them. Regrettably, Jarvis was unable to analyze the composition of this enigmatic force. Initially, the others were enthralled by the novelty of the cosmic vista, brimming with excitement. However, as time passed and the surrounding darkness deepened, most gradually lost interest. Lu Yunming had initially intended to guide them to the moon for further exploration. However, the generation and consumption of biological energy proved disproportionate. To ensure everyone remained in a stable temperature environment and could breathe freely, the bioenergy field not only enveloped them comprehensively, but also expanded its reach, guaranteeing ample air supply while completely isolating them from the frigid external conditions. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Yunming's expression soured as she led the group back to the obsidian fortress in the sky. She had to concede that she had perhaps overestimated her capabilities. The energy generated by the microscopic solar organisms within her was insufficient to sustain such extravagant consumption, leading to a state of depletion. Had she not previously stored a substantial amount of bioenergy, they might have had to return to Earth immediately upon ascending to space. Otherwise, should the biological force field dissipate, everyone would succumb to freezing and asphyxiation in the vacuum of space. Nonetheless, through this experience of flight, Lu Yuming gained a clearer understanding of the limits of her abilities. At times, the values displayed on the system's data panel do not entirely correspond to one's actual performance in reality. Chapter 53. Testing the waters with the demise of Dreykov, the nefarious organization known as the Red Room, which had long cast a shadow over countless lives, was finally uprooted entirely. Natasha Romanoff, the agent who had emerged reborn from the harsh training of the Red Room, returned to to continue her dedicated service. However, she chose to remain silent regarding the newly risen organization, the Black Watch. Founded under the leadership of the formidable Superwoman, this organization, though recently established, had already demonstrated a power capable of rivaling that of S.H.I.E.L.D. Through a series of clandestine communication channels, Liu Yunming summoned the scattered Black Widow agents from various corners of the globe. Upon hearing the news of the Red Room's destruction, their initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather a deep-seated skepticism. Could this be yet another meticulously orchestrated ruse? It was only when they stepped into Dreykoff's former office and beheld the living embodiment of Superwoman that their doubts began to dissipate. Faced with the new leadership of the organization, these Black Widow agents stood at a pivotal crossroads in their lives, compelled to make choices about their futures. The overwhelming majority resolutely opted to remain with the Black Watch, embracing the new arrangements proposed, uniting their resources. They conducted a thorough consolidation and meticulous organization before reporting back to Tony Stark. Stark Industries took over these resources, which spanned an astonishing array of sectors, from education and medical research to manufacturing, energy, high technology, aerospace, heavy and light industries, and even ventures into genetic research. Additionally, they inherited illegal enterprises such as smuggling and the illicit production of arms, as well as smaller operations like bars, restaurants, and nightclubs. Even the seasoned Tony could not help but marvel at the extensive range of business activities the Red Room had engaged in. Of course, a small fraction of the Black Widow agents chose to bid farewell to such a life of compulsion. They erased their records, seeking to embark on a new existence as ordinary individuals. Liu Yunming respected each person's choice, refraining from any coercive measures to retain them. Meanwhile, those who steadfastly chose to join the Black Watch were bestowed with a new title, Shadow Guardians. Just as light and shadow coexist, they would become the enigmatic force lurking in the depths of the Black Watch. In Washington, at the Triskelion of S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury was presiding over a meeting when he suddenly received a notification from the guard. Superwoman had arrived. He paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Are you certain she is alone?" he inquired, a hint of expectation lacing his tone. Following the events in Manhattan, most organizations had tempered their scrutiny and surveillance of Superwoman. After all, there are limits to probing. The wise know how to read the situation. Following the tragic incident in the capital, S.H.I.E.L.D. had publicly declared their commitment to becoming a steadfast ally of Superwoman. Any act of persecution against Wonder Woman shall be regarded as a flagrant provocation to the entire Spear Bureau, and they will not hesitate to retaliate with resolute measures. Upon the release of this statement, the world was taken aback. Nick Fury was nearly beside himself with anxiety. While others may misunderstand and perceive the East as feeble and overly fond of reason, he understood that these individuals preferred to extend courtesy before resorting to force. The rich tapestry of history in the Celestial Empire, with its 5 millennia of cultural heritage, imbues this nation with an air of mystery. The extent of its concealed power remains an enigma to all. On the surface, Washia ranks among the top 3 superpowers globally, and the public declaration from the Spear Bureau serves as a formidable expression of national resolve, undoubtedly a strong deterrent to those lurking in the shadows with nefarious intentions. In contrast, the stance of the American side appeared ambiguous. Due to Liu Yunming's extraordinary abilities, which are difficult to quantify, Western governments have maintained a watchful stance, neither daring to provoke nor attempting to co-opt her. Nick Fury had long pondered how to invite Wonder Woman to join the Avengers, and at this moment, it seemed an opportunity was quietly presenting itself. Wonder Woman did not arrive alone. She was accompanied by another individual. "I believe you may need to come in person." The security guard's tone carried a hint of hesitation. "All right, I will personally go down to greet her." Nick Fury hung up the phone, his heart brimming with anticipation. 5 minutes later, clad in black, Nick Fury emerged from the elevator, accompanied by agents Coulson and Hill. Upon reaching the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was utterly taken aback. A living embodiment of Captain America stood before him. The man before him was strikingly handsome, tall, and robust, adorned in a form-fitting combat uniform of blue, white, and red, symbolizing the American flag, with the iconic vibranium shield firmly grasped in his hand. Nick Fury was intimately familiar with this World War II hero. Steve Rogers was not merely an individual, but a symbol of a spirit that embodies freedom, relentless courage, sacrifice, and selfless devotion. Since 1945, his deeds have inspired countless individuals. Although Captain America was presumed lost, his spirit endures in the hearts of many. Even to this day in 2008, he remains an idol in the minds of numerous individuals, including Agent Coulson. At this moment, Coulson's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, he still cherished a limited edition set of Captain America cards tucked away in his desk drawer. Surprised, Director Fury? Lu Yunming smiled as she stepped forward, her tone laced with playful teasing. In truth, she harbored a profound desire for Captain America to join the Black Watch, yet after consulting Steve, he ultimately chose to align with S.H.I.E.L.D. In his own words, I am a World War II veteran, and since fate has brought me to the modern era, I wish to contribute something to this world, even if it may not need me. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. operates independently of military oversight, it was an organization founded by Peggy Carter, whom Steve cherished, and his old friend Howard Stark. Steve chose to join S.H.I.E.L.D. not only to pay homage to his departed friends Howard, Bucky, and the entire Howling Commandos, but also to witness the continuation of this esteemed organization. However, the most pivotal reason was that Peggy Carter was still alive. He yearned to see, during her lifetime, that the organization he had once helped to establish would not succumb to the ravages of time. Damn it. Nick Fury could not suppress a quiet expletive, quickly regaining his composure as he solemnly shook hands with Li Yunming. Firstly, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Superwoman. Secondly, who exactly is he? Please don't tell me he is Captain America. His gaze shifted towards Steve, laden with skepticism. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data analysis system indicating a striking 99 similarity between the man before him and Captain America, Nick Fury's rational mind insisted that such a scenario was nearly impossible. After all, Captain Steve Rogers was born in 1918, and by 2008, he would be a venerable 90 years old. Yet, the captain standing before him retained the youthful visage of Steve at the time of his sacrifice, which was clearly at odds with reason. Even if the super soldier serum could awaken latent human potential and significantly enhance physical capabilities, it could not possibly rejuvenate a 90-year-old man to the likeness of a sprightly 20-year-old. Nick Fury's foremost suspicion was that Ms. Superwoman had brought what appeared to be a faux Captain America to S.H.I.E.L.D. with some ulterior motive. Li Yunming, I told you before, bringing me here without prior notice would lead to disbelief, Steve said, exasperatedly raising a hand to his forehead, his tone tinged with jest. I had thought the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. might possess a modicum more wisdom than the rest. Li Yunming pouted, reluctantly retrieving a $10 bill from her jeans pocket and handing it to Steve. It turned out the two had previously wagered on whether Nick Fury would believe that Steve was indeed Captain America. Lu Yunming was confident in his acceptance, while Steve felt the matter was far more complicated. So, you didn't come just to toy with me, did you? Nick Fury asked, bewildered. Lu Yunming, having lost the bet and feeling somewhat disgruntled, chose not to elaborate, expressionless as she tossed a file folder to Nick. The group followed Agent Coulson to the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, where Agent Hill poured drinks for everyone. Throughout the encounter, her gaze frequently wandered to Li Yunming, secretly admiring that this superwoman was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a flawless physique. Women's attentiveness often takes a unique form, and female agents are no exception. However, Lu Yunming, embodying a male spirit, eschewed makeup and the art of adornment, dressing in a remarkably simple and casual manner, primarily combat attire or a shirt and trousers. Yet, it was precisely this unembellished style that radiated an innate beauty that captivated Hill. All right, I concede that I may not be the wisest, but anyone in my position would hardly have reacted any better. Nick Fury clutched the file, his expression serene, yet internally, turbulent waves roiled within him. From the moment he ascended in the elevator to his arrival in the meeting room, his gaze had remained fixed upon the document in his hands. At this juncture, he finally comprehended the true purpose behind Stark Industries' so-called research station operation in the Arctic. So, you discovered the long-frozen Captain America in the Arctic tundra and proceeded to revive him, did you not? Nick Fury handed the file bag to Coulson, whose eyes were almost glued to the image of Captain America. Indeed, I am aware you wish to inquire about the source of this intelligence. I can only divulge that it originates from the Black Watch organization, with all other details remaining classified, responded Lu Yunming with a composed demeanor. Her visit today served two primary purposes: to escort this disoriented elder to S.H.I.E.L.D. and to discuss matters pertaining to the Black Watch organization. To establish the Black Watch as a legitimate entity, the robust support of S.H.I.E.L.D. is indispensable. Despite the fragmented memories that linger, Lu Yunming sensed numerous issues within S.H.I.E.L.D., yet the specifics of the narrative eluded her. Thus, inviting Captain Steve Rogers to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in essence, a tentative exploratory move. Are you implying that you have joined the Black Watch organization? May I inquire as to the nature of this organization? Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly, his tone calm, as if engaging in casual conversation, devoid of his usual assertiveness. Curiosity filled him. He pondered the origins of this suddenly emerged Blackwatch organization and why there was no trace of it within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network. Generally, Nick Fury did not extend his attention to newly established organizations and factions. After all, some merely bore names without substance, akin to children playing pretend. His responsibilities were numerous, leaving little room to concern himself with inconsequential groups. However, the Blackwatch organization clearly stood apart. The fact that a figure of Supergirl's prominence had allied with them signified that they were no ordinary players. Supergirl held a pivotal status in the public's perception. Her influence unparalleled, even surpassing the renown of Captain America in modern society. Chapter 54, Confrontation. The return of Captain Rogers is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Or at least that is how Coulson perceives it. Nick Fury also holds this legendary figure in high regard. He truly did not anticipate that Stark Industries would manage to locate the resting place of Steve. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D. had invested considerable manpower and resources, yet they had never been able to uncover the whereabouts of Captain America. This situation prompted the director to contemplate tearing up and rewriting the evaluation report on Tony Stark, the Iron Man. You are aware that I can fly into space, correct? Liu Yiming responded with tranquility, opting not to directly answer Nick Fury's inquiry. Instead, she took a moment to reflect and countered with a statement of fact. Indeed. And I also recall you making a peace sign while in space. Nick Fury replied with a smile, his tone laced with jest. I possess a certain degree of knowledge regarding extraterrestrial beings, Liu Yunming continued, taking a sip of her cola. Oh, what kinds of aliens have you encountered? Nick Fury asked, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Asgardians, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, Hel, and Muspelheim. Of course, there are also the Kree and the Skrulls. Liu Yiming remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Nick Fury before listing them off as if reciting a menu. According to fragments of memory, since the arrival of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, on Earth in 1995, the Skrulls had also come to our planet. Nick Fury, as it happened, was an eyewitness to the entire event. The Asgardians refer to our Earth as Midgard, along with the previously mentioned realms, collectively known as the Nine Realms. Liu Yunming patiently elucidated, convinced that her words were not fabrications, for after all, those films were not merely for entertainment. The magnitude of this information left Coulson and Hill utterly astounded. They had no idea so many extraterrestrial forces existed beyond Earth. They had no doubt that the Superwoman was speaking the truth. As a being capable of soaring into space, Atwell had no need to deceive. Nick Fury's brow furrowed. He was well aware of the existence of aliens, and had even encountered them face to face. However, he never anticipated that the knowledge possessed by the Superwoman would far exceed that of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, he seemed to have an inkling of the true nature of the organization known as the Blackwatch. The Earth appeared feeble, so weak that even alien races deemed it unworthy of invasion. In their eyes, we resembled primitive societies, merely subjects of observation, or even experimental specimens. Liu Yuming's expression grew increasingly grave. After a brief pause, she spoke again. Wait, aren't Asgardians merely figments of ancient mythology? Do they truly exist? Hill interjected, unable to restrain her curiosity. Indeed, Asgardians possess remarkably long lifespans. To ancient humans, they appeared no different than gods. You can think of them as an extraterrestrial race endowed with advanced technology. As a side note, the deities Odin, Thor, and the malevolent Loki indeed exist. And they are by no means adversaries that humanity can contend with, Liu Yunming patiently elucidated. Are you incapable of resisting them? Nick Fury did not deny the existence of extraterrestrials, but rather inquired incredulously. He had witnessed the Kree, whose technological advancements far surpassed that of modern Earth. However, the supernatural abilities exhibited by the Kree were rather mundane. At least Captain Marvel could easily manage them. In Nick Fury's estimation, the Asgardians were hardly different from the Kree, since Captain Marvel could handle the Kree. He believed that Wonder Woman would similarly have no trouble confronting the Asgardians. In his mind, Wonder Woman was at least on par with Captain Marvel, and should not fear such a level of extraterrestrial civilization. I should be able to triumph over Thor, but Odin, I doubt it. He has existed since the dawn of human civilization, Liu Yunming remarked with a gesture of her hands. With her current strength, having developed her steel body to 16, she felt no fear in a mere contest of strength against the Asgardians. Yet, the Odin of the Nine Realms was clearly not a mere brute. Especially as the pinnacle patriarchal god, capable of harnessing cosmic energy to obliterate a planet, something she could not yet accomplish. Comparatively, on Earth, perhaps only the supreme sorcerer of Natasha, the Ancient One, could rival Odin. Nick Fury was profoundly astonished. The formidable prowess exhibited by Wonder Woman had already made a lasting impression, and the fact that even she could not assert a definitive victory over Odin was alarming. What a perilous race this was. Steve was equally taken aback. Awakening after decades of slumber, It seemed as if everything had dramatically changed. It was now evident that the threat posed by extraterrestrial civilizations far exceeded that of local organizations like Hydra. To confront these alien threats, securing power firmly in hand and granting humanity the ability to stand against extraterrestrial civilizations, the organization known as the Black Watch was established. Lu Yunming paused momentarily before addressing the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, this aligns perfectly with the Avengers initiative I devised. How could anyone be more visionary than I? He pondered. So, are you the leader of the Black Watch? Nick Fury scrutinized Lu Yunming, and after a long silence, he slowly inquired. He was not foolish. The situation was evident. An organization capable of enlisting Wonder Woman must harbor individuals even more formidable than her. However, in Nick Fury's perspective, at this stage on Earth, aside from Captain Marvel, there should not be any other entities stronger than Wonder Woman. You are quite astute, Director Fury. I have come today to familiarize the old man with the environment and to inform you of the existence of the Black Watch, Lu Yunming remarked with a mischievous smile. Sensing Captain America's discontented gaze, are you suggesting that if an alien invasion were to occur, the Black Watch would step forward to resist and organize against it? Nick Fury squinted, his tone tinged with skepticism as he inquired, indeed, which extraterrestrial civilizations that I just mentioned can S-H-I-E-L-D contend with? The utmost you can do is to launch a few more nuclear bombs. However, aside from obliterating Earth's ecological environment, this would be utterly futile against truly formidable alien races. Lu Yunming smirked disdainfully, not concealing her contempt for S-H-I-E-L-D. The reason for their candid discussion was her belief that Nick Fury and his associates genuinely cared for the planet, rather than seeking hollow fame. Clarifying their positions would facilitate future collaborations. Nick Fury fell silent, having witnessed the Kree firsthand. Massive ships stretching several kilometers, capable of launching a single missile that could annihilate Earth. According to the words of the female superhero, the Asgardians and other extraterrestrial civilizations from the Nine Realms surpassed even the Kree in power. How could they possibly contend with that? This was precisely the concern that had initially compelled Nick Fury to form the Avengers. He had to concede that, at the current level of humanity, other than self-destruction through nuclear warfare, they could at best eliminate a fraction of the invading alien races. Then what? Wait for the next invasion and launch more nuclear weapons? What difference would that make from suicide? I am curious, to which national government does the Black Watch organization answer? Is it under the United States? Coulson inquired with interest. Nick Fury and Hill immediately turned their gaze towards Lu Yunming, eager to discern who wielded this metaphorical blade and where its edge would be directed. The Black Watch operates independently of any government or nation, unbound by regulation. Lu Yunming stated, her gaze profound, as if harboring an endless abyss within her pupils. She had never compromised, she merely concealed her brilliance. Engaging with politicians in their games was one thing, but that was no longer necessary. The preliminary plan of the Black Watch was to compel S-H-I-E-L-D to acknowledge its position, revealing the dagger at the end of the road. With control over the legacy of the Red Room, Iron Man's technology, the Hulk's friendship, and the backing of the shield, there was neither reason nor time to continue the charade. It was already generous to not have settled accounts regarding the surveillance and proximity to her original family. S-H-I-E-L-D could not prevent the establishment of the Black Watch and had to accept its status. In that moment, as Fury felt the piercing gaze sweep over him, the air seemed to solidify, making even breathing a challenge. It was as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, rendering him motionless. He had never before sensed the overwhelming pressure of the female superhero's dominance. So, how can we ensure that the Black Watch will not turn its weapons against the ordinary populace? Nick Fury inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, and sharply inquired. How can we ensure this? To whom must we turn for assurance? Should we surrender our weapons to the United Nations? Will the Black Watch be exploited by politicians? When the public is in peril, must I first draft a report and await approval before rendering assistance? Those who attempt to wield powers far beyond their own comprehension, have they ever paused to question their own qualifications? Lu Yunming, with her brilliance on full display, unceremoniously posed a series of pointed inquiries. Is it not the imposition of numerous restrictions by ordinary individuals upon superheroes and those endowed with supernatural abilities that led to the disintegration of the Avengers? The so-called Sokovia Accords, to put it generously, merely introduced an additional layer of approval to facilitate rational oversight, preventing the reckless actions of those with extraordinary powers. To put it less charitably, it reflects a fear of being harmed by the very weapons they wish to wield. This is a quintessential example of wanting to indulge in vice while seeking virtue. Nick Fury found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a response. He had to concede that the assertions made by the Superwoman held considerable truth, revealing various unstable factors and loopholes. Yet, Earth remains humanity's home. and he attempted to articulate further, seeking to negotiate, only to be mercilessly interrupted by Lu Yuming. What does this mean? Am I not considered human? Or do you secretly regard me as a monster? Her gaze grew increasingly perilous, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the onlookers breathless. Hill instinctively reached for her sidearm. While Coulson remained motionless, Nick Fury maintained a facade of composure, yet beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Damn it. That was not my intention. You misunderstood. Nick Fury hastily gestured to halt Hill's actions while attempting to explain. To engage in battle with the Superwoman here? What a foolish notion. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel combined would not suffice to withstand even a single blow from her. If I did not consider myself human, a part of this world. Do you think I would graciously inform you? Lu Yuming clenched her fists, disregarding Hill's presence and retorting with a cold smile. Lu, do not be angry. You know that ordinary people often harbor fears towards those with supernatural abilities, Steve interjected, striving to mediate. He, too, had endured similar scrutinizing gazes. Albeit in a context entirely different from what the Superwoman faced, as their levels of existence were not comparable. All right, perhaps I have been narrow-minded. You are right, Steve. Lu Yuming fell silent for a moment, the oppressive aura dissipating as she naturally smiled, resembling a balloon that had just been punctured. As if the tension from moments prior had never transpired. Lu, people require time to acclimate. I hope you can understand, Steve offered with a friendly smile. He considered himself a comrade who had previously undertaken missions alongside the Superwoman, and he believed that Lu Yuming possessed a fundamentally kind nature, albeit youthful and somewhat impulsive. Look, this is Captain America. A 90-year-old gentleman speaks more eloquently than you all, while you merely resort to threats with your firearms. You ought to compensate him for the wages he has been owed all these years. Lu Yuming scoffed dismissively, delivering a hearty slap on Steve's shoulder, causing him to cough slightly. The disdainful glance she cast made Nick Fury feel somewhat abashed. Well, from the outset, I never managed to seize the initiative. Chapter 55, Independence and Autonomy. Steve was visibly embarrassed, managing only a wry smile as he found himself momentarily lost for words. This superheroine had the audacity to suggest that a 90-year-old could engage in conversation, revealing her somewhat wicked sense of humor. Over the past few days, he had diligently immersed himself in modern knowledge through the internet, where an overwhelming array of videos showcased the superheroine's commitment to justice and her efforts to rescue civilians. Lu Yuming's prominence online eclipsed that of all notable figures, with numerous citizens spontaneously forming forums and discussion boards dedicated to her exploits. In truth, Steve held a favorable impression of Lu Yuming, particularly admiring her act of demolishing the Red House to save those persecuted young women. Compared to Nick Fury, he found himself more aligned with Lu Yuming's ideals. All right, I will notify the relevant departments to release the overdue wages. I doubt anyone would dare withhold Captain America's pay, he affirmed. Nick Fury appeared amused yet resigned, though his gaze occasionally scrutinized both Steve and Lu Yuming. You know, Lu Yuming sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy. Every morning when I awaken, I feel as though I am confronting a world as fragile as paper. Fury's lips twitched slightly as he nodded in agreement. In the face of her monstrous strength, the world indeed resembled something as delicate as paper, in such a stark contrast of extraordinary power. Ordinary individuals seemed as vulnerable as cheese, easily obliterated with the slightest misstep. Nevertheless, since Lu Yuming had awakened her abilities, she had been devoted to saving lives and combating crime, exercising considerable restraint. She was not one to act recklessly, regardless of her underlying motives. She maintained a commendably high moral standard. It was difficult to say how another person might behave upon acquiring such formidable power. In truth, Nick Fury was less concerned about the brash individuals who might become tyrannical with superpowers. Rather, he found the seemingly harmless yet terrifyingly strong individuals to be far more worrisome. Consider this. If others were to gain similar abilities, would they necessarily abide by the law? Lu Yuming raised an eyebrow, her demeanor unwavering as she continued. Fury nearly choked, pondering, could it be that those criminals who mysteriously vanished in Los Angeles are the result of her so-called law-abiding nature? However, he refrained from speaking hastily. At the very least, when this woman was willing to engage in discourse, it was prudent to take her seriously, or else one might experience the full force of her martial prowess. Lu, may I address you as such? Nick Fury inquired politely after a moment of consideration. Lu Yuming. Her expression nonchalant, nodded in acquiescence. She had grown weary of correcting the Americans who mispronounced her name, rendering it akin to donkey. Since you are now the leader of the Black Watch, will you still accept commissioned tasks? Fury pressed on, as this was a matter of great concern for both him and S.H.I.E.L.D. At this juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capacity to confront supernatural crimes and extraterrestrial invasions was relatively limited, making it challenging to achieve the desired outcomes. After all, It was often only those with superhuman abilities who could effectively contend with others of their kind. In the present day, the only individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. who can be deemed formidable are the enigmatic woman who vanished after leaving behind a communicator and the recently inducted Captain America. This is decidedly insufficient. If possible, he wishes to leverage the esteemed name and power of Wonder Woman, despite her not being a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her presence could still serve to intimidate adversaries to a degree. I find the term employment to be rather imprecise, rather than merely assisting. It would be more accurate to say we are cleaning up your mess. If all matters were to be resolved solely by us, what purpose would S.H.I.E.L.D. serve? Lu Yunming scoffed coldly, correcting the other party's linguistic games. I believe collaboration is a more fitting description. With poise, she raised a finger and spoke eloquently. The initiative in an employment relationship typically resides with the employer, which does not suggest equality. Although she had previously acquired the title of an external agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., in reality, Lu Yuming only undertook missions of her choosing. Collaboration signifies equality, rooted in mutual interest and shared values, fostering profound trust and rapport over time. The crux lies in longevity. The newly established Black Watch, while possessing formidable military might, requires time to develop and needs a shield. Simply put, both military strength and connections are essential. S.H.I.E.L.D. could serve as that shield, acting as a spokesperson and managing trivial matters within their capacity. Ideally, she would prefer to absorb the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D., though it is evident that Black Watch currently lacks such ambition. This world is far from simple. What form of collaboration do you propose? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity. We seek recognition of our independent legal status. Black Watch will, to a certain extent, cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to help resolve manageable issues. For a fee. Lu Yiming smiled broadly, speaking quite naturally. The newly formed Black Watch organization includes a substantial number of regular combat members, including thousands of shadow guards. Even with Tony Stark's industrial support, sustaining such a vast number of individuals requires a staggering amount of funding. Moreover, the aerial fortress requires renovation or even expansion. Where will the funds come from? Naturally, from others, swiftly reaping the benefits. It may appear akin to employment. Yet the initiative has already begun to shift. This hardly sounds like collaboration. At least, I do not perceive any tangible benefits, Nick Fury remarked, shaking his head, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Goodness, seeking independence while also requesting funds. This is akin to calling for a patron. Acknowledging the organization's legitimacy is straightforward. However, recognizing its independence poses a challenge. Suddenly, an independent little nation emerges? Unity of sovereignty, will there not be territorial claims as well? Would other nations be willing? Is this not inviting trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. This was beyond the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority. Nick, good individuals do not deserve to be bullied. You must understand my point. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Lu Yunming's eyes as she coldly smirked with implication. Nick Fury felt discomfort. Wonder Woman was shedding her facade and revealing her fangs. Most importantly, he still lacks any viable solutions. To put it bluntly in terms of physics, once action is taken, S.H.I.E.L.D. is destined for ruin. And addressing the issue through public opinion will not resolve the fundamental problems. This is akin to saying, I am currently speaking to you amicably and rationally. But should you disagree, I shall show you my iron fist. If Wonder Woman is truly pushed to the brink of using her powers for crime, unless Carol is summoned back, he has no idea who could enact justice upon her. Regrettably, even though Captain Marvel is immensely powerful, the ensuing conflict between the two would undoubtedly result in devastation, with victory and defeat being indistinguishable. At least, at this juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses no technological means to counterbalance Wonder Woman's might. Well, I am curious, who are the members of the Black Watch organization? Are they all supernaturally endowed individuals? Nick Fury sighed, perplexed. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no intelligence on this organization, unaware of its personnel composition or headquarters location. Gaining any insight from this conversation would be exceedingly beneficial. Tony and I are the founders, and likely, there will also be Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty. You mean Dr. Bruce Banner? Nick Fury inquired, astonished. Goodness, he is a predetermined member of the Avengers Initiative. And then there's Tony Stark. He had initially planned to infiltrate the Island Villa system to discuss matters face-to-face with Tony, as this Iron Man is notoriously headstrong, flourishing under a bit of encouragement. Now, however, they have all become part of the Black Watch. How is he to organize the Avengers now? Beyond the leadership, the Black Watch also comprises some shadow guards, whom you may understand as personnel comparable to the standard agents of S, H, I, E, L, D. Lu Yongming did not conceal this information, stating it candidly. S, H, I, E, L, D. would inevitably learn of this, and she had no intention of hiding it forever. Nick Fury's expression was complex. What exactly are these shadow guards? The fact that they possess the level of S, H, I, E, L, D agents clearly indicates a significant force within the Black Watch, aside from its overt leadership. He was indeed curious about how many shadow guards there were, yet felt this question was somewhat foolish, akin to not disclosing the number of agents S, H, I, E, L, D has to others. Have we reached an accord? Lu Yongming, noticing Nick Fury's prolonged silence, inquired with curiosity. I will do my utmost to facilitate this. But whether I can successfully secure independence for the Black Watch remains uncertain, Nick Fury replied, feeling weary and somewhat troubled. You will succeed, Lu Yongming said with a slight smile, her words imbued with significance. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Let us stay in touch. She nodded towards Steve, then rose and walked towards the window of the reception room. As she passed by Hill, she reached out, delivering a light slap on the shapely agent's rear. So impetuous. My dear, the habit of drawing weapons is ill-advised. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished like a gust of wind, leaving Hill standing in a daze, unsure of what just transpired. Wait, why did she slap my backside? Hill incredulously rubbed her rear, baffled by the encounter. The harm may be minimal, yet the insult is profoundly potent. Is there something amiss with this female superhero? Perhaps she harbors an interest in you. I might even consider sending you to infiltrate her circle, Nick Fury remarked with a subtle smile, delivering a jest that bore weight. Sir, that is hardly amusing. Agent Hill retorted, her expression darkening. She found it difficult to fathom that such a beautiful woman could exhibit such brazen behavior. She holds a grudge, doesn't she? Nick Fury remarked with a knowing look. Yet that was merely a reflexive response, Hill replied with poise. Drawing her weapon in the face of danger was purely instinctual, devoid of malice, merely a form of vigilance. To put it plainly, it stemmed from fear, a means of bolstering her courage. Could one truly unleash a barrage upon a female superhero? What folly! She is a formidable entity, capable of withstanding the onslaught of heavy artillery and the missiles from armed helicopters without so much as a scratch. Therefore, we must remember to avoid provoking this troublesome individual. Nick Fury lamented, massaging his temples. At least until we devise a strategy to contend with the female superhero, we must maintain a cordial relationship. I can hear you. Suddenly, a voice drifted in from outside, growing closer. Damn it, I forgot that the superhero possesses superhuman hearing. Just how many powers has this wretched comic bestowed upon her? Fury exclaimed in exasperation, while Agent Hill struggled to suppress a laugh. All right, enough of that. I suspect we have many tasks ahead of us. Captain, welcome to the 21st century, Nick Fury said, rising to formally grasp Steve's hand. In the presence of this world's hero, the embodiment of honor, courage, and sacrifice, and the fearless leader of freedom, he, as the director of S, H, I, E, L, D, felt compelled to convey the utmost respect. It is worth noting that Nick Fury grew up listening to the tales of Captain America. In those tumultuous times, when citizens faced injustice, they placed their hopes in their spiritual leader, even though Captain America had already been confirmed as a martyr. This is not the first time I've been welcomed to a new world, Steve sighed, a hint of melancholy in his smile. In truth, the present society is quite commendable, embracing diversity and witnessing a decline in racial discrimination. Coulson began, but faltered as he caught the director's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of scorching through flesh. Rogers maintained a stoic demeanor, nodding gravely. If even a simpleton like him can ascend to the role of director of S, H, I, E, L, D, surely racial discrimination has diminished. In the past, such thoughts would have been reserved for the cotton fields. Captain Rogers, welcome to S, H, I, E, L, D. Nick Fury glared at Coulson, then firmly shook Steve's hand. Although the Avengers' initial formation had been appropriated, he had nonetheless secured the second piece of the puzzle, the most crucial element, the team leader, Captain America. Chapter 56, Expansion. Steve did not linger long in the Black Watch. Since awakening in the Stark Private Medical Facility's monitoring room, he engaged in merely 3 days of rehabilitation training before plunging into the extermination war against the secretive Red Room organization. As a soldier, Rogers' memories remained deeply entrenched in the era of World War II, when the Allied forces of the United States and Britain were fervently combating Nazi Germany. However, his abrupt awakening has revealed a world that has drastically transformed. The intricacies of modern society render him a foreigner in his own land, and he yearns to reclaim the familiar sensations of his past. The Black Watch operates as a private entity, independent of government oversight, adhering to principles of autonomy. Yet, in terms of connections and background, it is relatively insubstantial. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasts a far more formidable foundation. Unlike the CIA, FBI, KGB, and Mossad, agencies emblematic of their respective nations, S.H.I.E.L.D. is governed entirely by the World Security Council, established as a special task force to combat supernatural occurrences. The International Security Council provides it with funding, resources, and intelligence support, granting S.H.I.E.L.D. absolute priority in numerous cases. Crucially, it was Peggy who played a role in its inception. In light of these factors, Steve graciously declined the invitation to join the Black Watch, opting instead for S.H.I.E.L.D. In truth, his understanding of the Black Watch is rather limited, having only heard enticing notions from Lian Meng when she invited him to join. So, the Black Watch is the successor of the former Soviet Red Room, the clandestine organization led by Dreykov? Nick Fury was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. The information gleaned from Captain America left him momentarily stunned. The Wonder Woman had orchestrated a superhero operation that included S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. And as the director, he was completely unaware. Moreover, had the Red Room not been destroyed back in January? Allegedly, it was a mission executed by the elite agents Romanoff and Clint. If so, was the previous S.H.I.E.L.D. operation against Dreykov merely futile? A ruse that left them ensnared in a web of deception? The Intelligence Department's negligence was appalling. Indeed, only Dreykov's decoy perished in the explosion. We discovered 2 additional decoys within the Red Room base, crafted through some form of medical cosmetic technology. Steve nodded, revealing nothing. He was acutely aware that Wonder Woman hoped to convey this information to S.H.I.E.L.D. What of Agent Romanoff? Nick Fury's expression darkened as he turned to Coulson for answers. Natasha evidently possessed deeper insights, yet after returning to the agency for so many days, she had remained silent. Furthermore, the sheer number of Black Widows within the Red Room, if united, would pose a formidable force that would instill trepidation in all nations and factions, necessitating vigilance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Had they been forewarned of this matter, they would not have found themselves in such a passive predicament. Now, all of them have become the shadow agents of the Black Watch, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. with no one to voice their grievances to. Yet, upon reflection, is it even possible to guard against such a force? The sheer, unadulterated strength of Wonder Woman is already sufficient to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. at a loss, not to mention the looming presence of Tony Stark, the affluent industrialist, and the wrath of the Hulk, who transforms when provoked. Natasha is currently on a mission in the Middle East and is unreachable. Coulson replied with a forced smile. Damn it, she is clearly avoiding me on purpose. Nick Fury's expression darkened. No one relishes being kept in the dark by their subordinates regarding crucial matters. However, Agent Romanoff did leave a message before her departure this morning. Coulson noted, undeterred by his superior's irritable demeanor. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Fury shot him a glare, clearly displeased. I was just about to inform you. But then the captain arrived, Coulson replied, rubbing his hands together, slightly embarrassed. Upon learning that Captain America had come to S.H.I.E.L.D., he appeared composed outwardly, yet internally, he was brimming with excitement. At that moment, he still had a limited edition Captain America card tucked in his pocket, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to have it signed. Fury rubbed his temples and nodded wearily, signaling for Coulson to continue. Natasha expressed that the Black Widows, remnants of the Red Room's covert operatives, are unfortunate souls. They were gathered by Dreykov from various locations and subjected to ruthless training. With many perishing within that den of horrors, she empathizes deeply with their plight. Thus, she wishes to prevent these young women from repeating the same mistakes. They will be properly accommodated by the Black Watch, working as mercenaries and employees, while also liberating them from the chemical control over their neural pathways. Although the Red Room was part of the former Soviet Union, that entity has long since dissolved, which theoretically means this organization is no longer subject to any national oversight. The repurposed Black Widows are equally under no obligation to adhere to the constraints of other factions. Joining the Black Watch is the more advantageous choice. Coulson reported honestly, anticipating that the director would erupt in fury upon receiving such troublesome news. Is that all? Fury's gaze began to take on a perilous intensity. Oh. An Agent Romanoff mentioned that she had contemplated persuading these Black Widows to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but feared she would be turned into cheese sauce by Wonder Woman. Hence, she abandoned that notion, Coulson added calmly. Fury's expression fluctuated dramatically, despite his darker complexion. The intensity of his emotions was evident. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh. Upon reflection, Natasha's reasoning seemed sound, allowing S.H. To compete with the Black Watch for talent would be akin to inviting hostility from Wonder Woman, a decidedly unwise course of action. All right, I understand. You all may resume your duties. Coulson, guide the captain to familiarize him with S-H-I-E-L-D. Hill, please assist me in drafting a document. Fury commanded, waving his hand as he rose and strode toward the door. The matter at hand is of utmost significance. It necessitates immediate reporting to the International Security Council. In terms of the stance towards the organization known as Black Watch, established in response to Supergirl, both S-H-I-E-L-D and the relevant nations must swiftly reach a decision. Above the open seas, the colossal Black Watch aerial fortress silently hovers within the stratosphere. Following the conclusion of the battle, Lu Yunming, alongside Tony and numerous Shadow Guardians, commenced the restoration and renovation of the fortress. During the operation to dismantle the Red House, Lu Yunming utilized the icon illusion technique, manifesting the form of Aiken, and single-handedly obliterated all external weaponry of the aerial fortress. As a result, the Black Watch fortress now resembles a floating edifice, stripped of all its defensive capabilities. The biological form of the magical Aiken employed by Lu Yunming differs from that used by the sorcerers of Kamartash. Visually, the two are nearly indistinguishable, both conjuring energy to create illusions that disrupt the opponent's perception. However, in reality, Lu Yunming's variant of the illusionary avatar is not merely an ephemeral image. It is a tangible entity constructed from bioenergy. These avatars retain 10 of the original superpowers, exhibiting considerable prowess in strength, speed, and other capabilities. For instance, the laser thermal vision emitted by the original can reach temperatures as high as 11,000 degrees, capable of instantaneously melting any form of defense. The avatar's laser thermal vision, though limited to 100 degrees, can still dismantle composite metallic defenses under sustained assault, albeit over a longer duration. As the original's power continues to grow, the capabilities of the avatars created through the Aiken form will correspondingly enhance. Had Lu Yunming possessed such abilities during the Manhattan incident, the military forces surrounding the urban blocks would have been utterly dismantled in an instant. The avatars lack independent consciousness and exist in a state of pure energy. When in use, Lu Yunming need only issue commands in her mind. Upon depletion of energy, the avatars will dissolve autonomously. However, this form of manifestation has a drawback. It cannot stray beyond a certain distance from the original, or it will vanish immediately. With these avatars, Lu Yunming can effortlessly issue repair commands to the fortress facilities, manipulating them with the same ease as one with their own limbs. Oh my god. This is astonishing, exclaimed Tony, his eyes wide with disbelief. You know, Lu Yunming, I have never encountered a supernatural being like you. It's utterly unconventional, transcending the limits of understanding. As a distinguished alumnus of MIT and a brilliant inventor, Tony prides himself on his profound grasp of science. However, witnessing hundreds of avatars methodically transporting items and repairing walls profoundly shattered his worldview. It became clear that this world is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. This greatly ignited Tony's competitive spirit. He resolved to continue developing more models of the iron armor, with the ultimate goal of establishing an Iron Legion, enabling coordinated comprehensive warfare through remote control via Jarvis. The world is vast and boundless, teeming with unimaginable phenomena lurking in unseen corners. The future brims with infinite wonders. So stay tuned. Lu Yunming effortlessly grasped the fallen metal debris with one hand, lifting the steel plate and wedging it into the damaged wall with ease. Should Tony witness the mystical prowess of the sorcerers from Kamartash, one can only imagine the extent of his astonishment. At this stage, the restoration of the Black Watchtower has reached 1/10 completion. Thanks to the assistance of numerous shadow guards and avatars, the originally projected year-long project has been expedited tenfold. While repairing the damaged facilities, the aerial fortress is simultaneously undergoing expansion and modernization. The antiquated turbine engines are being replaced with gravity-defying engines developed by Tony, and the nuclear power engine supporting the fortress's energy supply has been upgraded to a large-scale arc reactor. Furthermore, Lu Yunming intends to replace the main control system of the Black Watchtower. In this regard, Tony is undoubtedly an expert. Initially planning to directly use Jarvis for external sharing, he decided to rewrite an entirely new intelligent AI, considering the organization is not a personal asset. The name has been determined, Red Queen. The name Black Watchtower has always struck Tony as peculiar, and now this Red Queen exudes an unusual sense of dark whimsy. Lu Yunming, however, smilingly expressed her fondness for it. Regarding the fortress expansion, Tony envisions tripling its original size, achieving a diameter of approximately 3 kilometers. Constructing a vast aerial city capable of accommodating tens of thousands of residents and workers simultaneously. Naturally, all repair materials, weaponry, and various intricate components will be provided entirely by Stark Industries. The astronomical sum required for this monumental fortress renovation project is staggering, yet Tony remains unfazed, asserting that it is not a significant issue. In the research endeavor to decipher the chemical neural control agents, relying solely on Melina proves insufficient. However, with the addition of Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty, the research progress has accelerated dramatically. It is anticipated that within 6 months, all previously controlled Black Widows will be liberated, regaining their freedom. Overall, everything is evolving in a positively favorable direction. Chapter 57. Long-term considerations in the upper conference room of the Triskelion, Washington. Nick Fury burst through the door with an air of urgency. His strides were resolute and powerful, each step imbued with an unmistakable sense of immediacy. First, he retrieved a specialized signal jammer from his pocket, gently pressed the activation button, and placed it upon the conference table. Subsequently, he utilized a remote to draw the curtains, shrouding the room in darkness, rendering it impervious to outside scrutiny. Once these measures were accomplished, Nick Fury pulled out a chair, took a seat, and ignited a cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, his singular eye glimmered with profound intensity, as if pondering a matter of great significance. What could possibly be so urgent that it necessitates my presence in person? He murmured to himself, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. At that moment, another voice unexpectedly filled the room as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man in his 50s, of average build, clad in a tailored gray suit, his polished shoes gleaming brightly. His hair had turned gray and his face was etched with wrinkles, yet he exuded a rugged charm. Behind the new-style reading glasses lay a pair of penetrating eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through everything. "Did you receive what I sent?" Nick Fury inquired, taking a leisurely puff from his cigar, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes, my child adored the toys you selected, though a touch more discretion would have been appreciated." The figure approached the conference table, gradually revealing his true identity. The middle-aged man possessed deep-set eyes that conveyed sharpness, his stature unassuming yet radiating an undeniable presence. Dressed in a bespoke dark gray suit, he appeared impeccably composed. The angular features of his face, marked by the passage of time, only enhanced his charisma, each wrinkle telling a tale of experience. In a crowd, he might blend in as rather ordinary. At first glance, he was unremarkable, and upon closer inspection, perhaps even less so. Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the International Security Council, an old friend and direct superior of Nick Fury. "Hey, the item was manufactured to that size. I couldn't exactly recommend that the manufacturer produce a smaller version." Nick Fury flicked the ash from his cigar, grumbling in annoyance. "All right, what is it that you wish to discuss?" "You know I am exceedingly busy." Pierce approached, seizing the cigar from Fury's hand without hesitation, and settled comfortably into a chair. "You must have heard about the situation with Superwoman. The Black Watch is demanding autonomy, and I wish to ascertain the stance of the International Security Council." Nick Fury, unfazed, adjusted his posture and delved straight into the matter at hand. "The Security Council has always maintained that any superhuman must be subject to oversight," Pierce replied with calm composure, gesturing with open hands as he spoke. "Regardless of whether she possesses powers akin to those of Superman in the comics, she still requires sustenance, shelter, and a steady income, does she not? Even if Superwoman can defy conventional military forces, how does that alter her fundamental needs? She remains in need of a home, a livelihood, and occasionally, the warmth of love. Starting from these points, there exists nothing that cannot be controlled. SHIELD has always excelled in this regard. To summon me back for such matters is uncharacteristic of you, Nick. If you were aware of her destruction of the former Soviet secret agent organization, the Red Room, and her recruitment of tens of thousands of agents at SHIELD levels, you would not think so." Nick Fury's expression grew somber as he spoke gravely. "What?" Pierce clearly believed he had misheard and asked uncertainly. Subsequently, Nick Fury elucidated the process by which the female superhero annihilated the Red Room, assembled a cadre of Black Widows, and established a mercenary organization known as the Black Watch. Sitting across from him, Pierce fell into a long silence, rendered speechless. No wonder Nick Fury was so urgently summoned. It turned out there was a serious issue at hand. "What measures do you intend to take regarding this female superhero?" Pierce fixed his gaze on Nick and, after a prolonged moment, inquired solemnly. "Damn it. What measures can I take? She can rend tanks as if they were mere sheets of A4 paper, effortlessly lift commercial airliners weighing hundreds of tons, and soar through the skies faster than a missile. She possesses the ability to emit lasers from her eyes, with temperatures so high that even titanium alloy can be melted. What do you suggest I do?" The combined conventional forces of SHIELD are insufficient to withstand a single blow from her. Nick Fury grew increasingly agitated, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. The pressure had been overwhelming. The female superhero had become an insurmountable problem. To be clear, based on our analysis of the upper limits of her abilities, unless we resort to nuclear deterrence to keep her in place during an attack. There is no feasible way to restrain her. Nick Fury's voice echoed in the conference room, filled with helplessness and anxiety. Alexander Pierce observed his old friend's emotional turmoil, refraining from immediate rebuttal. He chose to wait until Nick had calmed somewhat before slowly responding. Is she not an American citizen? Does she not have any family or friends? Yu Ming Lu, her mother died in childbirth, and her father perished in a car accident. The only relative she has resides in China, under the protection of the Spear Bureau. Her few friends include Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Steve Rogers. My dear Minister Pierce, from where do you suggest I begin to counterbalance her? Nick Fury expressed his exhaustion, letting out a deep sigh. The friends she associates with are all prominent figures, each possessing extraordinary abilities. One is a billionaire genius inventor who fashioned a groundbreaking suit of armor under the most primitive conditions in a cold, filthy cave. Another holds 7 doctoral degrees, is exceptionally intelligent, and transforms into a hulking green behemoth when enraged, capable of effortlessly demolishing a town. And then, there is the iconic American hero, the embodiment of the public spirit, Captain America, who enjoys immense renown in society. Is there one among them who is ordinary? Is there one that S-H-I-E-L-D can approach without trepidation? There are still tens of thousands of Black Widows, along with the openly supportive Tianqiao Divine Spear Bureau backing Wonder Woman. These forces, when combined, have long since become formidable. Despite exhausting efforts, this power continues to develop and expand right under one's nose. How could Nick Fury not feel weary? Steve Rogers? Is he the Steve Rogers I know? Alexander Pierce's face was a mask of confusion. Yes, Captain America Steve Rogers. The living relic unearthed from the Arctic glaciers by Iron Man Tony Stark. A symbol of America. The man who has slumbered for over 60 years due to the super soldier serum. He had just joined S-H-I-E-L-D mere half a day ago. Nick Fury sighed. Alexander Pierce was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the string of complications arising from Wonder Woman's presence. Then let us resort to nuclear deterrence. Either compel her to comply or ensure her complete disappearance. After a long silence, he coldly declared, the world does not require destabilizing elements, if they exist. They must be eradicated, plain and simple. In truth, our nuclear weapons cannot even keep pace with her heels. Wonder Woman's flight speed exceeds 70 Mach. How can one utilize nuclear deterrence? The last time it was Manhattan, and now you intend to threaten to obliterate Los Angeles or Washington with bombs. Moreover, her public image holds a revered status in the hearts of the nation, championing justice and rescuing civilians, even many soldiers who participated in the Manhattan incident lauder. We have neither the justification nor the authority to take action against her. Most importantly, she is currently willing to engage in dialogue rather than recklessly unleash her unfathomable powers. Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, expressing his frustration. Haven't you located the base of the Red Room? Alexander Pierce inquired with a furrowed brow. According to Captain Rogers, it is a floating steel fortress constructed with radar-evading and detection-resistant materials, making it impossible for S-H-I-E-L-D-S satellites to pinpoint its exact location. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, speaking weakly. This won't do, nor will that. What am I here for? To kick Wonder Woman's rear with Uncle Sam's boot? Alexander Pierce rapped the table, his eyes growing sharper. What about psychological profiling? Is there anything she holds dear, perhaps love? Superheroes are still human. While they may fear no weapon, as long as emotions exist, they cannot be entirely devoid of vulnerabilities, can they? As the Minister of the International Security Council, he quickly regained his composure, adept at managing his emotions. Love? Don't be absurd. A creature capable of crushing tanks into iron balls, discussing love? I concede that you are right in asserting that any human emotion must harbor a weakness. But we do not have the luxury of time to seek out such deeply concealed aspects. Nick Fury shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette. Nick, I refuse to believe you summoned me merely to listen to your grievances without a plan. Alexander Pierce's gaze shifted, revealing a faint smile. Very well, Minister. All the troubles caused by Superwoman have been addressed. Now, I shall express my thoughts. Nick Fury stroked the eye patch on his face, revealing a wry smile. Oh, you are always like this. You want to reveal your cards until the very last moment. Pray tell, what ingenious scheme can the most ruthless director in S-H-I-E-L-D concoct? Alexander Pierce displayed a disdainful smile, as he was all too familiar with this old friend, cunning, treacherous, and merciless. Firstly, we must concede. There is no need to antagonize Superwoman, nor should we entertain thoughts of control, at least until S-H-I-E-L-D possesses sufficient power. We must resolve issues at the negotiating table. Secondly, the Blackwatch organization presents more benefits than drawbacks for S-H-I-E-L-D and the world. We can request their assistance in missions, compensate them, and simultaneously address our troublesome predicaments. Lastly, we cannot bear the consequences of enmity with Superwoman. We should concede to her demands, deepen our cooperation, and establish trust through emotional connections. Previously, we indirectly threatened her loved ones, which is indisputable. Therefore, we must demonstrate sincerity. At the very least, we must find a way to greenlight our autonomy. Nick Fury's expression turned grave as he spoke earnestly. Alexander Pierce looked incredulous. What in the world is this damned balancing act? Is this not simply capitulation? Deepening emotional ties? Who would believe that? I understand what you are thinking, but trust me. This is the best course of action at this stage. Nick Fury cast a penetrating glance at his senior, adding gravely, do not attempt to continue testing the limits. The repercussions of provoking a superhuman are beyond anyone's capacity to endure. After a lengthy silence, Alexander Pierce sighed, since you have it all figured out. Simply write a report and submit it. Why the need for a meeting? I summoned you here to communicate in advance. This world is vast. And human thoughts are complex and ever-changing. Not everyone will respond to issues with rationality. Nick Fury's words were laden with meaning. I trust your judgment. Let us proceed as you suggest. I will handle the other council members on my end. A flicker of nuance crossed Alexander Pierce's eyes as he remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Chapter 58. The inauguration of the Flushing Exposition in a dilapidated building on the outskirts of Moscow, Russia's capital. A frail old man lay on his bed. His eyes were filled with resentment and indignation, fixated on the television screen broadcasting the news of Tony Stark's revelation that he is Iron Man. The elderly man's name was Anton Vanko, once regarded as one of the world's foremost scientists, a research prodigy, and the chief engineer at Stark Industries. Anton Vanko had collaborated with Howard Stark to develop the groundbreaking arc reactor, a nuclear energy technology that significantly enhanced energy supply, outpacing all contemporary products by a staggering 50 years. However, this golden era was short-lived. Shortly after the unveiling of the arc reactor, Anton Vanko was ousted from the company and exiled, compelled to return to the Soviet Union. The sole reason for his downfall was his desire to monetize this revolutionary technology. Was he truly in the wrong? Anton Vanko could never comprehend why this scientific marvel, so quintessential for a burgeoning era, should not be leveraged for profit. Scientists, too, require sustenance. Why should he not monetize the fruits of his genius? Howard Stark was nothing but a despicable thief, a robber, a deceiver. Initially, upon hearing of his old rival's demise, Anton Vanko felt a sense of relief. Yet now, with Howard's son once again basking in the limelight of the world stage, he found it unbearable. That stage was rightfully his. With great difficulty, Anton Vanko turned his gaze towards his son, Ivan Vanko, and uttered, "Do not heed their nonsense." Ivan, with a complex expression, offered solace to his frail father. "I am sorry, my son. I can only bequeath you my knowledge." Anton Vanko attempted to articulate further, but his words faded as he succumbed to the final embrace of death. This man, who had spent his life in obscurity, ensnared by jealousy and bitterness, departed this world in despair. As Ivan beheld his father's lifeless form, an anguished cry erupted from his lips, vowing to make the Stark family pay for the blood debts accrued over the decades. The arc reactor. He would reclaim the legacy and honor that belonged to his father. After Anton Vanko's expulsion from Stark Industries, he returned to the former Soviet Union, despondently clutching his meticulously crafted designs. These documents contained the complete data to replicate the arc reactor. However, due to the Soviet Union's disdain for Anton Vanko, he had no desire to share this technology with the state. Ivan Vanko's weathered visage was etched with fury and resolve. He was determined to fulfill his father's dying wish and even surpass his father's ingenuity by creating a miniature arc reactor identical to that which resided in Tony Stark's chest. 2 years later, at an altitude of 15,000 feet over Flushing, New York, a large military transport aircraft soared through the skies. Tony Stark, flamboyantly clad in the newly developed Mark V Iron Man suit, stood at the rear of the aircraft. As the back door slowly opened, it revealed the brightly illuminated city and the night sky below. Pepper Potts, tethered by a safety harness, stood beside the open hatch, cradling the helmet of the 5 Malawian Quatches. "Tony, are you certain you wish to proceed? This is perilous. The wind pressure will render you breathless." Pepper, struggling against the fierce winds that stung her eyes, implored him with palpable concern. At the grand opening of the Stark Industries Expo in Flushing, New York, Tony had the audacity to suggest that she throw down the damned helmet, inciting her frustration to a boiling point. Her feelings for her adventurous and mischievous boyfriend were a tumultuous blend of love and exasperation. Of course, it'll be utterly exhilarating, won't it? Tony replied with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Wind speed 30, altitude 15,000 feet, airspace cleared, landing authorized in designated area. The pilot's announcement resonated through the cargo plane. "Pepper, hurry, toss it down. I'm ready to make an unforgettable entrance," Tony urged, maneuvering his suit towards the edge of the aircraft's rear door. "I'm at my wit's end with you." Pepper sighed in resignation. placing a gentle kiss on the helmet before launching it from the plane with all her strength. Seizing the moment, Tony leapt into the void. Shutting down the power source and plummeting earthward, he swiftly caught up to the helmet and donned it upon his head. The Iron Man suit exhibited remarkable agility, propelled by thrusters and the pull of gravity, achieving astonishing speed. Before long, he burst through the clouds amidst a dazzling display of fireworks, activating the suit's power source just moments before landing. He struck a dramatic pose, crashing down into the center of the expo stage with aplomb. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, and Tony showcased the seamless disassembly of his armor, executing the entire sequence with remarkable efficiency. When he finally emerged in a tailored suit under the spotlight, the applause crescendoed once more. The audience fervently chanted his name. He had transcended from a debonair billionaire to the universally recognized Iron Man. "Oh, it feels splendid to be back. Did you all miss me?" Tony waved to the audience, humor glinting in his voice. Meanwhile, aboard the military aircraft, Pepper watched the live broadcast of the expo and Tony's ostentatious performance, a small smile gracing her lips, quickly shadowed by a tinge of melancholy. Over the past 2 years, Tony had gradually transferred the reins of Stark Industries entirely to her. Retreating into seclusion to tinker with his armor, he would occasionally vanish for days, returning with an air of unease, his once relaxed demeanor replaced by a pervading anxiety and fatigue. Pepper sensed something was amiss and yearned for a serious conversation with Tony, yet he always deflected her attempts with excuses. In retrospect, it seemed that the change in him had begun following the abrupt departure of Lucian Dream. The superheroine had vanished from the public eye 2 years prior, and with her absence, crime in the city had surged. Many citizens shouted her name in vain, yearning for her return, yet their calls went unanswered. Pepper had enlisted the help of Colonel Rhodes to utilize military satellites in an attempt to trace Lucian's whereabouts, but to no avail. Stark's industrial satellites, Jarvis's intelligence searches, military surveillance satellites, and Air Force radar, all were employed, yet yielded not a single clue. Even today, the internet brimmed with numerous posts and videos expressing hope for the superheroine's return. Indeed, there are numerous conspiracy theorists who insinuate that the military has apprehended the female superhero for the purpose of conducting human experiments. These rumors have gained considerable traction, prompting clarifications from government entities such as the CIA, FBI, and SHIELD, yet their efforts have proven futile. Even the Celestial Empire's Divine Spear Bureau has publicly raised questions, seeking answers from the American side regarding the whereabouts of the female superhero. A multitude of other nations has similarly expressed profound concern over her disappearance, awaiting further developments. In recent years, tensions between the West and the East have occasionally flared, primarily manifesting in the realm of political diplomacy. Fortunately, the emergence of Iron Man has quelled the unrest, preventing these frictions from escalating into military confrontations. In a certain sense, Tony Stark has made significant contributions to the easing of East-West relations, a testament to his frequent patrols in his armored suit. The surge in crime triggered by the disappearance of the female superhero has been forcefully suppressed by Iron Man. While he may not embody the ideal of a good neighbor like his counterpart, Iron Man, equipped with the 5 Malawian Quatches suit, harnesses cutting-edge technology, utilizing a third-generation palladium arc reactor. The energy cycle operates at increased speeds and outputs, while the suit's streamlined design enables it to achieve a flight speed of Mach 5, allowing for swift responses to urban crimes. Moreover, the 5 Malawian Quatches suit is outfitted with standard arc pulse palm cannons, a chest-mounted energy beam, miniature armor-piercing missiles, micro-incendiary devices, and many shoulder-mounted cannons, in addition to newly added ocular micro-laser beams. While the destructive power of these weapons is moderate, requiring considerable time to penetrate steel, they are more than adequate for dealing with ordinary criminals, drawing inspiration from the capabilities of Lucian's laser vision. The suit is also enhanced with external thrusters, accelerating flight speed, and incorporates 2 controllable microdrones that can independently conduct reconnaissance and combat operations. Signal connectors on the legs and elbows allow for the deployment of 4 2-centimeter thick alloy plates from recesses, which can be assembled into a rudimentary shield to protect vital areas from fatal damage in the event of external armor breach. When confronting crime, Tony is unyielding. While he refrains from taking lives, it is not uncommon for him to utilize energy beams to break a few bones. At this moment, during the grand opening ceremony of the Flushing Stark Expo, Tony is eloquently addressing the audience. This expo is set to last an entire year, marking the first of its kind since 1974. Nations and companies from across the globe will provide resources for the most exceptional talents, sharing their visions for future development and striving to create a brighter tomorrow. It is imperative to recognize that the individuals present, myself included, are of secondary importance. What truly matters is what we leave behind for the future. I extend a warm welcome to all to explore the Stark Industries Expo. With arms wide open, Tony passionately exclaims, eliciting another wave of enthusiastic applause. Now, let us welcome our distinguished guest from history, who will enlighten you on all matters. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark. As the words echoed, the stage of the exhibition transitioned to a nostalgic scene, revealing Howard on screen. After delivering the opening speech, Tony slowly retreated backstage, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a solemn expression. He extracted a palm-sized device from his pocket, pressed his finger upon it, and soon the device displayed a line of text: palladium poisoning, blood saturation at 19. Indeed, prolonged exposure to the palladium-based arc reactor had induced severe adverse reactions in Tony's body. At this stage, the symptoms were not yet pronounced, but should the situation progress, he would inevitably confront death. It was evident that with the passage of time, Tony's voice was entering a countdown due to palladium poisoning. Removing the reactor would strip him of the magnetic field's repulsion against the shrapnel in his veins, leading to cardiac failure and necrosis. Continuing its use would result in chronic poisoning. The outcome remained death, merely a question of time. Despite exploring numerous alternatives, Tony had failed to discover a viable substitute element, rendering the entire ordeal a vicious cycle. This was precisely why he had resigned as the president of Stark Industries, entrusting the management entirely to Pepper. Moreover, it was imperative to note that the expansion and upgrade of the helicarrier had nearly reached completion over the past 2 years. The shadow agents worked diligently and selflessly, and he was more than willing to offer them higher wages. Tony let out a self-deprecating chuckle, stowing away the testing device. There was still hope, and he was not prepared to concede defeat. "Lou, damn it, have you lost your mind sunbathing?" Tony muttered irritably, gazing through the skylight of the exhibition hall at the night sky. He recalled a day 2 years prior when Lu and Ming abruptly informed him of her intention to sunbathe in space. Initially, he thought it was a joke. But little did he know that from that day forth, the female superhero had vanished entirely. Through Stark Industries surveillance satellite's high-powered camera, Tony had glimpsed a fleeting silhouette rapidly departing from Earth's orbit. However, for the sake of confidentiality, he instructed Jarvis to delete the original video file, which explained why Pepper could not locate any information. Chapter 59. The dull hearing. The grand opening ceremony of the Flushing Stark Expo concluded splendidly. Tony, utterly fatigued, yearned to return home and sink into the plush comfort of his bed for a much-needed slumber. For the past few days, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to upgrading his armor, having gone 2 full days without a wink of sleep. Although the 5 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit boasted myriad functionalities, it still fell short of satisfying Tony, a genius with an insatiable thirst for perfection. Geniuses are seldom content with the status quo. They resemble fearless climbers, ever striving to ascend to greater heights, yearning to behold a broader horizon. Stagnation is not in his nature. He has no need for complacency. As he made his way to the parking lot, Tony was encircled by a throng of fervent fans. Numerous signs were raised high, adorned with expressions of adoration and acclaim for him. "Tony! Tony!" The cacophony of cheers resounded, deafening in its intensity. Tony forced a polite smile, graciously declining the advances of several women attempting to slip in their phone numbers while patiently signing autographs for a few exhilarated children whose faces were flushed with excitement. At last, with the assistance of his bodyguards, he managed to break free from the bustling crowd and settled into his car. At that moment, a statuesque and enchanting female officer appeared unexpectedly. Her captivating gaze drew him in as she gracefully approached the vehicle, presenting a summons with a tone that was courteous yet firm, informing Tony of his obligatory attendance at a hearing scheduled for 9 a.m. the following morning in Washington. With no alternative, Happy pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car sped away like an arrow loosed from a bow. After a hairy journey, they finally arrived at the Senate Armed Services Committee just in the nick of time. "Mr. Stark, may we continue our previous discussion? Mr. Stark, please. Are you listening to me?" Senator Stern's anxious calls, mingled with the heavy thud of a gavel striking the table, roused Tony from his drowsy stupor. His eyes were bloodshot, reflecting fatigue and confusion as he stared blankly ahead. After what felt like an eternity, he jolted back to reality, realizing he was amidst a hearing. Days of relentless work had drained him to the core. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, longing for a soft bed to collapse into. "I'm here, dear." Tony mustered his energy, flashing his signature mischievous grin, even though he was too tired to lift a finger, never missing a chance to inject some levity into the atmosphere. The audience paused momentarily at the teasing address before erupting into a brief, yet fervent laughter. "Please, listen to me carefully, would you?" Senator Stern sighed in resignation. He found himself somewhat exasperated with this infamous Iron Man, who was also a prominent entrepreneur, philanthropist, and billionaire. "Of course, no problem." Tony spread his arms and shrugged, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "There is a crucial question. Do you possess a particularly unique weaponry?" Senator Stern maintained his smile, his gaze fixed intently on Tony as he continued his inquiry. From the moment Tony publicly declared himself as Iron Man, the Mark series of armored suits ceased to be a secret. Their advanced nature and epic-making significance gradually attracted the keen interest of governmental bodies and military institutions. Unlike the sudden awakening of supernatural abilities, the technology embodied in the armored suits is replicable. Their formidable mobility, coupled with an exceptional defensive capability that can withstand most conventional weapon attacks, has left countless individuals yearning for such power. The Department of Defense astutely recognized that the application of this cutting-edge technology to armed soldiers would inevitably revolutionize the current global strategic landscape. This is the fundamental reason why the Senate Armed Services Committee has set its sights on Tony. 2 years prior, the sudden disappearance of the formidable Wonder Woman stirred latent desires in many hearts. Without the protection of this superhuman force, the American government grew increasingly audacious. In their eyes, Tony Stark was merely a fortunate arms dealer, a businessman at best. The title of Iron Man was merely a label assigned by the masses. Could he truly contend with the might of a powerful national apparatus? They schemed tirelessly, contemplating how to wrest Tony's technology from his grasp. I possess no extraordinary weapons or equipment. In fact, I shut down my weapons research department 2 years ago, Tony proclaimed with an air of nonchalance. His demeanor calm and unwavering as he categorically denied the allegations. Are you certain? Senator Stern's expression darkened, and his voice involuntarily dropped a notch. Of course. That depends on how you define weapon. Tony raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence, as if genuinely perplexed by the question posed. Iron Man is a weapon. Senator Stern cut through the pretense, addressing the crux of the matter directly. I must firmly assert that my inventions are by no means weapons. Tony shook his head, his resolve unyielding, showing no signs of wavering. Then I would very much like to hear how you intend to describe this equipment, and how you plan to explain its various functions. Senator Stern, a seasoned politician, deftly tossed the question back to Tony. I believe it resembles a high-tech auxiliary prosthetic. That is the most fitting description I can conjure, Tony replied with a sly smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. His words ignited a fresh wave of laughter throughout the room. The atmosphere became chaotic, and Senator Stern's lips twitched slightly as he inwardly scoffed at the notion of a high-tech prosthetic. What kind of prosthetic could withstand machine gun fire, endure tank shells, and even deliver a slap to a tank? It is undoubtedly a weapon, Mr. Stark. There is no need for your evasions. This is an indisputable fact, Senator Stern asserted impatiently. Fully aware of Tony's skill in debate, capable of turning the dead into the living with his words, he had little time to engage in such verbal sparring. I believe this weapon technology ought to primarily benefit the American people. Senator Stern raised his voice, his tone resolute, attempting to exert pressure on Tony from a moral high ground. After all, under the banner of everything for the nation, everything for the people, it is challenging for anyone to easily refuse. You amuse me. Do not even entertain that unrealistic notion. Tony stood undeterred, responding with unwavering firmness. No matter how grandiloquent the words may sound, they cannot conceal the true intent of these politicians who seek to incite war for personal gain. I am Iron Man, the suit, and I have become one. To relinquish Iron Man is to surrender my very self, akin to forced servitude or selling oneself. Of course, in certain states, selling oneself is legal. Tony's humorous and irreverent retort once again elicited laughter from the audience. The Iron Man suit will never be handed over to anyone. There is no room for negotiation. Tony held firm confidence, fully aware that such epic-defining technology, without profound analysis, would take at least 2 decades for any nation, including America, to replicate. Merely overcoming the technical challenge of the miniaturized arc reactor would deter countless so-called scientists. Observing this situation, Senator Stern, somewhat helpless, introduced another arms manufacturer, Justin Hammer. Tony cast a disdainful glance at the blond man striding confidently into the meeting. Justin Hammer indeed possessed some talent and was a quintessential businessman. The American government has always favored collaboration with such individuals. He was a key supplier and partner to the Department of Defense and held a modest reputation in the industry. Hammer Industries did enjoy a certain renown globally, but compared to the true technological giant Stark Industries, it was little more than a mere jester. Hammer Industries thrived on imitation and technology theft. If Tony wished, he could outpace them by 50 years on a technical level alone. The ensuing meeting devolved into endless bickering. Standing firmly on the Department of Defense's side, Justin Hammer ardently urged Tony to surrender the technology behind Iron Man's weaponry. His arguments were devoid of originality. Echoing the sentiments of the long-deceased Obadiah, he merely emphasized that Tony's invention should not belong solely to him but should benefit all of humanity. He further claimed that Iron Man could not shoulder the responsibility of protecting the citizens alone, nor did he possess the capability to do so. A lion, in its quest to dominate the savannah, cannot rely solely on itself. It requires numerous allies and companions. This lengthy discourse only served to induce Tony into a state of drowsiness. He was acutely aware that had Pepper been by his side, these individuals would not dare to openly pressure him into surrendering Iron Man's technology. Yet, it had only been 2 short years since the disappearance of the superheroine, and these clowns had all emerged. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. The visible strength of Stark Industries was merely a facade he was willing to present to the American government. Its elite, and various factions. How could one casually reveal their trump card? Tony now reminisced with great longing for his formidable bodyguard, vowing that when she reappeared, he would certainly deduct 2 years' worth of unpaid wages. Soon, after Justin Hammer concluded his speech, the military summoned Tony's dear friend, Colonel Rhodes. In truth, Rhodes had been half coaxed, half deceived into attending this hearing. His primary task was to present an evaluation report on the Iron Man technology. He devoted considerable time and effort to crafting a clear and rational report, articulating his perspective on Iron Man while thoroughly analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the technology. However, Senator Stern only permitted him to read specific segments, intending to intensify the pressure on Tony. As a true friend, Rhodes sincerely hoped that Iron Man could integrate into the American military command structure. This would not only alleviate the increasingly strained relationship between the government and Stark Industries, but also facilitate a degree of technology sharing, thereby bolstering military strength. Evidently, Tony scoffed at such notions, dismissing them entirely. Though he refrained from vocal dissent, his facial expressions and body language conveyed his stance, stopping just short of raising his middle finger in rejection. Observing this, Senator Stern promptly compelled Colonel Rhodes to unveil footage captured by military satellites. The video revealed that certain nations and regions had already commenced the imitation and production of Iron Man replicas. Should these armors enter active service, they would undoubtedly transform the landscape of modern warfare, placing America in a perilously passive position. Senator Stern eagerly anticipated that, faced with such a national crisis, Tony would make the right choice. Unfortunately for him, Tony did not acquiesce to his expectations. With an impassive demeanor, Tony instructed JARVIS to hack into the system and display videos of various nations and regions' failed experiments in producing different kinds of Iron Man replicas. In stark contrast to the aerial views shown earlier by Rhodes, these videos were remarkably clear. The first to catch the eye was a towering mech produced by Korea, grotesquely clumsy, which stumbled and fell after just a few steps. In its panic, it inadvertently triggered an external Gatling gun, resulting in the photographer's untimely demise. Next came Iran's bizarre contraption, resembling both an aircraft and an armored suit, which crashed immediately upon takeoff, displaying a complete lack of technical merit. Lastly, there appeared the Iron Man suit manufactured by Hammer Industries. While aesthetically pleasing at first glance, it gruesomely snapped the test subject's spine during testing. Most nations might require 5 to 10 years to produce a viable product, but for Hammer Industries, it would likely take 20. Tony shuddered, grinning as he remarked that the screens from the footage were it was nothing short of a catastrophe. Can this truly be deemed a technological threat? I must say. Without hesitation, Tony rose to his feet, a serene smile gracing his lips. What does that mean? Stern inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Iron Man ensures nuclear deterrence. Thus, we are secure, and America is equally safe, is it not? Tony scoffed, his disdainful gaze piercing through his interlocutor. As if it were a matter of course. In truth, based on Jarvis's radar detection technology and the flight speed of the 5 Malawian Quatch's armor, even if other nations were to initiate a nuclear strike, Tony could intercept it in advance, altering the missile's trajectory or preemptively destroying it. Do you desire my inventions? Dream on. I have single-handedly upheld world peace. What do you want from me? I refuse to collaborate with these buffoons. Farewell. Tony flashed a familiar smile, forming a peace sign, and strode out of the conference room with an air of superiority. Yet, within that proud and self-assured gaze lay a hint of gloom. Damn it. Tony. Senator Stern, witnessing this, sprang to his feet, his face flushed with rage, unleashing a torrent of expletives and even raising his middle finger, completely abandoning his earlier composure. In response, Tony smiled, expressing gratitude for the support, standing tall and confident, unwavering in his demeanor. Chapter 60, The Arrival of Natasha at Noon. On the western side of Malibu Beach in Los Angeles, sunlight streamed into the luxurious villa's gym. Tony Stark was vigorously expending sweat on the boxing ring. Ever since his escape from the Afghan cave, he had committed himself to training, maintaining peak physical condition. After all, controlling the Iron Man suit required not only intellect but also a robust physique. Although the current Jarvis fully automated control system was advanced, it still lacked the judgment and reaction time necessary to handle complex emergencies. As a sparring partner, Happy, fully equipped and clad in protective gear, with a slightly protruding belly, engaged in a back-and-forth match with Tony. Without his armor, Tony's combat capabilities were akin to those of an ordinary person, and even without weapons, he would find it challenging to deal with common assailants. Despite having gained some weight from his lifestyle, Happy, as a professional bodyguard, was more than capable of handling Tony. At that moment, the gym door swung open, and Pepper Potts entered, followed by a young woman carrying a stack of documents. She had wavy auburn hair, fair skin, and an attractive appearance, dressed in professional attire. Her white shirt and form-fitting skirt accentuated her graceful curves, while her high heels clicked crisply against the floor. Happy's eyes widened in admiration, leading to an unfortunate elbow strike from Tony to his nose. "Shit. What kind of move was that?" Happy exclaimed, rubbing his nose in bewilderment. "Apologies, that's called mixed martial arts. It's just become popular in the last 3 weeks," Tony panted, chuckling as he explained. He had recently developed a fascination for this highly practical fighting technique, and his earlier action was purely instinctive. "I think it should be called petty boxing." "It's been around for ages," Happy retorted angrily. "Why the distraction? The first rule of combat is to keep your focus on your opponent." "Am I not worth your full attention?" Tony smirked, reveling in the satisfaction of successfully ambushing his friend. "Tony, we need to discuss some matters," Pepper said as she settled onto the couch and took a sip of water, her expression far from pleasant. "You made a fool of the military committee at the hearing, and the Department of Defense has awarded all this year's contracts to Hammer Industries. I presume you're not surprised. Since becoming the CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper had been perpetually busy. Meetings, business trips, and inspections had become her daily routine. Despite Tony shutting down the weapons development department, which had momentarily plunged the company's stock to historic lows, the announcement of his identity as Iron Man had led to a swift recovery of the stock, with the fluctuations resembling a thrilling roller coaster. Obadiah's demise had temporarily placated the shareholders regarding Tony's decisions as the company continued to profit. However, troubles loomed large. The technology behind the Iron Man suit was not public knowledge, but rather a private asset of Tony's. The government, military, and various factions were eyeing this technology, secretly undermining Stark Industries. In the first half of the year, the company lost a significant number of contracts, particularly from the Department of Defense, resulting in a steep decline in revenue. Shareholders began to grow anxious, clamoring for the reopening of the weapons development project. Pepper, beset by overwhelming pressures, sought a solution from former CEO Tony. "Dear, worry not. Stark Industries' most lucrative venture now lies in energy, and they will require my expertise," Tony remarked lightly. Having concluded his training and removed his boxing gloves, tapping the arc reactor embedded in his chest, he was well accustomed to the military's pressures and felt no apprehension. However, other divisions of the company were also affected. "We cannot solely rely on energy for profit, can we?" Pepper rolled her eyes, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Stark Industries had a vast array of operations, most of which were under duress, with orders and projects continually dwindling, a disheartening omen. She could not simply lay off entire departments to focus exclusively on energy, could she? Mass layoffs could instigate even greater complications. "You see, new technologies will always attract attention. It's merely a loss of orders. We can recover from other avenues," Tony responded with an air of calm. Sitting beside Pepper as he tapped on the touchscreen information board on the table, bringing forth an image of a dragon-headed shield emblem. "Elaborate on how we should proceed?" Pepper inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar insignia. Tony remained silent, manipulating the touchscreen to reveal 2 encrypted folders within the dragon-headed shield emblem. Although the folders appeared unremarkable, they held immense security clearance, accessible only by him. After inputting his iris, fingerprint, voice, and a lengthy password, a trove of corporate encrypted information and data materialized within the folders. Pepper's pupils dilated, clearly astonished by this display, as she gaped at the array of corporate documents on the screen, feeling utterly bewildered. "Goodness, what are these?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Stark Industries had partnered with 675 companies under the umbrella of Blackwatch, spanning nearly every sector. Among them, 745 were engaged in the development of new energy technologies. "A diminished version of what I possess." Tony appeared quite pleased, tapping his arc reactor once more, producing a metallic chime, and then elaborated meaningfully. 2 years ago, at the inception of Blackwatch, a multitude of Black Widows were recalled, procuring a vast array of information and permissions from these secret agents embedded worldwide. Previously under the command of the Red Room, Tony had established Stark Industries as a collaborator with these enterprises, maintaining clandestine business dealings over the past 2 years without public disclosure. Following the incident with Obadiah, who had embezzled funds, Tony recognized the necessity of diversifying his investments. Stark Industries would continue its existing operations, while the companies under Blackwatch would concentrate on new energy development. After all, becoming Iron Man had placed Tony squarely in the crosshairs of many government entities, the military, private corporations, terrorist organizations, the CIA, the FBI, and even SHIELD were all scheming to infiltrate the company. If it were merely an economic maneuver, Tony possessed sufficient clout to induce substantial fluctuations in the national economy. However, if these individuals employ both soft and hard tactics, Tony would not mind allowing Hulk to frolic around the White House. "Are you suggesting that these enterprises can engage in mutual business and technological sharing?" Pepper inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had heard of the Black Watch established by Wonder Woman, yet had never encountered any mention of its reputation in the outside world. Silently and without any publicity, this obscure organization wielded control over enterprises of such magnitude that it eclipsed even Stark Industries. Of course, you may select a few, as long as profits are made. Shareholders and investors will remain silent, Tony suggested nonchalantly while wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Over the past 2 years, aside from researching the technology for the Iron Man suit, he had taken on the oversight of all enterprises under the Black Watch. This was also one of the reasons he chose Pepper to serve as CEO of Stark Industries, as he was simply overwhelmed with responsibilities. It seems you are entirely capable of resolving issues on your own. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Tony looked up to find a familiar face, Natasha Romanoff, smiling as she stood next to him with documents in hand. She was dressed in professional attire, strikingly beautiful. No wonder Happy was distracted. Hey, Agent Romanoff. Long time no see. How have you been? Have you changed jobs? Is the pay at SHIELD too low, prompting you to earn some extra cash at my company? A flicker of surprise crossed Tony's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, teasingly bantering. Natasha rolled her eyes playfully, smiling as she responded, "Cut it out, Stark. I'm here to fulfill a mission assigned by my superiors. You cannot make this difficult for me. With Lou not around. Do you have any idea how many people are watching you?" Unlike in the original narrative where Black Widow was tasked to infiltrate Stark Industries, the two had fought together 2 years prior, completely dismantling the notorious Red Room. Thus, they considered themselves comrades, their relationship far from awkward. As for the enterprises controlled by the Black Watch, Natasha had some understanding but chose not to divulge further. "I understand, but with your presence, I feel at ease. SHIELD. Elite agents can handle those minor nuisances with ease, can't they?" Tony jested, exhibiting no signs of tension. "I am serious. Intelligence indicates that the Department of Defense and the military are preparing to take coercive measures against you, forcing you to relinquish the Iron Man technology. Be advised, they are not as reasonable as SHIELD. Natasha's expression turned grave as she earnestly warned him. "Let them come. I'll knock their teeth out." Tony replied sharply, his voice low. Apologies, he was never one to shy away from challenges. Before departing, Liu Yiming had entrusted him with the authority to mobilize the shadow guards of the Black Watch. Within Stark Industries, over 1,000 shadow guards stood ready at any moment. Should any force attempt to infiltrate or employ underhanded tactics, Tony would ensure they learned the meaning of professionalism. "Wait a minute, do you two know each other?" Pepper interjected. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the two. The young woman before them was a newly hired consultant in the legal department of Stark Industries, someone whom she had personally interviewed. With an impressive arsum and a distinguished degree, she was both intelligent and capable. Initially, she had intended to mentor her as a senior assistant, only to discover that this individual was acquainted with the big boss. "Indeed, we have known each other for 2 years. Natasha Romanoff, SHIELD. Agent." Tony nodded and introduced casually. "Miss Potts, I have been assigned to provide clandestine protection for you and Mr. Stark. I apologize for not disclosing the truth sooner," Natasha stated, abandoning any pretense. A flicker of skepticism crossed Pepper's face. She was well aware of her boyfriend's tumultuous past and wondered if this was yet another remnant of old romantic entanglements. "Agent Romanoff, why don't you demonstrate your skills? It would lend greater credibility to your claims," Tony suggested, taking a sip of his green juice and pointing to Happy in the boxing ring. "Very well. I hope this big guy won't be left with any psychological scars," Natasha replied with a chuckle, removing her high heels and stepping into the ring. "Just don't hurt him." "All right," Tony remarked with an odd expression, offering a quiet warning. "I promise," Natasha responded, glancing back with a smile, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes.